The protagonist, Ling Fan, an ordinary high school student, inadvertently comes into possession of a mysterious memo left behind by his forensic brother, Ling Feng. Thus begins an extraordinary and perilous adventure alongside members of the clandestine organization HIT Special Operations Group. Chapter 1, The Eerie Memo. July 10th. Midnight. The pale moonlight seeped through the hazy gray curtains, casting flecks of dim radiance into the darkened room. Hello. This is Ling Fan. Whom are you looking for? Ling Fan, still heavy with slumber, struggled to open one eye as he pressed the green answer button. Little Fan, it's your brother. A low, tense voice emanated from the other end of the line, sounding distant and foreboding. Upon recognizing his brother's voice, Ling Fan became instantly alert, kicking off the covers and sitting up with excitement, exclaiming, Brother, why are you calling me at this hour? Didn't you say you could only call me on Sundays? Ling Fan's parents had passed away due to illness when he was very young, and it was his brother Ling Feng who had raised him single-handedly. Therefore, to Ling Fan, Ling Feng was not merely a brother, he was also a father figure. Little Fan, the voice on the phone fell silent for a long moment before continuing, as if delivering a final farewell. I don't have much time left. You must take good care of yourself from now on. Brother, what are you talking about? Hello. Hello. Suddenly, Ling Feng hung up, leaving only the monotonous beeping in the dark room. The pale moonlight flickered on the dim floor, and the clock ticked steadily, each tick tightening Ling Fan's heart. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he scratched his head, murmuring anxiously about what could be troubling his brother. The next day, Ling Fan rose early and hurried to the breakfast stall for a cup of soy milk. As a senior in high school, he needed to arrive early for self-study. His brother Ling Feng was his most revered idol. He aspired to emulate him by gaining admission to a prestigious medical school and becoming an exceptional forensic expert. The familiar ringtone echoed from Ling Fan's pocket once more. Hello, this is Ling Fan. May I ask who is calling? Ling Fan inquired, placing the phone to his ear. Hello, I am a police officer. Please come to Ling Feng's apartment. Ling Feng has died. The voice on the other end was cold and devoid of emotion, before abruptly hanging up with a beep. With a loud crash, the pristine soy milk slipped from his fingers, splattering like pearls on the ground, the milky liquid flowing down the edges of the paper cup and seeping into the cracks of the green stone slab. Ling Feng's rented apartment. The room's furnishings remained unchanged, just as Ling Fan remembered. The fragrant orchid still exuded its delicate aroma, and the pigeon clock on the wall continued its rhythmic ticking. The only difference was a long white cloth drip in the center of the room, beneath which lay the indistinct form of a body, perhaps we could dare to say, a corpse. Ling Fan's hands trembled, his legs quivered, and his eyes were red, fighting back tears that threatened to fall, for once they did, it would mean that the body beneath the cloth was indeed his brother. At that moment, he clung to a glimmer of hope, wishing fervently that the police had made a mistake, that beneath the cloth lay someone who merely resembled Ling Feng, but could never be him. A tall, burly man clad in a blue-black police uniform stood before Ling Fan. Are you Ling Feng's brother, Ling Fan? Ling Fan bit his lip and nodded. Go say your final goodbyes to your brother. The man stepped aside, revealing the white cloth once more before Ling Fan. Yet, instead of rushing towards the cloth, Ling Fan seized the collar of the male officer, shouting, You must tell me. He is not my brother. You are mistaken. The officer's face betrayed a look of sorrow. I too wish he were not Ling Feng, but the truth cannot be denied. Ling Feng is dead. Ling Fan forcefully pushed the officer away, pointing at him and yelling, You are all fools. How could you not recognize that this person is not my brother? What kind of police are you? With that, Ling Fan strode towards the white cloth, trembling hands lifting it to reveal the familiar clean hairstyle, handsome features, and the radiant smile that graced his brother's lips so unmistakably. Ling Feng. Brother! Ling Fan collapsed onto Ling Feng's body, weeping uncontrollably. Suddenly, Ling Fan grasped his brother's collar, shaking him violently, shouting, Ling Feng, get up! How long do you intend to lie there? The officer cast a glance at the two policemen by the door, signaling them to remove Ling Feng's body. Do not touch him. You cannot move my brother, he is merely sleeping, and he will awaken. Ling Fan spread his arms protectively over Ling Feng's corpse, his eyes blazing with fury. The two officers, preparing to move the body, stood frozen, unsure of how to respond to the officer's silent command. Ling Fan, calm down. The officer gripped Ling Fan's collar, pulling him away and forcefully pressing him against the wall, gritting his teeth as he shouted, Do you think we are not heartbroken? He was our brother too. But reality cannot be altered. Ling Feng is dead. Ling Fan's head drooped helplessly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Why? How did my brother die? The officer hesitated for a moment before replying slowly, Sudden death with no apparent symptoms. Nonsense. What does sudden death with no apparent symptoms mean? If my brother were alive, he would undoubtedly uncover the cause of his death. Ling Fan shouted passionately. "Boss, the scene has been investigated. We can leave now," a police officer with a boss cut approached with a report. Ling Fan's body slid down the wall, his eyes vacant as he surveyed the familiar surroundings of the apartment. Everything remained unchanged. The furniture was arranged just as he remembered, the sole difference being the conspicuous white crime scene marking tape on the desk where Ling Feng often worked. Ling Fan rose slowly and approached the desk, sitting in the familiar chair, positioning his body in line with the white tape, clearly indicating that Ling Feng had peacefully passed away at the desk. A circle of chalk outlined the shape of a body, the last trace of his brother's existence in this world, vividly capturing the moment of his brother's final reality. Ling Fan's gaze wandered to the other items on the desk, a pen holder, neatly stacked books, and 2 photo frames, one featuring Ling Fan, Ling Feng, and their grandmother, and the other a picture of a beautiful woman named Lu Shuer, Ling Feng's girlfriend from medical school, who abruptly ended their relationship on graduation day, the reasons shrouded in mystery. Though Ling Feng initiated the breakup, he became taciturn thereafter, and their communication dwindled. Perhaps Ling Feng had always harbored feelings for Lu Shuer, unable to let go, as his friends attempted to introduce him to several girlfriends, all of whom he vehemently rejected. In one corner of the desk, a half-open drawer caught Ling Fan's attention. He gently pulled it open and was met with a haphazard array of items. Ling Fan furrowed his brow. His brother was a person of meticulous cleanliness, and it was improbable he would leave his belongings in such disarray. Ling Fan's heart ached at the thought that if Ling Feng were alive, he would surely detest the disorder of his drawer. Thus, Ling Fan removed the drawer from the desk and placed it atop. With great care, he retrieved various items, a keychain, tape, coins, an eraser, a small dagger, and more, one by one. Suddenly, Ling Fan paused, gripping a dark, rubbery object at the bottom of the drawer and tugging at it with force, but it seemed as if it were glued to the bottom, refusing to budge. Ling Fan found this curious, so he flipped the drawer over and gave it a firm knock against the desk. With a thud, the drawer's bottom panel, along with the rubbery object, fell onto the surface, and to his astonishment, a black-covered memo also tumbled out. "What is this?" Intrigued, Ling Fan picked up the black memo, noting its cover was unrelentingly black, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. Driven by an instinctive sixth sense, Ling Fan felt that this black memo was intricately linked to his brother Ling Feng's death. What troubled him further was the unsettling sensation of being watched from some hidden corner of the room. Ling Fan examined the black memo closely, extending 2 fingers to grasp a corner of the cover, and just as he was about to open it, a sharp, piercing meow shattered the silence, causing his heart to leap. He pressed the cover down with urgency, clutching it tightly as if fearing it would flip open on its own. Suddenly, Ling Fan sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him from the front, and although he knew it was daylight, an involuntary chill coursed down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he quickly raised his head, catching sight of a shadowy figure leaping over the railing from outside the window. Cold sweat trickled down Ling Fan's forehead, his lips parting slightly as he gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling erratically, exclaiming, "So it was just a cat." Ling Fan lowered his gaze once more to the black memorandum tightly clasped in his hands, an indescribable eeriness emanating from its depths, beckoning him to unveil its contents. With a thunderous crash, the curtains were yanked as if by an unseen force, shrouding the bright window in darkness. Ling Fan's heart tightened with an unsettling grip, his hands clutching the memorandum with fervor. The rhythmic ticking of the clock grew increasingly pronounced in his ears, resembling the sound of someone methodically treading upon the floorboards, which creaked in response. Ling Fan pressed the memorandum against his chest, retreating until his back met the door, his eyes wide with terror as they darted around the dimly lit room. The faint light seeping through the curtains illuminated a distinct circle of white, tracing a human silhouette. In a daze, Ling Fan perceived the white outline subtly shifting, gradually crawling up from the table, rising to its feet, and standing as if animated, its arms swaying as it staggered toward him. "Ah!" Ling Fan screamed in sheer fright, swiftly pivoting to wrench open the door, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps thundering down the stairs. The door, flung open by Ling Fan, suddenly creaked ominously, as if an invisible hand were gently guiding it to a slow close.
Chapter 2, a heart-pounding terror. Ling Fan's off-campus dormitory basked in the bright sunlight filtering through the dimly yellowed glass, transforming it into an ominous and flickering light. A few tattered leaves cast wavering shadows along the beams of light. With a resounding bang, Ling Fan abruptly slammed the door shut and secured it, pressing his back firmly against the doorframe. Panting heavily, trembling fingers extracted a black notebook from his embrace. Its dark cover glimmered with an alluring sheen in the room's subdued light, causing Ling Fan's heart to race with trepidation. He hurried to his desk, took a seat, and anxiously placed the black notebook on the surface, pressing down on it with both hands as if to prevent it from opening of its own accord. His eyes were glued to it in a state of panic and indescribable fear welling up within him, yet another peculiar force seemed to draw him in, enticing him to delve into the pages of that very notebook. Ultimately, Ling Fan succumbed to the irresistible, terrifying allure. With a swift motion, he lifted the cover with 2 fingers, revealing a line of elegant and resolute handwriting. "This is my brother's journal," Ling Fan exclaimed inwardly with excitement. However, as he read the line more closely, a chill crept into his heart. "Athan, I knew you would find this notebook. You must look through it for my sake, but stop at this page. Under no circumstances should you turn further. Athan, you must heed my words. You are my only brother, and I do not wish for you to fall victim to it. Remember what I say, Athan. Do not look any further." "What is it? Why does my brother refer to it in such an impersonal manner?" Ling Fan realized, with growing dread, that beads of sweat had begun to form in his palms. His brother had always placed great importance on the Chinese language. How could such an exceptional sibling make a mistake in his writing? Then what exactly is it? Why does his brother harbor such fear towards it? Ling Fan sat there dazed, fixating on his brother's words inscribed on the first page. Each character dripping with panic and unease, as well as a brother's deep affection for him. After a moment of hesitation, determination flashed in Ling Fan's eyes, as the fervent desire to uncover the truth behind his brother's demise overpowered the silent terror. He inhaled deeply, raised 2 fingers, and grasped the corner of the second page. Suddenly, a thunderous knock resounded upon his door, as if someone were wielding a colossal iron hammer and relentlessly battering it. Bang, 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 1 knock, 2 knocks, 3 knocks, 4 knocks. Ling Fan's gaze fixated on the trembling door, observing the calendar hanging there, now swaying back and forth as if being violently tugged. Sweat trickled down from his hairline, cascading onto his hand, shattering into droplets upon impact. The bedroom door continued to shake violently, as though attempting to prevent Ling Fan from further perusing the notebook. If he did not cease, the deafening knocking would seem unending. Ling Fan gradually rose to his feet, his throat involuntarily moving up and down as he forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He reached out for the folding chair, grasping it tightly in his hand. With measured steps, he inched towards the quivering door, feeling his heart pound with increasing intensity with each stride, akin to a colossal hammer striking against his chest. Extending a trembling hand, he cautiously grasped the vibrating doorknob. The intense tremors swiftly coursing through his palm and reverberating in his heart. Ling Fan bit down hard on his lip, his bulging eyes fixated on the swaying calendar, taking a deep breath as he raised the folding chair high above his head. Suddenly, he flung open the door with a swift motion, the sound of rushing air accompanying his action, causing his pupils to dilate momentarily before quickly returning to their previous state. The raised folding chair fell weakly to his side, and he exhaled heavily, his tense body instantly relaxing. He lifted his other hand to wipe the cold sweat trickling down his face, only to find that the back of his hand had turned a deep crimson, as if stained with blood. With a loud thud, he hurled the folding chair against the wall. In a panic, he shook his hand, attempting to flick away the blood, but when he glanced at the back of his hand again, he discovered it was merely beads of perspiration. His earlier fright had been a mere illusion. Ling Fan let out a sigh of relief, but his body tensed once more upon noticing a corner of red cloth faintly visible around the bend of the hallway. His heavy breathing quickened again as he grasped the folding chair, cautiously shifting his feet towards the ominous red fabric. The atmosphere was eerily silent, an unsettling stillness pervading the air, the sounds of his own breathing, the rapid thumping of his heart, and the distant dripping of water from a loosely turned faucet echoed in his ears, sounds he never noticed before now resonating vividly. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on that patch of red cloth, a vivid scarlet that appeared to be stained with some sticky liquid. Suddenly, Ling Fan swung the folding chair towards the cloth, and with a sharp crack, a section of something was cleaved in two. Breathless, he clutched the folding chair tightly, scrutinizing the damp, sticky red cloth, a self-deprecating smile creeping onto his lips. It was merely a red mop, now severed, dripping water steadily onto the floor. Ling Fan couldn't help but mock himself for allowing such overwhelming fear to take hold. Even over a simple cleaning tool. In agony, he shook his head, leaning his back against the wall and thumping his head against the cold surface, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, he dashed towards a nearby faucet, thrusting his head beneath the icy stream, unable to discern whether it was his tears or the water cascading down his cheeks. The wind picked up, seeping through the cracks of the window, rustling the pages of his notes, flipping them open and shut again and again. A sinister red figure suddenly flitted past from the shadows of the corner. Chapter 3, Midnight. Crimson eyes. The street, shrouded in darkness, had few passers-by, only the desolate wind occasionally rustled the leaves of the trees lining the sidewalk. A waning crescent moon cast its pallid light obliquely upon the icy concrete pavement, while the shadows of the utility poles stretched ominously into the dimness beyond the street. A figure staggered forth from the end of the pole's shadow, a nearly empty beer bottle swaying in his grasp, the liquid sloshing within as his body swayed. The intoxicating scent of alcohol emanated from Ling Fan's body. This was Ling Fan's first experience with alcohol, and he was utterly intoxicated. He felt overwhelmingly suppressed. The sudden death of his brother weighed down on him like a heavy stone, suffocating him, and he yearned for release, a cathartic Unrestrained release, thus he had turned to drink, consuming an entire case of beer. The dormitory was steeped in darkness, illuminated only by the ghostly moonlight spilling across the table. Ling Fan groped for the switch beside the door. And the dim yellow light flickered to life, casting shadows in every corner of the cramped bedroom. With a decisive bang, he locked the door from the inside, swaying slightly as he retrieved a notebook from his pocket. The black cover shimmering with an almost hypnotic glow in the muted light, Ling Fan fixed his gaze upon the cover, pressing his hands firmly against it, though he had seen it many times before. Each encounter evoked an eerie sensation, as if a terrifying demon lurked within, poised to leap out and bite him at any moment. Taking a deep breath, he pinched the pages with 2 fingers. Preparing to turn them, suddenly a chilling sensation enveloped Ling Fan, a bone-deep cold seeping in from the window before him. Despite his focus on the notebook, his hands trembled ever so slightly, his thoughts drawn entirely to the glass pane that loomed before him. He sensed, with a shudder, that a pair of eyes were fixated on him from behind the window. 2 blood-red eyes, like brass bells, pierced through the foggy glass, watching him with a predatory intensity, devoid of any emotion. Only the aura of death surrounded them. Blood seeping from their sunken sockets, fixated on the notebook in Ling Fan's grasp. With a shriek, Ling Fan lost his footing and tumbled from the folding chair, yet his hands clung desperately to the notebook. His feet instinctively pushing back against the ground, but when he dared to glance towards the glass once more, he found nothing behind it, only the crescent moon casting its ghastly light through the murky pane. Cold sweat drenched Ling Fan's back, his lips quivering uncontrollably. It was not an illusion. That horrifying pair of blood-red eyes could not have been a figment of my imagination. With a sudden burst of resolve, Ling Fan sprang to his feet, yanking open the bedroom door and sprinting into the night. "Come out, show yourself," he shouted, standing alone in the desolate street, the pale moonlight illuminating the fury etched upon his face. "Isn't it the notebook you desire? Come and take it from me." Ling Fan raised the memorandum high above his head, rapidly swiveling his gaze in search of the fleeting crimson shadow he had just glimpsed by the window. "Give it to me." A howl, as if born from the depths of hell, echoed ominously from above Ling Feng's head. Startled, Ling Fan quickly looked up, only to behold a colossal dark figure clinging to the utility pole, obscuring the pale moonlight entirely, casting a grotesque shadow upon Ling Fan's ashen, terrified face. The shadow gradually descended from the pole, as if floating down from the heavens. What manner of creature was this? It was neither fully human nor entirely beastly, shrouded in a blood-red robe, long hair veiling its face, leaving only a pair of blood-red eyes, the size of copper bells, exuding a feral, terrifying glare. Ling Fan felt as though his body were nailed to the ground. He wished to flee, yet his limbs refused to obey, and he longed to cry out, but his voice felt as though it were stifled by a stone, leaving only his eyes to fixate on the apparition before him. The crimson demon approached Ling Fan, step by deliberate step. To call it walking seemed a misnomer, for it dragged its feet ominously toward him, extending a hand concealed within its long sleeves. What a frightful hand it was! Tinged with a sickly violet hue, its blackened nails extending approximately 5 centimeters, resembling daggers poised to pierce Ling Fan, producing a shrill, piercing sound. "Give it to me, give it to me. How could I allow such a creature to instill fear within me? I am Ling Fan." With fierce resolve, Ling Fan shot a piercing glare, suddenly opening his mouth to bite down hard on his own tongue, the intense pain jolting every cell in his body, finally breaking him free from the paralyzing grip of terror. Just as the dagger-like nails were about to plunge into his eyes, Ling Fan bent low and rolled away, narrowly evading the horrific strike. As he rolled, preparing to rise, a nauseating stench assaulted his senses. He found a ghastly, purplish face mere inches from his own, 2 blood-red eyes, oozing with malice, fixated on him, exhaling a chilling breath. "Give it to me." "No." Ling Fan clutched the memorandum tightly to his chest, bellowing defiantly at the demon. "Come on, if you have the guts, kill me. You and your brother are utterly ignorant." Suddenly, the crimson demon uttered a chilling retort, its blood-colored eyes ablaze with fury, as it raised a hand adorned with 5 black dagger-like nails, lunging toward Ling Fan's throat. Ling Fan held the memorandum steadfastly against his chest, his eyes tightly shut. And in that fleeting moment, he seemed to catch a glimpse of his brother's silhouette. Bang, bang. 2 resounding gunshots rang out in the dark night. 2 rapidly spinning bullets pierced the crimson demon's robe. Erupting in a shower of blood, the demon's face contorted into a savage snarl as it glared menacingly at the figure firing from a distance, then cast a final fierce glance at Ling Fan, who lay on the ground, clutching the memorandum tightly. With a swift motion, the red cloak billowed, and the creature vanished into the darkness of the street like a bolt of lightning. Not far away, a slender figure stood shrouded in the cloak of night, effortlessly inserting a firearm into her waist, her pair of icy eyes fixated on Ling Fan. Chapter 4. The mysterious organization. Ling Fan sprang up from the ground, his gaze locked onto the woman in the darkness. "Who exactly are you? Why did you save me?" "Because you are his brother," the cold voice of the woman rang out. "If that is the case, then why did you not kill him? Allow him to escape." Ling Fan shouted frantically at the woman. "I cannot kill him." The woman's voice trembled slightly. "Then why did you save me?" Ling Fan clenched his fists tightly. Gritting his teeth in cold fury, "It would be better to let him kill me. You cannot die. I promised your brother," the woman replied coldly. Upon hearing the name of his brother, Ling Fan's body trembled violently as he lowered his gaze to the memorandum in his hand. Stammering, "Brother, so you knew all along that I would disregard your words, risking my life to peruse this memorandum. It turns out you had arranged everything in advance." Suddenly Ling Fan lifted his head, staring intently at the woman in the darkness, and proclaimed, "I know you and my brother are part of the same organization. I wish to join you to avenge him." "Impossible. Your brother instructed me before his death that you must never enter the organization." The woman coldly rejected. "Oh, is that so?" Ling Fan swiftly drew a dagger from his pocket, reversing it and placing the sharp blade against his own neck, sneering, "What about this, you?" the woman exclaimed in shock. "What are you planning to do? Do you not understand? If you do not grant me entry into your organization, I will take my own life, and then you shall see how you will face my brother." Ling Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. "I cannot agree to that." The woman maintained her icy demeanor. Ling Fan pressed his lips together tightly, his resolute eyes fixed on the woman, his right hand suddenly exerting force as droplets of blood began to seep from the blade. Falling one by one to the ground, witnessing Ling Fan's determined act, the woman's body trembled violently, for only then did she realize that this brother Ling Fan was the complete antithesis of her brother. Ling Feng was gentle and cheerful, while Ling Fan exuded a chilling malevolence. Ling Fan showed no signs of relenting, the blade still pressed firmly against his neck as if he would sever his own artery should the woman refuse his demands. Yet the smirk lingered on his lips, for he was confident in himself and in this woman before him. Since she had saved him, she would surely not stand idly by and watch him perish. Indeed, after a prolonged hesitation, the woman in the darkness finally sighed. "Very well, I will take you to the organization where your brother once resided." At that moment, Ling Fan found himself standing in a spacious and brightly lit living room. A resplendent crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, illuminating every corner of the room with its radiance. The intricately designed ceiling complemented the chandelier, exuding a distinct European style. The pale yellow wallpaper adhered closely to the walls, reflecting a gentle light. In the center of the hall stood classical Chinese furniture, with a bookshelf brimming with books that exuded an enchanting aroma of literature. A crimson velvet carpet enveloped the floor, pristine and untouched by a speck of dust. The deep red carpet beneath one's feet felt soft, akin to walking on cotton. A transparent coffee table occupied the heart of the living room, encircled by a ring of beige sofas. A burly middle-aged man, clad in a blue shirt and holding a cigarette between his lips, leaned heavily against the sofa, exhaling billowing rings of white smoke. "Boss, I brought him," declared a cold woman as she approached the middle-aged man. The man slowly turned his face towards Ling Fan, his eyes revealing a myriad of emotions, bloodshot, weary, and melancholic, evoking a pang of empathy in Ling Fan. The man, with his bloodshot gaze, gestured with the hand holding the cigarette, forcing a smile as he said, "Sit." Ling Fan, unceremonious, strode to the back of the sofa, leaping over it and landing directly upon the seat. The middle-aged man stared at Ling Fan for a long moment before slowly inquiring, "Do you still recognize me?" Ling Fan scrutinized the man before him, suddenly recalling that he was the police officer encountered earlier that afternoon at the apartment. "How could it be you?" "Indeed," the man replied, retrieving another cigarette from his pack and lighting it. "I am the leader of this organization. I've heard you wish to join us." "Yes, I want to join your organization to avenge my brother." Ling Fan's gaze fixed intently on the two, his fists clenched tightly. "No, your brother explicitly instructed us never to involve you in this." The cold woman stepped boldly in front of Ling Fan, gripping his collar tightly, her voice, once icy, now carried a weighty sorrow. "Your brother's will must not be disregarded." Ling Fan remained unfazed by her sudden action, replying coolly, "You were mistaken. My brother's will was not to protect my safety but to uncover the truth behind the incident. To unveil the singular truth hidden within those murky cases. That is the true legacy you must uphold." Ling Fan's fervent words caused Fang Yi, holding the cigarette, to tremble slightly. Ling Fan extended his right hand, forcefully brushing aside the woman's grip on his collar, his eyes flashing with determination as he turned to the smoking Fang Yi, saying, "Uncle, I wish to join your organization as my brother's forensic expert." To fulfill his unfinished desire, to discover the identity of his murderer. The cold woman's gaze remained fixed on Ling Fan. Perhaps it was an illusion, but at that moment, as he lifted his head, his bright eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to his brother Ling Feng. Ling Fan continued, "Moreover, I have already gathered some clues regarding the truth behind my brother's death, which could assist you in solving the case." Fang Yi's somber eyes suddenly sparkled with interest, his facial muscles twitching. "What clues? Speak quickly." Ling Fan plopped onto the sofa, gazing up at Fang Yi, and said, "Uncle, you may share the information, but for the sake of fairness, shouldn't you first tell me the circumstances surrounding my brother's death?" Fang Yi finally extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, rising to position himself behind the large transparent window, staring out into the inky blackness of the night sky. After a prolonged silence, he turned back. "Before your brother met his demise, he was investigating an exceedingly troublesome case, and just as he began to make some headway, your brother suddenly..." "What troublesome case?" Please tell me." Upon hearing about the case related to her brother's death, Ling Fan could no longer maintain her composure. She rushed forward and grasped Fanny by the collar. "Ling Fan, release your grip," the cold-hearted woman shouted. Lunging forward and adopting a wrestling stance, perhaps even she did not realize that the move she employed was the very same shoulder throw she had used when first encountering Ling Feng. With a thud, Ling Fan was forcefully thrown to the ground, fortunately landing on a thick carpet. This fall not only knocked her down but also jolted her back to her senses. She now needed to regain her composure. To restore the calm demeanor she was known for, as this was her sole opportunity to infiltrate the organization, slowly Ling Fan rose from the carpet, rotating her sore arm, yet when she lifted her head, a harmless smile graced her face as she gazed at the woman. Your move just now was truly impressive, but couldn't you have waited for uncle to finish speaking before throwing me? Why are women so violent these days?" The cold-hearted woman's face flushed slightly as she stared blankly at Ling Fan, momentarily conflating her with Ling Feng. Unaware of the woman's transformation, Ling Fan remained seated on the carpet. Showing no intention of standing up with her arms crossed, she beamed an innocent smile at Fanny. "Uncle, could you also come and sit on the floor to chat with me? It's quite comfortable down here." Fanny appeared momentarily taken aback but then walked over to her, kneeling on the ground, and said with a smile, "You are indeed different from Ling Feng. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't sit on the carpet. Yet you both share a common trait." Ling Fan laughed heartily. "Isn't that obvious? We're brothers, after all. That's our commonality." Fanny shook his head, exhaling a ring of smoke. "That's not what I meant. I was referring to your resilience. Particularly your ability to endure the earlier throw by that young lady." "Boss, what are you saying?" Lin Tianyu's face turned slightly red. Ling Fan began to understand Fanny's implication. It seemed this young lady likely had feelings for Ling Feng. However, at that moment, Ling Fan had no interest in discussing such entanglements and directly shifted the topic. "I only wish to know what case my brother was handling before his death." Are young people nowadays always this impatient?" "Not charming at all." Fanny's mood suddenly brightened. Perhaps Ling Fan, seated on the floor before him, reminded him of the young Ling Feng who had first entered the organization. "Kid, before you seek my counsel, it's best to address me with proper respect. Otherwise, don't expect me to divulge anything." What a ridiculous notion. Just because one grows older, does that mean they can become capital? If that were the case, wouldn't all the turtles in the sea be soaring into the sky? Ling Fan's mind raced, yet he managed to smile. "Uncle, please enlighten me about the organization." Fan Yi found the term uncle quite endearing. He might have been even more pleased to be referred to as elder brother. "Very well, let me inform you that our organization is called the HIT Special Operations Group. We operate independently from the city's criminal investigation team and are dedicated to handling supernatural cases that occur within the city. There are 6 members in the HIT Special Operations Group, including myself. Regrettably, Ling Feng recently lost his life in a case. He seemed to have had a premonition of his fate and specifically instructed us to protect you. Therefore, I do not require any protection." Upon hearing this, Ling Fan's patience waned, and he slammed his fist onto the carpet. "All I wish for is to capture the perpetrator who murdered my brother." "Uncle, tell me the name of that case." The Red Ghost Dismemberment Case. Fang Yi, who had been animated moments ago, now displayed a slight tremor. The mention of Red Ghost sent a shiver down Ling Fan's spine. And the haunting memory from the dormitory flooded back to him. He turned to Chu Tianyu. "Is that the entity that attacked me?" With an expression as cold as ice, as if perpetually owed 300 yuan. Chu Tianyu replied, "Indeed, it was precisely that creature that took my brother's life." "How despicable!" Ling Fan struck the carpet once more with a heavy fist. "I care not whether it is human or ghost. I will capture it and make it suffer the same torment it inflicted upon others." Chapter 5. Proving oneself. After venting his rage, Ling Fan swiftly regained his composure and fixed his gaze upon Fang Yi. "Uncle, I have decided to join the HIT Special Operations Group." "You have decided?" Fang Yi's displeasure was evident as he rose from the ground and looked down at Ling Fan, his tone serious. "This is not a matter of my refusal. Those who join the HIT Special Operations Group are the elite of the elite. Your brother was among them. He was a distinguished student at the National University Hospital and a graduate student at the First Forensic Research Institute of the Police Department. If you wish to take your brother's place, you must demonstrate the strength that convinces us." Ling Fan say, "My brother is unafraid. As his younger sibling, I am even less inclined to fear." "That is splendid. I shall await your arrival here tomorrow, hoping you can present me with a flawless report." A subtle, barely perceptible smile graced Fang Yi's face as he absent-mindedly massaged his aching lower back. The recent sitting on the cold ground having aggravated his discomfort, Chu Tianyu approached the transparent window, gazing at the resolute figure that gradually vanished into the boundless darkness. "Boss, do you truly intend to allow him to assume Ling Feng's position?" Fang Yi continued to engage in his peculiar self-devised exercises, appearing somewhat distracted. Ling Feng once stated that should he meet with misfortune, his position would be inherited by his brother, Ling Fan. He himself has acknowledged that his brother is a more exceptional talent than he. Therefore, we should harbor no doubts. All will be revealed by tomorrow. The following day, July 12 th, at the first Forensic Research Institute affiliated with the Qingshan City Police Department, a foul stench of decay permeated the tightly sealed white autopsy room. On the white autopsy table lay a male corpse, its body mottled with a ghastly shade of blue and purple, rigid, and with blood-tinged froth oozing from its mouth and nostrils, its eyes wide open in a terror reminiscent of a dead fish. Strangely, the corpse's left arm had vanished, severed at the shoulder, the ragged wound, a grotesque mass of blackened flesh. Two types of insects were discovered on the deceased, the larvae of the green bottlefly and the blowfly. The man commenced measuring the charred larvae, stating, "The lengths of the larvae are 7 mm and 6 mm respectively. Based on the developmental timelines of various flies, we can estimate the time of death to be approximately 4 to 5 days ago." After the external examination, the man began the dissection, wielding a surgical knife much larger than standard instruments. He commenced his incision at the center of the chin, moving down the midline of the neck, chest, and abdomen, curving around the left side of the navel to the upper thigh. Instantly, dark red blood began to seep from the long incision, and the masked figure peeled back a large flap of skin, revealing the gory, multicolored viscera within. Approximately 10 hours later, the lights in the autopsy room were extinguished, and the individual emerged slowly, his legs buckling beneath him as he nearly collapsed, leaning against the wall. With a sudden retch, he expelled the contents of his stomach into a nearby large trash bin. "Are you all right?" a recorder approached, patting Ling Fan on the back with a chuckle. Ling Fan, still leaning against the wall and retching uncontrollably, merely waved his hand to indicate he was fine. "You're quite impressive. Even graduates from formal medical schools in forensic pathology would likely not rival your expertise. Here, this is your autopsy report." The recorder grinned as he handed the file to Ling Fan. "Darn it, it's your autopsy report," Ling Fan thought helplessly, while his mouth continued to expel the contents of his stomach like a dam bursting. He gestured for the recorder to place the file on the adjacent table. Although Ling Fan had mentally prepared himself, the overwhelming sensation of dizziness washed over him like a tidal wave as he cut into the body and peeled back the skin. Was this truly the nature of his brother's daily work? In order to fulfill his task entrusted by Feng Yi, Ling Fan had spent nearly the entire night poring over all of his brother's medical books, including that enigmatic memorandum. Ling Fan managed a wry smile. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. Although he had little appetite for those tomes, his stomach, protesting with the fervor of the March of the Volunteers, demanded attention, compelling him to seek sustenance for his weary body. Resolving to appease the needs of his internal organs first, he seized a nearby file folder and hastily exited the research institute. Across the street stood a kanji shop, from which wafted the enticing aroma of simmering rice porridge, a scent that relentlessly tormented Ling Fan's already beleaguered digestive system. He settled into a windowside seat and flashed a smile that could charm the most stoic of hearts at the waitress, saying, "Miss, may I have a bowl of kanji, please?" Suddenly, a figure with a round cherubic face, who had been seated with his back to Ling Fan, turned around and exclaimed in astonishment, "Ling Fan." Ling Fan scrutinized this familiar visage, struggling to place it, but the memory eluded him. Lu Tianlin, noticing Ling Fan's bewilderment, furrowed his brow and emphatically clapped Ling Fan on the shoulder, lamenting, "I am your classmate, Lu Tianlin." Ling Fan scratched the back of his head, pondering for a moment before reluctantly admitting, "Is that so? I don't recall having you in class." "Huh, you're always dazed and lost in your studies. How could you notice me?" Lu Tianlin feigned a studious demeanor. Observing Lu Tianlin's mimicry, Ling Fan couldn't help but think there was a striking resemblance. It was a pity he wasn't pursuing a career in acting. With a playful glint in his eye, he remarked, "Well, you're decked out in designer labels. I never imagined we had such a young gentleman in our class. I should have endeavored to curry favor with you earlier." However, Lu Tianlin's previously exhilarated expression suddenly morphed into one of profound despondency. He waved his hands dismissively and sighed deeply. "I'm hardly a young lord. It's merely that my father has struck it rich. I am but a product of my father's fortune." Ling Fan found himself intrigued by Lu Tianlin's seemingly melancholic demeanor despite his father's newfound wealth, yet he refrained from probing further. Recognizing it as a personal matter, his gaze drifted to a group of similarly well-dressed individuals loitering by the entrance of the kanji shop, their impatience evident as they cast glances in their direction. "Are those your friends?" Ling Fan inquired. "Yes, I came out with a few friends today. Let us catch up another time. I'll invite you over in a few days, and we can have a proper chat," Lu Tianlin replied, suddenly recalling his friends waiting for him outside. He quickly rose from his seat, asking, "What is your phone number? Let me jot it down." As he pulled out an expensive smartphone, Ling Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment at the modest nature of his own device. "All right, here's my number, just give me a call," Ling Fan said, finally mustering the courage to refrain from retrieving his phone from his pocket. Instead, he extracted a pen from the file folder and scribbled a series of digits on a scrap of paper, handing it to Lu Tianlin. "OK." Lu Tianlin meticulously entered numbers into her prestigious mobile phone, then bid farewell to Ling Fan with a handshake, arranging for him to visit her home in a few days. She swiftly turned and dashed towards a group of friends by the door. Ling Fan, with remarkable speed, finished his porridge as if fearing that there might be no food left soon. This was one of the habits he had cultivated over the years, stemming from the times when his brother was often called away before finishing his meal. Such scenarios had played out before Ling Fan on numerous occasions. To surpass his brother and become a more accomplished forensic expert, he knew he had to transcend those habits. The street was filled with vehicles blaring their shrill horns desperately. In the past, Ling Fan would have found this cacophony exceedingly irritating. However, now he perceived this noise as melodious, far more pleasant than the chilling sound of a scalpel slicing through skin in the dissection room. As he lifted his gaze forward, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of a tall, slender young woman approaching. Her lustrous, curly black hair danced in the afternoon breeze, while a pink crop top hugged her waist snugly. And a light green pleated skirt accentuated her long, athletic legs. The girl resembled a lotus blooming in the mortal realm, a sight that was utterly delightful. Particularly enchanting was the sweet smile gracing her delicate face. This honeyed smile held a captivating power over Ling Fan, akin to the allure of heroin for an addict. A radiant smile blossomed on Ling Fan's face. He was never stingy with his smiles towards beautiful girls, especially towards one as lovely as this. The girl, seemingly unperturbed by the dazzling smile of the unfamiliar young man before her, gazed at Ling Fan with her sparkling eyes, reflecting a playful delight. She soon glided gracefully to Ling Fan's side, a subtle fragrance wafting towards him. As a gentle breeze stirred, a strand of hair lifted from her forehead, cascading over her enchanting eyes. She delicately raised a slender hand, gently brushing aside the hair that had fallen in front of her eyes. Ling Fan found himself mesmerized. While he had encountered many beautiful girls before, he had never witnessed such an elegantly graceful gesture. Just as he was about to strike up a conversation, the girl's eyes suddenly sparkled with mischief. With a flick of her finger, a pristine white handkerchief swiftly pressed against Ling Fan's mouth and nose. Alarm surged within him. A pungent scent emanated from the handkerchief, tinged with a faint sweetness. Ling Fan's heart raced as he realized, this is ether. Gradually, he felt his neural pathways begin to numb, his pupils dilating, while the girl's beautiful smile blurred before his eyes. In the moment he collapsed, years of experience flashed before him. Engaging in flirtation is perilous, and the consequences can be dire. A blinding light pierced through his eyelids, and Ling Fan immediately sensed a dim haze enveloping them. The intense light swayed before his eyes. Although he had regained some awareness, he hesitated to open them, wishing to uncover the motives of those who had brought him here. He resolved to continue feigning unconsciousness. Sister Chanyu, could it be that this big brother's sibling has inadvertently led me to my demise? A gentle yet anxious female voice broke the silence. In a way, the amount of medicine on the handkerchief is hardly significant. A cold, detached tone followed. Then why hasn't he awakened yet? The girl in the pink shirt pouted, murmuring, he was smiling at me earlier, and it was quite charming. Fool, what man could possibly refrain from smiling at you? Remember this, when you encounter a man who smiles at you, say nothing and just kick him. Though the calm voice remained icy, it brimmed with an overwhelming tenderness towards the girl in pink. Why on earth is he taking so long to wake up? Could it be that he has truly passed away? The cold woman extended her delicate fingers to probe Ling Fan's nose for signs of breath, exclaiming, this guy is truly fragile. Suddenly an opportunity arose. Ling Fan's eyes flew open, and in a swift motion, his right hand shot out to grasp the girl's wrist, twisting it backward and pulling her into his embrace. Unlike the girl in pink, the one in his arms donned a light green camouflage outfit, her hair styled in a neat ponytail, exuding a faint scent of fresh grass. Ling Fan found the girl somewhat familiar, yet he had no time to discern her face. Had he done so, he might have been struck with despair. As Ling Fan slightly twisted the arm of the ponytailed girl, he stepped off the bed, his other hand loosely yet firmly grasping her neck. Accidentally, his elbow brushed against her chest, but he pretended not to notice, wearing a radiant smile as he addressed the girl in pink, little sister, if you wish to prevent any mishap from befalling her, kindly inform your big brother of the reason you have bound me here. Who are you people? The girl in pink displayed an expression of sheer terror, shouting at Ling Fan, big brother, be careful. Chapter 6. The eccentric teammate Ling Fan felt utterly bewildered, akin to a monk who had lost his way. He was in a position of advantage, so why should he be cautious? Why should I be careful? The lecherous scoundrel is irrelevant. We are merely 8 levels apart. A familiar cold snort echoed. Ling Fan, clearly taken aback, recognized the calm yet decisive voice that felt so familiar. Suddenly, he recalled that this woman was the one who had rescued him from the hands of the Red Demon the previous night, a member of the hit Special Operations Group, and he felt his composure slipping away. Upon hearing that frosty voice, a sense of dread welled up within him. This situation was turning dire. Indeed, as he barely lifted his head, he saw that the ponytailed girl, Chu Tianyu, had already wriggled free from his grasp and leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Ling Fan's chest, sending him crashing onto the bed. Unable to rise for quite some time, the girl in pink rushed forward, embracing Chu Tianyu as she pleaded, Sister Tianyu, spare big brother's younger sibling. He didn't mean it. I believe he did mean it. That lecherous scoundrel actually dared to touch. Chu Tianyu's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple, as she stomped her foot in anger. Tianyu, how could you treat Ling Fan this way? A commanding voice resonated, the door of the dimly lit room creaked open, and the towering figure of Feng Yi strode in, followed by three peculiar individuals. Their oddity lay not only in their attire but also in the fact that one of them donned a nebula robe typically associated with divination. Ling Fan, clutching his subtly aching chest, rose from the bed and exclaimed, "Uncle, what on earth have you done? Why on earth did you let this violent woman abduct me?" Feng Yi shrugged, donning a mischievous grin characteristic of a scoundrel. "I have no idea, let us step outside, this room is too cramped for discussion." He turned and walked towards the exit, with the others trailing behind him. Chu Tianyu cast a fierce glance at Ling Fan, clearly indicating that he was fortunate this time, but she would undoubtedly seek vengeance later. Ling Fan sighed and shook his head, realizing that he possessed no offensive capability against women. However, as everyone exited, a wicked smile crept onto his lips. So she is indeed a D-cup. The living room remained as spacious as it had been the previous night, with a brilliant crystal chandelier adorning the intricately designed ceiling. The bright lights illuminated the room, casting a radiant glow. Cream-colored floral wallpaper enveloped the walls, exuding a warm ambience. A deep red plush carpet lay beneath his feet, soft and yielding, akin to walking on cotton. Feng Yi sat on the sofa, gesturing toward the vacant seat opposite him. "Please take a seat." Ling Fan, not one to be polite, promptly sat down, tossing the autopsy report onto the coffee table, harboring resentment. "Uncle, here is the report you requested. Take a look for yourself." Feng Yi took the file, extracting the detailed autopsy report, and scrutinized it line by line. A smile of delight spread across his face, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He slammed the report down onto the coffee table, brimming with excitement. "Excellent, your brother was right, you indeed possess a talent for forensic science. I hereby declare that you are officially a member of our hit Special Operations Group from this day forth." Humph. Upon hearing that he had finally joined the hit Special Operations Group, Ling Fan felt little excitement. Rather, his face was clouded with anger. "You still haven't explained to me why you had them abduct me?" "Big brother, the abduction was our idea. The boss had no part in it. We wanted to discern what sets you apart from Ling Feng. Are you as remarkable as he is?" The girl in the pink blouse leaned against the armrest of the sofa, her hands propping up her chin, giggling. "I'm Lin Xinyan, the one who brought you here from the street. I'm a super hacker. I am Gu Ruffing, a practitioner of the ancient arts, well versed in the mysteries of the universe and the nuances of feng shui," said a middle-aged man clad in a nebula robe, his long hair cascading around him, and Japanese wooden sandals adorning his feet. He held several ancient bronze coins in his hand, greedily gazing at Ling Fan with a smile. Ling Fan, unable to resist the allure of Gu Rufing's avaricious eyes, instinctively checked his wallet, relieved to find it still intact. However, the gleam in Gu Rufing's eyes unmistakably conveyed the message, "Kid, your money will eventually be mine. Be sure to hand it over immediately later." "Hey, my name is Chen Yuzhen, the individual responsible for firearms management here, as well as a sharpshooter." A short-haired girl clad in blue gazed at Ling Fan with a smile and added that she also serves as the provider for the hit Special Operations Group. Chu Tianyu. Clearly, Chu Tianyu remained resentful about Ling Fan's seemingly casual brush against her earlier, her eyes blazing with an intensity that seemed ready to ignite. The individuals in the hall introduced themselves in turn, leaving only Ling Fan to present himself. Clearing his throat, he revealed a radiant smile and said, "I am Ling Fan, the younger brother of Ling Feng, currently a high school student at the first high school of the city." Feng Yi produced a cigarette, lit it, and remarked with a grin, "I once mentioned to you that we operate independently of the city police department, as a special task force entirely separate from it. Our members are elite individuals selected from various police stations across the province, except for that peculiar onmyoji beside you. Hehe, I am merely here to earn my keep. You know how challenging life has become for us onmyoji these days. One must eat, after all, which is why I passed through numerous examinations to join this small group." Gurufu said with a broad grin. Ling Fan, somewhat puzzled, replied, "You actually underwent rigorous exams? Do onmyoji even take exams?" "Of course, just look at you, it's clear you harbor occupational bias. What is wrong with being an onmyoji? In ancient times, we practiced national martial arts. Now that the entire nation has embraced a market economy, we onmyoji have also adopted a competitive job system. Indeed, we must partake in written examinations on various subjects such as the I Ching, the Bible incantations, and countless others, which are not significantly easier than your college entrance exams." Gurufu feigned a deeply afflicted expression, shamelessly venting his indignation. Ling Fan could not help but chuckle wryly, marveling at how onmyoji have now entered the realm of competitive examinations. This world has become utterly absurd. "You lecherous fiend, you are courting death," Chu Tianyu exclaimed with a playful reprimand, seizing Ling Fan's arm and dragging him into the dimly lit room where he had previously fainted. "Hero, heroine, please spare me from a slap." A series of pitiful cries echoed from the shadowy chamber, prompting the onlookers in the hall to cross themselves in sympathetic concern, praying for Ling Fan's well-being and wishing him a swift reincarnation. Gurufu arranged 4 copper coins in a peculiar formation within his hands, muttering enigmatic phrases, before suddenly bringing his hands together, shaking them, and then opening them, causing the coins to tumble to the ground in a configuration of 3 above and 1 below. A good omen, Brother Ling shall surely pass through this night safely. Chapter 7, The resurgence of the Red Demon on the 12th of July. Deep in the night, enveloped in utter darkness, devoid of starlight and moonlight, only an endless void remained. 2 petty street thugs, dressed in a disreputable manner, leaned on each other, swaying unsteadily as they stumbled along the street, reeking of a noxious blend of alcohol. Humph! A profound sense of indignation enveloped him as he lamented, I truly believed I had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, securing a position as a security guard in that household, yet, to my astonishment, the elderly butler expelled me simply because my birthday falls on the 15th of July. What a bizarre twist of fate. A bald thug, slightly inebriated, shouted with resentment. Achi, let it go, such nouveau riche individuals only have their eyes fixed on the heavens. How could they ever consider hiring someone like us? In my humble opinion, we should seek some amusement tonight, chimed in a short, crew-cut fellow, a lewd grin plastered across his face. Xiaoji, are you unable to contain yourself? Would you like me to help relieve your pent-up frustration? The bald man, Achi, leered, pointing suggestively at the lower half of the short man's body. Enough joking, Wachi, the night is eerily dark, it feels strange. I wonder if we might encounter a ghost? Xiaoji, the diminutive thug, clutched Achi's arm tightly, his small eyes darting anxiously around, a foreboding sense of dread rising within him. What is there to fear? What era are we in? You still believe in ghosts? I fear nothing, Achi bellowed, throwing his head back in laughter. Let me say this, even if ghosts did exist, I wouldn't be afraid. Male ghosts are yours, and female ghosts are mine. We shall vanquish them together. A chilling breeze swept past the two, causing the short man to feel the hairs on his body stand on end. Achi, please stop, I sense a coldness in the air, as if something ominous is about to transpire. Xiaoji swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Don't be afraid, with Achi here, nothing dares approach us. Achi laughed heartily. Suddenly his laughter ceased abruptly, his gaze fixated on 2 crimson orbs before him, vaguely resembling human figures. Mustering his courage, he shouted, damn it, who's foolish enough to be out at this hour, pretending to be a ghost? With that, Achi retrieved his phone from his pocket, illuminating the darkness with a beam of light directed at the shadowy figure ahead. The moment the light touched it, both their faces drained of color, fear and horror etched dramatically across their features, their legs trembled uncontrollably, colliding with one another, their lips quivered incessantly, eyes wide with terror. Before them stood a figure clad in blood-red attire, its face grotesque and painted with crimson rage, long hair disheveled and swirling in the night breeze, its blood-red eyes, the size of copper bells, glared at the 2 men like a predator poised to pounce. In an instant, the red apparition flashed forward, its merciless, blood-soaked eyes, resembling a demon from the depths of hell, glaring coldly at the pair. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night, echoing through the shadowy street. On the 13th of July, shortly after 5 in the morning, a frantic ringtone pierced the silence, emanating from the bedside table of Ling Fan. A hand emerged from beneath the covers, grasping the phone and pressing it to his ear. Hello, this is Ling Fan, who is it? Why are you still asleep? It's Guru Feng, an anxious voice exclaimed from the other end of the line. Guru Feng, who are you? I don't recognize the name, Ling Fan replied, his mind still groggy. Big brother, it's me, Xan Yan. A soft and delicate voice, reminiscent of a young maiden, emanated from the microphone. Oh, it's Xin Yan, I just remembered, I truly apologize, Lao Gu. Ling Fan finally opened his drowsy eyes and, with a tone that blended 7 parts teasing and 3 parts contrition, called out to Gu Ruffing, gather in the office. Gu Ruffing, evidently wounded in pride by Ling Fan's earlier disregard, promptly hung up after issuing a terse command. The buzzing tone of the disconnected call resonated, and Ling Fan couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Ruffing's fragile psychological resilience. However, something must have transpired, so Ling Fan quickly leaped into action, hurriedly dressing and hailing a taxi to head towards headquarters. As soon as Ling Fan stepped through the grand doors of the hotel office, he was greeted by the raucous sounds of his fellow members. My apologies, Lao Gu, my mind didn't quite register this early in the morning, Ling Fan sheepishly remarked, scratching the back of his head. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal today as compensation. Alright, that's more like it, Gu Ruffing replied, loosening his grip and revealing a cheeky smile. I demand the full fish feast from Quanshengshi. What, do you think I'm your free gold card? Upon hearing the name Quanshengshi, Ling Fan's head spun. It was the most upscale hotel in Qingshan City, where patrons were expected to present a gold card for payment. Then, hearing full fish feast made him boil with indignation, and he coldly retorted, today, we're going to my place. And I'll whip up a bowl of noodles for you, just bring your own condiments. Just then, Feng Yi appeared seemingly out of nowhere, as if summoned by spirits, settling onto the sofa with his eyes gleaming like sharp blades and a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All personnel assemble. The members of the HIT Special Operations Group stood in neat formation in the living room, their eager eyes fixed nervously on their composed leader. Did you hear that? The opportunity to avenge our comrade Ling Feng has finally arrived. Feng Yi approached the group, his voice grave. In the early hours of this morning, around 4, a sanitation worker discovered a male corpse with a severed right arm while cleaning W Street in the city. According to a survivor, they were attacked by a malevolent spirit clad in red. Ling Fan clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging like worms, and he fixed his gaze on Feng Feng. He gazed at their retreating figures. Suddenly recalling something, he pivoted and retrieved an object from behind, exclaiming, "Ling Fan, wait a moment, this is for you." Only after the palpable aura of menace dissipated did Ling Fan turn to face Feng Yi. Upon seeing the item in Feng Yi's grasp, his eyes lit up with astonishment. This is my brother's forensic evidence examination kit. Indeed, this is your brother's weapon. I hope that from this day forth, this kit will be entrusted to you," Feng Yi declared, raising the kit before Ling Fan with a smile. Ling Fan carefully accepted the kit from Feng Yi's hands, gently caressing it, unable to suppress his exhilaration. Is this the very kit my brother took with him for every case? He hardly needed to examine its contents to know precisely where everything was located. At that moment, W Street had already been cordoned off by the police, and a crowd of morning exercisers began to gather outside the yellow tape. Craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the unfolding scene, all engaged in speculation about what had transpired. "I'm sorry, but you cannot enter." A brash young officer extended his hand to block Ling Fan and his companions, his face betraying a youthful arrogance. "We are colleagues." Chen Yuzhen produced her police badge from her pocket, presenting it before the young officer. "So you are the legendary team leader, Chen," he exclaimed, hastily lifting the yellow tape to allow the three to pass through. Ling Fan's previously smiling countenance suddenly darkened like a looming storm cloud, as he fixed a cold gaze upon Shu Tianyu and remarked, "Have you not comprehended clearly? He is a human being, not an object. Did my brother not inform you during the autopsy that he conducted with you?" Shu Tianyu stared blankly at the solemn-faced Ling Fan, and in that moment, it seemed as though she beheld a phantom of Ling Feng. Every gesture and movement was strikingly reminiscent of him. Tears began to well in her eyes, as she had not anticipated experiencing Ling Feng's presence once more in such a manner. Ling Fan, oblivious to the shift in Shu Tianyu's expression, retrieved a digital camera from the case and meticulously captured images within a 2-meter radius of the corpse, paying particular attention to several bloodstains and the gaping wound on the shoulder. He then donned a pristine white autopsy suit and white silk gloves, squatting beside the body to prepare for the examination. Suddenly, Shu Tianyu emitted a piercing scream. Ling Fan's countenance darkened significantly, losing the usual sunny demeanor. As he glared at Shu Tianyu and chastised, "Could you not be quieter? If this is the case, do not accompany me next time." With an icy stare, Ling Fan continued, "I do not require your presence. My brother has informed me that sometimes a body emits peculiar odors, which may serve as crucial evidence regarding the cause of death." As he spoke, Ling Fan began to scrutinize the corpse with great care. The deceased, male, approximately 30 years of age, exhibited a pallid purplish complexion, with evident strangulation marks around the neck, leading to the conclusion that the cause of death was likely asphyxiation. Ling Fan examined the left shoulder of the corpse, noting the conspicuous tissue adhesions that did not resemble cuts from a sharp instrument, stating, "The deceased's right arm has been violently severed at the shoulder, with the dismembered limb missing." With each part of the body he inspected, Ling Fan articulated his findings, while Shu Tianyu hastily transcribed his observations onto paper. It was her first realization that a corpse held so many secrets. This must be what people refer to as the voice of the dead. Casually glancing at Ling Fan, she noticed his brow occasionally furrowed, and at times, his expression would shift as if he had made a sudden discovery, revealing a remarkably animated demeanor that intrigued her, contrasting sharply with her initial perception of him as detestable. The deceased exhibited distinct livor mortis, with fading discoloration upon pressure, and the lividity could be shifted upon repositioning the body. Ling Fan continued his examination of the entire corpse, noting, "The rigor mortis is pronounced. The jaw, neck, shoulders, and lower limbs display weakness, with a tendency to spread throughout the body. The corneas of the deceased's eyes remain moist, and the pupils have begun to whiten. Based on these observations, we can deduce that the time of death likely occurred between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. last night." Subsequently, Ling Fan meticulously measured the rectal temperature. While examining the body, his gaze was drawn to the deceased's tightly clenched right hand, resembling an eagle's talon. Suddenly, as if he had discovered a treasure, he hurriedly turned to retrieve a transparent evidence bag from the forensic kit behind him, carefully using tweezers to extract some minute fragments from beneath the corpse's fingernails, which he then delicately placed into the bag. Then Ling Fan collected some bloodstains, filling an entire box with plastic bags before slowly rising to his feet. Stretching his limbs, he smiled at Shu Tianyu and remarked, "It truly reeks. It seems that being a forensic expert is not a pleasant occupation, huh?" Shu Tianyu chuckled softly in response. "So, how is it, you the lecherous rogue? Now realize how foul it is, don't you? Yet, you still dare to criticize me. By the way, what shall we do next?" Ling Fan replied with a playful grin. "My lady, if you insist on calling me a rogue, could you kindly omit the dead part? I fear not the title of rogue, but I do dread death. Please do not curse me. I shall curse you, dead rogue, Shu Tianyu declared, glaring at him with her bright almond-shaped eyes. "We still need to head to the morgue to dismember the body into 13 pieces, examining the intestines, stomach, gallbladder, liver, spleen, and so forth." Before Ling Fan could finish his thought, Shu Tianyu, like a bolt of lightning, seized the forensic kit and raced towards the outskirts of the crowd, her pace considerably quicker than before. Ling Fan chuckled to himself, turning to Chen Yuzhen and the young officer. What delightful conversation are you engaged in? What else could it be? Naturally, it is my unmatched heroic tales from years gone by. Chen Yuzhen laughed heartily, reminiscent of AMAN. By the way, where is that fortunate survivor now? Ling Fan inquired, turning to the young officer. He quickly signaled to Chen Yuzhen with a glance, urging her to leave, as they could not afford to linger any longer. Chen Yuzhen, decisively pulled away by Ling Fan, waved wistfully at the young officer, shouting, "Let us chat again next time, I will miss you." The young officer, tears streaming down his face, waved back, "Senior, safe travels." Witnessing their exchange, Ling Fan felt a wave of dizziness and nausea. He had faced the repulsive corpse moments earlier without a hint of queasiness. It was indeed the most prudent decision of the day to usher Chen Yuzhen away. At the First Municipal Hospital's Psychiatric Department, Chen Yuzhen retrieved her police badge from her pocket, smiling, "We are officers investigating this individual regarding a case." The female doctor quickly shook her head, stating, "No, he is experiencing significant psychological distress, and as his doctor, I cannot permit you to further agitate him. Please don't kill me, please don't kill me. It's terrifying." Blood-red eyes, a red ghost. Suddenly, a short young man grasped Ling Fan's arm, his terrified eyes locked onto him, his hands gripping tightly. Then, in a fit of madness, he laughed uproariously. "Ha ha, it tore apart Aki. Just a gentle tug, and the arm came off, it fell, ha." The short young man continued to cackle wildly, flailing his arms as he dashed down the corridor as if dancing, and the female doctor hurried after him, fearing that the young man might engage in even more bizarre behavior. Ling Fan's eyes sharpened with intensity as he clenched his fists, resolutely vowing to unearth this entity, whether it be human or ghostly, and bring it to justice. This was no longer solely for the sake of his brother, but also for the innocent souls who had been mercilessly slain. Chapter 8, The Loss of the Left Leg. Ling Fan chuckled softly, leaping onto a nearby sofa and pouring himself a cup of tea from the kettle resting atop it. He drank deeply, while Chen Yuzhen sat wearily on the sofa, her gaze fixed upon the intricately carved ceiling. "What have you two uncovered today?" Feng Yi inquired, squinting at them. Chen Yuzhen sighed, "We found nothing. The only survivor at the scene has gone mad, incessantly shouting about a red ghost with blood-red eyes." A flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossed Feng Yi's face, prompting him to turn towards Ling Fan and ask, "And you?" Ling Fan set down his cup of tea, replying with a smile, "Today, I examined the corpse. Although I did not conduct a pathological autopsy, I believe it is unnecessary, for I have already gleaned at least 4 clues from the body." Feng Yi's eyes, which had been narrowed, suddenly widened with intrigue as he extinguished his cigarette and urged, "Do share." Ling Fan placed his teacup aside and began, "Firstly, the corpse was strangled, indicating that a person of immense strength suddenly grasped the neck, leading to asphyxiation. If it were indeed a ghost, such a method of killing." Ling Fan stared at the empty teacup before him. "What clues do we have?" Chen Yuzhen, clearly more anxious than anyone else, had just endured a scolding from Feng Yi, leaving her extremely uncomfortable. She silently vowed to uncover the true culprit, the right arm. "The victim's right arm is missing." Ling Fan continued to fixate on the vacant teacup. "The last corpse I examined was missing its left arm. Now it is the right arm. What on earth does this entity intend to achieve?" He mused. Could it be that male ghost consumed both arms? Chen Yuzhen, still peeling a crimson apple with a small knife in her hand, inadvertently incited a wave of retching among those present. "Reminiscent of the relentless flow of the Yangtze River." "Sister Yuzhen, that's utterly revolting. I refuse to eat the meal you prepared tonight." "Absolutely not," Lin Xinyan exclaimed, waving her delicate hands and pouting. "I apologize, it just popped into my mind." Chen Yuzhen replied, her face adorned with an apologetic smile. "Sister Yuzhen, I fear you might be that red ghost," Gu Ruffing remarked from a distance. Though significantly older than Chen Yuzhen, he joined the others in addressing her as Sister Yuzhen, which felt somewhat peculiar. Upon hearing Gu Ruffing's voice, Ling Fan suddenly had a revelation. He looked up at Gu Ruffing and asked, "Old Gu, in your studies of yin and yang, what significance does a missing left arm hold?" Gu Ruffing pondered deeply for a moment before responding, "If it were merely a left arm and a right arm, I suspect they would hold no particular significance. That is indeed strange. What purpose could the male ghost have for the left and right arms?" Ling Fan reclined against the sofa, gazing at the ceiling in contemplation. Suddenly an urgent phone call pierced the air. Chen Yuzhen sprang to her feet and rushed to the phone. After a brief pause, she picked it up, but before she could speak, the caller on the other end interjected, "Is this Feng's team? There's been another incident. In a birch forest on the outskirts of Qingshan City, another corpse has been discovered, similar to the one found this morning on M Street, but it is missing a left leg. You must come quickly." With that, the caller hung up. "A ghost has appeared again," Chen Yuzhen said gravely to those gathered in the living room, noting that this time, the victim was also missing a left leg. In no time, the three of them had driven to the birch forest. The crime scene was easily identifiable, where there were the most people. There was undoubtedly a murder site. Ling Fan and his companions navigated through the crowd, bypassing the barricades, and approached a detective poring over a notebook. "Oh, is that you, Yuzhen? I heard you were transferred to another department." What brings you back to homicide? The detective inquired, surprised to see Chen Yuzhen shaking her hand with a smile. Who knows, according to witnesses, he was merely passing by in his car when he suddenly saw a figure. Entirely Ling Fan had no time to waste idly chatting. He strode directly to a piece of white cloth, crouched down, and unveiled it. What lay beneath was yet another ashen face, marked by deep strangulation marks around the neck. Devoid of any livor mortis, with a temperature that remained relatively normal, and the rigor mortis was not pronounced, only a few ants, drawn by the scent, were feasting upon the corpse, which was now reduced to a thin layer of skin barely holding together. Still seeping blood, dark crimson fluid flowed steadily from the severed vessels, trickling along the fragile strands of flesh into the green grass below, staining the verdant blades a deep brown. It was undoubtedly the work of that malevolent spirit. How audacious of him to commit such a heinous act in broad daylight. Ling Fan covered the body once more with the white cloth. Seething with anger, Chu Tianyu approached and inquired, "Any leads? Do you think I possess divine insight? All I can ascertain is that we are dealing with a red-clad male ghost, incredibly strong, though still lacking in comparison to him," Ling Fan retorted, a shameless grin plastered across his face. Arms crossed, however, he quickly realized that jesting with Chu Tianyu was a perilous endeavor. Unfazed by his words, Chu Tianyu delivered a swift kick, leaving an imprint of her military boot on Ling Fan's rear. Chen Yuzhen approached, holding the death file of the individual before them. "So, have you discerned anything?" Ling Fan brushed off the dust from his posterior and chuckled, "Similar to the corpse on M Street. This one was suffocated to death, and the male ghost has taken his left leg. In the previous case, it was the left arm that was removed, while this morning's victim had his right arm taken. And now this one has lost his left leg. What on earth does that ghost intend to do with these parts?" Chen Yuzhen pondered thoughtfully. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the streets came alive with vibrant neon lights. Pulsating with joyous and harmonious melodies, strollers along the snack street ambled leisurely, sampling morsels from each stall, while the traffic was ensnared, filled with the incessant blaring of horns. Not far away, behind a glimmering pane of glass, were a pair of bright eyes filled with worry and concern. Chen Yuzhen, earlier that afternoon, she had faced a tirade from Boss Feng for her perceived lack of diligence. He had warned her that if the case remained unsolved for a week, she would be the first to be dismissed. "Damn it," Chen Yuzhen vented, striking a fist against the tempered glass. "Yuzhen Jia, what's wrong?" Ling Fan approached with a cup of tea, feigning ignorance that he relished the sight of her distress. Finding it endearing that he leaned against the glass beside her, gazing out at the throngs of people happily indulging in street food, as if they were entirely free of worries. "It's all because of that male ghost case. 2 people have already lost their lives. At this rate, who knows how many more will fall victim to his vile hand." Chen Yuzhen appeared despondent. "Well, there's little we can do. We are in the light while he lurks in the shadows. And the clues we possess are insufficient to narrow down the suspects. Do you know what I desire most at this moment?" Ling Fan asked, his eyes twinkling as he looked at Chen Yuzhen. Understanding the implication in his gaze, Chen Yuzhen's lips curled into a smile. "I hope that the male ghost will emerge again to commit another crime." "Correct, 10 points added." Ling Fan raised his head and downed the tea in his hand. "If it were to commit another crime, we would surely discern a common thread among the 4 cases. Many serial killings share such connections, and this case is no exception. This explains why he did not kill the short young man in the second incident, but merely eliminated the bald-headed Achi." Ling Fan then gazed out into the impenetrable darkness, a resolute glint in his eyes. "I believe the last corpse, Achi from the morning, and the body from this afternoon must have some connection. We simply have yet to uncover it. We require a 4th case for comparative analysis. Big brother, Sister Yuzhen, hurry up. I've made you crispy spicy sausages." Lin Xinyan's cheerful voice, akin to a white songbird, echoed from the kitchen. "This is my first time cooking. Crispy spicy sausages, the name sounds delightful. I wonder how they look." Ling Fan rubbed his hands together, inhaling the enticing aroma wafting through the air, and turned to behold the plate of fragrant sausages. The snow-white porcelain plate cradled sausages as thick as an arm, their skins crisped to perfection, glistening with bright red tomato sauce. Ugh, everyone in the room, save for Lin Xinyan, felt a wave of nausea surge within them. Bending over in retching fits, "Silly girl, what on earth have you made? It's utterly disgusting," Chu Tianyu exclaimed, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket to cover his mouth, pointing at the plate. Ling Fan, with swift determination, dashed over, snatching the plate from Lin Xinyan's hands and tossing it into the nearby refrigerator with a resounding bang as he slammed the door shut. He turned to Lin Xinyan and declared, "Do not ever prepare such bizarre dishes again. Leave the cooking to Sister Yuzhen." The atmosphere in the living room was already somewhat oppressive. It was just beginning to inspire our spirits and facilitate our contemplations of the case. "But with your commotion, look what has become of it," Lin Xinyan pouted, adopting a coy demeanor. "I merely wanted to ensure everyone wasn't hungry. I made this especially for you all." As she spoke, glistening tears began to well in her beautiful eyes. Gu Rufin burst into laughter. "I actually think Xinyan's cooking is quite impressive. It livens up this dreary atmosphere. Otherwise, you lot might have truly frightened me to death." "Old Gu, cease your laughter for a moment and tell me if there are any results regarding the matters I am investigating today." Ling Fan urged, patting Gu Rufan's back, flashing an innocuous smile. Gu Rufan, feeling uncomfortable under Ling Fan's gaze, waved his hands in protest, sighing, "Don't scare me. I'm rather timid." The outcome wasn't that I found nothing, but rather that the information I gathered was overwhelming, so much so that even I, a genius yin-yang master of both intellect and bravery, am flabbergasted. I require another case to confirm my findings. Ling Fan observed Gu Rufan, then turned to the smiling Chen Yuzhen, and burst into laughter. "Indeed, great minds think alike. Just moments ago, Sister Yuzhen and I were on the same wavelength. If we encounter another case, we shall surely find clues to capture the male ghost. It seems as if a large man has completely disregarded me, as though only he holds significance. Should my sisters and I show him the extent of my prowess?" Chu Tianyu smiled brightly at Lin Xinyan and Chen Yuzhen. "Sister Tianyu, please. Tianyu, please." Chen Yuzhen and Lin Xinyan chimed in unison with laughter. Chu Tianyu gracefully moved her slender neck and delicate wrists, approaching Ling Fan step by step. Ling Fan was acutely aware that the woman in camouflage attire, adorned with an angelic smile, possessed a slender neck and delicate wrists that were but a beguiling facade. Chen Yuzhen had witnessed firsthand how this smiling girl had effortlessly shattered a small tree as thick as a bull with a single kick. A warrior. No, a heroine. A harmonious society does not advocate violence. Ling Fan, having personally experienced Chu Tianyu's formidable prowess, felt a chill run down his spine and frantically waved his hands like a small fan caught in a gentle breeze. "Hero scoundrel, it seems you frightened me quite delightfully this morning. Now it's time for this heroine to let off some steam," Chu Tianyu teased with a captivating smile. Gu Ruyun hurriedly sidestepped, making it clear he wanted to sever all ties with Ling Fan. "Tianyu, don't feel obligated to spare me. Go ahead and unleash your fury. Ever since this brat arrived, my status as a genius yin-yang master has been overshadowed. He deserves a beating." Ling Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that a comrade who had just been on the same front line would so swiftly switch allegiances. The world was indeed a dark place. Before long, a series of anguish. "Are you going out?" "Humph, at such a late hour. The first one to leave will be you." Chu Tianyu scoffed. "I'm not afraid. I'm not even a formal member," Ling Fan exclaimed as he swung the door open, his body already darting outside, peeking his head out with a shameless grin. "I'll strongly suggest to the boss to transfer me to logistics, so I can butcher pigs for you." With that, the door slammed shut. Ling Fan quickly made his way to a porridge shop across from the City Forensic Research Institute. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he was met with a dazzling flash of blue that struck his eyes like lightning. He hastily shielded his eyes with his hand, and upon closer inspection, he noticed a stunning deep blue BMW sports car parked at the foot of the building's steps, drawing the envious gazes of passers-by who couldn't help but drool at the sight. A young man clad in a light blue shirt stood in front of the car. Seeing Ling Fan approach, the young man smiled and said, "I was just about to call you. What perfect timing." Ling Fan circled the magnificent deep blue sports car twice, then playfully punched its body, exclaiming, "If anyone claims there are no social classes in this world, I wouldn't believe them even if they killed me. This car is the epitome of all evil." Lu Tianlin laughed. "If you like it, I'll just give it to you." Ling Fan's eyes sparkled with disbelief, not because he doubted Lu Tianlin's generosity, but because he couldn't fathom such lavishness. "Here, this is for you," Lu Tianlin said, tossing the car keys to Ling Fan. "The car is yours now. This world is utterly insane." Ling Fan twisted his arm, confirming that he indeed held the keys to a sports car. Feeling as though he were in a dream, he thought to himself, if anyone ever claimed he wasn't an overnight millionaire, he wouldn't believe it for a second. He glanced at the keys and casually tossed them back to Lu Tianlin, jumping into the car. "Ha, you can keep the car. I can't afford to maintain it. I was going to tell you I had something else to do and wouldn't be able to visit you, but seeing this car, I genuinely want to come over and experience the thrill of sudden wealth. I guarantee I won't disappoint you." Lu Tianlin effortlessly caught the keys he had tossed back. Riding in a sports car felt worlds apart from taking the bus, fast and stable. It felt as though the car were soaring, gliding without a hint of tremor. Ling Fan suddenly regretted returning the car keys to Lu Tianlin. Even if he didn't keep it, a couple of days behind the wheel would have been splendid, especially for striking up conversations with beautiful girls. What a blunder. Gradually, the number of pedestrians along the streets dwindled, and the car turned into a quiet, secluded lane. The verdant birch trees lining the road dappled the bright sunlight, and a refreshing breeze brushed against his cheeks, evoking a pastoral feeling away from the city. Before long, a tall, pitch-black electronic gate appeared before Ling Fan. To the left of the gate, a long queue of men stood, each distinct in appearance: coal miners, students, ruffians, white-collar workers, and even businessmen in suits. If there were one commonality among them, it was that they were all men. Ling Fan couldn't help but feel curious and asked, "Tianlin, what are all these people queuing up for?" In Lu Tianlin's eyes, an unusual glimmer flickered. They were here to apply for the security position. Who was that gaunt, middle-aged man sitting beside the iron gate? Jotting down notes, Ling Fan pointed at the man in front of the black iron door. "Oh, that's Xiao Ziang. He works as our gardener, primarily tending to the lawn. Perhaps today Su Bo arranged for him to register the applicant's information." Lu Tianlin explained, her gaze not truly focusing on Zhao Ziang. As she spoke, a blue BMW gradually came to a halt before the black electronic gate. Lu Tianlin inserted her thumb into a square slot embedded in the door. And with a beep, the black electronic gate slowly swung open. Ling Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. The scene reminiscent of a film unfolded before him with startling realism, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Uncle Zhao? You carry on with your tasks. There are still many people in line. I'll drive the car in myself, Lu Tianlin said with a smile. This is my high school friend Ling Fan, who is visiting today. She added. Lu Shenghui's face briefly reflected concern, yet he maintained a smile as he addressed Ling Fan. This is my father's dedicated chauffeur. We affectionately call him Uncle Pang. Hello Uncle Pang, Ling Fan greeted the plump driver with a smile. There's no need for formalities, young master Ling. Please enjoy your conversation with the young master. I must step out to assist the master with something, the driver, Uncle Pang, remarked before making his exit. The courtyard, sprawling like a football field, was adorned with lush green grass, dominated by a fountain at its center. Snow-like water cascaded from a white jade sculpture of a woman, pouring from her water jug, creating splashes that glimmered like pearls, shimmering with rainbow hues under the sunlight. Ahead, a striking Gothic structure of white and blue emerged, its novel design harmoniously blending with the surrounding environment, the pristine white walls enveloped by the verdant branches of the French parasol trees. How extraordinary! When might I possess a house like this, unless in a dream? Ling Fan marveled at the dreamlike scenery before him. No matter how splendid the house, alas, it cannot shield from the shadows lurking behind. Lu Tianlin unexpectedly interjected, her gaze betraying a hint of trepidation as she stared at the house. Ling Fan found her sudden remark peculiar but soon rationalized it. Indeed, affluent families often bore their share of troubles, and it was best to refrain from prying into their private affairs. Just as the two turned to approach the magnificent building, a sudden thud echoed as Ling Fan collided with an oncoming individual. Fortunately, thanks to his recent training with Chu Tianyu, Ling Fan's body could withstand the impact, while the other person was not as fortunate. Tumbling to the ground, Ling Fan hurriedly stepped forward to assist the fallen man. Apologizing, I'm so sorry, I didn't see you. Are you alright? I'm fine, the young man replied slowly as he rose, adjusting his glasses and forcing a smile. It's no problem. With that, he swayed as he made his way toward the electronic gate. Su Bo, does this person not meet the criteria either? Lu Tianlin inquired of an elderly gentleman in a tailcoat, who appeared to be in his 50s. While he met the criteria, his frail physique rendered him unsuitable for the role of a security guard. Shin Bo shook his head with a sigh, yet his gaze remained fixed on the young man slowly approaching the Grand Iron Gate. Chapter 10, In Search of Ghostly Traces. Su Bo, the butler of the Lu family, was a man nearing 50, with deeply etched wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and a benevolent expression. He was typically clad in a black tailcoat, his posture slightly stooped, and when he smiled his eyes would narrow into slits. Young master, may I ask who this gentleman is? Su Bo inquired, directing a smile towards Ling Fan. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce him. Su Bo, this is my high school classmate Ling Fan, Lu Tianlin replied, pointing at Su Bo and grinning at Ling Fan. Ling Fan, this is Su Bo, the butler my father has hired. Despite Su Bo's age, many affairs of our household are managed by him. Ling Fan regarded the elderly gentleman with an expression of astonishment, marveling that someone of his age could oversee such a vast estate. He couldn't help but express his admiration, saying, Su Bo, you truly exemplify the vigor of age. Su Bo, squinting his eyes as he surveyed Ling Fan, chuckled, I may be but an old bone, yet it is you, young Master Ling, who possesses eloquence and remarkable talent. I have no doubt you will achieve great things in the future. Ling Fan chuckled, feeling a swell of pride at being called talented. If only he could sprout wings and soar to the heavens. He then inquired of Su Bo why the family required security guards. Su Bo glanced at the long line of luxury cars at the entrance and sighed, the master's estate is vast, and I have recently heard unsettling news from the city. There have been reports of several homicides. Besides the driver, Uncle Pang, the lawn worker Zhao Ziang, and myself, this household is attended by a number of rather frail maids. In the event of any untoward incidents, it would be prudent to have a few guards to ensure our safety. Turning his gaze towards the opulent Western-style mansion, the exquisite fountain, and the expansive green lawn, Ling Fan's face lit up with a radiant smile upon seeing three young maids passing by, their laughter reminiscent of blooming flowers. Indeed, security guards are necessary. It would not be excessive to hire a few more for the sake of those lovely young women, he remarked with a chuckle. Ha, Ling Fan, it seems you have quite the concern for beautiful ladies, Lu Tianlin teased, glancing at the three maids who were surreptitiously casting glances in their direction, playfully patting Ling Fan on the shoulder. Of course, in a world scarce of delightful sights, encountering a few exquisite young women is the greatest solace in life, Ling Fan replied, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on the three enchanting maids. Very well, Su Bo, please continue with your duties. I shall take Ling Fan inside for a look, Lu Tianlin said, leading Ling Fan towards the interior. If the verdant lawn and splendid fountain had left Ling Fan astonished with his mouth agape, standing in the living room now rendered him nearly speechless, his jaw almost dropping in awe. The pale yellow velvet carpet, immaculate and pristine, sprawls across the nearly 200 square meters of the luminous living room floor. Several grand floor-to-ceiling windows transform the bright light from outside into a resplendent rainbow that cascades within. Delicate light blue silk curtains drape gracefully over the windows, while 4 crystal chandeliers dangle from the snow-white ceiling. Chiming melodiously in the gentle breeze. A bread-colored sofa is positioned before an exquisite coffee table, which bears an incense burner from which wisps of fragrant smoke slowly ascend, carrying a subtle and soothing aroma that refreshes the senses. Lu Tianlin reclines against the sofa, feigning an air of pride as she inquires about Ling Fan's feelings. It's astonishing. I never imagined that my dormitory could be likened to a doghouse in comparison to this place. Ling Fan exclaimed, turning his gaze around and letting out a sigh. At that moment, a middle-aged woman of shorter stature, clad in a beige apron, approached Lu Tianlin and inquired with a respectful bow. "Young man, what would you like to eat tonight? I shall prepare it shortly." "Fengma, let's add a few more dishes for dinner. He is my classmate, Ling Fan, and he will be dining with us this evening," Lu Tianlin said, pointing at Ling Fan with a smile directed at Fengma. "So it is young Master Ling. May I ask what dishes young Master Ling fancies?" Fengma inquired politely, glancing at Ling Fan. "Haha, please refrain from calling me young master. I am merely a humble high school student. There is no need for you to go to such trouble on my account. Just prepare whatever you like," Ling Fan replied with a chuckle. Understood. Fengma bowed in response before making her way to the kitchen. Ling Fan continued to admire the decor within the grand living room when suddenly an intriguing brown ornament hanging on the wall caught his attention. He retrieved the object from the wall and examined it closely, only to feel a slight change in his expression upon realizing that the horn was fashioned from a human fibula. Ling Fan was perplexed by Lu Tianlin's demeanor, noticing a hint of unease on her face, suggesting that this horn was indeed something sinister. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Sure enough, 2 middle-aged men descended, engaged in conversation and laughter. Lu Chang's father, Lu Zhenhai, a robust man, appeared at that moment, yet his eyes were bloodshot and his face bore a pallor that hinted at a recent illness, rendering him quite haggard. If one were to claim that this man was the same individual who had once amassed a fortune overnight, it would be hard for anyone to believe that he was now in such a wretched state. "Dad, I thought you were out with Uncle Pang on business," Lu Tianlin exclaimed, gazing at the middle-aged man in a gray suit. She then noticed another man in a black suit standing nearby. His complexion ashen. Lu Tianlin awkwardly forced a smile. "Oh, I see Boss Chang is here as well. Are you here to discuss antiques with my dad again?" "Heavens, Tianlin, how could you speak to Boss Chang like that? I have told you countless times to address him as Uncle Chang. He is a dear friend of your father's from the past, and you must not be disrespectful," Lu Zhenhai admonished, his brow furrowed. Visibly displeased with Lu Tianlin's attitude towards Boss Chang. "I apologize, father. I shall be more mindful in the future." "Chang Shu, why don't we dine at home this evening? I would also like to seek your guidance on some antique knowledge," Lu Tianlin remarked, hastily shifting the topic with a smile. "Certainly, however, I cannot today as I have other matters to attend to. Another day, I shall bring you a few fine items and elaborate on them," Boss Chang said, his eyes narrowing into slits as he gazed at Lu Tianlin with a grin. Boss Chang was a gaunt middle-aged man, his eyes often glinting with a mischievous light, with his hands perpetually tucked into his pockets, as if concealing a precious pearl within. "Tianlin, who is this?" Lu Zhenhai inquired, looking at Ling Fan, who stood behind Lu Tianlin. "Uncle, I am Tianlin's high school classmate. My name is Ling Fan," he replied, flashing a smile more radiant than the sun. "Tianlin, what are you still doing here? Why don't you hurry and take Ling Fan to your bedroom?" Lu Zhenhai was evidently quite upset with Lu Tianlin, yet Ling Fan sensed that Boss Chang's narrow gaze was fixated on Lu Tianlin, as if he wished to devour her whole. Observing Boss Chang's penetrating stare, Lu Zhenhai coughed heavily, signaling for Lu Tianlin to promptly vanish from his and Boss Chang's presence. "Yes, father, I shall take Ling Fan to my bedroom at once." Lu Tianlin, surprisingly unperturbed, obediently tugged Ling Fan toward her room. With a resounding bang, Lu Tianlin slammed the door of her bedroom shut, pressing her back against the door, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming at her temples. Ling Fan turned to gaze at the terrified Lu Tianlin, a wave of questions surging within him, wondering why her complexion appeared so distressed. Lu Tianlin quickly turned away, insisting that all was well, and forced a faint smile to change the subject. "Ling Fan, look, this is my bedroom. What do you think?" Lu Tianlin seemed unfazed by Ling Fan's abrupt inquiry, though her expression subtly shifted. "I am not entirely certain either. Whenever I asked my father before, he would say he made a substantial profit from a lucrative deal with his friends." Ling Fan chuckled. "Earning money is one thing, but this seems rather excessive, doesn't it? In my opinion, such a mansion could almost place one among the top 300 richest in China." Ling Fan, naturally curious about Lu Tianlin's peculiar demeanor today, hesitated to inquire further, but now he encouraged himself. Realizing the allure of uncovering others' secrets, Lu Tianlin did not respond immediately. Instead, she crouched down by the bedroom door, gently cracking it open to peek outside. Once assured that no one was around, she closed it again and hurried to the window, drawing the curtains tightly shut, then released a long sigh. "Ling Fan, I still wish to ask you, do you believe in ghosts?" The sudden mention of ghosts jolted Ling Fan, instantly connecting his thoughts to the recent cases of suspected malevolent spirit dismemberments. A strange smile flickered across Lu Tianlin's frightened face, her voice trembling as she declared, "I saw a ghost, a red ghost." Ling Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, sparkling with excitement like two brilliant gems. As he grasped Lu Tianlin's arm and exclaimed, "What did you just say? You saw a ghost?" Indeed, such occurrences were previously unheard of. However, ever since my father unexpectedly acquired immense wealth, our home has been frequently invaded by inexplicable objects and sounds. Lu Tianlin's body lay supine on the bed, as if bereft of its skeletal structure, with her gaze fixed intently on the ceiling. "This matter has weighed heavily on my heart for quite some time. And I have hesitated to confide in anyone, fearing ridicule. You see, I have been plagued by nightmares lately, haunted by the vision of a blood-soaked specter. You may find it hard to believe, but just a week ago, on a night nearing 1 o'clock in the morning, I was in a drowsy stupor when I heard sounds emanating from the courtyard. Stealthily, I crawled from my bed and pulled back a corner of the curtain to peer outside. Ling Fan, do you know what I saw? It was a ghost drenched in blood. Moreover, it clutched a severed object in its hand. Can you imagine what it was? A dismembered human arm, a bloodied arm." As Lu Tianlin recounted this, her voice crescendoed to a near shout, the long-suppressed terror within her finally erupting. If we speak of excitement, Ling Fan's fervor rivaled that of Lu Tianlin, for the elusive red ghost had finally found an eyewitness, none other than a high school classmate. It seemed that Ling Fan had indeed come to the right place today. Observing Lu Tianlin's frenzied expression, Ling Fan hastily grasped her shoulders, urging her to calm down. How can I remain calm? You did not witness that scene. You cannot fathom the terror I felt in that moment, Lu Tianlin retorted, gripping Ling Fan's arm tightly, her voice trembling. That night, the sky was shrouded in darkness. And that creature, resembling a human, dragged a severed arm as it walked step by step, blood pooling beneath it. In an effort to stabilize Lu Tianlin's emotions for their investigation, Ling Fan revealed another facet of her identity, which elicited a look of skepticism from Lu Tianlin. No, Lu Tianlin forcefully pushed Ling Fan away, curling her body tightly, trembling as she declared, "I refuse to be a witness. You are all fools. And that includes you. Do you even comprehend what you are facing? It is a ghost, a being beyond the ordinary. How could you possibly contend with it?" Ling Fan, momentarily shedding her usual gentleness, surged forward, grasping Lu Tianlin and pinning her against the wall, her voice low and resolute. "Let me tell you again, there are no ghosts in this world. There are merely individuals masquerading as ghosts to execute some nefarious scheme. We must find it, or more lives will be lost. Tianlin, we need your assistance." She paused, then fixed her gaze on Lu Tianlin once more, adding, "And my brother perished because of it, which is why I vow to solve this case and bring that impostor to justice." A bitter smile twisted Lu Tianlin's face as she replied, "Ling Fan, do you truly believe you can defeat it?" Ling Fan stared deeply into Lu Tianlin's eyes, resolutely asserting, "I believe that the power of justice will always triumph over evil. As long as we unite, we shall eradicate that ghost from this world." Chapter 11. A life hanging by a thread, the sound of labored breathing, eyes wide with terror, a broken pair of glasses. Beads of sweat the size of mung beans continually trickling down his forehead, and the pallid moonlight casting a gloomy hue upon the dimly lit street. Suddenly a frantic figure emerged from the shadows, casting a long silhouette on the ground. The pristine white shirt, drenched in sweat, had become nearly translucent, while one lens of the young man's glasses lay shattered, the other precariously clinging to the frame. His face, ashen and devoid of color, bore no semblance of vitality, and his disheveled hair stood almost on end as he dashed forward in a wild frenzy. Abruptly, his feet slipped, and he stumbled to the ground. Yet he uttered not a sound, swiftly rolling to his feet and continuing his frantic sprint down the street. A blue BMW glided slowly along the road, akin to a streak of azure lightning tearing through the inky darkness of the night. "Ling Fan, do you truly believe that the figure in red is human?" Lu Tianlin gripped the steering wheel tightly, a flicker of concern lingering in her heart. "Indeed, I have analyzed the DNA found beneath the deceased's nails. It is unmistakably human. If it were a ghost, how could there be genuine, living blood samples?" Ling Fan replied with a smile. "However, I still feel a sense of unease, for recent events in our household have been exceedingly peculiar. I find myself increasingly inclined to accept the notion of the supernatural." A piercing scream suddenly erupted from the street ahead, a sound that seemed to reach the very limits of human vocalization, sending chills racing down their spines. Ling Fan and Lu Tianlin exchanged alarmed glances, and in an instant Ling Fan leaped from the car, racing toward the source of the chilling cry. "Ling Fan, what are you doing?" Lu Tianlin hurriedly followed suit, calling out as she pursued him, "I am going too." Lu Tianlin hesitated for a moment, gazing into the boundless darkness ahead, then steeled herself and hurried after Ling Fan. Blood, dark crimson blood, streamed through the cracks in the floorboards. A pair of shattered glasses lay abandoned, their lenses crushed, hollow, lifeless eyes, bulging orbs, an exaggeratedly gaping mouth, a face as pale as death pressed against the cold ground, and bluish-purple bruises encircling the neck. A severed right leg lay sprawled on the ground, hot blood continuing to spurt from the thigh, gradually forming beneath the voluminous crimson robe. The red demon dragged its severed leg with one hand, while the other slowly emerged from the billowing sleeves, revealing 5 sharp obsidian claws that glimmered ominously under the pallid moonlight. My heavens, Lu Tianlin, who was pursuing closely behind, trembled in horror upon spotting the malevolent figure under the moonlight not far away. Her feet faltered, causing her to collapse onto the ground, her eyes wide with terror, hands clutching the earth as she recoiled in fright, her quivering lips uttering, "It is it. The red-robed spectre I saw is indeed this one." As she frantically called out, she rolled away towards the direction of her sports car. Ling Fan was also shaking violently, yet as a member of the hit Special Operations Group, he bore the weighty responsibility of uncovering the truth behind his brother's demise. Regardless of what loomed before him, he had to stand firm. Even if it were truly a ghost, retreat was not an option. A sinister grin curled at the corners of the specter's mouth, manifesting grotesquely against its crimson visage, becoming all the more terrifying in the stark moonlight. While disheveled locks of hair writhed in the darkness, cold sweat trickled down Ling Fan's back, soaking through his shirt. And though he yearned to call out, his throat felt as though it were constricted by a leaden weight, rendering him voiceless. His hand trembled uncontrollably as he aimed his phone at the crimson apparition. Thus, he stood phone raised, gritting his teeth in confrontation with the ghastly figure dragging a severed leg. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone emanated from his phone, causing his complexion to pale drastically. He realized that the ruse of his phone as a weapon had been exposed. In that instant, a putrid stench approached him. As Ling Fan lifted his gaze, his face drained of color, for a bloodied, crimson visage loomed perilously close to his own. Two blood-red eyes, resembling those of a famished beast, fixated upon him, while a blood-red tongue flicked against his face, sending a chilling tremor that infiltrated every cell of his being, transforming into beads of sweat that trickled down. "Not if I do not seek you out. You come to me instead, seeking death." A wailing voice, reminiscent of a ghostly howl, echoed in Ling Fan's ears, and he then beheld the hand adorned with 5 sharp black claws rise, dripping with fresh blood, still oozing as it lunged toward his throat. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out, their echoes merging in an instant within Ling Fan's ears. Elation surged within him as he opened his eyes to see the red specter leap away from his side. 2 dark holes appearing in its blood-soaked palm. Blood dripped from its hand as its ferocious crimson gaze fixated on Ling Fan's back, while its other hand continued to drag the severed leg. Chu Tianyu held a 92-style pistol, renowned as the king of military handguns, yet Ling Fan was perplexed by Chen Yuzhen, who stood calmly between them, gazing at him with a cheerful smile. "You wicked scoundrel. Are you unharmed?" Chu Tianyu aimed at the red specter, her eyes unwaveringly fixed, yet she smiled at Ling Fan. "You wicked scoundrel, be careful." The delicate visage of Chu Tianyu suddenly transformed, her expression shifting dramatically as the crimson specter extended 5 elongated claws towards Ling Fan once more. Seizing the moment while others were engaged in conversation, the red-clad phantom advanced menacingly, too close for Chu Tianyu to aim accurately. While hidden behind Ling Feng. In desperation, she shouted loudly. A brilliant cold light flashed, colder than the moonlight in the dark night, streaking before Ling Fan like a silver meteor. With a sharp sound, a dazzling and keen dagger plunged into the palm of the red demon. The creature recoiled in terror, its crimson eyes wide with fright as it fixated on Chen Yuzhen's hand, which bore another dagger's point. Suddenly, a prolonged wail erupted, reminiscent of a hellish cry, reverberating in the ears of those present. The red specter faltered, dragging its severed limb into the shadows beside the street. By the time they looked back, it had vanished, leaving only a pool of dark red blood staining the gray pavement. Compared to the specter's disappearance, Ling Fan was far more concerned about Chen Yuzhen and her swift, thunderous throw of the dagger. His astonished gaze was fixed on her. He had never imagined that the short-haired woman before him was a master of cold weaponry. "Sister Yuzhen, I had no idea you were a skilled knife thrower. Didn't you use a firearm when you were in the police force?" Ling Fan inquired, his eyes locked onto her. Chen Yuzhen raised the dagger in her hand, laughing heartily like a man. "Ha, during my time in the police force, every bullet had to be accounted for. This was far more effective." Ling Fan then asked how they had suddenly arrived here to assist him. This was a predicament. He despised being indebted to others for favors, which were far more intangible than monetary debts. Though seemingly worthless in casual conversation, when the time came, a favor could be worth more than 1,000 gold pieces. "You two should stop bickering and come see this person." Chu Tianyu had already holstered her weapon, standing beside the deceased. Ling Fan crouched down to examine the corpse. The victim had met the same fate as those from the previous 2 murder cases, having been strangled to death before having a right leg torn away. Suddenly flipping the deceased's face over, Ling Fan's countenance shifted dramatically, his lips trembling in disbelief. "How could it be him? Why is it the right leg this time?" "Dead scoundrel!" Chu Tianyu crossed her arms, fixating her gaze on the crystal chandelier above Ling's head, secretly wishing it would come crashing down upon the lecherous scoundrel below. Chen Yuzhen perused a recently delivered dossier, occasionally furrowing her delicate brows in contemplation. Meanwhile, our charming beauty Lin Xinyan pouted, resting her chin on her hands as she watched Ling Fan gulp down cup after cup of tea, mesmerized by the rhythmic motion of his throat. "Ling Fan, please enlighten us about the case involving the red-clothed ghost and the dismemberments," the boss said, extinguishing his cigarette. "Very well," Ling Fan replied, placing his teacup on the table with a smile. "Based on the clues we currently possess, We have identified a man masquerading as a ghost who is committing these heinous acts. His motive for murder appears to be the selective dismemberment of his victims' bodies. What? Selective dismemberment? What does that mean? Shen Yuzhen turned, looking at Ling Fan with a hint of confusion. This can be illustrated by the second case. If the red-clothed ghost were truly indiscriminate in his killings, why did he spare one of the two victims during the first incident? Ling Fan explained, perhaps that individual was merely fortunate enough to escape. Chu Tianyu interjected, that is highly unlikely. Ling Fan replied, looking at Chu Tianyu with a grin. I have had 2 close encounters with that red-clothed ghost, and his extraordinary speed and strength would make it impossible for an ordinary man to elude him. Since he is selective in his murders, what criteria does he use for his choices? Gu Ruyun paused his coin manipulation and inquired, excellent question. It seems your intellect has noticeably improved, old Gu, Ling Fan exclaimed, patting Gu Ruyun's shoulder with enthusiasm. As for that, I am uncertain. A wave of dismay washed over the gathered company. Realizing that Ling Fan himself was at a loss, nonetheless, he continued, uncertainty aside, can we investigate this further? He pointed to the 4 dossiers laid out on the table. Sister Yuzhen, you were just examining these. Can you identify any commonalities among the 4 deceased? Sister Yuzhen held the dossier, flipping through its pages thoughtfully. As for shared traits among the 4 victims, I find none, except for one detail. They all share the same birthday, July 15th. With a sudden clap, a coin rolled twice across the table before coming to an abrupt halt, leaving Gu Ruyun's expression somewhat peculiar. In spirit, the unusual term uttered by Gu Ruyun sent a shiver through the room. Chapter 12, The Human Puzzle. The so-called in spirit refers to individuals possessing a particularly strong yin energy. In ancient times, such individuals were often offered as living sacrifices by yin-yang masters to appease the gods and spirits of the earth. Furthermore, there are numerous incredible legends surrounding yin spirits, one of which suggests that they may become possessed by malevolent entities, losing their true essence. Gu Ruyun's countenance grew somber. However, if that ghost intends to possess someone, why not use a living person instead of killing them and merely taking their limbs? Ling Fan countered, clearly disputing Gu Ruyun's assertion. Human puzzle. Gu Ruyun suddenly uttered this strange and eerie phrase. A human jigsaw puzzle? How terrifying. Lin Xinyan stuck out her tongue and hurriedly covered her ears, exclaiming, I refuse to listen any longer. You people are truly peculiar, discussing such dreadful matters late at night. How is one to sleep? A human jigsaw puzzle? What on earth is that? Chu Tianyu could not help but inquire, what purpose does it serve? The old Gu, are you suggesting that a mysterious sorcerer is collecting the limbs of restless spirits in an attempt to resurrect a vengeful spirit? Is that the implication? Fang Yi astutely articulated the crux of the issue. Precisely, my friend old Gu affirmed. If my deductions are correct, the notorious red ghost behind these incidents may indeed be that sorcerer proficient in such dark incantations. With an uncommon seriousness, Gu Rufu spoke, though to the others, his demeanor appeared somewhat comical, yet no one dared to laugh. A sorcerer, Fang Yi exclaimed, turning to Lin Xinyan. Xinyan, please investigate the flow of household registrations in Qingshan City and see if there are any individuals who have recently arrived from Tibet. Understood. Lin Xinyan swiftly opened her notebook, and with the rhythmic tapping of her slender fingers, a report soon materialized on the pink screen, indicating no relevant entries in the search criteria. Lin Xinyan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she looked at Fang Yi and shook her head. Boss, there are no individuals meeting the criteria in Qingshan City. How peculiar. Fang Yi pondered, arms crossed, stroking his vibrant beard. If there are no newcomers from the northwest, the notion of a sorcerer may not hold water. Has anyone considered the possibility that the red ghost is a local, perhaps possessed by the malevolent spirit of the sorcerer? Ling Fan, who had been staring blankly at the ceiling, suddenly interjected, that is certainly a possibility. Gu Rufu concurred with Ling Fan's assertion. Indeed, if the host of the red ghost is also a restless spirit, possession becomes a plausible scenario. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Ling Fan's mind. Have Xinyan retrieved the records of all citizens born on the 15th of July in Qingshan City? After a flurry of keyboard strokes, a report appeared on the pink screen, listing names under the date of July 15th. Ling Fan leaned closer, the pure fragrance of the young woman wafting towards him. But he had no time to indulge in it as he diligently scrolled through the list. Suddenly, a familiar name caught his eye, Lu Tianlin. Who doesn't know the wealthy Lu? Gu Rufu was the first to exclaim. He is the quintessential idol of my astute and valiant endeavors as a yin-yang master, the epitome of overnight wealth. When it comes to matters of fortune, none are more knowledgeable than Gu Rufu. Who could recite the names of the top 300 richest individuals in China? Backward. Ling Fan then challenged Gu Rufu, asking if he knew how Lu Zhenhai amassed his fortune overnight. Gu Rufu was clearly caught off guard by the question, chuckling awkwardly. Who cares how he became rich? We focus on the outcome, and that is precisely why, old Gu, you shall never become a wealthy man. Ling Fan jestingly chided, then shifted to a serious demeanor as he addressed the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a strong intuition that Lu Zhenhai is undoubtedly connected to the gruesome dismemberment perpetrated by the Crimson Ghost. Ling Fan, you must refrain from baseless speculation without evidence, Fang Yi retorted, exhaling smoke with a grave tone. Moreover, Ling Fan surveyed the assembly and abruptly seized one of the documents from the table, presenting the attached photograph for all to see. Furthermore, I have encountered the victim of the third case. The location was precisely at the Lu residence. At that time, I inadvertently bumped into him, which is why the memory is particularly vivid. You met him at the Lu household, Chen Yuzhen inquired, her expression one of suspicion. What were you doing there? You may not be aware, but the Lu family is currently recruiting security personnel, ostensibly for the protection of their estate. However, I sense there is more to it than meets the eye. They meticulously register the information of applicants, clearly with a specific purpose in mind, Ling Fan elaborated. Suddenly enlightened, Chen Yuzhen exclaimed, their objective is to find men born on the 15th of July. Specifically seeking those with spiritual essences, they entice individuals with alluring conditions to encourage applications, likely to obscure their true intentions by not specifying exact birthdates. Nevertheless, many still flow. I am uncertain as well. But as long as we can take action, I believe we will undoubtedly be able to resolve this case of the Red Demon's dismemberment and severance. We will certainly uncover the true meaning of the fifth person, which will also allow my brother's soul to find peace sooner. Ling Fan fixed his gaze on Fang Yi, nearly shouting. With a sharp crack, Fang Yi crushed the cigarette but in his hand and discarded it into the ashtray, his eyes revealing a steady and resolute expression as he sternly addressed Ling Fan. Ling Fan, I entrust you with the command of this operation. You must understand that this is not merely for Ling Feng, but for the safety of countless innocent citizens. Are you capable of this? Ling Fan rose, closing the memo pad, and stared intently at Fang Yi, articulating each word. Boss, rest assured, my ultimate goal is to uncover the truth behind my brother's death, to locate the Red Demon, and to eradicate it from this world entirely. Fang Yi let out a heavy sigh, reclining against the sofa's armrest. Very well, give your orders, everyone here will follow your command. Thank you, boss, Ling Fan replied with a smile. Then turned to Lin Xinyan. Xinyan, you are responsible for investigating the reasons behind Lu Zhenhai's sudden wealth, compile detailed information about him, especially regarding any extraordinary occurrences. Alright, big brother, I'll get right on it. Lin Xinyan grinned and playfully stuck out her tongue, quickly opening her notebook and typing away. Xinyan, please also look into the legends surrounding the ancient spell seal cult in Tibet. I wish to ascertain whether there is an undiscovered connection between this ancient seal and Lu Zhenhai. Ling Fan continued, additionally, I want to know if there are any clues suggesting Lu Zhenhai had contacts with this seal, or if he might have possibly traveled to Tibet. Understood, brother Ling Fan, Lin Xinyan said, peeking out from behind her notebook, her right hand forming an OK sign as she flashed a charming smile. Ling Fan, speechless, managed a wry smile before turning to Chen Yuzhen. Sister Yuzhen, could you arrange firearms for us? Specifically, the military-style 92 pistol that Tianyu used tonight. I suspect this operation may be perilous, and it would be prudent for everyone to be armed. I would hate for you to be torn apart by the Red Demon, leaving me to endure the agony of examining your remains. Chen Yuzhen glanced at Fang Yi. Boss, is there any issue with the distribution of firearms? Fang Yi replied with a smile, no problem. I will consult with the higher-ups about this. Each of you will be issued one, but do exercise caution. These weapons possess significant power and could cause serious harm if misused. As long as that's settled. Ling Fan continued to Sister Yuzhen, I would also like to request your assistance with another task. What is it? Chen Yuzhen inquired. Investigate an antique dealer named Uncle Chang, although he is not a member of the Lu family. I sense something amiss about him, an inexplicable issue. Just monitor his every move, and I will have Xinyan provide you with his detailed information shortly. Ling Fan instructed. Alright, no problem. You can count on me. Chen Yuzhen confidently assured Ling Fan with a smile, patting her chest. Ling Fan glanced at the crowd, his gaze settling upon Guru Feng, who was adorned in a robe resembling a nebula. A sinister smile crept across his face, reminiscent of a weasel eyeing a chick, an expression that suggested malice beyond measure. Guru Feng immediately felt a chill run down his spine, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. He hurriedly rose to his feet, retreating towards his room while waving his hands, exclaiming, Brother Ling, I have matters to attend to, my noodles are yet to be cooked, I must decline participation in your endeavor. Ah, but that simply will not do. Ling Fan stepped forward with purpose, blocking Guru Feng's escape route, his smile tinged with malevolence. Old Gu, this operation cannot proceed without you, you are an essential asset. Upon hearing the term essential asset, Guru Feng instinctively sensed trouble and quickly protested, No way, no way, I would rather perish than partake in your scheme. Boss, how should we handle this? Someone is refusing to heed my command. Ling Fan turned to Fang Yi with a grin. Humph. Fang Yi remained silent, merely emitting a cold snort, not even casting a glance at Guru Feng. The singular sound conveyed more than 1,000 words, causing Guru Feng to lower his head in defeat, his shoulder-length hair falling to obscure his face. Very well, I must have accrued 8 lifetimes of bad luck to encounter a calamity such as you. Guru Feng sighed, shaking his head and fixing his gaze on Ling Fan. Speak, what sort of treacherous pit have you prepared for me? Well, there is no treacherous pit, merely a request for you to visit the Lu family. Ling Fan replied, his expression still shadowed with mischief. I thought it was something serious. It's merely a visit to the Lu family, which coincidentally, I also wish to do to pay my respects to the wealthy Lu Zhenhai. Guru Feng exhaled deeply, revealing a broad grin. Told Gu, perhaps you are misunderstanding. Ling Fan enunciated with a smirk, you are not merely visiting, you are to apply for a position at the Lu family as a security guard. Assuming the identity of one born on the 15th of July, Guru Feng, who had been laughing heartily just moments before, now stood there, mouth agape in shock, as if a chicken egg could fit snugly within. Chapter 13, Setting up the heavenly net. I refuse, absolutely refuse. After a brief silence, an unearthly shriek erupted from Guru Feng's throat, causing the glass in the windows to tremble. Lin Xin, startled, instinctively clutched her pink notebook in fear that it might tumble to the carpet from the sudden outburst. What pit have you dug for me to leap into? The Guru Feng shouted, pointing at Ling Fan. This is clearly a pre-dug grave for me to dance upon. I want to go, if you think I will serve as bait to lure out that red ghost. You are sorely mistaken. I intend to live a few more years. Boss, see, old Gu is once again disregarding my orders. Ling Fan chuckled, glancing at Feng Yi. Feng Yi fixed his gaze upon Gu Rufu and slowly articulated. On a certain year, month, and day, in a particular location, a yin-yang master fervently propagated superstitions among the villagers, deceitfully extracting substantial sums of money before vanishing like smoke. The following year, the same yin-yang master reappeared in another place, conjuring spirits and utilizing a resurrection technique as bait to extort considerable wealth from the villagers, only to disappear once more. With each case Feng Yi recounted, beads of sweat began to form on Gu Rufu's forehead, and his lips quivered in a most unnatural manner, his eyes reflecting a blend of surprise and suspicion. These cases, executed in utter silence, had eluded even the local police, becoming perplexing mysteries, yet, to Gu Rufu's astonishment, Feng Yi recounted them as if they were familiar stories. A creeping unease settled in Gu Rufu's heart, and a wave of perspiration soaked through his starry robe. Tianyu, how do you propose we deal with this yin-yang master given the accumulation of these cases? Feng Yi inquired, casting a smile toward Chu Tianyu. Immediate execution. Chu Tianyu's face bore no expression, her movements swift as she drew a handgun from her waist, aiming it squarely at Gu Rufu's forehead. Boss, Tianyu, you can't possibly be jesting, Gu Rufu exclaimed in panic. I am naturally timid and have never encountered a gun. Please do not frighten me. Do I appear to be jesting? Chu Tianyu's countenance was as frigid as ancient ice, her finger firmly poised on the trigger, as if she might fire at any moment. I will count to 3, and then I will pull the trigger. 1, Tianyu, you cannot do this. Gu Rufu's face turned an alarming shade of purple as he flailed his arms in protest. 2. Chu Tianyu paid no heed to Gu Rufu's pleas. Very well, I shall agree to be the bait, Gu Rufu shouted through gritted teeth. Old Gu, you have truly disappointed me. Yet if you had managed to endure until she reached 3, I would have been profoundly impressed, Ling Fan remarked, arms crossed, shaking his head with a hint of regret. I have just realized that Sister Tianyu is even more fearsome than that red ghost. Lin Xinyan added, sticking out her little tongue. Gu Rufu collapsed onto the sofa, gazing up at the brilliant crystal chandelier, his eyes betraying a sense of helplessness as he sighed, if heaven grants me another chance, I would never join this organization of extraordinary individuals. It is nothing short of a torment to life. Old Gu, do not lament. Tomorrow morning, you shall queue up at the Lu family to apply for the security position. Just present yourself in a favorable light and strive to gain entry into the Lu family. Rest assured, I will protect you from the shadows, ensuring not a single hair on your head is harmed. Ling Fan assured, patting Gu Rufu's shoulder with a smile. You, please, I would rather rely on myself, Gu Rufu retorted, pointing at Ling Fan derisively. I refuse to believe that I, a sage yin-yang master endowed with both wisdom and valor, should fear a mere phantasm. Outside, the inky night sky was beset by a gathering of ominous clouds, obscuring the bright full moon entirely and casting an impenetrable darkness over Qingshan City. At the end of a dimly lit alley, a pallid young man pressed his back firmly against the wall, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes wide with terror fixed straight ahead. Before him lay an impenetrable darkness, where 2 blood-red orbs glimmered like rubies, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Please do not kill me. The young man's lips quivered involuntarily, his legs trembled incessantly, and his lower body bore the marks of his fright. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the shadows, adorned with 5 elongated black claws, sharp and sinister like daggers. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the silence of the night like thunder. Just one more piece to complete the divine body. The red demon's lips curled into a faint, malevolent smile as he picked something up from the ground, vanishing into the darkness of the alley in the blink of an eye. The following morning, a yellow barricade kept the onlookers at bay. The crowd craned their necks, hoping to glimpse something intriguing, only to be met with disappointment as nothing of interest emerged for idle gossip. Chen Yuzhen's complexion appeared pale as she gestured towards the white cloth behind her, softly urging, you should take a look. Ling Fan sensed something peculiar in Chen Yuzhen's demeanor and crouched before the white cloth, lifting a corner. A face, grotesquely contorted and ashen from terror, emerged, its lifeless, fish-like eyes locking onto Ling Fan's gaze. Mouth agape with a trickle of blood at the corners. Suddenly, with a sickening thud, the distorted head of the young man rolled out from beneath the cloth, coming to rest at Ling Fan's feet. Its dead fish eyes fixed upon him, emanating a chilling and eerie atmosphere. Could it be? Ling Fan recalled the words of Gu Rufu from the previous night and hastily pulled the cloth aside. In that instant, a wave of nausea surged from his stomach, and he turned his head away, retching violently. Severed limbs lay strewn across the ground, 4 of them, brutally torn from the body, blood oozing from the stumps. Staining the surroundings a dark crimson. A few rats gnawed at the flesh of the dismembered limbs, their incessant squeaks piercing the air of the body. The body is gone, only the young man's head and the mangled limbs remained. The torso vanished. Chen Yuzhen approached Ling Fan, declaring, "The Red Demon's human jigsaw plan is just one head away from completion." Ling Fan gazed into Chen Yuzhen's worried eyes, suddenly retrieving his phone from his pocket. Swiftly dialing a number, before the call connected, he shouted, "Bold Gu, set a trap for me, now, hurry." At the entrance of the Lu family's electronic gate, the sky had already darkened by the time Gu Rufu's turn approached. Dressed in a somber black suit, he stood upright, his shoulder-length hair tied back in a ponytail. At a glance, one would hardly recognize this figure as the typically disheveled and casual Onmyoji who played with ancient coins. "Next, name," an elongated, lanky figure asked lazily, not bothering to lift his head. "The individual in question is Zhao Ziang, a temporary scribe and gardener from the Lu family. Hehe, I am Gu Tian Lu. Gu Rufu casually fabricated a name. Chuckling, "It's Tian as in field, not Tian as in heaven. You shouldn't write Tian for field, nor the other way around." Zhao Ziang immediately felt a sense of inflated pride and decisively scrawled in the name field, "Gu Tian." Elia. Gu Rufu's eyes widened at the peculiar character in the middle. And he seized Zhao Ziang by the collar, shouting fiercely, "Damn it, how dare you write my field as, are you cursing me? Come at me." Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Rufu swung his fist, landing a solid blow on Zhao Ziang's nose. Secretly reveling in the thought, "This will surely prevent me from being hired." Cursing aloud, Gu Rufu declared, "I've hit you, what now? If you have the guts, don't hire me, kick me out." Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Zhao Ziang seemed unfazed, merely wiping away the trickle of blood from his nose, then bending down to retrieve the form, continuing, "Your date of birth, July 15. Gu Rufu gritted his teeth, articulating each word painstakingly. Zhao Ziang lifted his gaze to fixate on Gu Rufu, suddenly breaking into a cryptic smile, stepping aside to allow Gu Rufu passage, saying, "You may enter now. The master will personally interview you. Stop wasting my time and get me inside." Zhao Ziang, somewhat overwhelmed by Gu Rufu's frantic antics, gave him a shove into the building. Suddenly Gu Rufu's expression of joy turned grave, an eerie aura, perceptible only to a master of yin and yang, emanated from the Gothic structure before him, swirling above the edifice. It seemed that Ling Fan's words were indeed accurate. This Lu family harbored some peculiarities, Gu Rufu mused inwardly, his expression shifting to one of ire. Cursing, "Damn it, they actually sent me, a great master of yin and yang, to undertake such a perilous task. I loathe them." Nevertheless, Gu Rufu proceeded into the opulent living room of the building, where the lavish surroundings offered him no solace. The spacious and bright room was devoid of any occupants, save for 4 splendid crystal chandeliers casting a blazing white glow. Heightening his vigilance, Gu Rufu scanned the area, when suddenly an object completely captured his attention. A Tibetan human bone horn, adorned with colorful ribbons, its dark gray body. Gu Rufu trembled as he cradled the horn in his hands, his eyes betraying an indescribable terror. How is this possible? How could this object be here? Gu Rufu's mind raced with disbelief as he stared at the dark gray human bone horn, his thoughts spiraling. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes had appeared behind Gu Rufu. They coldly fixed their gaze upon him. Devoid of any emotion, radiating a feral intensity. A bolt of terror pierced Gu Rufu's mind. Someone was behind him. The Tibetan human bone horn he held quivered incessantly in his grasp, writhing like a serpent for reasons unknown. As Gu Ruofeng hurriedly shifted his thoughts, he feigned a tone of astonishment, exclaiming, "What a marvelous horn! Not only is it beautiful, but it also dances on its own. How wonderful it would be to possess such a horn!" One hand gradually bent and lifted, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning directed at Gu Ruofeng. Alarm surged within him as he thought, "This is not good." Chapter 14. The Venerable Old Gu. Suddenly, Gu Ruofeng felt a fierce gust of energy rushing toward him. With a slight quiver of his left hand, a yellow talisman materialized in his palm. With a soft clap, the approaching hand merely tapped gently on his shoulder. "Are you here to apply for the security position?" A deep resonant voice boomed from behind him. Turning, Gu Ruofeng saw a stout, jovial middle-aged man standing behind him. "If only I were Mr. Lu," the portly gentleman chuckled, patting his own thin wallet. "I am merely Mr. Lu's dedicated driver. Being a driver hardly yields any substantial income. Indeed, it seems that even as a security guard, the pay would be quite meager," Gu Ruofeng replied promptly. Eager to devise a means of escaping the estate, the longer he lingered, the more perilous he felt his situation became. "The security guards, however, are compensated handsomely." A composed, mature voice resonated from above. A middle-aged man clad in an elegant gray suit appeared at the corner of the staircase. Resting his hands on the banister as he gazed down at the two men below it. My lord, I apologize. I was merely jesting. I shall take my leave to attend to my duties, the portly man stammered. Bowing nervously to Lu Junhai before hastily exiting the parlor. Is your birthday truly on July 15th? Lu Junhai inquired, his gaze fixed on Gu Ruofeng with an unsettling intensity. Mr. Lu, how could I possibly misremember my own birthday? You see, this is my identification card, Gu Ruofeng replied, his expression momentarily shifting before regaining composure as he retrieved his ID from his pocket, presenting it to Lu Junhai. Gu Ruofeng's ID was a genuine creation by Feng Yi, containing only the true surname, while all other information was fabricated. A chill ran down his spine, yet he maintained a facade of humble surprise, forcing a smile as he uttered, Mr. Lu, you were too kind. However, I fear I may not be able to manage. As you can see, I am already 30 years old, and I doubt I could handle this position. A peculiar, almost sinister smile crept onto Lu Junhai's lips as he slowly descended the staircase, heading in the same direction as Gu Ruofeng. As night deepened, Gu Ruofeng found himself walking alone on the desolate streets, the dim glow of streetlights casting a faint illumination upon the pavement. In this moment, he was inwardly cursing Ling Fan, wishing that he would never possess a seasoning packet for instant noodles throughout his life. A chilling night breeze swept past, prompting Gu Ruofeng to tighten his collar, his eyes darting warily around him, wary of the legendary red ghost that might materialize before him at any moment. Suddenly, a peculiar sound pierced through Gu Ruoyan's ears. He quickly steadied his mind and focused on the direction from which the sound emanated. Tap, tap, tap. The unmistakable sound of rubber-soled shoes echoed clearly from the darkness nearby. A hazy silhouette, swaying unsteadily and concealed in the shadows, slowly approached Gu Ruoyan, clenching his fists tightly. A yellow talisman lay in his palm, though it was largely dampened by the sweat seeping from his hand. The road is unjust. A roar erupted. When the time comes. Strike, Feng Feng Huahua charged throughout the 9 provinces, a drunken voice suddenly bellowed with remarkable volume, stuttering as it sang. Gu Ruoyan nearly stumbled from the shock of the shout, his talisman now crumpled in his grasp, cursing inwardly, what the hell, it turns out to be a drunkard, giving me quite the scare. I thought it was a red demon. Exhaling deeply, Gu Ruoyan finally relaxed his tense heart. As long as it was not a red demon, what was there to fear from a drunkard? I see you. Your brow darkening, I dare wager you shall not survive till dawn. A disheveled, ragged drunkard swayed before Gu Ruoyan, speaking in a fragmented manner. Upon hearing this, Gu Ruoyan shuddered, then leapt up like a grasshopper, shouting at the drunken man, what the hell, I am a yin-yang master, I could live over 120 years, heed not the words of the inebriated, death awaits you tonight. The drunken man staggered past Gu Ruoyan, sticking out his tongue as he walked away, whispering mysteriously, humph, I do not believe you. Gu Ruoyan turned to glare at the swaying figure, indignantly continuing his retort, yet, before he could finish his sentence, a hand blue-purple in hue with nails resembling 5 black daggers flashed from behind him like lightning, tightly covering his mouth. Silently, a face, obscured by long hair save for 2 blood-red eyes, appeared beside Gu Ruoyan's right cheek, the cold, crimson gaze fixed intently on Gu Ruoyan's already pallid face. As his face began to turn purple from the pressure, Gu Ruoyan raised both hands to grasp the blue-purple hand, but it would not budge. Suddenly, another blue-purple hand darted from under his armpit, gripping his throat tightly. The veins on Gu Ruoyan's forehead throbbed, and he thought, how is its strength so formidable? This is no ordinary power, and the aura it exudes. You are fortunate, for you shall attain immortality. A voice, sharp and piercing beyond ordinary description, resonated from the lips of the red demon, obscured by disheveled hair. Are you joking? Gu Ruoyan gritted his teeth, his right hand sweeping outward again, producing another yellow talisman inscribed with Sanskrit, which he thrust upward, striking true at the center of the red demon's forehead. Indeed, the red demon's hands slackened, and Gu Ruoyan seized the moment to duck and wriggle free, flexing his neck and attempting to open his numbed mouth, though his eyes remained fixed, unwilling to relax their gaze on the crimson demon before him. At last, this entity recognizes my prowess. Gu Ruofeng stood before the crimson demon, fixated on the creature immobilized by the spiritual talisman. He clapped his violet-hued hands and laughed heartily, proclaiming, let me tell you, I, Gu Ruofeng, am not to be trifled with. I am an onmyoji. This talisman is infused with divine power, an essence from which no demon can escape. The crimson demon's eyes flickered mockingly for a moment before its stiffened hand suddenly began to move, slowly lifting to tear the yellow talisman from its forehead. A chilling gaze shot forth from its blood-red eyes. My heavens, this is impossible. My talisman cannot be ineffective. Gu Ruofeng gasped in terror, retreating several steps while shaking his head in disbelief. Suddenly he cried out in fear, could it be that you are not a demon, but a human instead? You know far too much. In a flash, the crimson demon lunged forward, pouncing upon Gu Ruofeng like a wild beast. If you were human, then I fear you not, Gu Ruofeng thought, his heart racing as he swiftly drew a Type 92 pistol from his waist and aimed it at the demon, shouting, are you afraid of this thing? Indeed, the demon halted mid-charge, fixing its gaze on the firearm in Gu Ruofeng's hand, and coldly replied, I am a devotee of the divine, your weapon cannot harm me. Nonsense, I refuse to believe in such superstition, Gu Ruffing insisted, continuously pulling the trigger, but all that could be heard was a series of clicks. With no bullets fired. I in the shadows, two pairs of eyes watched intently as Gu Ruffing faced the crimson demon. Ling Fan gently nudged Chu Tianyu, saying, Tianyu, did you teach old Gu how to use a gun? After a prolonged silence, Chu Tianyu replied coldly, no, good grief, old Gu is truly formidable. Ling Fan muttered under his breath, then raised the pistol and swiftly chambered around the crimson demon, with a mocking gaze fixed on Gu Ruffing. Waved its long black-clawed hand and sneered, you do not even know how to use a gun, and yet you dare to capture me. I must commend you, you are indeed impressive. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past Gu Ruffing, and the gun vanished from his grasp as if it had become air. He looked up in haste, only to see the weapon now held by the crimson demon. Watch closely, the demon forcefully pushed the gun's chamber back, loading a bullet, then aimed skyward and pulled the trigger. A thunderous bang echoed, sparks flew, and a bullet soared into the night sky. Ah, so that is how it works. Thank you, Gu Ruffing chuckled at the demon. Here, take it back. The demon tossed the gun back to Gu Ruffing. Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu, hidden in the shadows, were utterly speechless, staring at the two before them as if they were otherworldly beings. Who among them is the fool? Ling Fan gazed at Chu Tianyu, bewildered. Old Gu is truly foolish. That creature is merely overconfident. Chu Tianyu retorted coldly. Ha ha ha, you foolish demon, you have taught me how to shoot and returned the gun to me. There is no one more foolish than you in this world, Gu Ruffing exclaimed, overjoyed as he once again chambered around and aimed at the crimson demon. With a resounding bang, the gun's muzzle emitted nothing, leaving Gu Ruffing's ecstatic visage abruptly frozen like a millennia-old iceberg. As he suspiciously lowered his gaze to inspect the chamber, there, the Chi Gui slowly unfurled his purplish-blue hand, revealing bullets conspicuously resting in his palm. Gu Ruffin hastily discarded the firearm onto the ground, waving his hands in a conciliatory manner, exclaiming, Big brother, please don't misunderstand, I was merely jesting just now. I hope you won't take offense. Hand over your head, and I shall harbor no grievance. The Chigui's blood-red eyes suddenly blazed with a terrifying intensity as he lunged at Gu Ruffin with his 10 razor-sharp claws of brother Ling. Tianyu, hurry and come out. Gu Ruffin barely evaded the Chigui's grasp, his pristine suit now marred by 5 jagged slashes. Come out quickly, I cannot hold on any longer. With 2 thunderous shots, 2 bullets found their mark in the Chigui's palms. Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu flanked the Chigui, both wielding firearms, their dark barrels aimed squarely at him. Ling Fan, my dear brother, you are truly my savior. Gu Ruffin, with tears welling in his eyes, lunged toward Ling Fan, embracing him and lamenting, without you, how could I possibly survive? Chu Tianyu furrowed her brow, letting out a cold snort as she glared at the Chigui with icy disdain. This marks our 4th encounter. Does it not? The Chigui, regarding Chu Tianyu with a chilling laugh, retorted, so it is you. Why do you always thwart my endeavors? Because you have killed him, slaughtered those innocent souls. Chu Tianyu, suppressing her fury, replied coldly, murder, you are utterly foolish. They are not dead, but rather have achieved eternal life, a mere small sacrifice for the advent of the divine, the Chigui proclaimed, his blackened nails waving wildly in a deranged laugh. Upon hearing such words, Ling Fan's rage surged forth as he bellowed, you are nothing but a fool. What god, what nonsense, you are not even worthy of a fart. Speak, who are you? Why did you kill my brother? You dare to insult the divine, you seek death. The Chigui's blood-red eyes suddenly emitted a piercing light as he lunged at Ling Fan. With 2 thunderous blasts, Ling Fan fired 2 bullets into the Chigui's chest and abdomen, blood-staining the Chigui's crimson robe. Douc, firearms are of no use against the followers of the divine. The Chigui fixed his gaze upon the 2 bloodied holes. The red demon laughed maniacally to the heavens, proclaiming, it is a god, a magnificent deity. What can you do against a god? Death penalty, Ling Fan coldly retorted, adjusting his holster. Anyone who kills must face the death penalty. Even the gods are not exempt. The red demon, incensed by Ling Fan's words, roared in fury and lunged once more. Suddenly, a dark flash streaked forth, a fierce gust of wind aimed at Ling Fan. No, it was targeting Gu Ruffing from behind. With a muffled grunt, a black nail pierced Gu Ruffing's arm, causing his face to turn an ominous shade of purple, just as Chu Tianyu was about to fire. She heard the red demon sneer with satisfaction. If you have time to kill me, you would do better to save him quickly. My nails are coated with potent poison. If you get him to the hospital now, there may still be a chance, otherwise you shall never see him again. The red demon emitted a chilling laugh and leapt into the darkness of the street, vanishing without a trace. Chu Tianyu's delicate face tightened in a frown, her pearly teeth clenched as she slowly lowered her gun. Ling Fan swiftly lifted Gu Ruffing into his arms, casting a cold glare in the direction the red demon had fled towards the Lu residence. Tianyu, hurry, and bring the car over, Ling Fan shouted at Chu Tianyu. Right away, she promptly replied. At the first municipal hospital, outside the operating room, the stark red characters spelling surgery in progress glared ominously on the wall. Ling Fan clenched his fist and struck the pure white wall with a heavy blow, his head resting against his knuckles as he muttered in a low voice, I am truly useless. If it weren't for my foolish idea, old Gu would not have been poisoned. Ling Fan, Chu Tianyu approached him, unsure of how to comfort him, her gaze devoid of its usual coldness, replaced instead by concern and care. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed in the hospital corridor. A Feng Yi's robust figure appeared, followed by the petite Lin Xinyan and the boisterous Chen Yuzhen. Ling Fan, speak, what has happened? What has become of old Gu? Feng Yi's voice was grave as he fixed his gaze on Ling Fan. Boss, I'm sorry, I failed to protect old Gu. He was poisoned by the toxin on the red demon's black armor, and he remains in grave danger. Ling Fan's head hung low. Tianyu, what on earth happened? Two of you armed with guns and yet you couldn't handle that red demon. Feng Yi's voice rose in frustration. I'm sorry, boss, I had no idea the red demon was impervious to bullets. Nor did I realize that his nails were merely iron casings. Chu Tianyu too bowed her head in shame. I'm sorry. Feng Yi angrily turned his broad frame, repeating those three words. What I need now is not apologies, but the corpse of that red demon. Boss, please calm down. The situation is becoming clearer. Chen Yuzhen quickly stepped beside Feng Yi to offer consolation. The red demon indeed exists in the Lu family, and it is highly likely to be Lu Zhenhai. Yes, brother Ling Fan, I have already gathered information regarding Lu Zhenhai and the mysterious cult related to the spell seal you asked me to find. Lin Xinyan eagerly interjected. Yes, that's so. Xinyan, tell me quickly. Ling Fan grasped Lin Xinyan's arm, exclaiming, brother Ling Fan, you're hurting me. Lin Xinyan furrowed her delicate brows in pain. Oh, I'm so sorry. Xinyan, please go on. Ling Fan quickly released his grip. Of the curse seal can only be mastered by the leader of a very ancient sect in Tibet, known as the Yellow Sect. However, the last leader has long since passed away. It is said that the Yellow Sect ceased to exist in the 1930s. According to legend, a group of Japanese soldiers suddenly stormed into the Yellow Sect, gunning down all the faithful within. The leader, by a stroke of luck, escaped over a low wall at the back. The Japanese soldiers pursued the Yellow Sect leader like madmen, and he fled desperately into a secret sanctuary of the Yellow Sect located in Mount Everest. The soldiers followed his trail and breached the sanctuary, after which the details remain shrouded in mystery. It is said that some individuals ventured to Everest in search of their remains, yet no one has ever found any trace of the Yellow Sect leader or the Japanese soldiers, rendering this tale one of the many legends surrounding Everest, and the only one pertaining to the curse seal of the Yellow Sect. Lin Xinyan recited from a document in her hands. Ling Fan raised his right hand, cradling his chin in contemplation, and then inquired, what about Lu Zhenhai? What does his profile reveal, and what connection does he have with this ancient leader? Lu Zhenhai, prior to his sudden wealth, was merely a low-level employee at a company and a member of a local mountaineering club. 3 years ago, he had accompanied a climbing team to ascend the renowned Mount Everest, only to encounter an avalanche during their ascent, burying all the team members beneath the snow. Strangely, a year ago, one of the team members, Lu Zhenhai, suddenly reappeared in Qingshan City and began a business venture, transforming overnight from a small merchant into an immensely wealthy tycoon. Lin Xinyan turned to the second document and continued, wait, he suddenly appears in Qingshan City, and no one found it odd that he survived while the others perished. Moreover, how did he become an overnight millionaire from merely running a small business? Ling Fan queried. Lin Xinyan shook her head and replied, at that time, records indicated that the police had investigated him, and the outcome was that he was simply not buried deep in the snow. He was discovered and rescued by another climbing team. As for how he amassed his fortune overnight, details are sparse. Some say he ventured into the antique business, acquiring priceless treasures at remarkably low prices and then reselling them for a significant profit. Who? Ling Fan asked, as he plopped down onto a nearby bench, gripping his hair tightly, attempting to weave together the various threads of information, only to find the situation becoming increasingly convoluted, far more complex than he had initially imagined. Suddenly, Ling Fan pulled out his phone from his pocket, dialed a number, and stated, hello, is this Tian Lin? Yes, indeed, I plan to visit your home shortly in the capacity of a police officer, to investigate the matter of the Red Ghost. He abruptly informed Lu Tianlin of his impending visit to the Lu residence as an investigator into the Red Ghost case, then hung up the phone. Ling Fan, Chen Yuzhen rushed toward him, exclaiming, how can you do this? Isn't this akin to alarming the serpent by stirring the grass? Ling Fan's eyes glimmered with a dazzling light as he coldly remarked, indeed, I aim to startle the serpent. I want that snake to understand that our hit Special Operations Group is not to be trifled with. He has harmed one of our members, and I shall ensure they pay the ultimate price for his death. Furthermore, if the Curse Seal human puzzle is indeed authentic, then they are still missing the head of a shadow spirit. Corpses decay easily, and I suspect they are anxiously seeking a human head. Feng Yi remained silent for a long while before suddenly stating, Ling Fan, are you suggesting that the final shadow spirit is Lu Tianlin? Yes, boss, you are absolutely correct. Everyone surely remembers the birthdate list of citizens that Xinyan retrieved that day. I believe that if the Red Ghost is in desperate need of the last shadow spirit, then Lu Tianlin, who was nearby, would undoubtedly be their most accessible prey. But if what you say is true, then wouldn't Lu Zhenhai have to kill his own son? Chu Tianyu exclaimed in shock. Ling Fan shook his head gazing at Chu Tianyu, and replied with a smile, firstly, that is precisely why Lu Zhenhai is recruiting security personnel, because he cannot harm those around him, as it would arouse police suspicion. Secondly, the Lu Zhenhai we are currently witnessing may not be the genuine Lu Zhenhai, but merely a husk, a vessel possessed by the malevolent spirit of the Red Ghost. Heavens, how terrifying! By day, he is a wealthy magnate. Yet by night, he masquerades as a flesh-eating, limb-devouring red ghost. How frightful, Lin Xinyan exclaimed, covering her cherry lips in horror. Suddenly, the doorbell of the operating room rang, and the red light above the operating room extinguished instantly. Several nurses appeared, pushing a gurney that bore Gu roughing out of the operating room, followed closely by a doctor wearing a mask. Old Gu, Ling Fan was the first to rush forward, supporting Gu Rufeng's gurney as he called out, but Gu Rufeng's complexion was pale, wearing an oxygen mask and showing no signs of consciousness. Doctor, how is my friend? Why is he not responding at all? Ling Fan turned, seizing the doctor in a frenzy. Sir, please remain calm, the doctor replied. Unflustered, Ling Fan hurriedly released his grip on the doctor's arm, while Fang Yi and the others fixed their gazes on the doctor. Suddenly, the waiting area fell into an eerie silence, a stillness that left only the sound of human breathing. Your friend has successfully undergone surgery and is no longer in a critical condition. But he has been afflicted by a rare neurotoxin, which has invaded his brain. Whether he awakens now depends on his willpower, the doctor slowly explained. What did you say? Are you implying that old Gu might become a vegetable? Ling Fan surged forward once more, tightly grasping the doctor's arm, his eyes turning blood red as he shouted vehemently. Sir, please release your grip, the doctor stated with growing impatience. Release my grip. You have not properly saved my friend. I shall ensure your demise. Ling Fan, with reddened eyes, suddenly drew a handgun from his waist, chambering around with one hand and leveling the barrel at the doctor's temple. The doctor was rendered trembling and pale as Lin Fan suddenly brandished a gun. Lin Fan, do not act recklessly, the Fang Yi bellowed. In an instant, a delicate hand swiftly grasped the holster of the pistol, deftly removing it from the firearm and unloading the bullets one by one. In mere seconds, the gun in Lin Fan's possession was reduced to an empty shell, and as he frantically pulled the trigger, only a hollow clicking sound echoed. With a resounding thud, Lin Fan hurled the empty weapon to the ground, shattering it into several pieces. He spread his arms wide, poised to lunge at the doctor, when two slender arms swiftly seized one of Lin Fan's, executing a flawless shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the floor. The force of the impact abruptly halted Lin Fan's rampage. His bloodshot eyes gradually returned to their natural hue. Looking up, he beheld not a stern visage, but a charming face adorned with tears cascading down, each drop falling upon his forehead. Chu Tianyu bit her lip, her delicate hand clasping Lin Fan's tightly. Lin Fan suddenly smiled at her. You're crying. It's the first time I've seen you cry. Get up. Chu Tianyu recovered her previous sternness, as if the momentary tenderness had merely been a figment of Lin Fan's imagination, yet he knew that it was a genuine expression of concern. Slowly Lin Fan rose from the ground, twisting his neck as he addressed the crowd. My apologies, everyone. I lost control for a moment. Fang Yi fixed his gaze upon Lin Fan, stating each member of our hit special operations team is an elite among elites. And we shall not be defeated by the virus. I believe Lao Gu is the same. He is a brother we can trust, Lin Fan replied. Lao Gu is our good brother, and I believe he will awaken. I still intend to take him to Quanshenchi for a grand fish feast. As he spoke, Lin Fan bent down to retrieve the shattered remnants of the gun from the floor. Suddenly, an inverted firearm appeared before him, and following the weapon's line of sight, Lin Fan met Fang Yi's gaze. Fang Yi smiled. Go ahead, eliminate the red demon, and avenge our brother. Lin Fan solemnly accepted the gun from Fang Yi, locking eyes with him as he coldly declared. Boss, rest assured, this is not only for my brother but also for Lao Gu. I swear, this time I will eradicate the red demon completely. Boss and Xan Yan are at the hospital looking after Lao Gu. Though the likelihood is slim, I still worry that the red demon may attempt to breach the hospital to kill Lao Gu, Lin Fan said, fixing his gaze on Lin Xan Yan and Fang Yi. Go without concern, I will handle things here, Fang Yi replied calmly. Brother Lin Fan, you must capture that detestable fiend. Uncle Gu will surely awaken, Lin Xan Yan said with a radiant smile. Perhaps at this moment only Lin Xan Yan could perceive the beauty in every situation. Sister Yuzhen, Tianyu, we are heading to the Lu family now to find Lu Zhenhai. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gripped the gun in his right hand, deftly pushing the holster back with his left, loading the bullets. Chapter 16, The Unexpected. In the depths of night, at Lu Zhenhai's opulent estate. Sir, madam, please do not force your way inside any further. Our master is already resting. A stout woman known as Feng Ma, the cook for the Lu family, stood resolutely before Lu Zhenhai's chamber, blocking the path of Ling Fan and his companions. If you have matters to discuss, might I suggest you return tomorrow? Chen Yuzhen swiftly pushed Feng Ma aside and produced her police badge from her pocket, her voice cold and commanding. Behold, I am a police officer. Should you obstruct me in the performance of my duties, I shall have no choice but to arrest you on the spot. Upon hearing the threat of arrest, Feng Ma recoiled in fear, stammering, I didn't know that you were police officers. Please don't apprehend me. Then step aside without further ado, Chen Yuzhen retorted sharply. Do not hinder our investigation. Who are you? Why are you trespassing in my home at such an ungodly hour? I will file a complaint against you for invasion of privacy. A composed yet impatient voice resonated from within the room. Ling Fan forcefully kicked the door open and strode inside, only to find Lu Junhai seated beside his bed in his nightclothes. Smoking a cigarette, his expression one of displeasure directed at the trio, while his son Lu Tianlin stood nearby, visibly distressed. Master, what is happening? Should we call the police? At that moment, Fat Uncle rushed into Lu Junhai. Ha ha ha. Do we really need a reason to resurrect the great deity? Lu Junhai erupted into uproarious laughter. Then where is the so-called divine being you speak of? Ling Fan pressed once more, his questioning insistent. I have nothing to divulge regarding matters of the divine. If you wish to capture me, then do so, Lu Junhai said slowly, extending his hands before Ling Fan and Zhao Ziang and Uncle Pang, standing at the entrance. Exchanged astonished glances. Zhao Ziang exclaimed, This is impossible. How could the master possibly be the legendary red ghost? I must be mistaken. Uncle Pang fixed his gaze upon Lu Junhai's raised hands, a barely perceptible sinister smile creeping upon his lips as he feigned a sigh, saying, I too thought I must have been mistaken, but the truth stands clear before us. The master is indeed the monstrous slayer of men. With a sharp click, Chen Yuzhen had already fastened a pair of gleaming handcuffs around Lu Junhai's wrists. Her tone frigid as she stated, Mr. Lu, we kindly request that you accompany us. Father, I can no longer endure this, I must reveal the truth. Lu Tianlin stretched out her arms, positioning herself defiantly before Chen Yuzhen, exclaiming, My father is absolutely not the slayer of men, it is he, it is Uncle Pang. Lu Tianlin abruptly pivoted, pointing an accusatory finger at Uncle Pang, shouting, I witnessed Uncle Pang myself, see him stuff that bloodied garment beneath my father's bed. Everything has been orchestrated by him. Tianlin, Lu Junhai roared, veins bulging on his forehead, and implored the officers, My son speaks nonsense, do not believe him, I am the true slayer of men. Father, what are you so afraid of? Tears nearly brimmed in Lu Tianlin's eyes as her voice trembled. You have worn a frown each day since you acquired this grand estate, sitting on the sofa smoking. What is it that haunts you? Ling Fan's gaze fell upon Uncle Pang's face, where indeed a strange smile had manifested. No, the true red ghost is not Lu Junhai, but Uncle Pang. Ling Fan's mind screamed in sudden realization. In an instant, Uncle Pang shifted, leaping behind Chu Tianyu, one burly hand gripping her throat, while the other twisted her gun-wielding hand. Uncle Pang's voice emerged cold and shrill, a sinister laugh escaping his lips. Indeed, I am the red ghost. Ha, I never anticipated you would find this place so swiftly. I should have suspected you from the start. Ling Fan drew his pistol, chambering around, and aimed it at Uncle Pang's head, coldly asserting, from your stature and voice, I should have deduced it was you. You are the one who has relentlessly pursued me. Ha ha ha, kid, I truly did not foresee your tenacity. I have attempted to slay you thrice, yet each time you have escaped my grasp. Uncle Pang swiftly concealed his head behind Chu Tianyu, a chilling smile adorning his face, his eyes turning a terrifying crimson, radiating a dreadful light. Red ghost, listen closely, this time, you shall not escape my clutches. Ling Fan fixed a cold gaze upon the rotund man and declared, I, Ling Fan, vow to personally deliver you to the gallows, not only for the sake of my brother but also for that sibling of mine who has been rendered a mere vegetable due to your malice. Ling Fan's eyes bore into the man, for at that moment, Chu Tianyu was ensnared within his grasp. Ling Fan, weapon in hand, was poised to strike. The instant the man's head emerged from behind Chu Tianyu, he would pull the trigger, ensuring a fatal shot. He's not dead yet. I thought he would succumb to the poison, yet it turns out he has merely become a vegetable. How delightful. The rotund man cackled with a sharp, mocking tone. You had best not harm the young lady in your clutches, for I, Ling Fan, shall ensure you experience the most excruciating death this world has to offer. Ling Fan gritted his teeth in defiance. The rotund man erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. You truly are a fool, young lad, still oblivious to the current predicament. Allow me to enlighten you. I am the one in control of this situation. You would do well to remain still, or I might inadvertently snap the lovely neck of this enchanting woman. So do not provoke me. Despicable. Ling Fan cursed inwardly. What should I do now? How ought I to navigate this dire situation? I cannot allow Tianyu to come to harm. Absolutely not. If only my brother were here, what course of action would he take? The forensic memorandum dictated in its fifth rule, Ling Feng said, at times, we find ourselves in a quandary, compelled to make choices that will irrevocably alter the course of events. Thus, when faced with such decisions, do not falter. Follow your heart in making your choice, even if the outcome may lead to greater losses. Yet, the person before you is one whom you must protect. Very well, I demand Lu Tianlin's head. The rotund man shrieked, Old Fat. What are you saying? Have you forgotten our agreement? Lu Junhai suddenly bellowed, Do not forget. You promised me something, which is why I agreed to take the fall for you. Heh Lu Junhai, I could have spared your son, but he has thwarted my plans and exposed my identity, leaving me no choice but to act thus. The rotund man retorted coldly, and do not forget, to resurrect the divine, any sacrifice is warranted. Your son should consider it an honor to be part of the divine. Nonsense. What sort of god is he? He is a devil, a man-eating devil. Lu Junhai's face turned an ashen hue, his body trembling violently. How dare you insult the divine? The rotund man hissed through clenched teeth at Ling Fan. Listen closely, boy, if you wish for this girl to live, you must capture Lu Tianlin and present his head to me. What? Lu Tianlin was horrified, collapsing to the ground and retreating in terror as he cast a fearful glance at Ling Fan. Ling Fan slowly retracted his handgun, reaching for a fruit knife from the nearby platter, and began to advance toward Lu Tianlin. His bright eyes, devoid of any hesitation, conveyed a chilling resolve that sent shivers down Lu Tianlin's spine. Ling Fan, what are you planning to do? Do not kill me, Lu Tianlin pleaded, trembling in fear. Ling Fan remained silent, merely lifting Lu Tianlin with a swift motion, the fruit knife in his hand instantly poised against her throat. The razor-sharp blade had already nicked Lu Tianlin's neck, blood slowly trickling down along the edge of the knife. Ling Fan, do not harm my son. Lu Zhenhai lunged forward like a furious lion. Suddenly, the cold muzzle of a gun was pressed against Lu Zhenhai's forehead. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow. You would do well to remain still, otherwise I cannot guarantee that my firearm won't discharge, Chen Yuzhen said coolly, holding the gun with one hand. Haha, I truly did not expect the situation to unfold in this manner. It appears that this girl's life is far more precious than I anticipated. If it weren't for the divine, I would be loath to allow you to perish. Uncle Fat sneered sharply into Chu Tianyu's ear. Chu Tianyu's stern visage displayed no sign of emotion, nor did she utter a word, merely responding with a cold huff. She awaited an answer, anticipating Ling Fan to unveil the true mastermind behind the red ghost. Thus she endured. She must endure. Uncle Fat, I have followed your instructions, and now, will you not release the girl? Ling Fan inquired, his gaze fixed on Uncle Fat. Ha ha, boy, do you take me for a fool? As long as you deliver Lu Tianlin's head to me, I assure you that your woman will be returned to you unharmed, Uncle Fat retorted, his eyes fixed sharply on Lu Tianlin's head. Very well, you had best not go back on your word, Ling Fan replied, and with a slight increase in pressure on the knife, more blood flowed freely along its edge. Simultaneously, Ling Fan exchanged a glance with Chu Tianyu. The unspoken message clear, act now. A piercing scream erupted as Chu Tianyu seized the moment, driving her right foot forcefully down upon Uncle Fat's toes just as his attention was diverted to the knife in Ling Fan's hand. In an instant, Uncle Fat's foot collapsed like a pancake beneath the impact. The excruciating pain compelled Uncle Fat to release his grip on Chu Tianyu's neck, and it was precisely this moment she had been waiting for. In a heartbeat, a sharp crack echoed as one of Uncle Fat's arms was instantly shattered. Yeah, Uncle Fat swung his other hand, claw-like, towards Chu Tianyu in a frantic motion. Then, another crisp crack resounded as this arm too was violently broken. Ling Fan's gaze was fixed intently upon Chu Tianyu's lethal strikes, which were even more ferocious than those of the Red Ghost. It dawned on him that she had never truly exerted her full strength while sparring with him. He couldn't help but feel grateful. How fortunate it was to know Tianyu. Ling Fan sheathed the fruit knife and turned to Lu Tianlin with a smile, saying, Tianlin, I am sorry, I had no choice but to act thus. Please forgive me. Lu Tianlin, momentarily stunned, gazed at Chu Tianyu in disbelief, unable to fathom how a cold, slender, beautiful girl could unleash such terrifying lethal moves, far more formidable than the Red Ghost. It's alright. Lu Tianlin finally responded, having heard Ling Fan's voice. Ling Fan approached Uncle Fat, effortlessly lifting the already collapsed figure from the floor, drawing out a gun and pointing it at his head with a chilling smile. Uncle Fat, speak. Who is the mastermind behind your murderous orders? Ha ha, he is a god, O great deity. How dare you mere mortals inflict harm upon the followers of the divine? Rest assured, the heavens will exact vengeance on my behalf. Ha ha ha, with a shrill laugh Fat Uncle proclaimed, I shall see who dares to come to your rescue, who, pray tell, could snatch you from the very jaws of my gun. Ling Fan, with a single motion, withdrew his firearm, chambered around, and aimed it at Fat Uncle's thigh. A resounding bang echoed as the shot rang out, blood gushed forth like a torrent from Fat Uncle's wounded leg. You wretched boy. How ruthless you are. Fat Uncle's laughter ceased, replaced by gritted teeth. Ruthless? I am but a novice compared to you. Do you not comprehend the depths of your own cruelty? Ling Fan pressed the gun against Fat Uncle's other thigh, shouting, You have torn someone's limbs asunder. Another deafening bang resounded, and a gruesome, gaping wound appeared on Fat Uncle's leg, soaking his trousers in a crimson tide. Speak. Who is this so-called deity of yours? Ling Fan barked, pressing the gun to Fat Uncle's forehead. Very well, I shall tell you. At last, Fat Uncle felt the sting of pain. Chapter 17, Conspiracy and Deceit, the agony of severed limbs, the torment of bullets tearing through flesh, surged upon Fat Uncle like an overwhelming tide. I will speak. The deity is. At last, Fat Uncle resolved to unveil the puppet master behind the scenes. A chilling, heart-wrenching scream reverberated from the living room. Ling Fan and the others exchanged glances, the wail unmistakably belonging to Butler Su. Could he be in peril? Tianyu, remain here to guard Fat Uncle. Sister Yuzhen, come with me to the living room downstairs. As Ling Fan spoke, he dashed down the stairs, with Chen Yuzhen closely trailing behind. In the living room below, Butler Su lay sprawled upon the floor, his once neat hair now disheveled, his eyes wide with terror as they fixated on a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Trembling uncontrollably, his entire being curled into a ball. Su, what has transpired? Ling Fan leaped down the stairs, landing before Su. A ghost, a red ghost, it is outside, staring at me intently. Just moments ago, Su's face had turned as pale as parchment. A trembling finger pointed accusingly at the window. Indeed, through the vast window, a figure clad in red stared with a pair of eyes fixed upon the inhabitants of the living room, the blood-red orbs flickering ominously. "Damn it, here we are, haunted by phantoms," Ling Fan bellowed, rising to his feet and striding toward the apparition in red, shattering the massive glass with a kick. He then leveled his gun at the ghost's forehead and fired. A dull thud echoed as the head fell away, revealing it to be merely the head of an electronic doll. "This is disastrous. We have fallen victim to the puppet master's diversion. Tianyu." Ling Fan immediately thought of Chu Tianyu and hurriedly raced toward Lu Zhenhai's room upstairs. A rich, intoxicating scent assailed Ling Fan's nostrils. Ether. He quickly covered his nose and rushed to the window. Smashing the glass with the stock of his gun, the brisk night air swept in, diluting the fragrant atmosphere within, yet a faint scent of blood began to waft toward Ling Fan. Blood trickled down from Fat Uncle's neck. His head was nowhere to be seen, torn asunder by the hands of another. Ling Fan surveyed his surroundings, only to find Lu Zhenhai and Lu Tianlin collapsed on the ground. The groundskeeper Zhao Ziang slumped at the entrance. While Chu Tianyu had mysteriously vanished. A sense of urgency, a heart-wrenching anxiety, enveloped Ling Fan. With desperation, he cried out to the heavens. Who is responsible for all of this? Who has taken Tianyu away? UMBITS Mother Feng. A faint voice emerged from Zhao Ziang, for he was closest to the door and thus had been affected the least by the ether. Ling Fan rushed over, pressing on Zhao Ziang's acupoint, demanding, "Mother Feng, why did she kill Uncle Pang?" Zhao Ziang weakly replied, "I saw Mother Feng." Her eyes were blood red. With that, he collapsed against Ling Fan's chest, unconscious. "What? Could it be that Mother Feng is the puppet master behind all this?" Chen Yuzhen exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, the sound of a multimedia message notification interrupted Ling Fan's thoughts. He hastily opened it. It was a photo sent by Lin Xinyan. As the image gradually enlarged, 4 figures clad in thick mountaineering attire emerged on his phone screen, 3 men and 1 woman. Though the photograph was taken long ago, the faces were still vaguely recognizable. Lu Zhenhai, Uncle Pang, the antique dealer Uncle Chang, and Mother Feng, Uncle Chang. Mother Feng must have taken Uncle Pang's head to Uncle Chang. "Let us not forget, Uncle Pang was also a spirit," Ling Fan shouted at Chen Yuzhen. "Are you suggesting that Uncle Pang has become the final sacrifice to resurrect that so-called deity, and that antique dealer is the god they speak of?" Chen Yuzhen cried out in astonishment. "Yuzhen, hurry, inform the boss, and have someone dispatched here immediately," Ling Fan urged Chen Yuzhen. From the outside, Uncle Chang's home still radiated with light through the windows, with a resounding crash. Ling Fan kicked the door open, causing it to fall to the ground with a thud. The scene before him left Ling Fan momentarily stunned. He beheld Uncle Chang seated before a miniature wine cabinet, swirling a glass of blood-red wine in his hand, the liquid glimmering ominously under the light. Meanwhile, Mother Feng was impaled upon a stone pillar, a massive iron nail piercing through her chest, blood trickling down the nail and pooling at her feet. Her eyes wide and lifeless, as if unable to comprehend the reality before her. Chu Tianyu, her mouth bound with a white cloth and her limbs restrained, lay discarded in a corner, yet her gaze was fixed intently on Uncle Chang. Upon seeing Ling Fan burst in, a glimmer of tender moisture flickered in her eyes. "Tianyu, if you were unharmed, please nod." Ling Fan gazed at Chu Tianyu, speaking softly. Chu Tianyu obediently nodded. "What a poignant scene. Such beauty deserves a toast." As he spoke, a cold smirk crossed Uncle Chang's lips, and he downed the glass of red wine in one gulp. Why would you slay even your own followers?" Ling Fan pointed at Mother Feng nailed to the stone pillar, and glared at the nonchalant Uncle Chang, shouting. With a sharp crack, the brilliant wine glass was instantaneously crushed in Changshu's palm. He clutched the shards of the shattered glass tightly, allowing the jagged fragments to pierce his flesh, blood cascading along the lines of his hand and dripping onto the pristine floor, creating cruel splashes of crimson. "You dare to say that I killed her? You dare to say that I killed her? You dare to say that I killed her?" Changshu clenched his teeth, blood seeping from between them, and tears streamed down the creases of his face as he shouted. "Do you know who she was? She was my wife. How could I ever kill my own wife?" Ling Fan stood frozen, unable to fathom that Feng Ma was the wife of the antique dealer. Changshu, complicating matters further. "If she was not the murderer, then who could it be?" Ling Fan shouted, his mind swirling in overwhelming turmoil. "It was God. It was the will of God. It was God who commanded me to take her life. For he said she must be brought to the kingdom of heaven." Changshu spoke slowly, his eyes reflecting a devout light. "It was God who led us to him. A year ago, I, along with Lu Zhenhai and several other companions, were all members of a mountaineering club in Qingshan City. That year, we had seen online that someone had once again successfully reached the summit of Mount Everest, and you cannot imagine the allure of standing atop the world. This powerful temptation drew us in, and one day we resolved to climb that snow-capped peak, the sacred Mount Everest in the eyes of all mountaineers. Standing at the foot of the snowy mountain, gazing up at the summit piercing the clouds, we were all as excited as children who had just seen a toy fully equipped. We embarked on the first step of our ascent of the divine snow peak. The winds atop the mountain were fierce. We clung tightly to the ropes, fearing that if we loosened our grip, the frigid mountain winds would cast us down to the depths below. Several times I nearly fell, and it was Lu Zhenhai who saved me. I could not tell how long we had been climbing, all I knew was that whether we looked up or down, it was a blinding white expanse. Chang Shu, gazing at his blood-soaked palm, spoke softly, and then, Ling Fan inquired, then none of us gave up. We gritted our teeth and persevered, for we knew that with each step forward, we were closer to the pinnacle of the world. However, none of us could have anticipated that just a few hundred meters from the summit, something utterly terrifying would occur. A profound fear flickered in Chang Shu's eyes, his lips trembling. Chang Shu, what dreadful thing did you encounter? Ling Fan could not contain his curiosity and asked eagerly, while Chu Tianyu, bound in the corner, was equally captivated by Chang Shu's tale. An avalanche. Chang Shu attempted to convey the words in the calmest manner possible. Yet his trembling lips betrayed the terror within him, as if the very word avalanche had sprung forth from his lips, although Ling Fan had already vaguely surmised that they might be encountering an avalanche. Hearing Uncle Chang utter the very word sent a tremor through his heart. Indeed, it was an avalanche, a deluge of snow that engulfed us like ants caught in a tempest, and at that moment, I felt as though I were a ball tumbling endlessly, my stomach nearly heaving out of my body. Before I lost consciousness, when we awoke, I found myself lying in a cave, and do you know what I saw? At this juncture, Uncle Chang's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, and then, surely you encountered something more terrifying than the avalanche, did you not? Ling Fan inquired further. Uncle Chang's eyes darkened with a flicker of malice as he gritted his teeth and replied. Indeed, we faced something far more dreadful. That very night, we were assailed by a pungent scent, and instantly, our minds grew heavy. In the haze, we glimpsed a figure standing before us, brandishing a gleaming knife, a sinister smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he advanced towards us step by step. That person was Lu Zhenhai. He audaciously rendered us unconscious with ether, then proceeded to sever our tendons one by one with a mountaineering knife. Ling Fan could scarcely believe that Lu Zhenhai was capable of such treachery. This implies that Lu Zhenhai was driven by greed to commit murder, yet lacked the resolve to kill you outright, resorting instead to the brutal act of dismemberment to prevent your escape. Correct, and suddenly Uncle Chang let out a weary sigh and spoke slowly. That young man named Ling Feng is truly astute. His intelligence seems to surpass even the deities we revere, just with a single case. He managed to trace the investigation back to the Lu family and soon uncovered my identity, even revealing the nature of our divine roles. He meticulously documented all the clues in a memorandum. As a result, the deity was indeed incensed. I have never witnessed such fury from the divine, or perhaps it was not fury but rather a profound fear. The deity commanded us, by any means necessary, to eliminate that young man, no exceptions. So you attempted to kill him? Ling Fan pushed back his gun holster, loading a bullet, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. No, we could not kill him. He always evaded our pursuit with remarkable cunning. We did not even know his residence until one day we received a note with his address. The fat one then went to find your brother, only to discover that your brother had already. Uncle Chang paused, then continued. The fat one found that your brother had passed away. At that moment, he paid it no mind. He merely sought the memorandum, rummaging through the drawer but to no avail. Suddenly, a sound startled him, and fearing discovery, he hid behind the door. In that fleeting moment, he caught a whiff of a faint jasmine fragrance, which then abruptly vanished, followed by the wailing of police sirens outside. The fat one concealed himself on the roof, observing every movement within until he saw you retrieve that memorandum from the bottom of the drawer, which is why he harbored thoughts of murder against you. If that is the case, then my brother was not slain by you, Ling Fan exclaimed coldly. No, we lacked the capability to kill him. However, in my estimation, there are few who could, unless he were to take his own life. Uncle Chang replied slowly. Impossible, you must be lying to me. Ling Fan lunged forward, pressing the gun against Uncle Chang's forehead, demanding, how could someone as exceptional as my brother possibly commit suicide? Both Lao Lao and I are still waiting for him. He would never take his own life. Uncle Chang shrugged and chuckled. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. I am merely relaying what I know. If you do not wish for your brother to have died in vain, it would be prudent to investigate that faint jasmine fragrance. It is the only lead. I believe you. The dead do not lie. However, you have yet to reveal the identity of your captain who has ascended to divinity. Who is he? Ling Fan demanded coldly. Even if I told you now, it would be too late. The deity has already activated the mysterious spell formation. Uncle Chang's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and he shouted frantically. Ling Fan stared at Uncle Chang, who was gradually descending into madness, and spoke slowly. The fifth person. Who is the fifth person? A muffled voice reached Ling Fan's ears, as Chu Tianyu struggled to gaze up at him. Tianyu, Ling Fan rushed over, unbinding the white cloth from her mouth and the ropes from her hands and feet, urgently asking, Tianyu, are you all right? I'm fine. I know who the fifth person is. Tianyu inhaled deeply and hastily exclaimed, Ling Fan, be careful. Just as she was about to reveal the identity of the fifth person, she saw Uncle Chang with bloodshot eyes and a gaping mouth lunging toward Ling Fan. Ling Fan swiftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful knee strike to Uncle Chang's abdomen. Tianyu stood frozen in place, astonished by Ling Fan's remarkable prowess. That strike had been executed with such precision and decisiveness that it was clearly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary novice in Jeet Kune Do. Only a master of black belt rank could possess such rapid reflexes and formidable striking power. Uncle Chang's blood-red eyes instantly transformed into a stark contrast of black and white, foam spilling from his lips as he collapsed to the ground. Ling Fan leaped forward, seizing Uncle Chang by the collar and shouted, "I understand now, I finally comprehend everything. The fifth person is the one who took this photograph for you." Ling Fan waved the photo from his phone before Uncle Chang and bellowed. "The fifth individual is none other than the steward Subo." Uncle Chang finally crumpled to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, slowly uttering, "Indeed, our captain is the steward Subo of the Liu family. Our most revered leader, who, for our sake, even sold his own soul to the deity, becoming the god we admire." Suddenly, Uncle Chang cried out in despair, his body trembling uncontrollably as it underwent a violent transformation. His previously clear eyes now appeared clouded like those of an elderly man, his once black hair morphing into a mix of gray before turning completely white, and even his skin resembled the withered bark of a tree. Shudianyu, witnessing this drastic change, instinctively covered her lips, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the once dignified Uncle Chang now transformed into an aged figure in an instant. Why is this happening? I am a believer of the deity. Uncle Chang looked down at his now wrinkled hands, trembling as he stammered, "How could this be? Why have I aged so suddenly? Perhaps the covenant you established with that so-called deity was merely a means for him to siphon your life force to amass sufficient energy for the mysterious incantation he intends to unleash." Ling Fan speculated. "He deceived us, he truly deceived us." Uncle Chang clawed at his own thinning hair, attempting to shout, but only managed a feeble voice. "He has betrayed us. We trusted him so deeply, even entrusting our very souls to him. Tianyu, we must leave." Ling Fan grasped Shudianyu's hand, not casting a single glance at Uncle Chang as he strode purposefully towards the exit. Wait. You must go to the birch forest and find the devil. He is there now. Hurry. We must not allow him to reshape his flesh." Uncle Chang, now a frail, hairless, and withered old man, managed to utter his last words before collapsing to the ground, succumbing quietly to death, the cause being heart failure. Perhaps this was the most fitting conclusion that fate could bestow upon him. The round, luminous moon hangs gracefully in the night sky, its silvery light cascading over the tranquil birch grove. A severed head, its eyes wide open in a furious gaze, rests atop a complete torso, surrounded by two dismembered arms and two severed legs, from which a foul stench of blood and decaying flesh emanates. This gruesome assemblage of limbs is positioned in the form of a human figure within a six-pointed star, delineated by white chalk. Outside the circle stands a hunched figure, his aged eyes gleaming with excitement as they fixate on the displayed body parts. Muttering incessantly, "At last, I have gathered them all. My new flesh is finally complete." Ha 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 ha. A strange incantation spills rapidly from Subo's lips. In an instant, the hexagram bursts forth with a blazing crimson light, the blood-red glow casting a terrifying reflection upon Subo's countenance, contorted by exhilaration to the point of resembling anything but a human face. Eerie, ghostly wails surge forth from the blood circle. Their sounds as though they originate from the depths of hell. The six dismembered limbs within the circle tremble violently, the head rotating swiftly as if it possesses sight, mirroring a look of astonishment. The severed arms and legs, along with the head and torso, slowly gravitate towards one another, seemingly on the verge of reassembly. Suddenly, two resounding gunshots pierce through the chilling cacophony of wails. The bullets, akin to shooting stars, penetrate Subo's body. In an instant, the crimson glow of the hexagram dims, gradually surrendering to darkness once more, as the severed limbs nearly coalesce, their flesh beginning to intertwine. Two scarlet beams shoot forth from Subo's eyes, pivoting to fixate on the source of the gunfire. Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu stand not far away, both brandishing their weapons with defiance. Chu Tianyu gazes at the terrifying Subo in horror, while Ling Fan's face is ablaze with rage and intensity that seems almost blinding. "You dare to obstruct my bloodlight formation, you seek death." Subo is no longer the amiable elder, he is transformed into a figure as fearsome as a demon from the abyss. Without hesitation, Ling Fan fires again with a resounding bang. Just as the bullet is about to strike Subo's head, he slightly tilts it aside, coldly laughing. "Humph, how absurd, even the Japanese soldiers of yore could not bring me down. Do you truly believe that your feeble gun can accomplish what they could not?" Japanese soldiers. Upon hearing those words, a mysterious legend of Mount Everest flashes through Ling Fan's mind, and he exclaims, "You are the Huang sect leader." A bizarre, unearthly laughter erupts from Subo, a sound so strange it defies human capability, as he declares, "Indeed, I am the soul of the Huang sect leader. Those Japanese soldiers pursued me relentlessly, driving me into the hidden caverns of Everest, all in the hopes of seizing the treasures safeguarded by our sect. I am the Huang sect leader. They could never succeed so easily. Our sect possesses a spell to summon demons. The caster must blow a horn made from human bones and then offer a sacrifice of human flesh to call forth the demons of hell to do their bidding. Thus, I severed one of my own legs to fashion a horn capable of summoning demons. Offering myself as the sacrificial sustenance, after consuming my flesh, the demon dragged along those detestable Japanese soldiers and devoured them as well. My soul, however, became eternally sealed within that horn, awaiting the day when they would trespass into my lair. using blood to liberate me from its confines, allowing me to be reborn. Ha ha ha, to think that this legend is indeed true, Ling Fan exclaimed in astonishment, discarding his firearm and shedding his shirt. Bellowing at the leader of the Huang sect, since the gun cannot vanquish you, I shall strike you down with my fists. Ha ha ha, ignorant humans, do you think I fear a mere gun? How could I possibly fear your fists? The Huang sect leader mockingly fixed his gaze upon Ling Fan. Ling Fan roared, leaping towards the leader like a fierce tiger. As he approached, he suddenly kicked against a nearby birch tree. Launching himself into the air to deliver a kick aimed at the leader's face, the Huang sect leader effortlessly raised a hand, precisely catching Ling Fan's flying kick, then forcefully swung him aside. Ling Fan arced through the air before crashing heavily against the birch tree. Ling Fan felt a sharp pain in his waist, crying out in agony, his body slowly sliding down the tree trunk until he fell motionless to the ground. Ling Fan, Chu Tianyu cried out in alarm, rushing towards him. Is that girl truly so impatient for death? The Huang sect leader coldly laughed, his crimson eyes fixated on the approaching Chu Tianyu. As she reached the leader, he attempted to embrace her in a bear hug. However, with a sly smile, Chu Tianyu suddenly dropped to the ground, slipping through the leader's legs, and in an instant, she planted her hands on the ground and kicked both feet towards his vulnerable groin. Shen Yuzhen had once witnessed Chu Tianyu effortlessly snap a small tree in half with a single kick. Now she unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks aimed at the most fragile part of the human body. The destructive potential was evident. Ling Fan, lying nearby, suddenly lifted his head in astonishment, his face devoid of the earlier pain, shaking his head in disbelief. Goodness, is this Huang sect leader not finished yet? No matter how formidable, the flesh is still Subo's. Poor Subo. The Huang sect leader's mouth gaped wide, his hands clutching his groin, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he sank to his knees. Gasping for breath, Chu Tianyu, unwilling to grant him a moment's respite, lunged forward, delivering a solid elbow strike to the leader's head, seeking death. The Huang sect leader's eyes blazed with fury, gritting his teeth, and suddenly swung his right hand. Seizing Chu Tianyu's arm and hurling her away, Chu Tianyu transformed into a shooting star, crashing against another birch tree. This is bad, Ling Fan thought anxiously as he observed the unfolding scene. Chu Tianyu was taken aback by the immense strength of the seemingly frail old man. As she felt her head about to collide with a birch tree, she instinctively closed her eyes. Suddenly, there was a soft thud, and she realized that her head had struck a remarkably gentle surface before she fell to the ground. Her head landing once more on a heap of soft material. Miss Chu, you've caused me quite a bellyache, Ling Fan exclaimed, one hand gripping the tree while the other rested on Chu Tianyu's waist. Alleviating her momentum. A pained expression crossed his face as he managed a wry smile. Ling Fan, you lecherous scoundrel, where do you think you're touching? The once flustered Chu Tianyu's expression darkened significantly as she delivered a punch to Ling Fan's chest. Springing away from his embrace and escaping his unwelcome grasp. Chapter 19, Kill or be killed. Good intentions, yet no good deed goes unpunished, Ling Fan groaned, rubbing his aching stomach as he gradually rose from the ground. Casting a smile at Chu Tianyu, next time, I shall advise those who wish to do good, particularly those aiding women, to refrain from doing so, lest they be bitten in return. Humph. Chu Tianyu scoffed, choosing to avert her gaze as she turned her attention to the Huang sect leader, who was slowly rising from the ground, a flicker of fear inadvertently glimmering in her eyes. Ling Fan stepped forward slightly ahead of Chu Tianyu, calling out to the Huang sect leader, hey, you over there. The leader of that whatever sect, how does it feel? I imagine the kicks from this female warrior beside me are quite exhilarating, aren't they? The Huang sect leader glared at Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu with blood-red eyes, a chilling smile creeping across his face. Tonight, neither of you shall escape. The man shall be slain to feed the demons, while the woman shall be kept for my own enjoyment. Ha ha, I would rather perish than endure such humiliation, Chu Tianyu declared, breaking free from Ling Fan's grasp and vaulting into action. Hey, Ling Fan attempted to call out to Chu Tianyu, only to find that she was completely disregarding him, with a resigned shrug. He pondered, what must I do to eliminate this Huang sect leader possessed by evil spirits? True to her reputation as a retired captain of the female special forces, Chu Tianyu quickly recognized that engaging in a battle of strength with the Huang sect leader would be tantamount to suicide. She thus resorted to a strategy of evasion, utilizing her agile form to entangle herself with the Huang sect leader. Suddenly, the Huang sect leader lunged towards Chu Tianyu. She ducked and dodged, only to swiftly retaliate with a kick to his neck, the force of which sent him crashing to the side. The Huang sect leader shook his head, propping himself up with his hands as he glared at Chu Tianyu with a sneer. Your physique is quite impressive. I have my sights set on you. Humph. Chu Tianyu scoffed, her delicate cheeks flushing with exertion as she breathed heavily. The Huang sect leader lunged at her once more, his left hand swinging out as she nimbly evaded. However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, he had already anticipated her landing spot, lunging forward to seize her by the waist with one arm while gripping her throat with the other. Coldly taunting, how does it feel, little girl? Am I not formidable? If you agree to sign a contract with me, I shall spare your life and ensure you enjoy all the riches and glory this world has to offer. With a disdainful spittle, Chu Tianyu spat in the face of the leader of the Huang sect, while her hands desperately clutched at the grip constricting her throat, attempting to pry it away. Only to discover that it would not budge an inch. Are you seeking death? The Huang sect leader remarked coldly, but rest assured, even if you perish, I can resurrect you with a curse seal. And you will still belong to me. Ha ha ha, old lecher, she is mine, do not attempt to claim her, or else. Suddenly, Ling Fan's voice echoed in the Huang sect leader's ears. To everyone's surprise, Ling Fan appeared. Inexplicably carrying a white plastic bucket, pouring a clear liquid into the white pentagram circle with great enthusiasm. You little rascal, what are you doing? The Huang sect leader exclaimed, fixated on the transparent liquid gushing from Ling Fan's bucket. Pouring gasoline, you ancient relic, surely you have seen gasoline before, Ling Fan replied with a cheeky grin, pointing to the bold letters on the bucket that read, gasoline. Do you intend to incinerate the souls I have gathered? The Huang sect leader's face finally revealed a look of terror, trembling as she spoke. Of course, these souls met such a tragic end, losing limbs even as they died. If they are not set ablaze, how can they find peace in the afterlife? Ling Fan chuckled, pulling out a lighter from his pocket. With a flick of the flint, a bright flame leapt into existence. Wait. The Huang say the glint of blood in the eyes of the leader of the Huang sect was as piercing as his sharp voice echoed in Ling Fan's ears. But you have ruined the ethereal spirit I toiled to acquire, so I must kill you. Ling Fan attempted to speak, yet found himself utterly voiceless, as though his throat were ensnared by an iron grip. Slowly constricting until he could no longer draw a breath. You devil, release Ling Fan at once. Chu Tianyu, disregarding her fear, fervently struck at the back of the Huang sect leader, but all her efforts were as ineffectual as eggs thrown against stone. Tianyu. Run. Ling Fan summoned his last ounce of strength, prying open the iron-like hand and shouted to the leader of the Huang sect, tightened his grip around Ling Fan's neck, and gradually Ling Fan's complexion shifted from crimson to pale. Then to a ghastly shade of bluish-purple. His hands slowly fell limply, his eyes began to close, and after a slight flutter of his eyelashes, he lay still, save for his hands that continued to twitch in the air. Upon realizing that Ling Fan had drawn his last breath, the leader of the Huang sect suddenly heard the blare of sirens and, with a cold snort, abandoned Ling Fan and fled into the depths of the birch forest. Chu Tianyu swiftly caught Ling Fan as he was cast aside, laying him on the ground and repeatedly slapping his face, shouting, You lecher, wake up, I won't allow you to die. Yet, despite her desperate calls, Ling Fan remained unresponsive, lying motionless on the ground, his head drooping to one side, the leaves against his nose undisturbed, indicating he had ceased to breathe. Chu Tianyu continued to press on Ling Fan's chest, administering artificial respiration again and again. As if she would not cease until he returned to her, the leader of the Huang sect raised a hand to shield his eyes. A voice tinged with age emerged. Who are you? Why are you shining so many flashlights at me? From among the multitude of flashlights, two figures gradually emerged. One was the burly Fang Yi, the other, the strikingly elegant Chen Yuzhen. I believe you must be mistaken. I have not committed murder. How could I possibly be here? The Huang sect leader feigned amnesia, glancing around anxiously. Chu Tianyu finally halted her resuscitation efforts, tears streaming down her delicate cheeks as she lunged at the leader of the Huang sect, executing a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Stop pretending. Aren't you a tough guy? Fight me. At that moment, the leader of the Huang sect, adopting the guise of an old man, clasped his head with both hands, curling in on himself. Miss, I am but an elderly man, please be gentle. If you break this old body of mine, I shall never recover. Gentle? Did you consider being gentle when you choked him to death? Chu Tianyu retaliated with a fierce kick to the leader's face. The Huang sect leader, clutching his head in agony, lamented, My head is going to shatter. Is this how you treat the elderly? Ling Fan is dead. Fang Yi gazed at Chu Tianyu in disbelief, and the tears cascading down her beautiful face silently conveyed the grim truth to all present. Alas, how could you single-handedly diminish my elite hit task force by taking down two of its finest members? I shall end your life. Fang Yi abruptly seized a handgun from a nearby junior officer, and with 3 thunderous shots, 3 bullets pierced the thigh of the leader of the Huang sect. The leader of the Huang sect emitted a heart-wrenching wail, trembling as he pleaded, I swear I did not kill anyone. I am merely an aging steward. How could I possibly harm that robust young man beside me? The name of the last leader of the Huang sect, Achasemnato Kila, a chilling voice suddenly resonated from the depths of the birch forest. Upon hearing his name, the leader of the Huang sect trembled all over. It had been an eternity since anyone had uttered that name, and he had almost forgotten it himself. To his astonishment, he realized that someone in this world still knew of his existence. Who could it be? The leader's eyes turned crimson once more, coldly fixing on the direction from whence the voice came. 2 figures slowly emerged from the shadows. Old Gu, Fang Yi, Chen Yuzhen, and Chu Tianyu exclaimed in unison. You're awake? Yes. Uncle Gu suddenly regained consciousness shortly after you all departed. He insisted on participating in the final act. Lin Xinyan carefully supported the still pale Gu roughing, standing not far away. Grinning as she looked at the others, suddenly Lin Xinyan's attention shifted to the motionless Ling Fan on the ground. After steadying Gu roughing, she rushed to Ling Fan's side, shaking his body and calling out, Ling Fan! Wake up! What has happened to you? Chen Yuzhen hurried over, embracing Lin Xinyan, her eyes instantly glistening with tears, saying, Xinyan, do not fear, Ling Fan is not dead, he has merely fainted. Lin Xinyan patted Chen Yuzhen's shoulder. Leaning against it and weeping, "You are lying. How could someone who has fainted not breathe? Who are you? How do you know my name?" The leader of the Huang sect glared at the middle-aged man before him. Clad in a nebular robe, his long hair flowing, yin-yang Master Gu Ruffing coldly regarded the leader of the Huang sect, stating, "You ought to end your own life. You were never meant to exist in this world. Do not cling to the mortal realm any longer." No, the leader of the Huang sect retreated in terror, his blood-red eyes fixed on the crowd, declaring, "I am a god, a deity. You insignificant humans dare to attempt to slay a god." "Ha, never." Ling Fan smiled at Chu Tianyu and said, "I truly appreciate your resuscitation earlier. Had it not been for you, I fear I would have already perished. Alas, I am bereft of riches to repay you. It seems I can only offer myself in gratitude." Ha ha. Chu Tianyu was taken aback that Ling Fan stood alive before her. She had assumed he would depart from her life like Ling Feng. Yet here he was, alive, and it was she who had saved him. The long-standing regret she harbored over Ling Feng dissipated in an instant, and like a gust of wind, she flung herself into Ling Fan's embrace. Saying nothing, only weeping freely, Ling Fan gently caressed Chu Tianyu's flowing locks, then turned to fix his gaze upon the leader of the Huang sect, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "What of the Huang sect leader or Su Bo? All of it is but a ruse. In my eyes, you are merely a man stained with the blood of the innocent. I care not who you are. Any individual who has taken the life of the blameless has committed an unforgivable crime deserving of capital punishment." Ling Fan's eyes radiated a piercing intensity as he coldly regarded Su Bo. The force of righteousness is eternally potent irrespective of the time or circumstance. Su Bo let out a roar of fury. Lunging toward Ling Fan with outstretched arms, the words capital punishment struck Su Bo like a bolt from a clear sky. In an instant, his humiliation transformed into rage, and he charged fiercely at Ling Fan. Chen Yuzhen hurriedly pressed her hands tightly over Lin Xinyan's ears. Ling Fan held Chu Tianyu close, his gaze unwavering as he observed the figure writhing amidst the flames. Gu Rufu slowly retrieved an object from behind, a Tibetan human bone horn, and tossed it into the blazing fire with a dismissive gesture, stating coldly, "Take this as well. It is yours, an object that belongs not to this world." The inferno swiftly reduced the bone horn to ash, purging all malevolent entities into oblivion. Gu Rufu turned to Ling Fan, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Lad, do you remember what you once uttered?" Ling Fan's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he replied, "Indeed, come to my home for noodles, and bring your own condiments." Ha ha! The sound of unrestrained laughter filled the dark birch grove, as if the leaves of the birch trees themselves were swayed by the mirth, heralding the end of all darkness and allowing the souls of the departed to finally find peace. Epilogue 1. After addressing the dismemberment case of the Red Demon, Ling Fan visited the new home of Lu Tianlin and his son, only to discover they resided in a modest apartment. Lu Tianlin informed Ling Fan that upon learning of his father's past transgressions, he had resolved to donate their vast fortune to impoverished regions in the West and the Hope Project. Hoping that these funds would assist those in need of this act, he believed would alleviate some of his inner turmoil and serve as a form of atonement for the sins of yesteryears. 2. In a dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts, a bright ray of light streamed through a window, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Chen Yuzhen tirelessly revised the vexing dismemberment case of the Red Demon, occasionally biting her pen. Gu Rufu, frowning, gazed at the crystal chandelier above, envisioning it as a rare and exquisite treasure. Meanwhile, Ling Fan sat cross-legged on the sofa, one hand propping up his chin while the other twirled a pen on his knee, his brow slightly furrowed as if deep in contemplation. Fang Yi puffed on a cigarette, occasionally glancing at the three individuals before him, then taking another drag, his expression one of contentment. At last, Chen Yuzhen relaxed her brow, grasped the file on the dismemberment case, and reported to Fang Yi with clarity, "The principal offender, Su Ruffing, known as Su Bo, has confessed to inciting murder among various charges. Accomplices Feng Yufang, Chang Shulin, and Zhang Pinzi have likewise admitted to murder and assaulting police officers." "Boss, do you think this serves as a suitable introduction? By the way, what shall we do about Lu Zhenhai? It suffices, but what is your opinion on Lu Zhenhai?" Fang Yi retorted, although Lu Zhenhai had committed an unforgivable error in the past. Considering his remorse and his decision to donate all his assets to impoverished regions in the West, one might argue it serves as a form of atonement. I propose we grant him a reprieve. For at least he has not taken a life directly. Chen Yuzhen observed the records and said, "Indeed, let him retain a criminal record. Should he transgress again in the future, there shall be no mercy." "Yes, boss." Chen Yuzhen stood at attention. Fang Yi gazed at Ling Fan, who remained silent for an extended period, and inquired, "Ling Fan, what occupies your thoughts?" Ling Fan slowly raised his head, fixating on Chu Tian Fang Yi, and stated, "My brother was not killed by them. Chang Shulin informed me that they did not murder my brother. They merely sought the memorandum in my possession and did not take his life." "That is perplexing. If it were not them, then who would wish to harm you, Ling Feng?" Chen Yuzhen asked, her expression one of suspicion. Ling Fan rose from the sofa, walking to the glass window, his face grave as he gazed outside. The faint scent of jasmine lingered. As night deepened, countless conspiracies unfolded in the darkness, ruthlessly extending their cruel tendrils, yet Ling Fan was indifferent to all else. His singular focus was to uncover the truth behind his brother Ling Feng's demise. He would show no mercy to anything that dared obstruct his path. The Forensic Spirit Chronicles epilogue is currently being written. Please hold on for a moment. Once the content is updated, refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. The Forensic Spirit Chronicles novel website updates in full text. Remember the URL. The Legend of the Dead Bones and Summoning Magic Array in Tibet. Many individuals likely enjoy traveling, and the fresh air and pristine blue skies of Tibet make it a preferred sanctuary for many tourists. Those who have visited Tibet or Nepal often relish purchasing small trinkets from street vendors, yet some of these items are not as simple as they appear, and one must exercise caution. While the hexagram blood array may be a fabrication, it is said that in ancient times a genuine form of witchcraft existed in the western regions for summoning demons. The sect practicing this sorcery belonged to the Yellow Sect. When they sought to eliminate certain individuals, they would often contemplate summoning a demon, necessitating the offering of tributes favored by the demon. Diffir, thank you all for your support during these days of tomatoes. Now that the first volume has concluded, the second volume is prepared for upload, and I kindly ask for your continued support. Prologue. On the night of May 20th, the sky was devoid of both moon and stars. The weather at this juncture was on the cusp of early summer. The daytime in Qingshan City felt as though it were ensconced within the fiery furnace of the Taishan Laojun. Oppressive in its heat, yet as night fell, the entire city transformed into an unexpected oasis of coolness, reminiscent of an unsealed cavern. As the night deepened, the lights in the myriad windows of buildings gradually extinguished. However, a few stubborn windows continued to emanate a bright glow akin to twinkling stars against the backdrop of a blackened sky. Behind these luminous windows resided another cohort of city dwellers, commonly referred to as the night owls. Among the windows that exuded the brilliance of incandescent light, one emitted a dim radiance. Inside, the clock ticked tirelessly, its hands now indicating 23 hours and 25 minutes. A cup of coffee rested beside the computer. Long since devoid of warmth, its contents having congealed into a solid mass, while a silver spoon lay quietly against the rim of the cup. At this moment, Hu Ming sat poised at his computer. The lower right corner of his screen adorned with 4 QQ icons, as the speakers incessantly chimed with the crisp sounds of incoming messages from the little penguin of QQ. The arrival of messages was swift, and Hu Ming's fingers danced even more quickly over the keyboard, producing a stifled cacophony of clicks. He had developed an affinity for the internet, bordering on obsession, and was equally enamored with chatting on QQ. Engaging in whimsical and absurd conversations with numerous individuals from the web. In this ethereal realm, no one truly knew who he was. One QQ account was registered as female, while another was gender neutral. His age listed to a point that could be deemed the height of an ancient monster, yet no one ever questioned his true identity, for this was inherently a world devoid of reality. Where everyone was the same, here, all could freely express the frustrations endured in their tangible lives, with the internet serving as their weapon against the harshness of reality, showcasing their resilience. As the night deepened and the coolness enveloped the air, the avatars on QQ gradually dimmed one by one. Before departing, many would send Hu Ming a farewell icon, waving their little hands, while some opted for a more direct approach, simply dispatching the 3 digits 886, a homophone for bye-bye. Hu Ming responded uniformly to all, swiftly sending back the same simple 886. Eventually, no glowing avatars remained on the 4 QQ accounts, save for Hu's own icon, stubbornly lingering. Suddenly, a wave of loneliness washed over Hu Ming. Stifling a yawn, he rested one hand on his cheek while the other clutched the mouse, aimlessly perusing forum posts. Suddenly, one post captured his attention, causing the cursor to halt. Hu Ming's gaze swept over most of the text, ultimately resting on a final line in small print: "Do not chat on QQ past midnight, lest a pair of eyes appears in the darkness, fixated upon you, the moment you close QQ. It will pounce, extending its green hands to grip your neck tightly." What a tedious post. Hu Ming's lips curled into a faint, chilling smile as he promptly closed the forum homepage, only to navigate to several comedic forums where he was soon laughing uproariously at the whimsical jokes that unfolded. Suddenly, the bright chime of a small penguin icon requesting to add him as a friend pierced the air. Hu Ming reached out, maneuvering the mouse to click on the notification, revealing the words "old friend" in the authentication box. He mused that it might be an acquaintance from his middle or high school days, and proceeded to accept the friend request. Yet, at the very moment he clicked, an unsettling sensation washed over him, though he could not quite pinpoint its source. Thus, he began to search his friend list for the enigmatic old friend, only to be baffled by the fact that he could not find the QQ account that stirred his curiosity. At that moment, the clock on the wall struck the hour with a resonant toll, 1, 2, 3, 4. All the way to 24. With a sudden crash, the coffee cup perched on Hu Ming's desk tumbled to the floor, the dark brown liquid oozing slowly onto the floorboards. "Oh no," Hu Ming exclaimed, hastily grabbing a few tissues from the table, crouching down to right the cup and diligently wiping away the dark fluid from the floor. "Why did it have to spill? How did it just fall? This is truly bizarre." As Hu Ming knelt there, meticulously cleaning, his hand came to a sudden halt, his gaze fixated on something lurking beneath the desk. A pair of red shoes, as crimson as fresh blood, stood silently beside the table. From his vantage point, he could only discern the shoes, unable to ascertain if they were worn by someone, yet the vividness of the red suggested they were indeed donned. A wave of confusion washed over Hu Ming as he muttered, "This is strange. Why would there be a pair of red shoes in my room? I have no fondness for red footwear." In an instant, a jolt of memory surged through his mind like a lightning strike, causing his hands, lips, and entire body to tremble slightly. An inexplicable dread enveloped him as his eyes remained glued to those blood-red shoes. Clenching his teeth, Hu Ming abruptly stood, pressing his hands against the desk, leaning forward to peer behind the computer, only to discover nothing there, just the smooth gleaming floor. Perhaps I have been online too long and am hallucinating, he thought, exasperated. He plopped back down into his chair, closing his weary eyes, his hands massaging his temples in circular motions. Unbeknownst to him, beads of perspiration began to form along his hairline. Suddenly, the sound of the small penguin icon chiming with a new message echoed once more. Hu Ming quickly opened his eyes to find a gray avatar featuring a distinctly vibrant little penguin pulsating frantically. It was then he realized that the penguin was entirely red, even the fur on its back dripping with a crimson hue, while the accompanying name read "Old Friend." Perhaps it was merely a member's chilling avatar, he thought, as he clicked on the image. In that instant, a piercing electronic shriek erupted from the speakers beside his computer, plunging the entire room into an eerie silence, as if a dreadful demon were ensnared within. "I feel so cold, I am utterly chilled." The display box reveals these 6 words, while the speakers ominously echo their piercing sound. The shrill tone reverberates hauntingly in the silent room, amplifying a sense of dread. Blood, crimson and vivid, gradually spills forth from the depths of the display box, instantly engulfing those 6 words. Hu Ming's hair stands on end, his hands forcefully pushing against the table's edge, as the swivel chair beneath him swiftly retreats. With a clang, the chair seems to be caught on something, abruptly toppling over, causing Hu Ming to fall back and strike his head against the floor. The pain is excruciating. Turning over, he lies prostrate on the ground, clutching his injured head tightly with his hands. A pair of red shoes. A striking pair of crimson footwear appears on the floor directly before Hu Ming, not far from his chin. Hu Ming's face slowly rises, his pupils gradually constricting. Hands, a pair of greenish hands. May 21st, in the early hours, the classroom is filled with the sounds of pens scratching against paper and the rustling of pages being turned. Ling Fan is currently sprawled across the desk, catching up on sleep, his feet and arms entwined atop the table, embracing a hefty mathematics workbook, half of his face buried in his arm, drool seeping from the corner of his mouth and forming a droplet on the workbook. In his slumber, he dreams of a lavish feast laid out before him, involuntarily emitting smacking sounds. Suddenly, a bizarre voice emanates from Ling Fan's waist, "Return my life, return my life." The chilling and eerie tone seems to echo from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. His classmates, filled with terror, fixed their gaze upon the source of this frightful sound. Ling Fan, who is blissfully asleep atop the workbook, his deskmate nudges him with an elbow. "Ling Fan. Ling Fan, your phone." "Oh." Ling Fan blinks awake, groggily inquiring, "What's the matter? Is class over?" His deskmate furrows his brow, stating, "Your phone is ringing." Oh. Ling Fan slowly retrieves his phone from his pocket, pressing the answer button. "Hello, Ling Fan." Before he could finish, Chu Tianyu's voice bursts forth from the other end, prompting Ling Fan to frown as he lifts the phone high, away from his ear. "Hurry, room 205 of the G Street apartment. There has been a murder." The words murder strike Ling Fan's mind like a thunderclap. "All right, Tianyu, I'll be there immediately. Prepare the forensic kit." With that, Ling Fan springs to his feet and bolts out of the classroom like a lion on the scent of its prey. Room 205 of the G Street apartment. The scene has already been cordoned off by the police, and Ling Fan steps past the barrier. Chen Yuzhen is seated on the sofa, diligently recording notes, while across from her sits a man of approximately 25 years, curled up on the couch, trembling incessantly. His complexion is pale as parchment. "Ling Fan, you've arrived," Chen Yuzhen states with a serious expression, raising her hand to point with her pen towards a room adjacent to them where 2 policemen stand. "The deceased is there. Tianyu is waiting for you." Oh. Ling Fan fastened his buttons and, using the periphery of his vision, glanced at the man curled up in the corner of the sofa, only to find that the man's eyes were now fixed in terror upon the room. A wave of foreboding washed over Ling Fan. 2 sharp knocks echoed through the air. Chu Tianyu's expression darkened instantly, and he coldly remarked, "Pervert. What are you staring at? Hurry up and come over to examine the corpse." Ling Fan chuckled, but his demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness upon seeing the corpse huddled on the ground. Chu Tianyu held up a dossier and announced, "The deceased is Hu Ming, male, 26 years old, a resident of Qingshan City." At that moment, Hu Ming's body was curled up like charred cotton, his brown eyes wide and lifeless, staring blankly ahead, his face contorted in horror, hands tightly clasped together, nails digging deep into the flesh of his palms, oozing traces of congealed blood. Ling Fan crouched down, meticulously examining Hu Ming's body, stating, "The deceased exhibits no obvious external injuries. With all muscles in spasm, bulging eyes, and a facial expression twisted in terror. It is tentatively concluded that the cause of death may have been cardiac arrest induced by extreme fright prior to death." The postmortem lividity is pronounced, showing clear discoloration upon pressure. When the body is moved, the lividity shifts without the formation of new patterns, and there is a distinct trend of rigor mortis throughout. Hence, it is estimated that the time of death occurred between midnight and 1 o'clock last night. Meanwhile, Zhu Tianyu swiftly recorded notes on the dossier. After Ling Fan completed his examination, he stood up and surveyed the room. It was relatively spacious, with a bed positioned centrally, a bedside table beside it, and a large window draped with beige curtains behind the bed. A mounted air conditioner occupied one corner, while a computer sat on the right side of the bedside table. A mobile chair lay overturned on the floor, several crumpled tissues scattered nearby, and a coffee cup had toppled, its contents long dried on the floor. A clock hung on the wall opposite the bed. Ticking away steadily, Ling Fan slowly remarked, "This individual must have encountered something exceedingly terrifying at midnight yesterday, which ultimately frightened him to death. Moreover, this room is a sealed chamber." Zhu Tianyu fixed his gaze on Ling Fan and replied, "Sealed chamber, indeed. When we received the report, we discovered that the door to the room was locked from the inside, with the key placed in the drawer of the deceased's bedside table." Zhu Tianyu produced a set of keys from the dossier. Ling Fan understood the implications of the term sealed chamber, yet he hesitated to draw any premature conclusions. A faint sound caught Ling Fan's attention. It was the hum of the computer's fan. He approached the computer, moved the mouse, and the screen illuminated instantly. Ling Fan pondered, realizing that the computer had been in standby mode, indicating that the deceased, Hu Ming, was engaged in operating the computer prior to his death. Suddenly, he must have encountered something terrifying, instilling such profound fear that it led to his demise. Perhaps the computer harbors some clue left by the deceased. Eye in the lower right corner of the screen, four diminutive penguins glimmered persistently, signifying that the online status remained intact. A minimized Internet Explorer browser window lay dormant in the taskbar below. The QQ dialog box hovered in the center of the screen, displaying the last message sent by another user. At this moment, one of the little penguins had transformed into a dark gray hue, and curiously, its eyes seemed to fixate on Ling Fan with an eerie awareness, sending a shiver down his spine. The words "old friend" were inscribed next to the name. "I am so cold, I am so cold." Upon reading this message, a chill ran through Ling Fan's body, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end, and the palms of his hands began to perspire as he gripped the mouse. Suddenly, a cyan hand emerged behind him. While Ling Fan was engrossed in the QQ message box, he felt an uninvited presence, a cyan hand slowly materializing behind him. In an instant, that hand clutched Ling Fan's throat with a vice-like grip. There was no one, merely a terrifying cyan hand with blackened nails, constricting his neck. Ling Fan felt his throat being tightly squeezed, as if it could snap at any moment. Ling Fan, what are you doing?" Just as Ling Fan's eyelids began to flutter shut, he vaguely perceived a beautiful, anxious face attempting to rouse him. Tianyu. The thought of Tianyu surged into Ling Fan's mind, jolting his fading consciousness into a flurry of urgency. Ling Fan was suddenly gripped by a chilling sensation. Hastily jotting down the peculiar QQ number before swiftly closing the application, once he observed the QQ window disappear, a weight akin to a suspended stone fell heavily from his heart. He instinctively raised his hand to wipe the perspiration from his forehead, only to realize that the light blue sleeves were now saturated with beads of sweat, transformed into a deep azure. Reflecting on the earlier hallucination, a wave of dread washed over Ling Fan. Had it not been for Tianyu's timely intervention, he might have. Ling Fan abruptly shook his head, attempting to dispel the terrifying scene from his mind, yet his peripheral vision caught sight of the minimized Internet Explorer window on the taskbar. Curiously, he dragged the mouse to open it, revealing a forum dedicated to discussions of the paranormal. As he scrolled down, a particular thread piqued his interest, with a line that seeped into his consciousness: "Do not chat on QQ past midnight. Otherwise, a pair of eyes will suddenly appear in the darkness, fixating on you. The moment you close QQ, it will pounce upon you, extending its cyan hands to strangle your neck." Cyan hands! Ling Fan nearly gasped. The horrifying image he had just managed to forget resurfacing vividly in his mind, those cyan hands, one of which was now etched into his memory. Suddenly, Ling Fan sensed that this matter was far from simple. Although he had never believed in the existence of ghosts, the evidence he had gathered and the recent illusion made him feel an indescribable presence lurking in the shadows, poised to thwart anyone attempting to investigate this affair. "Humph," Ling Fan scoffed, surveying the room around him, and muttered to himself, "I care not what you are, even if you are a ghost, I shall bind you by law, if one has taken a life. They deserve the death penalty." As he uttered the words "death penalty," a surge of righteous indignation flooded his heart, overpowering all fear. A series of knocks echoed from behind him. "May we proceed to clear the scene?" Two young police officers, slightly older than Ling Fan, stood at the door, inquiring politely. Ling Fan quickly scribbled down the forum's address, tucking the note into his pocket, and smiled at the two young detectives, saying, "It's all clear now, thank you for your assistance." With that, he removed his white coat and walked towards the door. Upon exiting the bedroom and entering the living room, Ling Fan plopped down onto a chair. Noticing Chen Yuzhen conversing with a young man seated on the opposite sofa to Sister Yuzhen, "Who is this man?" Ling Fan asked, eyeing the trembling individual before him. "Oh him, he is Lu Tao, the deceased's roommate and the first to discover the body." Chen Yuzhen replied, placing her pen down and then turning to Ling Fan, asking, "By the way, what about your findings? Any results?" "Cardiac paralysis, in simple terms, he was scared to death." Ling Fan shrugged. "It appears he witnessed something of extreme terror. A ghost. A long-haired apparition in white. It had a pair of cyan hands." Lu Tao trembled on the sofa, curled up in the farthest corner, his hands gripping his knees tightly, his complexion as pale as a sheet of paper. His voice quaking with fear. "What on earth?" Ling Fan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with urgency. "The ghost in white. I saw it standing right in front of Hu Ming. Coldly staring at him, its hands were a ghastly shade of blue." Lu Tao's face contorted once more with terror as he shouted. Hu Ming was frightened to death by it. "How did you see it?" Ling Fan's voice rose with equal fervor, urgently demanding, "Quickly tell me. Relate to me what you witnessed once more." Lu Tao seized the cup of water from the table before him and downed it in one gulp, striving to suppress his overwhelming emotions. Though his lips still quivered slightly, "After I heard that deafening sound, my heart jolted, and I glanced toward Hu Ming's closed room, thinking that something must have occurred, since he usually stays up late. Thus I paid it little mind." Lu Tao recounted slowly. "I merely cast a fleeting glance at Hu Ming's room before heading to my own bedroom, but just as I was about to retrieve my keys to unlock the door, a chilling scream erupted from Hu Ming's room, causing my hand to tremble, and the keys fell from my grasp." Lu Tao swallowed hard, terror gleaming in his eyes as he trembled. "And then what happened?" Ling Fan felt a chill crawl up his spine, eagerly asking, "What followed?" You may find hard to believe, upon hearing that scream, my heart felt as if it were being mercilessly squeezed, my gaze fixated on Hu Ming's room. "I didn't even think to pick up my keys," Lu Tao continued. "I clenched my fists tightly and slowly approached Hu Ming's door. I reached for the doorknob, but it wouldn't budge. The door was locked from the inside. Low trembling sounds emanated from within, and I kicked the door repeatedly, desperate to force it open, yet no matter how hard I kicked, the door remained steadfastly shut. I called out Hu Ming's name again and again, but there was no response from within, only the eerie, low sounds reverberating from behind the door. So I crouched down and peered through the keyhole." I looked through the keyhole. Lu Tao's expression turned ashen. His fists clenched tightly as he exclaimed in a tremulous voice, "Do you know what I saw inside? A ghost, a long-haired specter in white, swaying unsteadily before Hu Ming, its long hair cascading and swaying as well. One hand slowly rose, a horrifying shade of blue, while Hu Ming clutched the leg of his desk, his eyes wide with abject terror. And then, Chen Yuzhen quickly scribbled in her notebook. What transpired next? "Sister Yuzhen, the scene has been secured. We can withdraw," Chu Tianyu remarked coldly, appearing before the sofa. At noon, the brilliant sunlight filters through the layers of leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the worn rooftops, occasionally a few birds alight upon them, hopping about in search of sustenance. In stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior of the warehouse lies an interior that can only be described as luxurious. The beige wallpaper bathes the living room in a soft hue, while the classical bookshelves, brimming with tomes, emanate a faint aroma of aged paper. The crystal chandelier, suspended high above, occasionally sways, shimmering with a dazzling halo of light. A transparent coffee table graces the center, surrounded by 6 single sofas, each arranged according to its own distinct character. Some sit neatly beside the coffee table, while others are positioned at a distance. Some form specific angles with the table, and a few even face away from it. Each of the 6 sofas is occupied by its respective owner. Fang Yi sits upright, an air of profundity in his gaze, continuously drawing on a cigarette. Chen Yuzhen peruses Ling Fan's notes, her brow furrowing intermittently. Gu Rufan occasionally touches the scar left by a previous injury from iron claws, still tinged with an itch. Chu Tianyu inspects a handgun, meticulously checking the chamber. Lin Xinyan, clad in pastel attire, dons fluffy headphones, lost in the melodies of pop songs, her lips humming along, while our Ling Fan reclines against the group, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, chin resting on his hand, eyes fixed on the intricately carved ceiling above. "Everyone, let us share our thoughts on this case." Fang Yi abruptly ceases his smoking, merely pinching the cigarette between his fingers. "Well, boss, based on the current clues, we can ascertain that the deceased succumbed to cardiac arrest induced by excessive fear," Chen Yuzhen states while flipping through the documents. "Moreover, we found no signs of a second party entering the deceased's room, which was locked from the inside. There was only one key, placed in the drawer of the deceased's bedside table, thus affirming that the room is indeed a sealed chamber. Boss, according to the sole eyewitness present at the scene, he reported seeing a long-haired specter clad in white within the deceased's room. This could very well be another case involving spirits." Chu Tianyu adds, "Old Gu, you are the expert in this field. Might I inquire whether you believe in ghosts?" Suddenly, Ling Fan swivels the sofa around, grinning at Gu Rufan. Upon witnessing Ling Fan's smile, Gu Rufan feels a twinge of discomfort, but his expression soon darkens as he distances himself from Ling Fan. "You scoundrel, what devious scheme are you plotting now? Let me tell you, I am devoid of money, goods, and company. I have nothing to offer, not even my life." "Very well, let us pretend I did not ask. Should the boss ever wish to revisit your old cases, Do not blame me if I become a witness against you, Ling Fan retorts with a mischievous grin when Gu Rufin asserts that ghosts truly exist in this world. Ling Fan and the others involuntarily pale. Their gaze is fixated on Gu Rufin, hoping for a reasonable explanation. They are right beside us now. Gu Rufin's expression suddenly turns exceedingly eerie, his eyes darting about as if constantly observing us. Lin Xinyan swiftly leaps up from her sofa. Curling her petite frame into the deepest recesses of the couch, covering her ears. Uncle Gu is staring me with ghost stories again. I refuse to listen. Do not listen. Huh? Does my astute and valiant Onmyoji speak in jest? Ghosts truly exist in this world. Gu Rufu wore a mysteriously enigmatic smile, occasionally curling his toes in delight. For heaven's sake, can't you be a bit more straightforward and get to the point? Ling Fan, unable to contain his frustration any longer, sidled up to Gu Rufu and executed a swift chokehold. Cough. Let go of my arm, you rascal, I can hardly breathe. Alright, I'll speak, just release me. Gu Rufu's head was firmly ensnared by Ling Fan's arm, his complexion shifting to a shade of deep purple as he raised his hands and surrendered. I said it, is that not sufficient? Scientifically speaking, each of us possesses brainwaves, which are essentially what we refer to as the soul. When a person's physical body ceases to function, the soul detaches, dispersing into minute particles known as soul ions. These ions wander through the air, particularly prone to being attracted to charged objects such as mobile phones, computers, and televisions. Typically, we cannot perceive these ions because they are merely thoughtless floating particles that cannot coalesce. However, if there is a strong electrical current nearby, soul ions may be drawn in and gradually aggregate. When these soul ions amass significantly, it is precisely midnight, the time when the EN energy is at its peak. Should electrical devices be used during this period, they will attract over 10 times the amount of soul ions compared to daylight. As the soul ions accumulate to a certain extent, they transform into soul neutrons, then into soul atoms, eventually becoming phantasmal apparitions that intermittently reveal themselves, ultimately materializing as corporeal ghosts. Gu Rufu articulated his theories about ghosts without pause. Indeed, upon hearing such a scientific yet eerie explanation, the expressions of the crowd were a blend of astonishment and skepticism. Ling Fan's lips curled in a rather unnatural manner. Is this for real? This sounds utterly fantastical. What happens if they coalesce into a physical form? Gu Rufu suddenly thrust his scruffy, stubbled face close to Ling Fan's, his disheveled hair swirling wildly, and in a peculiar tone. He declared, if it materializes, it will approach you step by step, extending its ghastly green hand to strangle your frail neck until you draw your last breath. Hearing about the green hand once more, Ling Fan's face turned as sickly. Gu Rufu, mistaking Ling Fan's pallor for fright, plopped down onto the sofa and erupted into hearty laughter. Ha, the astute and valiant Onmyoji was merely jesting. Look how you've turned pale with fear. The probability of it coalescing into a corporeal ghost is akin to hitting the jackpot 10 times in a row, essentially impossible. Ling Fan observed Gu Rufu's triumphant laughter. Yet his heart was in turmoil. Indeed, Gu Rufu had genuinely frightened him with that mention of the green hand, the very hand that had plunged him into a hallucinatory state. Ling Fan chose not to disclose the events of the morning to the others, rationalizing that perhaps it was merely a fleeting illusion, a natural occurrence in such a terrifying environment. Ling Fan paid no further heed to Gu Rufin. He retrieved a card from his pocket, inscribed with the URL of a supernatural forum, and urged Xin to open the forum on the notebook to investigate any suspicious details. As an eerie and sinister melody filled the air, the homepage of the forum materialized before them. It wasn't long before Ling Fan opened a thread titled "Do not chat on QQ past midnight, but if you engage in QQ conversations past midnight, a pair of eyes will suddenly materialize in the darkness, fixating upon you. The moment you close QQ, it will leap towards you, its green hands tightening around your neck with a deadly grip." The bizarre text and unsettling phrases infused the thread with an inexplicable sense of dread. Ling Fan pushed the notebook to the center of the table, addressing the group. Can anyone discern any peculiarities in this thread? This is the final post made by the deceased before their untimely demise. Qin Yuzhen leaned closer to the notebook, scrutinizing it for an extended period but failing to notice anything amiss. This is merely an ordinary post, likely intended to frighten people. I've encountered numerous such instances in the cases I've handled. They are all trivial nonsense, she remarked dismissively. Perhaps, Ling Fan replied, reclining heavily against the sofa. As the warm sunlight streamed through the tinted glass, casting a gentle glow upon his face, a wave of weariness gradually enveloped him, and his eyelids began to flutter shut. Chu Tianyu rose and fetched a light green blanket from her room, draping it softly over Ling Fan as she settled across from him. Her gaze was laden with meaning as she observed him. Their similar foreheads, matching eyebrows, and identical smiles gradually coalesced into the image of another person, Ling Feng, who once curled up peacefully on that very sofa. A sleep of time trickled by, and none of the group disturbed Ling Feng, each engrossed in their own pursuits, searching for clues in the murder case. After a while, Ling Fan slowly opened his eyes, the dim light filtering into his vision. It was already quite late. He turned to gaze at the inky night sky, bewildered at how easily he had succumbed to slumber. and instinctively slapped his forehead. A faint fragrant aroma wafted before him, and curiously he brought the blanket to his nose, inhaling its refreshing scent. Whose kindness is this? He pondered quietly. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from a nearby room, followed by a thunderous crash reminiscent of a heavy object striking the floor. Xan's room. In an instant, Ling Fan pinpointed the source of the scream. With a swift and agile backflip, he sprang from the sofa, heedless of its thunderous collapse, and dashed towards Lin Xan's room. Xan, he shouted frantically, twisting the doorknob in a frenzy, only to find it locked from within. Xan, what's wrong? Open the door, he cried desperately, twisting the handle in a fit of panic. The unsettling sounds emanated from within Xan's room. Ling Fan retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and activated the flashlight mode, tossing it to Chu Tianyu. He then leaped behind a sofa and shouted loudly at Gu Ruffing. Old Gu, come help me. Use the sofa to break down the door. Gu Ruffing swiftly jumped behind the sofa, and together with Ling Fan, they propelled the sofa towards the tightly locked door of the room. With a thunderous crash, the door to Sun Yan's room was completely breached. At that moment, the lights in the room suddenly flickered back on, and as Ling Fan rose from behind the sofa, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. There lay Lin Sun Yan, unconscious on her small pink bed, her disheveled hair cascading over her face. Dampened by perspiration, the cherished pink butterfly hairpin had tumbled to the floor, and her beloved pink notebook lay shattered in two, surrounded by a scattering of tiny fragments. Sun Yan, Ling Fan hastened to the bedside. Scooping her up in his arms, he gently probed for her breath. Relieved to find she was still alive, he pressed firmly on the Rinzhong acupoint below her nose while intermittently shaking her body, calling her name at the top of his lungs. Gradually, Sun Yan's eyelids fluttered twice before finally opening. She gazed blankly at Ling Fan and stuttered, Ling Fan gidge. Blood. The screen is full of blood. A female ghost. Green hands. Before she could finish her words, Sun Yan fainted again, soon emitting soft snores. She had fallen asleep. Gu Ruffing gazed anxiously at the swirling anions around the notebook screen, stating, this merely indicates that a soul, at least of the illusory kind, once manifested within this notebook. These chaotic soul ions are precisely what it left behind upon its departure. I wonder if any of you heard what Sun Yan just said? She mentioned ghosts, green hands, Chu Tianyu remarked while observing the green ions before him. No, that's incorrect, Gu Ruffing asserted with a serious expression, unequivocally dismissing Chen Yuzhen's words. Although it has now reached the level of illusion, it would require a tangible form to launch an attack, and it must, in fact, be a corporeal entity. It's that supernatural-themed post. Ling Fan, who had been sitting quietly at the back of the sofa, suddenly interjected. It's the mysterious post we input into Sun Yan's notebook this morning, and the last post the victim browsed in this morning's incident was also the same, just as old Gu mentioned earlier. If this soul has not attained the energy of a physical entity, how could it possibly attack someone? How could it have killed Hu Ming? Chen Yuzhen posed two questions to Ling Fan in one breath, which were also queries that Ling Fan wished to have answered. At that moment, his gaze was fixated on the gradually dissipating green soul ions, as if he could vaguely discern something, yet it remained indistinct. Just then, a sudden flurry of ringing broke the tense atmosphere. As Chen Yuzhen reached for the phone, a man's panicked and urgent voice emerged from the receiver. Officer Chen. Please come quickly. She's going to kill me. Following that, a heavy thud echoed from the floor, causing everyone to hold their breath. Listening intently to the sounds on the line, they could hear eerie, chilling laughter, the man's rapid breathing, and the beeping notifications from QQ. After a long pause, silence enveloped the call, abruptly followed by the disconnection tone. Who made the call? Ling Fan asked, casting a bewildered glance at Chen Yuzhen. Urgency etched on his face. Chen Yuzhen slowly hung up the phone and looked at Ling Fan, saying, it was Lu Tao, the eyewitness from this morning. Let us go, Tianyu. We're heading to apartment 205 on G Street. Old Gu and Sister Jin, you stay close to Sun Yan to prevent any unforeseen incidents. With a swift leap, Ling Fan sprang from the sofa, pressing several buttons on the iron cabinet in the living room, which then opened with a resounding click, revealing a collection of handguns. He casually selected two, inspecting the magazines and chambers before tossing one to Chu Tianyu and securing the other to his waist. The two then dashed out in haste. At apartment 205 on G Street, Ling Fan stood before Lu Tao's door, one hand gripping the gun while he rapped on the door firmly, urging Lu Tao to open it. However, strangely, no response came from within. Regardless of how persistently he knocked, Ling Fan twisted the doorknob forcefully, only to find there is no other option left. Kick the door. Ling Fan swiftly retracted his gun and unleashed a powerful kick towards the door. With a resounding crash, he managed to create a hole, yet the door remained stubbornly shut. Unfortunately, one of his thighs became ensnared in the opening, but fortunately, he reacted promptly and shielded his groin, or else his manhood would have been jeopardized by the jagged edges of the door. You lecher, you can't even manage this minor task. Step aside. Chu Tianyu coldly glared at Ling Fan, delivering a fierce kick in an instant. Hey, wait, Tianyu, hold on, I haven't freed my leg yet. Ling Fan, terrified by the ferocity of Chu Tianyu's kick, felt his heart racing in his chest. In that critical moment, he hastily extracted his leg from the door, and with a single, powerful strike from Tianyu, Lu Tao's door shattered into several pieces, crashing to the floor. Ling Fan, filled with trepidation, broke into a sweat. If he had hesitated even slightly, his leg might have met the same fate as the door. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. Ling Fan gazed into the room and found its arrangement strikingly similar to Hu Ming's. With a standing air conditioner in one corner, a large bed, and a window on the right side of the bed, the only difference was that Lu Tao's room lacked a computer, containing only a television. At that moment, Lu Tao was curled up in an indescribable position, lying against the wall beside the air conditioner, his face grotesquely distorted by fear, his entire body tense, pallid, with eyes bulging like those of a dead fish. Tightly clutching a cell phone, Ling Fan approached Lu Tao, probing for a pulse at his neck, only to discover that it had ceased. His body temperature remained relatively normal, and there were no signs of postmortem lividity or rigor mortis. Allowing him to deduce that death had occurred recently, there were no fatal wounds visible, yet his body was rigid, his face a mask of terror, suggesting a cause of death akin to Hu Ming's, cardiac paralysis. A rustling sound interrupted the silence as Chu Tianyu retrieved a key from the bedside table, then turned to face Ling Fan, her intentions unmistakable. Yet another case of murder in a locked room. Ling Fan rose and surveyed the entirety of the room. The only potential exit to the outside world was the window and the door before him, which was locked from the inside, a fact he had already tested. Furthermore, the window was secured from within, and there were no footprints or traces on the windowsill. Ling Fan knelt down, meticulously examining the floor for any footprints or clues, as he still could not bring himself to believe in the existence of ghosts. Hu Ming had kept the bedroom floor spotless, with only his slipper prints and a few short strands of white thread remaining. Nothing else was to be found. Disappointed, Ling Fan stood from the floor. His gaze once again fixated on Lu Tao's cell phone. He gently pried the phone from Lu Tao's grip and pressed the power button. Instantly, the screen illuminated, causing Ling Fan's pupils to constrict, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Just then, Chu Tianyu handed him a photograph. This was found under his bed. See if it holds any clues. Ling Fan took the photograph, and his eyes immediately brightened. It was a group photo featuring 3 individuals. To the side were Hu Ming and Lu Tao, while the person in the center sported a crew cut adorned with 2 ear studs on each ear, and was flashing a cheerful V sign. Flipping the photograph over, Ling Fan noticed an inscription that read, "The 3 swordsmen of Qingshan, Lu Tao, Hu Ming, Shen Zimin." Suddenly, a flash of realization struck Ling Fan. He knew all 3 of them. Did this mean that the deaths of Lu Tao and Hu Ming bore some intrinsic connection to the Shen Zimin? Perhaps Shen Zimin would be the key to unraveling the entire case. He might possess insights into the reasons behind the untimely demise of both Hu Ming and Lu Tao. However, everything hinged on locating this individual named Shen Zimin. It seemed that a trip to headquarters was in order to investigate this person's background. If he was indeed one of the Qingshan 3 swordsmen, it was likely that he hailed from Qingshan City. Tianyu, please contact the Criminal Investigation Department and have them handle this. We must seek out the last individual enshrouded in this mystery. Ling Fan declared as he tucked the photograph into his pocket and flashed a radiant smile at Chu Tianyu. On the morning of May 22 ND, Ling Fan held in his hand the information he had obtained from headquarters regarding the elusive Shen Zimin. He was a native of Qingshan City, residing in the outskirts, and was unemployed, his greatest pastime being the internet. Ling Fan now stood before a dilapidated tile-roofed house, gazing at the nearly blackened oil-stained wooden structure. And couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself that Shen Zimin was indeed a ne'er-do-well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen into such a state of disrepair. Despite his reservations, Ling Fan knocked on Shen Zimin's door. Moments later, a sharp, irritable voice emanated from within. "Damn it, who the hell is knocking on my door at this hour? Get lost." This outburst infuriated Chu Tianyu, who stood beside Ling Fan. She forcefully pushed him aside and kicked the door with great force. With a resounding crash, the already decrepit door shattered into countless splinters. Within the room, Shen Zimin, who had been nestled in bed, was startled by the loud noise and cautiously poked his head out. His eyes peering at the door where Chu Tianyu stood, radiating an aura akin to that of a deity of death. Trembling, he asked, Who are you? What do you want with me?" Ling Fan stepped inside and was immediately overwhelmed by the foul stench permeating the room. What an atrocious odor it was, foot odor, remnants of meals, dampness, and the stench of decomposing organic matter. It was a veritable olfactory assault. Ling Fan mused that even a decaying corpse would likely emit a similar scent. Chu Tianyu quickly extended her delicate hand to cover her nose, retreating several feet from the ramshackle house. Unable to tolerate the nauseating aroma, Ling Fan carefully navigated the littered floor, mindful of the abandoned buckets and boxes strewn about. With their contents spilled everywhere, a single misstep could lead to regret. After considerable effort, he finally reached Shen Zimin's bedside and produced his police badge, stating, "We are police officers, and we are here regarding a murder case." Upon hearing the term homicide, Shen Zimin's complexion grew increasingly abnormal. Although his body was concealed beneath the covers, Ling Fan could still perceive that he was trembling violently, which only heightened Ling Fan's curiosity. Officer, I did not commit murder. I truly did not, Shen Zimin exclaimed, his voice quavering with trepidation. Where were you between midnight and 1 in the morning last night and the night before? Ling Fan inquired directly. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Zimin blurted out, I have been pulling all-nighters at the nearby Xinghua Internet CAF, playing games for the past week. Were you in a private room or the main hall? Can anyone vouch for you? Ling Fan's voice remained as cold and unyielding as ever. Oh, yes, let me think. I remember now, Shen Zimin said, his eyes darting as he recalled. I asked the CAF's manager for a lighter at around 12:30. Shen Zimin's alibi appeared evident. A quick visit to the Xinghua Internet CAF to inquire with the manager would confirm his whereabouts. At that moment, Ling Fan retrieved a photograph from his pocket and placed it before Shen Zimin. Do you recognize the individuals in this photograph? Yes. They are online acquaintances of mine. The one on the left is Lu Tao, and the one on the right is Hu Ming. We have a fairly good relationship and occasionally hang out together. Shen Zimin replied, gazing at the photo. Officer, has something happened to them? They are deceased, Ling Fan stated coldly, observing Shen Zimin's reaction closely. Sometimes a person's reaction can reveal their innermost thoughts. Even a slight turn of the head or a nervous tug at their clothing could betray their true feelings. What you say they are dead? Shen Zimin's expression was one of profound astonishment, appearing genuinely taken aback, and amidst his surprise, a hint of fear was palpable. Indeed, they are dead, found in their own rooms, with the doors locked from the inside. Both having succumbed to fright, Ling Fan's piercing gaze remained fixed on Shen Zimin as he articulated each word deliberately. Before their demise, they were both on QQ, chatting with someone named Old Friend. Ling Fan emphasized the words old friend with particular intensity, hoping Shen Zimin would take notice. Do you know this individual known as Old Friend? I know him. Shen Zimin's countenance grew even more disconcerted, his body trembling more violently beneath the covers. Who is he? What is his name? Where does he reside? Ling Fan pressed on relentlessly, not allowing Shen Zimin a moment to ponder. She is called Xiao Ling, a female acquaintance of mine from the internet. A high school student, but we haven't been in contact for over a year. She might have already enrolled in university, Shen Zimin replied slowly, his face still pale, his lips quivering faintly. Do Hu Ming and Lu Tao know this Xiao Ling as well? Ling Fan continued his inquiry. Yes, I introduced Xiao Ling to both of them, but we haven't been in touch with her for quite some time. She may have changed her number by now. Shen Zimin explained, have you ever met this girl named Xiao Ling? Ling Fan asked again. No, I have never encountered her. We are merely ordinary online acquaintances. I once suggested that we meet up, but each time she declined my invitation, and gradually, we lost touch. Shen Zimin pondered over the memories of the past. Well, alright, Shen Zimin promptly accepted the note. A hint of embarrassment crept across his lips as he remarked, That was a gift from a good friend of mine. Ling Fan refrained from pressing further and departed the dilapidated house with Tianyu, who had been waiting outside. Did you uncover any clues? Chu Tianyu inquired as they arrived at the entrance of an internet CAF. Indeed, this CAF boasted an opulent decor, clearly indicating that the proprietor had invested considerable effort in creating an inviting atmosphere to attract customers. As Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu pushed open the large transparent glass door, they were immediately enveloped by a dense aroma of smoke and grease, strangely mingled with a floral fragrance, rendering the CAF scent rather peculiar, yet still inducing a sense of nausea. Behind the counter stood a corpulent middle-aged man, nearly bald, with only a few strands of hair fluttering in the breeze. Seemingly the manager of the establishment. Upon noticing their arrival, the manager greeted them with a broad smile. Where would you like to go, gentlemen, a private room or the main hall? Ling Fan, a high school student well acquainted with internet CAFs, responded with a cheerful grin. Boss, how much do you charge for an hour of internet access? Fear not, my friend, this is the finest and most affordable internet CAF in all of Qingshan City. Just 2 yuan per hour. How does that sound? Quite reasonable, isn't it? The manager replied confidently, holding his head high. Indeed, it is not expensive. I'll log on shortly. By the way, have you seen my friend Shen Zimin? Ling Fan feigned familiarity with Shen Zimin, slowly retrieving a cigarette from his pocket. At times, the identity of a police officer could intimidate many, including the manager, which often resulted in the loss of valuable information. However, posing as merely a friend could yield a plethora of insights. Ling Fan lit one cigarette for himself and then offered another to the manager, adding with a grin, I haven't seen that guy in a while. I wonder where he has been. The balding manager accepted the cigarette, took a deep drag, and grinned mischievously. You must be referring to that guy with the ear stud. Shen Zimin, right? That lad was here last night playing StarCraft like a maniac. He is probably catching up on sleep in his leaky, drafty old house today. Oh, that explains it. Ling Fan exhaled a puff of smoke, seemingly casual as he murmured, I wonder if the other 2 fellows are around? They're not, the manager replied, as if he had overheard Ling Fan's musings. Boss, do you know who I'm referring to? Ling Fan feigned surprise. Who else could it be? The self-styled Qingshan 3 heroes, those 3 rascals. Hu Ming and Lu Tao, they haven't graced my CAF in 3 days, the manager lamented, expressing his disappointment at the absence of 2 of his regular patrons. Indeed, it is them, Ling Fan feigned surprise. Inquiring, do they usually spend time together? Chu Tianyu, fully aware of the underlying implications in the bald boss's words, could not help but change her expression slightly. She lifted her foot beneath the counter and deliberately stepped on Ling Fan's foot. Instantly, a sharp pain radiated from his foot throughout his entire body. However, astonishingly, Ling Fan's face displayed no trace of discomfort, maintaining a broad smile as he leisurely exhaled smoke. I have seen them with a girl. Perhaps a student, Ling Fan casually asked. Where? A student wouldn't be interested in such individuals. They are nothing but dubious women, heavily made up to the point that their faces are unrecognizable. They indulge in all-night escapades. Which certainly cost me a pretty penny, ha. The bald internet CAF manager chuckled with delight. Ling Fan merely responded with a soft "oh," reflecting that Xiao Ling was a high school student and likely wouldn't wear heavy makeup. It seemed they truly had never encountered Xiao Ling. It appeared that no useful clues could be gleaned from this internet CAF. It would be prudent to swiftly return to headquarters to trace that IP address. Starting from that lead. As Ling Fan spoke, he extinguished the cigarette in his right hand and set a 30-second alarm in his pocket. Indeed, before long the phone in his pocket rang, and he hurriedly answered. Stepping aside to speak loudly, hello, yes, Chu Tianyu is my wife. What? She's in the hospital and about to give birth? Complications? Alright, I'm on my way. The fresh air outside is invigorating. Ling Fan inhaled deeply, savoring the freshness. Chu Tianyu, however, was not so leisurely. Her exquisite face turned exceptionally sinister as she crossed her arms and fixed a cold gaze on Ling Fan, sneering. Who did you just say is your wife? Who is in labor? Ling Fan quickly sensed an extremely dangerous undertone and frantically waved his hands at Chu Tianyu, saying, Tianyu, that was merely an excuse, don't take it to heart, otherwise, how could we exit the internet CAF with any semblance of dignity? Dignity? I'll show you what dignity is, you letcher. Chu Tianyu kicked, leaving a footprint on Ling Fan's backside. Ling Fan, momentarily caught off guard, stumbled forward a few steps before regaining his balance, patting the dirt off his rear while saying, see, at least we obtained an important clue. Your sacrifice was worthwhile. Upon exiting the internet CAF, Tianyu was infuriated by Ling Fan's claim of her being his wife and that she was in labor. She kicked him again in frustration, while Ling Fan, seemingly unconcerned, merely brushed off the dirt from his backside, for he had indeed secured an important piece of information, an exceedingly clandestine clue. What exactly is this clue? Chu Tianyu inquired in an authoritative tone. It is that all three of those rascals are quite lecherous, Ling Fan replied with a serious expression. Go to hell. Chu Tianyu, upon hearing that Ling Fan's clue was of such nature, was exceedingly vexed and delivered yet another kick to his backside. The headquarters of the Special Operations Group was merely an abandoned old warehouse. Ling Fan leaped over the sofa, landing directly on it, and then picked up a bowl of tea from the table, indulging in a sip. As Ling Fan savored his tea, he felt the weight of a gaze upon him. Raising his head, he beheld the small figure of Xian sitting opposite him, her large eyes fixed intently on him, brimming with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. What are you staring at, little girl? Have you never seen a handsome man before? Ling Fan remarked, casting a glance at Xian before returning to his tea. No, brother Ling Fan, the tea is used by Uncle Gu to exorcise spirits, Xian whispered softly, gesturing towards the swaying figure of Gu Ruffing nearby. Suddenly Ling Fan choked, tilting his head to the side as he expelled the tea from his mouth, exclaiming, you little rascal, why didn't you say so sooner? I'm sorry, Xian, didn't he know you would drink it so quickly? Xian replied, her face a picture of innocence and regret. Surely not. Old Gu, it was merely a bowl of tea. Can it really summon spirits? Ling Fan said, incredulously staring at the empty bowl in his hand, incredulous at the exaggeration. Absolutely, this tea is no ordinary brew. It was painstakingly concocted by me, a resourceful and capable yin-yang master. Over the course of 41 days and nights, it absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, the quintessence of countless ages. It possesses the power to attract wandering souls. By drinking this cup, you have temporarily acquired this peculiar quality that may draw more souls to you. If it reaches a certain threshold, you could be in mortal peril. It's best to exercise caution. Gu Ruffing stated earnestly, his demeanor grave. Ling Fan's face transformed into one of reverent admiration as he pointed a finger at himself, addressing Gu Ruffing with fervor. I cannot believe that I, Ling Fan, have partaken of such an exquisite tea, imbibing the essence of the cosmos. Does this mean I might ascend to immortality? Not quite. If you are willing to part with $1,000, I shall perform a ritual to help you ascend to the ranks of the immortals. Gu Ruffing's countenance shifted dramatically from that of a revered master to a mere charlatan. Laughing heartily, Ling Fan scoffed in response and ceased to indulge Gu Ruffing's whims, asking, where are the boss and Sister Jun? The boss has gone to the chief to report on the case's progress, while Sister Jun is investigating the mysterious supernatural IP address with the cyber police team, Gu Ruffing replied, sheathing his peachwood sword and regaining a semblance of normalcy. Oh, that is it. It's likely that Xian has forgotten about what transpired last night. In our yin-yang realm, we refer to this as spirit amnesia, where one forgets the sight of spirits in the blink of an eye. It's quite a common occurrence, and many of us experience it. However, Xin possesses a much stronger aversion to spirits, hence her swift forgetfulness. Gu Ruffing elaborated. Ling Fan's convoluted explanation sparked a glimmer of excitement in the innocent Xin's eyes. She leaped onto Ling Fan's sofa, embracing him with delight, exclaiming, "I knew it! How could I forget something so significant? It must be because of my dear elder brother. Tomorrow, I must bring my notebook." At that moment, the 17-year-old girl, akin to a blossoming flower, nestled in Ling Fan's embrace, her arms wrapped around his neck, exuding the exuberance of an excited kitten, the enchanting sight of delicate feet adorned in a flowing pleated skirt, accompanied by a pink off-shoulder blouse, and the youthful, pristine complexion of a girl exuding a refreshing fragrance, all at once overwhelmed Ling Fan. Such beauty was worth more than a brand new laptop to him. Just as Chu Tianyu was about to unleash her wrath upon Ling Fan, Chen Yuzhen burst through the door with fervor, brandishing a sheet of A4 paper and waving it at Ling Fan, exclaiming, "Ling Fan, can you guess what's on this piece of paper?" Ling Fan, taken aback, feigned ignorance and replied, "What is it? A list of websites from the anti-vice squad." Chen Yuzhen smacked the paper against Ling Fan's head, chiding him, "What are you thinking? Clear your mind before I tell you. If this lad could truly cleanse his thoughts, I, a resourceful and astute onmyoji, could assure that his mind would be utterly vacant." Devoid of all substance, Gu Rufu seized the moment to further berate Ling Fan. Ling Fan, feeling at a loss, pondered that lust is a natural human inclination, nothing to be ashamed of. However, at this moment, he found himself more intrigued by the mysterious IP address on Chen Yuzhen's paper. With an innocent smile, he leaned closer to Chen Yuzhen and asked, "Sister Zhen, please don't keep me in suspense. What's written on that paper?" "This is the registration address for the mysterious supernatural IP I told you about," Chen Yuzhen replied, handing the paper to Ling Fan. "It belongs to a household in a county under the jurisdiction of Qingshan City. The address is 544 Longha Street, Qingshui Town." Ling Fan fixated on the address, quietly reciting it in his mind. For reasons unknown, a wave of unease washed over him, an indescribable sensation. His eyes were locked onto the line of characters on the paper, and he found himself lost in thought. In a fleeting moment, he imagined a girl with disheveled hair crawling towards him, but in a rather peculiar manner, as her limbs and head appeared disassembled. Moving in strange contortions, she continuously spewed forth thick black blood, her dark purple lips moving as if trying to communicate something to Ling Fan. "Ling Fan, Ling Fan, what are you daydreaming about?" Chen Yuzhen, noticing Ling Fan's intense focus on the paper, her body trembling, urgently called him back to reality. "I'm fine." Startled by Chen Yuzhen's urgent calls, Ling Fan shook himself, and the hazy apparition vanished, leaving only the plain sheet of paper with I. Ling Fan tossed another ticket to Zhou Tianyu, exclaiming indignantly, "Do you not realize how hard it is to earn a student's money? You lecherous scoundrel, you should be bowing in gratitude for my protection." Zhou Tianyu coldly accepted the throne ticket. Ling Fan, feeling at a loss for words, muttered, "Actually, you are the most terrifying person here." Despite his quiet complaints, Ling Fan felt a surge of happiness in his heart, for Zhou Tianyu had unhesitatingly agreed to accompany him to what appeared to be a perilous location, and that alone moved him deeply. "Excuse me, are you headed to Qingshui Town?" A soft yet slightly coarse and melodious voice resonated behind Ling Fan and Zhou Tianyu. A graceful young woman, clad in a green and white tracksuit, with a long ponytail and donning black-rimmed glasses over a high-collared black sweater, stood quietly behind them, smiling. "Hello, my surname is Gong, as in the royal palace. My name is Chang Xiao, may I ask yours?" Seeing such an adorable girl, Ling Fan found no reason to hold back his flirtation. He extended his hand, grinning, "I am Ling Fan. It's not we but rather I who am heading to Qingshui Town. I don't know her, but it's a pleasure to meet you. Haha, it's a pleasure to meet you," Chang Xiao replied elegantly as she extended her hand, just as Ling Fan was about to grasp the young woman's hand. Zhou Tianyu unexpectedly kicked Ling Fan from behind, pushing him aside and stepping forward to shake the girl's hand, declaring, "I am Zhou Tianyu, and this person is a lecher. You should be cautious around him." "Haha, you two are quite amusing. I am from Qingshui Town and I'm going alone, which feels rather dull. Upon hearing that you are also headed there, I thought I might join forces with you," Chang Xiao said with a sweet smile. "Welcome, welcome. We can look out for each other. What is your phone number, your measurements, and your hobbies?" Ling Fan suddenly emerged like a ghost from behind Zhou Tianyu, pushing her aside and retrieving a piece of paper and a pen from his pocket. "Haha, you are too humorous," Chang Xiao said as she took the pen and paper from Ling Fan, swiftly jotting down a series of numbers before handing it back to him with a smile. "This is my phone number and name. Let us stay in touch, but my measurements are a secret." "Okay, hee." Ling Fan was overjoyed, thinking perhaps luck was on his side today. He solemnly accepted the paper containing the young woman's name and phone number, but just as he glanced at it, a slender hand swooped in, snatching the paper away and stuffing it into her camouflage pocket. Then, crossing her arms, she turned her head and whistled lightly, gazing elsewhere. Ling Fan helplessly shrugged at Chang Xiao, chuckling, "You see, even with such a stunningly beautiful woman nearby, any chance of romance will be scared away, right?" Gong. Chang Xiao instantly burst into a charming smile, as the sound of a car engine roaring to life filled the air. Signaling the imminent departure of the vehicle heading towards Qingshui town. Ling Fan, eager to assist, swiftly took the white handbag from Gong Qingshuo's hand, intending to carry it for her. He had presumed that a woman's bag would not be excessively heavy. However, as soon as he grasped the strap, he was taken aback by its unexpected weight. The realization dawned on him that a seemingly delicate woman could effortlessly manage such a burden. Indeed, it seemed that modern women were evolving towards a more robust nature. Yet Ling Fan pondered why he himself had not undergone a similar transformation. Observing the furrow in Ling Fan's brow, Gong Qingshuo promptly reclaimed her bag with a smile, explaining, "I used to be on the sports team at school. So this weight is merely trivial for me." Ling Fan had intended to showcase his masculinity by carrying her bag, yet the unexpected heaviness left him feeling rather embarrassed as Gong Qingshuo effortlessly took it back. With a sheepish smile, he glanced over to see Chu Tianyu, regarding him with a cold smirk. When Ling Fan frowned in response, Chu Tianyu turned away, pulling Gong Qingshuo into the car, dismissing Ling Fan completely. This world was utterly bewildering, Ling Fan thought, shaking his head in resignation and letting out a sigh before climbing into the vehicle. Following the two women towards the back seat, the car jolted violently for a moment before gradually moving forward. Ling Fan sat behind Chu Tianyu and Gong Qingshuo, gazing out the window at the receding scenery, a surge of excitement coursing through him as he contemplated the imminent discovery of the case's origin. The images of green hands, a white-clad specter, and a disassembled crawling girl haunted his mind, prompting a sense of urgency to resolve these enigmatic visions. Otherwise restful sleep would elude him. A thought struck Ling Fan, since this girl was from Qingshui town, she might possess valuable information. He smiled and remarked, "Indeed, we're heading to Qingshan town for some leisure. I've heard the air there is quite refreshing, and there are many beautiful girls too." Chu Tianyu let out a cold hum, yet refrained from speaking, as if tacitly agreeing. "Really, that sounds wonderful. Qingshan town is truly picturesque, with its lush mountains and clear waters, not to mention the numerous ancient relics. I assure you, after a day of exploration, you will undoubtedly fall in love with Qingshui town," Gong Qingshuo confidently asserted. "Is that so? You've made me quite eager. However, before we indulge in our adventures, I need to drop off something at a friend's house. Are you familiar with the residence at 544 Longha Street in Qingshui town?" Ling Fan asked nonchalantly. Of course I know it." Gong Qingshuo's expression suddenly shifted to one of unease, her body trembling slightly as if she had encountered something terrifying. "What's wrong? You look rather pale," Ling Fan inquired, turning to scrutinize Gong Qingshuo. "Oh, it's just a friend of mine, a good friend," he replied, spinning a casual tale to mask the truth. Gong Qingshuo's complexion appeared slightly pallid as she slowly stated, "It seems that your friend is not in a favorable situation. For the residence at 544 Longha Street has now become an abandoned house, and furthermore, it is notoriously known as our town's haunted house." She emphasized the word haunted with particular intensity, sending a shiver down the spines of Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu. "A haunted house?" Ling Fan exclaimed in astonishment, as this revelation was completely unexpected. He had assumed that this address would surely lead to a person, and through it, he might uncover the individual in question, potentially unraveling the entire case. Yet, to suddenly discover that the address merely pointed to an empty dwelling left him utterly bewildered. Indeed, it is a haunted house, a dilapidated two-story building that, according to reports, housed a family of 4 surnamed Zhang just a year ago, living in relative harmony. But one fateful night, a terrifying scream echoed from within, accompanied by the sound of objects being violently thrown. Suddenly flames erupted, engulfing the entire structure, and some claimed to have heard maniacal laughter akin to that of a devil emanating from inside. When the fire brigade arrived, they sought to rescue anyone trapped inside, only to find that every door was locked, and the entire family was tragically trapped within, perishing in the inferno. By the time the firefighters managed to retrieve them, they were beyond recognition, reduced to charred remains. And thus, the house was left to languish in silence. Gong Qingshuo paused momentarily, perhaps overwhelmed by her own fervor, as a faint flush crept across her cheeks. A bottle of mineral water was offered to her from behind, and she turned to Ling Fan, her face brightening with a sweet smile. "Thank you." "And then what? This could merely be a case of arson and murder, but why has it transformed into a haunted house?" Ling Fan inquired further. Could it truly be that mysterious? He mused, feeling an unsettling chill creep down his spine, though he maintained a facade of bravado as he declared, "Surely, it must be that everyone has misheard. I was initially skeptical as well, much like you, believing these tales to be mere exaggerations designed to frighten children. However, one day, unable to quell my curiosity, I mustered my courage and ventured there at midnight with a few friends. Initially, the interior was devoid of anything unusual, and we found ourselves mocking those who were easily frightened. Yet, as time passed, an unsettling sensation enveloped us. We began to hear faint sounds emanating from an upstairs room, sounds that felt eerily familiar. Yet I could not pinpoint them at that moment. Thus, we supported one another as we ascended the staircase, each step creaking ominously underfoot, quickening our heartbeats, while that strange sound grew louder in our ears. A series of tap, 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 tap reverberating incessantly. Upon reaching the second floor, we discerned a dim light seeping through the crack of the door to the last room, casting an eerie glow into the hallway. At that moment, We were enveloped in sheer terror, each of us clutching tightly to one another, yet a profound curiosity simmered within us, igniting an eagerness to uncover the source of that mysterious light. Slowly, we inched our way to the threshold of the room. Taking a deep breath before crouching down to peer through the crack of the door, can you guess what we saw? Gong Changshao suddenly raised her voice dramatically, her face an alarming shade of bluish-purple. She recounted the harrowing experience of her late-night excursion to the haunted house with a few friends. As she described the moment when they peered through the door's crack on the second floor. An eerie glow spilling forth. Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu were taken aback, despite it being early summer and the weather quite warm, yet, upon hearing Gong Changshao's final question, can you guess what we saw? A chill ran down their spines. Ling Fan swallowed hard, cautiously inquiring, what exactly did you see? Chu Tianyu's wide eyes were fixed intently on Gong Changshao, eagerly anticipating the revelation. You're not joking with us, are you? Ling Fan's facial muscles twitched slightly as he remarked, this is not a jest, it's anything but humorous. Do I look like I'm in the mood for jokes? Gong Changshao's expression was grave. A seriousness that could not be feigned. The fear radiated from deep within her. I share this with you because I implore you not to venture near that haunted house. If things go awry, it could lead to dire consequences. What dire consequences? Are you implying that people have died in that haunted house after the fire? Ling Fan's face paled, urgency flashing in his eyes. No, I never said that. Regardless, you must steer clear of that place. Whatever happens, do not approach it, Gong Changshao insisted, her gaze fixed intently on Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu, her seriousness palpable. Alright then, one must heed the advice of a beautiful lady. Otherwise, one's life may be at risk. Ling Fan chuckled in response to Gong Changshao, though internally he remained skeptical. What one hears and what one witnesses are two entirely different matters, if not for the fact that he had not seen it with his own eyes. Ling Fan's stubborn nature would have compelled him to visit the haunted house himself. Observing Ling Fan's expression, Gong Changshao let out a silent sigh. She recognized that despite his verbal assurances of heeding her warning, his heart might not align with his words. A wave of concern washed over her. She truly wished for these two to avoid the perilous venture into that terrifying abode. Qingshui town lies nestled deep within Qingshan city. Approximately half a day's journey from the city center. Along the way, Ling Fan exchanged light banter with Gong Changshao and Chu Tianyu, yet for the most part, he rested his chin on his hand, gazing out at the swiftly retreating scenery, his mind replaying fragments of unsettling thoughts, the red QQ, the mysterious ghostly stickers, the individuals who had met their demise in fright, the sudden death of an entire family, the horrifying haunted house. These images flickered through Ling Fan's mind like a relentless film reel. Before he realized it, Ling Fan found himself sinking deeper into the plush seat, his eyelids growing heavier, until they gradually closed. So dark, am I really here? Ling Fan gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself in a chaotic and filthy environment, strewn with the remnants of devastation wrought by fierce flames, charred door panels and furniture, scattered belongings, debris of black bricks and wooden splinters, and the once pristine white walls now stained a sooty black. A peculiar sound echoed from an upstairs room, a rhythmic clap, 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 clap. Is someone upstairs? Ling Fan mused anxiously to himself. And so, grasping the dark wooden banister, he ascended the creaking staircase slowly, each step emitting a sound reminiscent of mice gnawing at wood. At long last, he reached the second floor landing, though it had been merely a handful of steps. It felt as though he had traversed an eternity. The second floor contained 4 rooms, their walls cloaked in darkness, devoid of any light, with 4 doors firmly shut. Only the last door revealed a faint glow seeping through its crack. And the strange clapping sound emanated from within that very room. A chill coursed down Ling Fan's spine, spreading like wildfire to every cell of his being. An indescribable fear surged within him, yet he found himself unable to halt his advance. As if his feet had taken on a will of their own, leading him step by step toward the final room. Before long, Ling Fan stood before that door, his entire body trembling slightly, a foreboding sense of dread enveloping him as an uncanny force compelled his hand to push the door. With a creak, the door opened a crack, which gradually widened until it swung fully ajar, revealing a scene that caused his pupils to constrict in terror. Seated directly before him was a figure clad in white, engrossed in the glow of a computer screen, fingers flying over the keyboard. Ling Fan's gaze locked onto the object on the screen, a crimson QQ. The little red penguin stared back at him with an eerie gaze, a sinister smile curling at its beak. The dialogue box displayed the chilling words, I am so cold. I am so cold. A cyan hand, seemingly floating in midair, was hastily striking the keys. Ling Fan's face contorted in horror as another cyan hand suddenly wrapped around his neck from behind, gripping his throat with an iron-like hold. Ling Fan found himself trapped in the backseat of a car, desperately clutching at his own throat, his complexion turning an alarming shade of blue. Beads of cold sweat, as large as mung beans, trickled down his chiseled cheeks, soaking the collar of his shirt. Ling Fan, what is wrong with you? Chu Tianyu's stern features were now etched with profound concern as she frantically slapped Ling Fan's face, attempting to rouse him from his stupor, but this time her efforts proved futile. Gong Changshao stared at Ling Fan, a look of sheer dread on her face, stammering, he is possessed. Surely, it must be that he dreamt of something unclean. which resulted in this predicament. Has he encountered anything ominous recently? Gong Changshao turned her head to gaze at the anxious expression of Chu Tianyu beside her. It is impossible, this tea is no ordinary brew. It is a concoction that a resourceful and sagacious yin-yang master, painstakingly crafted over 77 hours, infused with the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon, and the spiritual energy of myriad life forms. It possesses the ability to absorb soul particles as sustenance. If you, Ling Xiaozi, have consumed this cup of tea, then you will temporarily acquire this peculiar quality, attracting more soul particles. Should this reach a certain threshold, your life may be in jeopardy, so it is prudent to exercise caution. Old Gu, if Old Gu were here now, he would surely be able to save Ling Fan. Upon this thought, Chu Tianyu hastily dialed Gu Rufeng's number. The moment the call connected, she exclaimed urgently, "Old Gu, Ling Fan has been possessed, please tell me how to save him." Possessed? That clever lad could be possessed? Gu Rufeng's voice on the other end was filled with confusion. "I am speaking seriously, did he not drink your tea this morning?" Now he is clutching his throat tightly, as if struggling with someone. Chu Tianyu's anxiety was so intense that tears were nearly spilling from her eyes. "Calm down, Tianyu, in the realm of yin and yang. This is referred to as a ghost entering a dream. There is a remedy, but it requires your pure yin maiden's kiss, and it must be done swiftly, or the consequences could be dire." Gu Rufeng spoke rapidly, clearly sensing the gravity of the situation. "What, you mean I have to kiss him?" As soon as Chu Tianyu heard that she must use her pure yin maiden's kiss, her anxious countenance turned as red as a Fuji apple. "Alright, I understand." She hastily ended the call, biting her lip tightly. Suddenly resolute, she leaned down and pressed her soft lips against Ling Fan's, and an electric sensation coursed through her, sending waves of warmth throughout her body, leaving her feeling weak. Indeed, the frantic Ling Fan, who had been in turmoil moments ago, gradually calmed, his contorted face relaxing into its usual handsome demeanor. His long eyelashes fluttered, brushing against his cheeks. Her warm, moist lips remained pressed against his, while his large eyes were tightly closed, with a few strands of hair falling gently across his forehead, and his long ponytail cascading down. This Tianyu. Ling Fan suddenly felt a jolt of electricity, his body tingling, wishing to move yet unable to do so. Even if he could move, he feared he would not. He hoped this tender, lingering sensation would endure. That moment, Chu Tianyu's mind spun in a whirlwind. She had thought a kiss was trivial, yet why did it feel as though she had fallen into a gentle embrace, utterly immobilized? Waves of electricity thrilled every cell in her body, and her eyelashes fluttered incessantly before her eyes. Gradually, Chu Tianyu sensed that Ling Fan had stabilized, and she gently withdrew her delicate cherry lips. Her pair of bright eyes, as luminous as the moon, gazed complexly at Ling Fan. Yet before her, the slumbering figure before her occasionally morphed into Ling Feng, and then into Ling Fan, who had she truly kissed moments ago. Chu Tianyu found herself incessantly questioning in her mind, would he truly be alright? Still feeling uneasy, she looked at Ling Fan and inquired. Beside her, Gong Changshao softly patted her shoulder, smiling as she said, "Rest assured, your immense sacrifice for him guarantees his safety. In just a few minutes, we will arrive at the Qingshui bus station. It would be best if we wake him up." As Gong Changshao spoke, she playfully tapped Ling Fan's face, exclaiming, "Ling Fan, wake up. Ling Fan, we're almost there." Ling Fan had been eagerly awaiting this moment. As he groggily turned his head, occasionally licking his lips, he finally stretched his arms in a yawn and slowly opened his eyes, displaying a dazed and oblivious expression as he stared at Gong Changshao. He chuckled, "Beautiful lady, why are you slapping my face? Hee, are you interested in me?" Seeing that Ling Fan had awakened without any issues, Gong Changshao let out a sigh of relief. Upon hearing his words, she stuck her tongue out at him and playfully retorted, "You lecher, with such a wonderful girlfriend, you still flirt with other girls, truly insatiable." "What girlfriend? I'm completely unaware of such a thing." Ling Fan feigned ignorance, though he was not entirely lying. The feelings that Chu Tianyu harbored for him left Ling Fan perplexed, as her gaze often conveyed a complexity that suggested he was merely a substitute for her brother, Ling Feng, perhaps nothing more than that. "The bus has arrived, let us disembark." Chu Tianyu felt a twinge of embarrassment and swiftly turned away, casting a cold remark before striding toward the door. Ling Fan flashed a grin at Gong Changshao and hurriedly followed suit, while Gong Changshao watched their retreating figures, her eyes flickering with a complex expression. Ultimately she shook her head slightly, picked up her bag, and followed after them. As the three of them exited the Qingshui bus station, the sky had darkened to the point where one could scarcely see their fingers. Only distant stars stubbornly twinkled in the vastness. On the road before them, cars with bright headlights sped by intermittently. "Given how late it is, it seems we must find a hotel to stay in," Ling Fan began, but before he could finish, Gong Changshao stepped forward and eagerly interjected, "A hotel? That's my forte. I happen to know of a 4-star hotel nearby called Ling Bean. The environment is quite pleasant, equipped with computers, televisions, bathrooms, and other amenities that will surely satisfy you." If it weren't for you accompanying us, I would almost suspect you were a shill for that hotel," Ling Fan remarked with a smile, observing the enthusiasm with which Gong Changshao described the hotel. "Alright, since our guide has made a suggestion, let us head to Yingbin. I could really use a shower, as I feel rather odorous." With that, Ling Fan lifted his arm and took a whiff. Beside him, Chu Tianyu remained silent, her expression still cool and distant as her gaze fixated unwaveringly on the distant stars, seemingly lost in thought. The Welcome Inn stands as the largest and most well-equipped establishment in Qingshui town, undoubtedly also the most expensive for Ling Fan. Staying at such a hotel feels almost like an affront to his wallet. After the three of them secured their rooms at the front desk, Chu Tianyu promptly handed the payment to the cashier before retrieving the essentials and proceeding towards her room. Oh, your girlfriend is truly considerate of you. Gong Changshao teased Ling Fan, poking him with her elbow and giggling, and quite generous too. Ling Fan responded awkwardly, suddenly sensing a peculiar warmth in the air of the hotel. He glanced at Gong Changshao's high-neck sweater that reached just below her chin and asked, "Don't you find it warm wearing such a high-neck sweater?" "Well, a bit, but the temperature here is rather strange. It gets quite cold at night. If it weren't for this, it would be troublesome during the night." Gong Changshao explained, pointing to the thermometer on the wall. "I see. Well, I've had a long day and I'm quite fatigued. I'm going to take a shower and rest. If anything comes up, just call me or knock on the wall." "Our rooms are adjacent," Ling Fan said, stifling a yawn as he rubbed his sleepy eyes and made his way to his room. Ling Fan's room was 105 on the first floor, with Chu Tianyu in 104 and Gong Changshao in 106. As they were all in the same hotel, the room arrangements were likely similar. The first thing that greeted Ling Fan was a large bed followed by a balcony, beside which stood an air conditioning unit. And to the right, a computer. It seemed this hotel was indeed quite decent, with even an internet connection available. "Hey, Ling Fan, I bought cola, green tea, and Sprite, would you like one?" Gong Changshao chirped as she passed by Ling Fan's room. "Carrying a bag brimming with items. See you tomorrow," Ling Fan replied, feeling somewhat dazed by the charming presence before him. He hurriedly closed his room door, glancing at the bottle of cola in his hand. Shaking his head in resignation, for some inexplicable reason Ling Fan felt quite warm, so he stripped off all his clothes and stepped into the bathroom for a refreshing cold shower, which alleviated his discomfort somewhat. After donning the hotel's pajamas, he picked up the cola from the bed, a faint fragrance wafting from it. Noticing it made him feel parched, he unscrewed the cap and tilted the bottle. Downing a significant portion of the brown beverage, the strange medicinal taste of the cola made him cough, indicating he was still unaccustomed to such flavors. Feeling rather bored, Ling Fan turned off the television and reclined on the bed. The soft, comforting mattress made him feel languid, and the warmth from the car ride earlier suddenly resurfaced in his mind. At that moment, Tianyu seemed like an entirely different person, her gentleness almost unbelievable compared to her usual icy demeanor. Gradually, a wave of drowsiness washed over Ling Fan. After stretching his arms high above his head and yawning, he switched off the lights, closed his eyes, and drifted into a deep slumber. After an undetermined passage of time, Ling Fan vaguely heard a strange noise echoing in his room. Clap, 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 clap. Who's there? In a haze, Ling Fan's bleary eyes opened a slit as he turned his profile to gaze into the darkness of the room. There in the shadows sat an eerie figure clad in white garments, with long hair cascading down, positioned beside a computer. The entity's hands moved swiftly, striking the keyboard with a series of sharp, rapid taps, while the reflected glow from the screen rendered its face as pale as parchment. Those hands were so terrifying, so ghastly in hue, Ling Fan's eyes widened in shock. It was a man's face, a horrifying visage, contorted in a blend of rage and exhilaration, with bulging eyes fixated on the screen and a mouth agape in fervor. Ling Fan felt an overwhelming dread paralyze his body. Was this a dream, or merely an illusion? The experience was so vividly real that he could feel beads of sweat trickling down his spine. While the crisp, resonant sound of notifications echoed in his ears, a relentless ding-ding-ding of incoming messages. "Who are you? What manner of being are you?" Ling Fan yearned to vocalize this question, but his throat felt as though it were constricted by a stone, rendering him mute, only managing to produce a series of incoherent gurgles. Yet, chillingly, the man beside the computer seemed to perceive Ling Fan's unspoken words. Slowly turning his head, in an instant, the face illuminated by the screen was shrouded in darkness, and a sinister, chilling voice reverberated through the room. "Leave this place, leave this place, leave this place." Ling Fan let out a terrified scream as he bolted upright from his bed, a blinding light flooding into his eyes. He hastily raised his hand to shield himself, and the cheerful chirping of birds outside filled the air, followed by the abrupt honking of cars. Morning had arrived. "Ling Fan, get up." Suddenly, a vigorous knocking echoed at the door, accompanied by a commanding voice. Without needing to guess, the icy tone made it clear who was at the door. With a swift motion, Ling Fan sprang from his bed, exclaiming, "I got it, Chu de Mayren. I'll be up right away." Without hesitation, he promptly gathered his belongings and, just as he was about to open the door, his eyes caught sight of the bottle of cola on the bedside table. With a sly grin, he picked it up. It was a gift from a girl, and even if it were an empty bottle, Ling Fan would cherish it dearly and naturally. The cola before him was no exception. On the morning of May 23 RD, Ling Fan stood at the bus station's exit, stretching languidly, still clutching the half-full cola bottle. "What are you keeping that cola for?" Chu Tianyu glared at the bottle in Ling Fan's hand, clearly unimpressed. "Oh, the cola is obviously for drinking." What else would I keep it for? Ling Fan quickly concealed the bottle behind his back, flashing an innocent smile. Perhaps it was a gift from that girl. And you are simply reluctant to part with it. Chu Tianyu suddenly appeared astutely perceptive, her expression frosty. With a scoff, she remarked coldly, she left early, she was merely saying that to keep you entertained. And yet you took it to heart. What a lecherous scoundrel you are. She left. That's splendid news. Ha! Upon hearing Chu Tianyu mention that Gong Changshao had departed, Ling Fan erupted into laughter. Chu Tianyu had initially assumed that Ling Fan would be quite disheartened, yet to her astonishment, he erupted into hearty laughter, leaving her bewildered. She inquired, why are you suddenly so joyous? Shouldn't you be upset that the beauty has departed? Hee Tianyu, it's inconsequential to glance at a beauty occasionally, but when matters become serious it invariably turns troublesome. Now that she is not here, we can venture to that haunted house. Just imagine if she were present, how could we possibly go? Ling Fan chuckled heartily at Chu Tianyu and then strode purposefully towards the bus stop, eager to discover which bus would take them to Longna Street. Are you truly intent on visiting that dreadful haunted house? Chu Tianyu called out to Ling Fan. Of course, what else are we here for? Ling Fan had already positioned himself beside the bus route sign, scanning for the bus to Longna Street. If you're afraid, you may wait here. I'll go alone. Who's afraid? You let your hurry, and get on the bus, Chu Tianyu retorted defiantly. Wait, I haven't found the bus yet. Ling Fan continued his search for Longna Street, paying no mind to Chu Tianyu. A foolish lecher, stop walking. Let's take a taxi. Chu Tianyu was momentarily at a loss for words. Sigh. Ling Fan exhaled deeply, approached Chu Tianyu, and settled into a taxi, fiddling with a bottle of cola in his hand. Why waste money on a taxi when there's an inexpensive bus? Besides, we're not in a hurry. Ling Fan feigned the demeanor of a destitute high school student, grimacing. You don't need to pay, just drive. Longna Street. Chu Tianyu was suddenly ignited by an inexplicable fury, turning to direct her ire at the taxi driver. The driver, upon observing Chu Tianyu's expression, recognized her formidable nature and promptly started the engine, visibly intimidated. Before long, Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu found themselves standing before the haunted house. The haunted house was indeed a two-story building, its once pristine white walls now darkened. Likely due to smoke damage from a fire, compounded by over a year of neglect, unfamiliar vegetation sprouted from the cracks in the walls. In front of the building lay a small courtyard, now overrun with weeds reaching over a foot in height, along with some scattered litter, though not much of the building's windows were entirely shattered, leaving only a few shards clinging to the frames. Oddly, the door remained intact. Secured by a large lock, the door was a sturdy iron one, adorned with a notice that read in bold red letters, Haunted House, no entry. Ling Fan stepped through the overgrown courtyard, approached the door, and inspected the lock, only to discover it was a brand new one. Why would a derelict building, abandoned for over a year, have a new lock? Ling Fan then attempted to peer through the door's cracks, but to no avail. The door was so solidly constructed that not even a gap was visible, seemingly custom-made to obscure whatever lay within. Step aside. Chu Tianyu coldly uttered a word, drawing a pistol from her waist and firing a shot at the door lock with a resounding bang. Instead of unlocking, the lock was utterly destroyed, leaving Ling Fan gaping in astonishment. This was exceedingly violent. Unfazed by the chaos, Chu Tianyu swiftly returned the gun to her waist and forcefully kicked the door open. Standing at the threshold, Ling Fan gazed into the dimly lit room, which was in disarray, littered with various filthy items. The once pristine white tiles now shrouded in darkness, scorched remnants from a fire marred the interior, while an array of unidentified weeds thrived unchecked, and dark fungi clung to the wooden furnishings. The first floor bore no particular significance, consisting solely of a kitchen, living room, and bathroom. The bedroom, however, resided on the second floor. As Ling Fan lifted his gaze towards the upper level, a sudden flash of insight struck him. He realized that the environment he currently occupied was eerily reminiscent of the dream he had experienced on the bus that day. If he was not mistaken, then that thing must surely exist. Indeed, Ling Fan turned to his left, spotting a wooden staircase adjacent to the wall, charred and blackened by flames, overrun with dark fungi. On the second floor, 3 half-open doors loomed, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, and there seemed to be another room concealed by a wall, rendering it invisible. The second floor was steeped in shadows, particularly that mysterious fourth room hidden behind the wall, which exuded an inexplicable eerie allure that beckoned Ling Fan. As if in a trance, he stepped forward, ascending the staircase, which creaked ominously underfoot, reminiscent of mice gnawing at something. An inexplicable tightness gripped Ling Fan's heart as he cautiously lifted his feet. Ascending step by step, with each movement, the creaking grew louder. Bright light streamed in through a window in the second-floor corridor, and Ling Fan found himself standing before it, his elongated shadow cast across the hallway. Stretching towards the door of the third room, suddenly the dark shadow sliced through the silhouette of his head, extending into the depths of the fourth room. Faint glimmers of light seeped through the tightly locked door of the fourth room, casting reflections on the corridor floor. Although it was daylight, a chill washed over Ling Fan, for everything before him mirrored the visions from his dream, especially those flickering lights. Dimly, he seemed to hear that familiar clap, Clap, clap sound. Ling Fan bit his lip involuntarily, slowly making his way towards the fourth room. With each step, he felt the hairs on his body rise, and his heart tightened further, standing before the door of the fourth room. His hand trembled as he grasped the doorknob and tentatively twisted it, only to discover that it was locked from the inside. Crouching down, he peered through the keyhole, revealing an empty interior, with a small window allowing a sliver of Su Lingfan's heart suddenly tightened. And then he darted down the stairs like the wind. Tianyu, what's wrong? Ling Fan leaped directly down the staircase, positioning himself protectively in front of Tianyu, urgency etched across his face. A snake, Chu Tianyu. Cowering behind Ling Fan, pointed toward a writhing mass in the grass. I can't believe it, Ling Fan thought, astonished that the usually formidable Chu Tianyu would be terrified of snakes. He picked up a slender stick from the ground and chased the serpent away. Hush! Chu Tianyu exhaled deeply, patting her chest, still shaken, and exclaimed, You scared me to death, scared me to death. Suddenly, Ling Fan's gaze fixated on something behind Chu Tianyu, his pupils narrowing with growing intensity, noticing Ling Fan's unwavering stare. Chu Tianyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and retorted, You pervert. What are you staring at? A face. Ling Fan had glimpsed a visage through the window behind Chu Tianyu, an exceedingly aged countenance. Who's there? Ling Fan swiftly circumvented Chu Tianyu and dashed to the window, but the ancient face vanished in an instant. Ling Fan, what did you see? Chu Tianyu asked anxiously, noticing his peculiar demeanor. The door of the small house stood firmly shut. As if unwilling to welcome any intruder to anyone inside, Ling Fan gently knocked on the door, inquiring softly, There is no one here that you seek, leave this place at once. A chilling, indifferent voice echoed from within the house. Open the door, we are the police. Chu Tianyu rushed forward, brandishing her badge as she shouted sternly at the occupant, What of the police? Does that give you the right to trespass in my humble abode? Retorted the elderly voice, unwavering, Humph, you dare defy the police, be careful, or I shall kick down your wretched door. Chu Tianyu, incensed by the old man's words, had never encountered such defiance before. Her pride ignited, she prepared to deliver a swift kick. Ling Fan, sensing the brewing storm, quickly stepped forward to embrace Chu Tianyu, urging, Tianyu, calm down. Trespassing and damaging property carry severe penalties, and it could lead to repercussions for the chief as well. Humph, this old man is so stubborn. Do you have any better ideas to get him to open the door? Chu Tianyu glared coldly at Ling Fan. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door of the small house swung open, revealing an elderly man in his 60s. Holding a bucket of water, who emerged shouting, Damn it, who dares to set fire in front of my house? I'll break their bones. Ling Fan approached the mound of grass, kicked it to stir up some soil covering the grass, dissipating the thick smoke, and then smiled at the furious old man, saying, Hee, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't have known how to lure you out of your home. Ha, I like you, kid, I know why you're here. Come inside and let us talk. The eccentric old man casually poured the water over the grass, then grabbed the empty bucket and disappeared into the house, adding, If you're coming in, make it quick. Otherwise, I might have to lock the door. While she yearned for something different, Chu Tianyu nonetheless followed Ling Tong into the humble, low-roofed cottage. The furnishings within this modest abode were exceedingly simple, comprising merely a bed, a dining table, a few traditional New Year paintings, and an old peeling brown wardrobe. At that moment an elderly man was seated upon a small stool, while Ling Fan, wearing a beaming smile, plopped down beside him. Noticing that the stool appeared rather dirty and sticky, Chu Tianyu refrained from sitting, opting instead to stand directly behind Ling Fan, her cold gaze fixated upon the peculiar old man before her. I know why you have come, the old man remarked, fixing his gaze on Ling Fan before heaving a sigh. You are here regarding that haunted house, are you not? Indeed, sir, we have come concerning the haunted house. We have heard some tales about it, but we seek to uncover more detailed information, Ling Fan stated candidly. The old man lifted his gaze toward the dim, dilapidated structure visible through the window and began. This dates back a year ago. There once lived a family of 4 in that house. The father was named Zhang Dishing, and the mother was Su Tsuilan. They had a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. The brother was named Zhang Xiao, and the sister Zhang Ling. Both children were third-year students at Qingshui Town High School, reputed for their commendable academic performance. Furthermore, they were kind-hearted, often bringing me, this strange old fellow, delightful treats, and the brother Zhang Xiao frequently fed the stray dogs in the vicinity. It is truly tragic that such wonderful siblings, so young, met their demise. As he spoke, the old man let out a heavy sigh, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. Although these 2 children were not Zhang Dishing and Su Tsuilan's biological offspring, they treated them with utmost care to ensure the siblings could secure a place in a reputable university. They even installed an internet connection at home for their studies. Their biological parents had long since passed, leaving the entire house and a substantial inheritance to the 2 children, entrusting Zhang Dishing and Su Tsuilan with their care. And they fulfilled the duty remarkably well. I often heard the sounds of laughter and play emanating from that household, which filled this lonely old man with envy. A look of longing graced the old man's face, revealing his solitude, likely sustained by governmental assistance. On the day of the fire, did you notice anything unusual about their household? Ling Fan inquired once more. Sir, can you discern whose maniacal laughter that was? Ling Fan, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt an intense curiosity regarding that laughter. I cannot make it out clearly. It was deep in the night, and the outside world was tumultuous and chaotic. The sound was ethereal and elusive, but it seemed to belong to a male voice. The old man gestured in a manner that conveyed his helplessness, and then the maniacal laughter abruptly ceased. Subsequently, I heard the urgent wail of sirens and the sounds of fire trucks battling the flames. However, the inferno was so immense that it took them nearly 4 hours to extinguish it. When they ascended to the second floor to investigate, the scene was utterly unrecognizable, charred beyond repair. Even more chilling was the discovery in a room on the second floor, the charred remains of a family of 4. At this point, the old man's eyes glistened with moisture, his throat choked with emotion, rendering him momentarily speechless. Ling Fan, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily placed his can of cola on the table. He reached into his pocket, hoping to retrieve a tissue, but found none. Just then, a delicate hand presented a tissue before him. Ling Fan glanced at the cardholder, Chu Tianyu, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile and passing the tissue to the old man. The old man held the tissue in his trembling hands, stating, "I have seen this soft tissue before, just days before the fire. My brother suddenly came to me, weeping uncontrollably, using this very soft tissue." Suddenly Ling Fan caught a glimmer of insight. His brother was crying. He quickly inquired, "Old sir, do you know why your brother came to you in tears?" The old man replied, "That is indeed peculiar. I asked him why he was alone that day, as they usually come together. Where was his sister? He told me that his sister was gravely ill, seemingly on the verge of death, and then he collapsed in the very spot where you were seated." Weeping, the compassionate bond between the twin siblings, their kindness towards their step-parents, the sister's severe illness, the brother's tears before the fire, the sudden midnight blaze, the man's maniacal laughter amidst the chaos, and the 4 lifeless bodies, these were the threads of intrigue that weaved into the haunting tale of the haunted house. Despite Ling Fan's fervent attempts to connect these dots, he found it impossible, for this was indeed an exceedingly bizarre case. When the topic of hauntings arose, the old man's expression shifted, and he quivered. "Perhaps it is the vengeful spirits of the family who perished in the flames. Ever since that day, I have frequently noticed a faint light emanating from that building. Initially, I thought it was merely the headlights of passing cars casting their glow indoors. Until one day, I experienced it myself and truly believed that the house was haunted." "Old sir, please, what was your personal experience?" Ling Fan, who had always held skepticism towards tales of the supernatural, now eagerly sought to extract any clues from this revelation. The old man recounted his eerie encounter, stating that just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly heard a peculiar sound. "What kind of sound did you hear?" Ling Fan pressed earnestly. "Clap, clap, 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 clap." The old man did not elaborate further but merely moved his lips, producing a chilling sound that sent shivers down Ling Fan's spine. This was the 3rd time he had encountered or heard such a noise. "And then, did you go upstairs to investigate?" Ling Fan exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency. "No, I intended to ascend, but I was overtaken by fear and could not bring myself to do so. I felt certain that the sound was emanating from the innermost room on the 2nd floor." The old man confessed, visibly shaken. "Do you know whose bedroom is in the 4th room?" "Old man," Ling Fan suddenly recalled this question. "Oh, I see. So you went there to keep us away from that haunted house, didn't you?" Ling Fan chuckled. "Indeed, I do not wish for you to be afflicted like those children who trespassed into that house at midnight. They were indeed possessed and subsequently fell gravely ill. It is said that only after hiring a sorcerer were they exorcised and cured." Ling Fan understood that the old man was referring to the girls, including Gong Changxiao, who had ventured into the haunted house. Suddenly, a piercing phone call interrupted, and Ling Fan pulled out his phone from his pocket. It was a call from Chun Yuzhen. "Hello, Sister Jin, this is Ling Fan. Is there something you need?" Ling Fan inquired upon answering. "What, Shen Zimin is dead?" Ling Fan exclaimed, his mind conjuring the image of the unemployed young man lying in his bed. "How could he have died?" "Ling Fan, what should we do next?" Chu Tianyu asked from the side. "I am going there right now," Chu Tianyu said, turning to dash out of the small bungalow. "Tianyu," Ling Fan's lips moved, a look of concern etched on his face as he gently remarked, "Be careful. I will await your return at headquarters." Ling Fan watched as Chu Tianyu departed, then casually picked up a bottle of cola from the table and smiled at the old man, saying, "Old man, I apologize for intruding for so long, but it seems I must take my leave again. I will certainly visit you when I have the time." No sooner had he spoken than Ling Fan dashed out of the small bungalow like the wind. The old man gazed at Ling Fan's retreating figure, standing silently by the door, his murky eyes reflecting a complex expression as he murmured, "They are all good children, truly good children." In a dilapidated house on the outskirts of Qingshan City. The interior remained just as it was when Ling Fan first arrived, cluttered and chaotic, with soup spilling from the containers across the floor, creating an unbearable stench. At that moment, Shen Zimin was curled up in the innermost part of the bed, pressed tightly against the wall, his hands gripping his knees, his gaze fixed ahead as if he were witnessing something terrifying. His face was grotesquely contorted, devoid of color, with a trickle of white foam at the corners of his mouth. Ling Fan examined the body and stated, "The corpse exhibits advanced rigor mortis. There are distinct livor mortis signs, with slight discoloration." After Cheng Yuzhen inscribed the cause and time of death, she lifted her gaze to Ling Fan. Her expression laden with concern. Once Ling Fan removed his gloves, he looked at Chen Yuzhen and remarked with a smile, "Do you believe that ghosts can commit murder?" "Not at all," Chen Yuzhen replied resolutely. "Ha, that is quite remarkable. I too harbor no such belief. No matter how bizarre these three cases may appear, I am convinced that they are the result of human actions. As long as it is human-made, I will certainly uncover the perpetrator." Ling Fan's eyes gleamed with determination. "Sister Jin, was this room also a sealed chamber when we arrived?" Ling Fan approached the door, examining it as he inquired. "Yes, the door was locked from the inside." With the key firmly clutched in the deceased's hand, Chen Yuzhen produced a plastic bag containing a set of keys. Attempting to extract the keys for Ling Fan, she discovered they were stuck inside the bag. As she tried to pass the keys to him, the adhesive nature of the bag caught Ling Fan's attention. He took the plastic bag from Chen Yuzhen's hands and, retrieving a magnifying glass from his pocket, scrutinized a clump of black sticky substance on the keys. Chen Yuzhen hurried over, fixating on the thread in Ling Fan's hand, and asked, "What is this thread?" "Hee, Sister Jin, this is no ordinary thread, it is fishing line. Specifically designed for angling, and it is exceptionally strong. The criminal employed this to fabricate the sealed chamber. Is it truly possible for such a thread to create a sealed chamber?" Chen Yuzhen responded. Somewhat incredulous, opening the door, she gazed at the key in Shen Zimin's possession and remarked with newfound understanding, "So this is how it was done." Thus, Hu Ming and Lu Tao's sealed chambers were constructed in a similar fashion? Ling Fan placed the fishing line into an evidence bag, shaking his head as he replied, "No, the sealed chambers of those two could not have been created using such a method, as their keys were located in the bedside cabinet. And the sealing of their rooms and doors was impeccable. A string of keys could not possibly pass through." Ling Fan surveyed the room once more, sensing that something was amiss, though he could not immediately identify it. At that moment, Chen Yuzhen's phone rang. "Hello, Lao Gu, what is it?" she inquired, glancing at the caller ID. A raucous laughter erupted from the other end of the line, startling Chen Yuzhen, who swiftly moved the phone away from her ear. Ling Fan seized the phone, his irritation boiling over as he shouted, "Lao Gu, people have died, and you still find this amusing? Oh, you're there too? Do you know where this clever and resourceful yin-yang master is right now?" Gu Rufeng's voice boomed with pride from the other end. Ling Fan asked impatiently, "And where exactly are you now?" "Hee, brother Ling Fan, it's me, the little girl, I'm here too." Lin Xinyan's sweet voice suddenly chimed in from the phone, followed by Gu Rufeng's complaints about Xinyan snatching his phone. "Girl, what are you two up to?" Ling Fan exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed by the duo's remarkable and comical synergy, although Ling Fan was at a loss for words. His curiosity was piqued by the secret they had uncovered. "What is this secret? Do tell us quickly." Uncle Gu Wan-Ti let the girl divulge it, insisting that you come in person for him to reveal it. Ling Fan Gij, hurry over, I'm hanging up now. As soon as I finished speaking, the phone on the other end let out a beep and disconnected. It seems that Gu Rufeng was afraid Lin Xinyan would say too much and snatched the phone away. Ling Fan handed the phone to Chen Yuzhen and, with a resigned smile, said, "Let's go, Sister Jin. Let's see what astonishing secret these two lively treasures have stirred up." Before long, Chen Yuzhen and Ling Fan drove to apartment 205 on G Street. The very scene of Hu Ming and Lu Tao's demise. The moment Ling Fan pushed open the door, Lin Xinyan leaped onto him as if she had descended from the heavens, playfully complaining, "Ling Fan Gij, where have you been these past few days? I've missed you so much. I went to a haunted house with Sister Tianyu. It was such fun." Ling Fan replied, gently setting Lin Xinyan down. "A haunted house? I want to go too," Lin Xinyan exclaimed, shaking Ling Fan's arm. "I'll take you when I have the time, but first, you need to tell me what secret you discovered, and after you tell me, I might just let you have this half bottle of cola," Ling Fan teased, tempting the little girl with the half-filled bottle in his hand. "Ling Fan Gij, you must keep your promise." Lin Xinyan tugged at Ling Fan, ushering him into Hu Ming's room. There stood Gu Rufeng, as charismatic as ever, clad in his starry Taoist robe, still wearing those wooden sandals. "Hey, Lao Gu, long time no see." Ling Fan greeted Gu Rufeng with a mischievous smile. The moment Gu Rufeng caught sight of that grin, he felt an uneasy shiver run down his spine. He quickly sidestepped, waving his hands. "Let us not meet, it's better that way, and let us not reminisce either. Lao Gu, can't you be serious for once? Quickly tell us what secret you've uncovered." Chen Yuzhen finally reached her limit with the antics of these lively characters. "Look." Gu Rufeng stood in front of the three-dimensional air conditioner, and with a swift motion, he moved it aside, revealing a hole in the wall, large enough for a person to crawl through. Ling Fan squatted down before the opening, eyes wide with discovery. "Lao Gu, what lies on the other side of this wall?" Before he finished speaking, the other side of the wall was also moved aside, allowing light to pour in, and Gu Rufeng's face, adorned with stubble, appeared at the opening, grinning. This side was also blocked by a three-dimensional air conditioner. "This room is indeed Lu Tao's. Now I understand," Ling Fan said, rising to his feet and gazing at the hole, sighing. "So it is like this, after the murderer committed the crime in Hu Ming's room. They crawled through this hole into Lu Tao's room, then moved the air conditioner aside. When Lu Tao was killed, they crawled back through the hole into Hu Ming's room and adjusted the air conditioner in Lu Tao's room. thereby creating a perfect locked room scenario, leaving no one to suspect that such a large hole lay hidden behind the air conditioner. Chapter 20, Tianyu's return just as Ling Fan was entangled in other pressing questions. His phone buzzed urgently in his pocket. It was a call from Chu Tianyu. The moment he answered, before he could utter a word, he heard Chu Tianyu's excited and hurried voice. Ling Fan, I discovered something extraordinary while sifting through the archives of the haunted house from a year ago. Just as Chu Tianyu was about to reveal this remarkable finding, the line went suddenly silent, replaced only by the sound of a monotonous beep. Ling Fan shouted loudly, Tianyu, hello, what on earth is happening? He banged the phone a few times, yet there was still no response from the other end. Ling Fan redialed Chu Tianyu's number, but was met with the sweet recorded message of a certain telecommunications company. We apologize. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Without waiting for the message to finish, he abruptly hung up, realizing that Tianyu's phone must have run out of battery. Damn it, why is it always out of power at the worst possible moment? Curse that certain company's custom phone. Ling Fan muttered a string of curses under his breath. Xanyan. Wake up, Xanyan. Chen Yuzhen's anxious voice called out as she searched for Lin Xinyan. Following the sound, Ling Fan noticed Lin Xinyan sprawled on the living room sofa, clutching an empty soda bottle, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she peacefully slept. Old Gu, couldn't you have just come to check the soul residue on your own? Why drag this little girl along? Oh, by the way, how strong is the soul residue you've detected? Ling Fan reproached Gu, roughing, recalling the true reason for his visit to IT's powerful. The residual soul energy here is exceptionally strong. Even though the homicide occurred 2 or 3 days ago, the concentration of soul residue here is nearly 100 times greater than in typical areas, Gu Ruffing replied earnestly. Lin Xinyan lay dreamily in Ling Fan's embrace, her sleeping posture resembling that of a gentle kitten, still clutching the empty soda bottle tightly. Ling Fan attempted to relieve her of the bottle, only to find it held firmly in her grasp, and he could only shake his head in resignation as he carried her towards the door. It was still this abandoned warehouse, the headquarters designated by HIT Special Operations. Ling Fan gently placed Xinyan on the sofa, and she curled up like a docile little cat, continuing to sleep soundly while still clutching the empty soda bottle. Ling Fan's gaze fixated on the bottle, and suddenly, a thunderbolt of realization struck him. He forcibly removed the bottle from Xinyan's hands and stared intently at it with piercing eyes. Ling kid, why are you glaring at that soda bottle? Did it owe you money? Gu Ruffing teased. Watching Ling Fan's intense expression, I suspect Xinyan did not fall asleep merely due to fatigue. Ling Fan's countenance shifted, revealing an extreme seriousness. What, if she isn't asleep, then what is it? Chen Yuzhen asked, somewhat bewildered. Ling Fan tossed the empty soda bottle onto the table and coldly stated, she has ingested a sleeping pill. Triazolam. What on earth is triazolam? Gu Ruffing inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Old Gu, you may not be aware, but triazolam is an odorless, highly effective sleeping medication. Its sedative effects are 30 to 50 times stronger than those of ordinary sleeping pills, and it is entirely tasteless. Capable of dissolving in beer, liquor, mineral water, tea, or any other beverage. It dissolves quickly, acts swiftly, and once dissolved, it is colorless, making it imperceptible whether any medication is present in the drink. It can induce rapid slumber in just 5 to 20 minutes. Chen Yuzhen explained to Gu Rufing. My heavens, goodness, how potent is this triazolam? Guru was taken aback by Chen Yuzhen's explanation. Yet, who exactly drugged Xinyan? She was right beside us the entire time. Who could possibly administer the drug to her? Chen Yuzhen inquired, her brow furrowed in suspicion. It was me. Ling Fan's complexion darkened. Ling, you must be joking, right? I am quite timid, you know. Gu Ruffing sensed that Ling Fan's demeanor was decidedly off. It was indeed me. I lured the girl into drinking it, Ling Fan shouted, pointing at the empty cola bottle on the table. I should have anticipated it. This cola contained triazolam. Ling Fan, then who provided you with this cola? Chen Yuzhen hurriedly asked. Ling Fan's mind gradually conjured the image of a graceful woman dressed in green and white athletic attire, sporting a long ponytail, wearing black-rimmed glasses, over which was a high-collared black sweater, and carrying a white handbag. Gong Changxiao. What to it? Gong Changxiao. The name struck Ling Fan like a thunderbolt. A sound of hurried footsteps ascending the stairs echoed outside the warehouse. It was unmistakably Chu Tianyu approaching. Yet alongside those familiar steps was another set of footsteps, distinctly foreign. Before Chu Tianyu had even entered, her voice had already pierced through the iron door and seeped inside, only for the door to be flung open with a resounding bang. Her face flushed from excitement as she rushed in. At that very moment, another figure stepped in as well, and Ling Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Gong Changxiao, hi, it seems we meet again. Gong Changxiao maintained her usual serene demeanor, clad in soft athletic wear, a black sweater that reached her chin, and still holding that white handbag. Chapter 21, Unexpected Revelations. Upon seeing Ling Fan standing frozen beside the sofa, Gong Changxiao revealed a faint smile and said, Hi Ling Fan, we meet again. Tianyu, how is it that you are with her? Ling Fan's expression darkened as he coldly inquired. Ling Fan scoffed, taken aback that Gong Changxiao had the audacity to appear before him. Suddenly, a cold smile crept onto Ling Fan's lips as he slowly said, Perhaps I should not address you as Miss Gong Changxiao, but rather as Mr. Zhang Xiao. Ling Fan's unexpected declaration struck the assembled crowd like a thunderous roar. Leaving Chen Yuzhen, Gu Rufeng, and Chu Tianyu with their mouths agape, glancing back and forth between the demure and elegant Gong Changxiao and Ling Fan, whose face bore an expression of unwavering conviction. For a moment, the three were at a loss for words, unsure of whom to believe. Ha, I never anticipated you would see through it, Ling Fan. You truly are remarkable. Gong Changxiao, or rather, Zhang Zhao's voice suddenly became gruff and piercing. With that, Zhang Xiao hurled the white handbag onto the floor, creating a resounding thud. It was evident that it was no ordinary object. That he then pulled down the sweater that had reached his chin, revealing the Adam's apple that a man should possess. The gathering in the living room was taken aback. They had not anticipated that the delicate and serene girl before them could, in the blink of an eye, transform into a man with an ethereal demeanor, and a remarkably handsome one at that. It is somewhat true. However, I am still eager to see if you can truly unveil my real identity. Therefore, I chose to accompany her, and you certainly did not disappoint me, Zhang Xiao remarked, as he fixated on Ling Fan, articulating each word with precision. You are correct, Gong Changxiao, the long hauls of Zhang Xiao, indeed. You have been subtly hinting at this all along, yet it is regrettable that I only realized it today. Ling Fan's piercing gaze suddenly dimmed. Zhang Xiao crouched down, opening a white bag from which he retrieved a long white robe, a pair of green human skin gloves, and a pink laptop. Upon seeing the pink laptop, Ling Fan finally recalled why he had felt something was missing in Shen Zimin's room. It was this very laptop that was absent. May I take a seat and share these matters with you? Zhang Xiao cradled the laptop in his arms, still maintaining a courteous demeanor akin to that of a young lady. Certainly, you may. We are not in a police station, but rather a home, and you are our friend. Please sit on the sofa and share your tale, Ling Fan replied, harboring no disdain for Zhang Xiao as he gestured towards the generously appointed sofa. Haha, it's all due to that bottle of cola you left behind. She may have drunk too much all at once and fallen asleep, Ling Fan chuckled, pointing at the empty cola bottle discarded beside him. So that is it. Zhang Xiao's keen gaze remained fixated on Ling Fan, suggesting that it was indeed this empty cola bottle that had led you to suspect me. Ling Fan did not deny it, smiling as he said, indeed, had it not been for this cola bottle, I would never have believed that the little boy now reduced to a charred corpse, Zhang Xiao, could still be alive in this world. Alas, Zhang Xiao let out a heavy sigh and spoke slowly. It seems that everything is destined, preordained. I initially thought that no one would carry around a half-consumed cola bottle, yet I did not anticipate that you would take it with you wherever you went. This is indeed an unexpected turn of events. Although our identities are currently muddled, I would rather be just your friend than a police officer or forensic expert. Thus, I desire to hear your story. Ling Fan removed his temporary officer badge, gun, and handcuffs, tossing them behind the sofa, and Chu Tianyu and Chen Yuzhen mirrored his actions, indicating that everyone was quite curious about Zhang Zhao's narrative. Thank you all. I believe my sister Zhang Ling will certainly be grateful to you, Zhang Xiao said with a smile. If I am not mistaken, it should be the corpses of 2 dead dogs, am I right? Ling Fan inquired, gazing intently at Zhang Xiao. Haha, indeed, it is the bodies of 2 deceased dogs. I never expected you would connect the dots so astutely. Zhang Xiao admired Ling Fan, saying, you must have heard from that old man that I have a fondness for dogs, often bringing food from home to feed them. Hence, you deduced that I would never toss 2 live dogs into the fire but would opt for 2 dead ones, correct? Precisely, that is indeed my line of thought. Ling Fan felt as though he had encountered a rather astute individual, one whose intellect seemed to rival his own. Yet, Ling Fan remained true to himself and continued, so, in the hotel, you deliberately took a large bag, crammed it tightly with various items to conceal the drinks below, and placed the cola on top. Although you claimed I could choose freely, the cola was within arm's reach. Surely you anticipated that I would select that bottle of cola, did you not? Indeed, everyone tends to opt for convenience. Unless one possesses a peculiar preference, they will invariably take the item closest at hand. Zhang Xiao, exhibiting a confident demeanor, bore no resemblance to a criminal. You must have observed me offering you mineral water in the car and deduced that I am not particularly finicky. I will drink anything that is potable, correct? Hence, you felt inclined to suggest that I could choose at my leisure. Ling Fan quickly inquired. Precisely, you are correct. I suspect you gleaned from this young lady that on that day, after consuming half a bottle of cola, you fell into a drowsy stupor, did you not? Zhang Xiao responded with remarkable swiftness. Did you not feel as though you had seen the visage of that male spectre somewhere before that night? Ling Fan's piercing gaze fixed on Zhang Xiao, who suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, it is your face. Chapter 22. That tale. The exchange between Ling Fan and Zhang Xiao unfolded with astonishing rapidity, akin to 2 swordsmen engaged in a fierce duel, each countering the other's moves with precision and intensity. Observing the tension etched on the faces of Chen Yuzhen, Chu Tianyu, and Gu Rufeng, one could sense the palpable anxiety. While Ling Fan and Zhang Xiao appeared to be merely indulging in a warm-up exercise, exchanging faint smiles. Very well, now you may regale us with your story, Ling Fan remarked, and then, he added, sensing that the true crux lay ahead. You actually burned them alive, Chen Yuzhen exclaimed in horror. Indeed, when I witnessed them writhing in agony, engulfed by the crimson flames, unable to scream, do you know what I felt? I was weeping while laughing maniacally. It was a blend of fear and exhilaration. Finally, I made my way to the door, slowly closing it behind me, then seized a torch and set everything ablaze in the house. Of course, prior to that, I had already collected my savings and bank cards. I could no longer remain here. As Zhang Xiao spoke, tears streamed from his eyes. I presume the old gentleman must have been aware of your situation? Ling Fan inquired. Are you referring to Uncle Fu? He is a good man. Whenever my sibling and I were subjected to abuse by their couple, Uncle Fu would timely intervene and reprimand them. For they were wary of him. On the night of the fire, when I escaped the building, do you know where I hid? I took refuge in Uncle Fu's home. He sheltered me. Zhang Xiao fixed his gaze on Ling Fan. Ah, I see. I had an inkling that Uncle Fu might have been dishonest. So the tales of hauntings in the building were fabrications of yours? Ling Fan questioned. Indeed, it was a conspiracy between me and Fu Bo. We fabricated the tale of the haunted house to deter anyone from vandalizing it. Since then, I have let my hair grow long, transformed my appearance, and resolved to investigate my sister's death under the guise of a girl. Being identical twins, my sister and I share almost indistinguishable features, and given my gentle temperament, assuming a female identity poses no challenge for me. Zhang Xiao chuckled. Your sister's instructions? But isn't she deceased? Chu Tianyu inquired. Upon hearing Zhang Zhao's words, Ling Fan and the others exchanged incredulous glances. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, who could possibly believe that such extraordinary occurrences could exist in this world? Wait, did you just say that your sister communicated with you? Could that blood-red QQ actually be your sister? Chen Yuzhen gasped in disbelief. Indeed, she is my sister, Zhang Ling, and she exists within the digital realm. Zhang Xiao proclaimed as he opened his laptop. In mere seconds, the screen illuminated, revealing a crimson QQ login, which automatically prompted a dialog box. Brother, have you completed your tasks? Chapter 23, Bonds that Transcend Heaven. The group found it utterly implausible. Could it be that Zhang Ling was alive within the virtual world? All eyes turned to Gu Rufu, hoping that this master of yin and yang could shed light on such a phenomenon. In truth, this occurrence was not entirely unfathomable. It was possible that Zhang Ling's profound resentment prior to her death had resulted in an abundance of negative energy after her soul departed from her corporeal form. This excess energy, when coalesced, could create a conscious current that permeates the digital landscape. Gu Rufu explained. However, the likelihood of such a situation arising is exceedingly rare, requiring numerous specific conditions, such as an intense lingering resentment and a burial site with a strong electromagnetic field, rendering it less probable than winning the lottery 100 times with a $5 million ticket. Suddenly, the familiar sound of a QQ notification echoed. A crimson dialog box displayed the words, "A Shao. Where are you? I sense many people around, and among them is a very dangerous individual." A gentle warmth spread across Zhang Zhao's delicate features as he skillfully typed a response. Sister, do not worry. They will not harm you. They are my friends, and I have already confided in them about the wicked couple that killed me. Moments later, another notification chimed, revealing blood-red text. Foolish brother, how can you trust these people so easily? Have you forgotten the tragic fate that befell me? Kill, eliminate them. Upon reading the word kill on the screen, Ling Fan's face contorted in shock and terror. Could it be that a once gentle girl, after death, had transformed into such a vengeful spirit capable of casually demanding the lives of others? This notion was unbearable for Ling Fan. In a sudden impulse, he snatched the laptop and positioned it before him. Fingers flying across the keyboard in rapid succession, Zhang Zhao's expression shifted instantaneously when Ling Fan heard Zhang Ling's murderous words echoing through the internet. A seething rage ignited within him. He snatched the notebook and began to strike the keys with fervor, quickly producing a line of text in the dialog box. No one has the right to arbitrarily decide the fate of another life, not even a ghost, once their hands are stained with the blood of another. The only fate that awaits them is death. Just as Ling Fan finished typing this line, Zhang Xiao, consumed by madness, lunged at him, pinning him to the ground. His eyes turned crimson, and his hands gripped Ling Fan's throat tightly. His teeth clenched in fury. Seeing the situation escalate, Gu Rufin and the others were about to rise and pull Zhang Xiao away when suddenly, the pink notebook began to shake violently, emitting a piercing high-pitched sound that caused Chen Yuzhen and Chu Tianyu to clutch their ears in agony. Demon, cease your rampancy! Gu Rufin roared like thunder, his sleeve flashing as a yellow talisman appeared in his hand. With a sharp clap, he affixed it to the quaking notebook while murmuring an incantation. Gradually, the shrill sound subsided, transforming into a persistent tremor. Once Gu Rufin's talisman subdued the restless notebook, Zhang Zhao's bloodshot eyes began to return to normal. He quickly withdrew his hands from Ling Fan's neck and fell to his knees before Gu Rufin, pleading, Master, I beg you, do not harm my sister. I implore you. It is impossible. She has already become a vengeful spirit. If left unchecked, she will inevitably transform into a corporeal ghost. If we do not exorcise her now, many more lives will be lost at her hands, Gu Rufin declared, his demeanor shifting from his usual nonchalance to that of a formidable deity, exuding an aura of gravitas. Beep, beep, beep. The notebook screen displayed several lines of text. Shao. Do not grieve, I was already a dead person. My wishes have been fulfilled. It is time for me to ascend. Everyone, all the grievances and sins are mine alone. I hope you will spare my brother. Ling Fan approached the notebook and typed rapidly, producing a response. Rest easy as you ascend. We will take care of your brother. I believe that law encompasses humanity, and love surpasses all. Beep, beep, beep. 2 more lines of blood-red text appeared. Thank you. Ling Fan then looked up at Lao Gu and asked, Lao Gu, how can we allow this unfortunate soul to ascend? With his eyes slightly closed, Gu Rufan recited another incantation, and a faint green ion-like glow began to emerge from the notebook. Gradually, it transformed above them into the ethereal visage of a sweet young girl. Suddenly, Gu Rufan opened his eyes and shouted at Ling Fan, hurry, restart the computer and restore the system. She has but a fleeting moment to ascend. Ling Fan swiftly restarted the computer and pressed F11, initiating the restoration process. As the restoration bar progressed slowly, the sweet smile of the girl above them began to fade little by little. Sister Zhang Xiao knelt on the ground, tears of a man cascading down his cheeks, gazing affectionately at the fading visage of his sister Zhang Ling, until it transformed into nothingness. The system has been successfully restored. Ling Fan finally exhaled a long breath, then collapsed onto the floor, raising his hand to wipe his face. Lifting his gaze to Gu Rufan with a smile, he inquired, Old Gu, how is it? Has she ascended? Gu Rufan likewise let out a long sigh, then reverted to his indifferent demeanor, laughing heartily. Of course, with a versatile and astute yin-yang master like me, what task could remain unaccomplished? Zhang Xiao slowly stood up from the ground and approached Ling Fan, his hands tightly clasped, extending them before Ling Fan with a look of relief. He said, Arrest me, for I have taken a life. My hands stained with blood. If we disregard the laws of the world merely out of sympathy, it would be unjust to those who have perished. Ling Fan gradually rose, locking eyes with Zhang Xiao. Forcefully brushing aside Zhang Zhao's hands, he replied with a smile, Indeed, you are correct, but that applies to those with deep-seated sins. As for now, I am not a police officer, I am simply listening to a friend's tale. Should I arrest a friend for sharing their story? Zhang Xiao glanced at the others, Chen Yuzhen, and the others nodded in agreement. The crystalline tears of a man reappeared in Zhang Zhao's eyes. Epilogue, on the outskirts of Qingshan City, Ling Fan, Zhang Xiao, and Gu Rufan stood at a spot marked with a sign reading underground cables, digging prohibited, wielding their shovels. Before long, a small pit appeared beneath their feet. Suddenly, Ling Fan exclaimed, dropping his shovel, donning rubber gloves, and cautiously excavating the soil, revealing a segment of a white leg bone beneath his hands. Before departing, Zhang Xiao had gifted Ling Fan a pink notebook to pass on to Xianyan. As it was the appearance of his sister that had caused the damage to Xianyan's notebook, making it only right to compensate her with a new one. Moreover, the 2 notebooks were of the same brand. And given Xianyan's naive nature, she likely wouldn't notice. Days later, Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu returned to Qingshui town to visit Zhang Xiao and Uncle Fu. They found Zhang Xiao had cropped his flowing locks into a buzz cut, donned stylish men's attire, and was assisting Uncle Fu in cultivating a barren land. Witnessing this scene, Ling Fan felt a surge of emotions, swiftly kicking off his leather shoes and shouldering a hoe to join them in their toil. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyu sat nearby, preparing tea for the 3, late at night, at the headquarters of the Hit Special Operations Group. What, you actually let that murderer escape? Fang Yi was furious upon learning of Ling Fan's actions. But boss, we lack direct evidence to prove he committed murder. Besides, those 3 scoundrels deserved it. Ling Fan wore a grin on his face. He replied, That's easily remedied. The autopsy hasn't been conducted yet, has it? I'll simply note in their autopsy reports that they all suffered from congenital heart disease or that they accidentally electrocuted themselves while using a computer, leading to their sudden cardiac arrest and demise. Only this once. Should I hear you utter such words again, I shall confine you as well. You may handle the matters of pathology. Remember, this shall not be repeated. After Fang Yi flung the dossier bag to Ling Fan, he picked up a newspaper from the table and strode towards his room. As you command. Ling Fan saluted Fang Yi with a precise gesture from behind. The conclusion of the Forensic Spirit Chronicles is currently being typed. Please hold for a moment. After the content updates, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest updates. The online novel The Forensic Spirit Chronicles is being updated in full text. Remember the website, the QQ Legend of Evil Spirits and the Theory of Soul Ions. The internet is a new realm, and QQ has gradually become the primary tool for communication among contemporary Chinese youth. The theory of soul ions is derived from the Western concept of soul waves, which has a long-standing history of research. Numerous pieces of evidence support the existence of the soul, which is manifested as a form of brainwave within the human brain. Brainwaves function similarly to short waves, akin to radio frequencies, with each individual possessing a unique frequency. However, in the event of another's demise, one may experience a convergence of brainwave frequencies under specific conditions. In milder cases, one might perceive the visage of the deceased, a mere overlap of brainwaves that evokes memories of the departed, thereby creating an illusion. In more severe instances, one may unwittingly engage in actions reminiscent of the deceased's behavior. Akin to the phenomenon of possession, it is wise to approach these narratives with skepticism. Many notions are merely constructs of belief, and one who maintains integrity need not fear shadows for these tales. Let us regard them as mere fancies, devoid of deep inquiry, for such contemplation is unwarranted. Furthermore, regarding the incidence of sudden death in internet cafes, as a forensic expert, I hypothesize that it may be due to psychological fatigue surpassing the body's limits, thus leading to fatal outcomes. In this light, I urge all esteemed readers to prioritize their health. Revolution demands vitality. Prologue. In the 1960s, at the Qingshan Medical College, two young girls waved their arms towards a man in the distance. "Professor, please come over and take a look at this." Two young female students clad in white coats stood excitedly on the verdant playground, calling out to a man ahead, "Yakinjian, it is currently the lunch break. Cannot you both be a bit more composed?" A composed middle-aged man approached briskly, a dissection book tucked under his arm. Glancing at his watch with a hint of displeasure, he inquired, "What is it that you wish for me to see?" The young student named Yakin sheepishly stuck out her tongue, smiling as she stepped aside, revealing beneath her feet a dark pit with a circumference of approximately half a meter, the ominous chasm. Shrouded in an eerie mist, faintly revealed layers of steps within. The middle-aged professor crouched beside the abyss, adjusting his glasses perched on his nose, and gazed at the two young girls in astonishment. Exclaiming, "How did you come upon this dark pit?" Another female student named Jian dragged over a heavy piece of turf, placing it at her feet with a grin, and said, "We originally intended to use a patch of grass to cover the stage. But when we dug it up, we discovered a dark, ominous hole beneath it. Just as you walked by, we thought it would be prudent for you to come and see what sort of pit it is." "How fortunate that you didn't fall in," the middle-aged professor remarked with a smile, gazing affectionately at his two charming students before shifting his focus back to the foreboding hole, a look of concern etched on his face. "But how could there be a hole here, especially on the playground? If any students were to accidentally fall in, it would indeed be quite troublesome. But I shall take a look. If all seems well, I will fill it in." And the professor handed his book to the student named Yakin, rolled up his sleeves, and then leaned in to investigate the dark cavity. Part 2. Late at night, at 9 o'clock. In the anatomy corridor of the Qingshan Medical College, the silvery moonlight streamed through the glass windows, casting a shimmering glow upon the smooth floor. Suddenly, two figures appeared at the corner of the corridor, cautiously making their way towards the anatomy room's door. "I say, Xiaolan, how careless can you be? How could you leave your bag, the one for your phone, in the anatomy room?" complained a young man in the front, his face etched with reproach. "I didn't mean to." Xiaolan pouted, looking quite aggrieved. "You know my memory isn't the best. Besides, after conducting so many experiments this afternoon, it's entirely normal to forget my bag for a moment." For you, that seems quite typical," the young man teased affectionately. "Zhang Xiaofeng, I'm ignoring you now." With that, Xiaolan turned away from Zhang Xiaofeng and strode ahead. Upon hearing a ghostly whisper, Xiaolan's hair stood on end, as she had heard more than once about the hauntings in this place. Just then, a gust of night wind swept through the window, startling her, and she quickly jumped behind Zhang Xiaofeng, peeking out cautiously. "Xiaofeng, you're so mean. Why do you have to scare me? You know I'm terrified of ghosts." I was merely teasing you. There are no such things as ghosts in this world. It's just those bored individuals concocting tales to frighten you young ladies." Zhang Xiaofeng laughed. Approaching the iron door of the anatomy room, he produced a key and unlocked the door. The iron door creaked open, allowing the bright moonlight to spill into the room, though it only illuminated the area just inside the entrance. The rest was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, for the anatomy room typically lacked windows, perhaps to spare students from witnessing the gruesome sights within, thus only a single door was installed. What is there to fear about corpses? You're supposed to be a future doctor, Zhang Xiaofeng quipped, playfully poking Xiaolan's nose before stepping into the dark anatomy room. Moments later, a sudden crash echoed, followed by a blinding light emanating from the doorway of the anatomy room. The lights were on. Xiaolan let out a long sigh of relief. With the illumination, her fear subsided, and she turned to enter the anatomy room. Suddenly, a grotesque, twisted face appeared right before her. Xiaolan let out a sharp scream, retreating a few steps, her eyes tightly covered with her hands as she collapsed onto the ground. Xiaolan, it's me. A familiar laugh suddenly resonated in Xiaolan's ears. You Zhang Xiaofeng only know how to scare me." Upon hearing Zhang Xiaofeng's voice, Xiaolan remembered that the ghostly visage she had just encountered was indeed his disguise. Wiping away the tears that were on the verge of spilling over with the back of her hand, she exclaimed, "Just wait until I kick you. I'm not afraid of your kicks." "Hi, Xiaolan, is this your bag?" A delicate white purse appeared before Xiaolan's eyes. "Yes, that's it, Xiaofeng, you're so kind." Xiaolan took the white purse, sweetly smiling as she looked up at Zhang Xiaofeng. In an instant, that sweet smile transformed into sheer terror. She raised her slender finger, trembling as she pointed behind Zhang Xiaofeng, her lips parted to scream but unable to produce a sound out of fear. Zhang Xiaofeng stood at the doorway of the dissection room, arms crossed, furrowing his brow in confusion as he gazed at the trembling Xiaolan on the ground. "Xiaolan, what are you up to? Are you saying there's a ghost behind me?" He then chuckled. "I don't fall for that." Suddenly Zhang Xiaofeng's laughter ceased, his gaze fixated on the floor, where he noticed another shadow behind him. A chilling realization washed over him as he saw a figure standing behind him. Abruptly, a green hand reached out from behind Zhang Xiaofeng, tightly wrapping around his chest, while another green hand clamped over his mouth. What struck Xiaolan with profound fear was that the person standing behind Zhang Xiaofeng revealed only half of their face. The other half remaining hidden behind his head. That figure began to drag the struggling Zhang Xiaofeng slowly backwards into the dissection room. Suddenly, the figure exposed the other half of their face from behind Zhang Xiaofeng, causing Xiaolan's pupils to dilate in horror as she let out a piercing scream. Scrambling frantically towards the hallway exit, the lights in the dissection room extinguished silently, and the heavy iron door slowly closed, as if nothing had transpired, leaving only a white purse quietly lying in front of the dissection room door. Medical Examiner's Supernatural Chronicles prologue is currently being typed. Please wait a moment. Once the content is updated, refresh the page to access the latest updates. Medical Examiner's Supernatural Chronicles novel website text updates. Remember the URL. The breakfast cafeteria of Qingchuan High School was bustling with voices. At the end of the long line for food stood a boy with sleepy eyes and disheveled hair, appearing as though he had just emerged from a chicken coop. One hand weakly cradled a stainless steel lunchbox as he shuffled forward. This boy with drowsy eyes was named Ling Fan, an ordinary high school student whose idol was his older brother Ling Feng. He aspired to be admitted to the prestigious National Medical College that his brother once attended, aiming to become an exceptional forensic doctor and solve numerous mysterious cases. If there was anything that set him apart, it would perhaps be his other identity as a temporary forensic doctor for the HIT Special Operations Group, a position that originally belonged to his brother Ling Feng, who had tragically passed away during a mysterious case. In order to uncover the truth behind his brother's death, Ling Fan resolutely joined the enigmatic organization known as HIT, a team operating independently from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Unit. Its members are a motley crew ranging from a once-esteemed Special Forces captain to an ordinary high school student and a brazen charlatan. When discussing the HIT Special Operations Group, even many detectives in the police force may be unaware of its significance. Literally, the term translates to heavy strike, yet its true purpose lies in addressing supernatural cases that the regular investigation team cannot resolve, so-called paranormal incidents. Such cases are classified as highly confidential within the police department, accessible only to the leadership and members of HIT. Otherwise, these documents laden with terror and astonishment remain forever locked away in a double-locked safe. To unlock this cabinet, a new case must arise. Ling Fan, with bleary eyes, glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing he had been waiting for nearly half an hour, yet felt as though he had not moved an inch. At this rate, when would he get his meal? He looked up, his fury igniting as clarity washed over his previously foggy mind. What the hell? Someone is cutting in line. Just as Ling Fan was about to confront the line cutter, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, this is Ling Fan. No cutting in line, he shouted, as if struck by a mule. What do you mean, cutting in line? Ling Fan, this is Feng Yi. Are you still half asleep or what? There has been a murder in the dissection room at Qingshan Medical College. Chen Yuzhen and Tian Yu are already on site. You need to hurry. Feng Yi barked out the information in a rapid-fire manner before abruptly hanging up. The students who had been preparing to cut in line were so startled by Ling Fan's outburst that they nearly dropped their lunchboxes, obediently retreating to the end of the queue. By the time they turned to see who had shouted, Ling Fan had vanished without a trace. Upon arriving at the corridor of the dissection room at Qingshan Medical College, he found Chen Yuzhen and Chu Tianyu already there. Chen Yuzhen, with her neatly cropped hair, was directing the detectives to secure the scene, while Chu Tianyu, clad in light green camouflage, exuded an air of elegance despite the baggy attire. Her long hair tied back, though her bright eyes betrayed a hint of unease. Hey, ladies, I'm here. Ling Fan strode over, waving at Chen Yuzhen and Chu Tianyu. Noticing Ling Fan's disheveled appearance and the shiny stainless steel lunchbox he clutched, Chu Tianyu wrinkled her brow in distaste. What on earth are you wearing? A fashion disaster. Ling Fan hastily smoothed his hair and adjusted his clothes, handing the lunchbox to a young officer nearby before accepting his forensic evidence examination box from him. With an awkward smile, he replied, I just woke up and went to grab some food. Before I could even get my meal, the chief summoned me with a wave of his arm. By the way, what happened inside? At that moment, Chen Yuzhen emerged from the dissection room and, upon seeing Ling Fan, managed a strained smile. Ling Fan, you're here. Go in and take a look. You certainly won't be disappointed. Yuzhenjia, what are you saying? You frighten me. I haven't eaten yet. Ling Fan jested as he donned a white coat and slipped on white plastic gloves. Ha, my prowess is frightening indeed. You need only take a look to understand what true cruelty entails. Chen Yuzhen remained reticent about the situation within, her large eyes enticing Ling Fan. He felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze, tossing the memo he held to Chu Tianyu, and pushed open the rusted iron door of the dissection room. What lay before him was a revelation indeed. The dissection room spanned nearly 200 square meters and boasted no windows. At the far end stood a row of large iron cabinets. In front of the cabinets was a vast pool, filled with bodies submerged in formaldehyde. Ling Fan couldn't help but frown. How could one possibly eat after witnessing such sights? On the floor before the formaldehyde pool lay a male figure clad in light blue jeans and a black t-shirt. His body rigidly sprawled, though his head was tilted awkwardly, revealing only half of his face. This was hardly alarming, Ling Fan mused, as he raised his digital camera and began to snap photos of the scene. He squatted beside the man, attempting to adjust his head to a more upright position, yet, at that very moment, as he straightened the man's visage, his pupils dilated, and a wave of nausea surged from his stomach. Though he managed to suppress it. Upon catching sight of the scene, Chu Tianyu let out a piercing scream and instinctively hid behind Ling Fan. Ling Fan was not surprised by her reaction. He would have found it more peculiar had she not screamed. Half a face, what he saw was indeed half of a face. To be precise, the man had once possessed a rather handsome countenance, now marred by the absence of skin on one side. Leaving a gruesome mess of flesh and blood, his eyes staring blankly upwards, with blood trickling down his cheeks and hairline, Ling Fan felt a sudden wave of apprehension wash over him. He considered himself quite brave. The pool of bodies had not disturbed him, however. The sight of this man with half a face made him question the cruelty of humanity. What sort of monster could commit such an atrocity? The missing half of the face appeared to have been sliced away with a sharp blade. Ling Fan scanned the vicinity, seeking the weapon, but found no sign of the imagined instrument of murder. Had the perpetrator taken the knife with them? Ling Fan pondered as he began the autopsy. The body bore no obvious wounds, its complexion a sickly hue, and distinct marks around the neck indicated a struggle for breath. It was clear he had succumbed to asphyxiation. Rigor mortis was evident, and livor mortis had formed, though it faded upon pressure. The body exhibited signs of having been moved, and he estimated the time of death to be between 9 and 10 o'clock the previous night. As Ling Fan examined the footprints at the scene, he found nothing of note, yet he did detect some faint brown soil on the floor. He collected the soil in an evidence bag, then rose to survey the entire dissection room once more. It found no further suspicious elements. Suddenly, a glimmering object caught Ling Fan's eye among a row of iron cabinets in the room. He approached it directly, bending down to pick up the shining item, only to discover it was merely a gray button. If you wish to avoid your brother's untimely demise, you would do well to investigate that faint floral fragrance. It is the only clue linked to the recent case of the amputated red demon. Ling Fan suggested as he recalled the dying words of Song Shulin. Hey, you lecher, what are you daydreaming about? Once you're done here, leave, don't impede the cleanup, Chu Tianyu admonished, closing her memo pad and delivering a swift kick to Ling Fan. Leaving an imprint on his rear upon seeing Chen Yuzhen, Ling Fan grinned. Hello, beauty, you seem a bit under the weather. Have you been scolded by someone? Chen Yuzhen, wearing an awkward smile, replied, you guessed it right, I just got a thorough dressing down from the boss while reporting on this case. Sister Jin, how did you present your report to the boss? Ling Fan inquired, taking the case file from Chen Yuzhen's hands and pulling out a document. His expression shifted slightly as he exclaimed, Sister Jin, could it be that this case was indeed committed by a malevolent spirit? Who can say? Chen Yuzhen responded, perhaps. By the way, how about the condition of the deceased man mentioned in the file? Not too bad, just a bit nauseating. Ling Fan recalled the visage of the man with half his face flayed and chuckled. Let's not dwell on that. What about the girl documented in the file? I wish to see her. She is currently in the infirmary, reportedly quite frightened and in a dazed state. She is unlikely to be of much assistance to us, Chen Yuzhen remarked with a hint of disappointment. As they approached the school infirmary, Ling Fan heard a girl's hysterical screams echoing from within. Each terrified cry tugged at his heartstrings. It was indeed a lamentable sight for a beautiful girl to be reduced to such a state. Upon entering the infirmary, they found a sweet-faced young woman curled up in the corner of the bed, clutching a pristine white blanket. Her long, dark hair was disheveled, and her once bright eyes were now filled with pure terror. As Ling Fan drew closer, the girl let out a piercing scream, prompting the nearby female doctor to rush over and reassure her, signaling Ling Fan to maintain his distance. Doctor, may I ask her a few questions? Ling Fan inquired, producing his police badge. The doctor glanced at him, nodding slightly, but indicating that he should not overwhelm the girl. Her mental state, though not severely compromised, was fragile and could not withstand too much strain. Ling Fan gently asked the girl, what exactly transpired between you and him last night? Can you share it with me? Ghost, ghost, the girl shrieked, pointing at Ling Fan. Don't come near, you are a ghost, a ghost. With that, she buried herself under the covers, her petite frame trembling uncontrollably beneath the snowy blanket. The female doctor promptly intervened, ushering Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu outside, signaling that the girl could not endure any further distress. If you seek more information, you might wish to consult the dean. Perhaps you will find additional insights regarding this case there. Ling Fan realized that he would likely gain no useful clues until the girl regained her composure. Consequently, he and Chu Tianyu made their way to the dean's office, only to discover that the dean was away on a business trip. They were greeted by a beautiful young graduate student who also served as the dean's secretary. Ling Fan, ever welcoming towards attractive women, found himself captivated by her presence. As he gazed at the lovely graduate student, Chu Tianyu, standing behind him, gave him a sharp kick. My apologies, I'm Ling Fan, a police officer. I'm here to inquire about the information regarding the victim of the murder that occurred this morning, he said, flashing a radiant smile while brandishing his badge. Chu Tianyu snorted disapprovingly, kicking Ling Fan again. The graduate student couldn't help but smile softly as she replied, "Hello, I'm Lu Yiqian. You wish to ask about the two students involved in the incident, correct?" She then proceeded to inform Ling Fan that the male student was named Zhang Xiaofeng. A cheerful and bright fourth-year clinical student who was quite popular among his female classmates. The female student Lin Xiaolan was his classmate as well, known for her sweet appearance. She too was a fourth-year clinical student. And the pair were recognized as a golden couple by the school. Ling Fan continued to ask a few trivial questions, primarily hoping to prolong his conversation with this exceptional young woman. Both in terms of her grace and intellect, however, he was ultimately dragged out of the dean's office by Chu Tianyu, who was quite insistent. As they strolled across the university's playground, Ling Fan clasped his hands behind his head. Savoring the unique freshness of campus life, had it not been for the murder, he might have even considered spending the night there. It was his first time entering a female dormitory, and he felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, the girls' dormitory was far more tidy and immaculate than his own doghouse. Ling Fan couldn't help but stare at the girls who glanced his way, but when he turned to look at Chu Tianyu, his excitement quickly waned. He was met with a death glare that seemed to pierce through him, followed by another sharp kick from her. With the guidance of one of the girls, Ling Fan arrived at Lin Xiaolan's dormitory, where he was greeted at the door by a girl named Xian, clad in a brown sweater and a short skirt. After explaining his purpose, Xian invited Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu to sit down. As Ling Fan surveyed the clean dormitory, he noticed a delightful fragrance wafting through the air. He pointed to a neatly arranged bed adorned with a photo of Lin Xiaolan smiling sweetly and inquired, "Is this Lin Xiaolan's bed?" Upon hearing Lin Xiaolan's name, Xian was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face as she revealed that she had been responsible for maintaining Lin Xiaolan's bed today. "Could you share more information about Lin Xiaolan with me?" Ling Fan asked. He instinctively reached for a tissue from his pocket, only to realize he had none. He discreetly gestured towards Chu Tianyu, who pouted but reluctantly tossed him a tissue, not forgetting to kick him once more. "Thank you," he said. Xian took the towel from Ling Fan's hand and smiled at him, before sharing some information she was privy to. "Actually, Xiaolan and I belong to the same department. We are both in our fourth year of clinical studies. Xiaolan is quite beautiful, attracting many suitors, among whom is Zhang Xiaofeng, due to Zhang Xiaofeng's persistent courtship. Xiaolan eventually found herself in a relationship, although their bond remains a pure friendship, devoid of any physical intimacy. Perhaps this is due to Xiaolan's conservative nature. She has always expressed her desire to reserve her first experience for her future husband." Ling Fan comprehended Xuan's implication but noticed that Shu Tianyu appeared utterly bewildered. When Ling Fan inquired about her thoughts, Shu Tianyu, after a moment of contemplation, posed a question that nearly left Ling Fan in disbelief. "What is chastity?" Both Ling Fan and Xian stared at her as if she were an extraterrestrial. Ling Fan awkwardly cleared his throat twice and explained to Tianyu that chastity is a significant virtue, particularly for girls, and that one should never relinquish it lightly to others. Shu Tianyu expressed her continued confusion, prompting Ling Fan to ascertain with certainty that Tianyu must indeed be a virgin. It seemed that while the special forces had educated her on myriad matters, they had overlooked instilling knowledge of certain essential aspects of femininity in her mind. Ling Fan found this endearing. It was precisely this innocence that made Shu Tianyu charming. Around 10 o'clock that evening, as our dormitory sisters prepared for bed, we were suddenly startled by the sound of hurried, thunderous footsteps in the hallway, accompanied by terrifying screams. Despite the distorted nature of the cries, I immediately recognized Xiaolan's voice, just as we were about to venture out to ascertain what had befallen her. She burst through the door. At that moment, Xuan's face was a portrait of fear as she trembled and uttered, "It's horrifying. I never imagined that such a sweet girl could transform into something so terrifying." She was visibly shaken, her meticulously styled hair now disheveled, her pink hairpin having disappeared. Her delicate face was as pale as parchment, glistening with sweat, while she incessantly screamed, "Half-faced ghost, half-faced ghost, half-faced ghost." Ling Fan repeated these words, recalling Zhang Xiaofeng's appearance at the time of his demise. Could it truly be the vengeful spirit of a person who had once been dissected, their face cruelly severed? Even Ling Fan found this thought absurd. Yet it was the only plausible explanation that came to mind, however irrational it might be. His train of thought was interrupted by Xuan's exclamation, "What, are you saying that when you opened the anatomy room, there was no one inside?" Ling Fan asked, astonished, as he took Xuan's phone. Although the camera had a limited field of view, it captured a significant portion of the floor, revealing, and after Xian tidied her hair, she took a moment and said, "In fact, there have long been rumors of hauntings in the dissection room of Qingshan Medical College." During this time, Ling Fan inquired about what long ago specifically meant, to which Xian replied that long ago simply meant a considerable time. At least since the establishment of the new school, when tales of the dissection ghost began to circulate. It is often said that in the dead of night, passers-by have heard the sound of footsteps echoing from within the dissection room, and at times, indistinct murmurs resembling human voices, or even the sound of iron bars being struck against the locked iron door, all emanating from behind the tightly secured entrance. What is even more terrifying is that the dissection room was shrouded in darkness. containing not only the bodies submerged in formaldehyde but also dismembered limbs and skeletal remains. Upon hearing Xian Xian's description, even Ling Fan felt a chill run down his spine, although he did not believe in ghosts. The sounds emanating from beyond the locked door clearly suggested the presence of something within, yet, aside from the pool of corpses and the bodies in the nearby iron cabinet, there was truly nothing else. He had long heard tales of the medical college being rife with supernatural occurrences, but after learning of the ghostly legends surrounding the dissection room, Ling Fan could not help but feel a pang of fear. Even questioning whether these stories were fabrications, how could that be? Suddenly Xuanxuan's expression grew serious as she said, not only from others, but he too has witnessed it. Who is he? What did he see? Ling Fan hurriedly asked. Xuanxuan's face flushed slightly, and in a soft voice she replied, he is my boyfriend. No, rather a friend. Zhang Xiaofeng's dormmate named Chen Guang. That he has seen the ghost in the dissection room. A spark of realization flickered in Ling Fan's mind. Perhaps the clue he sought lay within the grasp of this Chen Guang. Thus, after bidding farewell to Xian Xian, he hurriedly pulled Chu Tianyu and dashed out of the girls' dormitory. However, this did not imply that Ling Fan accepted the notion of vengeful spirits resurrecting within the dissection room. Such a belief was far too inconsistent with his steadfast atheism of many years. The two strolled once more among the grass, basking in the warmth of the morning sun. Ling Fan, do you truly believe that this Chen Guang can provide us with clues? Chu Tianyu inquired. Ling Fan shook his head and sighed. I have no leads, but one thing weighs heavily on my mind. When the boys were on the phone, Zhang Xiaofeng's phone was out of service. Which puzzles me. This indicates that Zhang Xiaofeng's body had likely been moved, and I suspect Lin Xiaolan may be the murderer. What? Surely that cannot be. That girl is a victim herself. How could she possibly be the culprit? Chu Tianyu exclaimed in disbelief. What is so impossible about that? Until we identify the true perpetrator, anyone could be the murderer, including you and me. I slept alone last night without an alibi. Moreover, all of her statements are merely her side of the story. And she lacks an alibi as well. If she feigned madness after committing murder, that is also a possibility. It would be prudent to have her committed to a psychiatric hospital for evaluation to ascertain whether her mental state is genuinely compromised. Ling Fan stated with a cold demeanor. Subsequently, Chen Yuzhen arranged for Lin Xiaolan to be transferred to Qingshan City Psychiatric Hospital, and after a comprehensive examination, she informed Ling Fan via phone that Lin Xiaolan indeed had genuine mental health issues. Rather than feigning them, Ling Fan hung up the phone with a sigh. His previous assumptions now utterly overturned. Lin Xiaolan had indeed summoned Zhang Xiaofeng in the dead of night to accompany her in retrieving her phone. However, just as they were about to step out, an ominous figure emerged from the dissection room, dragging Zhang Xiaofeng inside. The shock left Lin Xiaolan in a state of distress. When the others arrived at the dissection room, they found no trace of Zhang Xiaofeng's body. The following morning, when they returned, they discovered him lying lifeless on the floor, half of his facial skin grotesquely removed. These haunting images lingered in Ling Fan's mind, highlighting two critical questions. What was that entity that had suddenly appeared from the dissection room, and where had Zhang Xiaofeng's body been between the time of his murder and its sudden reappearance within the securely locked dissection room? With a loud thud, Ling Fan collided with a young man, both of them instinctively clutching their heads in pain. Ling Fan quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. Are you alright? I'm fine, I was pondering as well, replied the young man, dressed in a black shirt, rubbing his head apologetically. Ling Fan glanced at the row of dormitories behind the young man and inquired, do you happen to know someone named Chen Guang? The young man smiled. Of course, I've known him since childhood, about 24 years now. Oh, I'm Ling Fan, a police officer. We're looking to speak with Chen Guang regarding some information. Could you please tell us his dormitory number? Ling Fan pulled out his badge. Haha, no need to search, officer. I am Chen Guang, the young man said, pointing to himself with a grin. This revelation surprised both Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu, but Ling Fan quickly regained his composure. Ah, a girl named Xian Xian sent us to find you. She asked if you could share some insights about the entity in the dissection room. Surely you wouldn't deny her request. Chen Guang's face flushed slightly, and he chuckled awkwardly. Not at all. Even if it weren't for Xian Xian, I would still share what I know. After all, no one believes me, not even Xian Xian. Perhaps you officers are even less inclined to believe. But I must speak. Please follow me to my dorm. With a smile, Chen Guang led the way into a dormitory, with Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu trailing behind. Upon entering Chen Guang's room, Ling Fan was immediately hit by a distinct odor, one unmistakably associated with young men. Chu Tianyu took out a tissue to cover her nose and frowned as she stepped inside, while Ling Fan, accustomed to such scents, remained unfazed. After all, his own room was filled with socks that had not seen a wash in days. Inside Chen Guang's dormitory, he was alone, sitting on his bed with a troubled expression. This matter has been strictly silenced by the school, otherwise I risk expulsion. Yet, my brother Zhang Xiaofeng is dead, and I can no longer remain silent. Even if it costs me my academic standing, I must speak up. Chen Guang, do not speak. Two figures suddenly appeared in the doorway, commanding him not to divulge any information, just as Chen Guang was about to reveal the truth about the entity in the dissection room. These two figures intervened, sternly instructing him to keep silent. Ling Fan and Feng Fei, I must express that this time it is indeed our brother who has perished. This institution is suffocating, sooner or later. We shall all meet our demise. Chen Guang's agitation surged as he shouted at the two. Ling Fan and Feng Fei exchanged glances, and Feng Guang declared, all right, let us forego our student status. Officer, we implore you to liberate us from the school. I shall keep watch by the dormitory corridor for you. With that, Feng Guang dashed towards the exit of the dormitory, the sound of his footsteps echoing with a series of thuds. I will stand guard at the door to prevent eavesdropping. Chen Guang, you must lower your voice. Ling Fan firmly shut the dormitory door, tugging on it twice to ensure it was securely locked. Ling Fan found the behavior of the group perplexing and somewhat bewildering. What on earth had transpired within this medical institution? Why were the students so filled with trepidation? Could it be that the school was threatening expulsion to silence them regarding these occurrences? Ling Fan sensed that this case was far from simple. It likely concealed something exceedingly sinister. It was futile. Nearly all of the missing students had vanished off campus, and the school bore no responsibility for such incidents. At most, they would offer some form of compensation, yet, inexplicably, there had recently been 2 consecutive cases of students going missing on campus, and if Xiao Feng were included, it amounted to 3 disappearances, though for reasons unknown. Xiao Feng's body had been discovered. Chen Guang's expression turned grave as if recalling something terrifying, and he had witnessed the first 2 incidents alongside Ling Fan and Feng Fei. What, you have witnessed someone go missing with your own eyes? What did you see? Ling Fan inquired urgently. A ghost, a half-faced ghost. Chen Fei's lips quivered as he stammered. It was truly horrifying. Upon hearing Chen Guang's tone, Ling Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet he still asked, can you recount what you saw that day? This is simply unbelievable. Ling Fan glanced at Chu Tianyu, who appeared equally pale, her delicate features stricken with fear, even oblivious to the tissue that had slipped from her grasp. If such events of disappearances were not disclosed to the outside world, how were they circulating within the school? Ling wondered. Naturally, it is through the school newspaper. Our school publication is disseminated solely within the campus and is strictly prohibited from being taken off the premises. The school is exceedingly stringent regarding these disappearance incidents. Anyone daring to speak of such matters would face severe repercussions. Chen Guang sighed in resignation, even potentially facing expulsion. Consider this, we have worked tirelessly to gain admission to this medical college. Who would wish to be expelled midway? Would not all our previous efforts be in vain? Now it becomes clear. Ling Fan finally comprehended that their fears stemmed from the potential erasure of their academic records. However, what connection could there be between the half-faced ghost and the missing students? If the school newspaper indeed documented the events accurately, there should be records in the library. It seemed prudent for Ling Fan to visit the library before proceeding to the principal's office. By the way, when you were in the dissection room last night, did you attempt to call Qin Xiao phone? Ling Fan inquired. This is rather perplexing. His pocket certainly does not contain a mobile phone. Ling Fan recalled having previously searched Zhang Xiaofeng's pocket, finding no trace of a phone whatsoever. He pondered deeply, and then an idea struck him, prompting him to inquire, are there any locations within your school where mobile signals cannot reach? Chen Guang looked up, contemplated for a moment, and exclaimed, I know of a place where mobile signals are indeed absent. Ling Fan quickly asked where that location might be. Chen Guang revealed that it was the basement behind the dissection room. Although it had not been visited in quite some time, Chen Guang led Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu to a small room situated at the rear of the dissection building, filled with an assortment of old sports equipment and discarded teaching aids. All cloaked in dust, the only notable feature was a movable wooden door measuring approximately 100 centimeters in length and 60 centimeters in width, secured by a large rusted padlock that bore the marks of age. Ling Fan stood beside the door, peering inside the room. Nothing seemed amiss. He then crouched by the wooden door, noticing several gaps that allowed beams of light to seep through. Leaning closer, he could faintly discern a few steps leading downwards, beyond which lay an impenetrable darkness. Who holds the key to the basement? Ling Fan turned to Chen Guang and asked. This, I'm not sure. I have never seen anyone enter. Chen Guang pondered, resting his chin on his hand. If there is indeed a key, it should be with the administrative director, though he might not possess it either. We should probably consult the principal. That principal again. It appears that the head of the school is indeed as indispensable as rumored. Always having to be summoned for every matter. Unfortunately, he is currently absent. At that moment, a graceful figure floated into Ling Fan's mind. Luiqian, the graduate student and secretary associated with the principal. She likely possesses knowledge about many matters, and perhaps the key is in her possession. Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu subsequently made their way back to Luiqian's office to request the key. Upon hearing their request, Luiqian promptly retrieved the basement key from a row of keys and handed it to Ling Fan, cautioning him to be careful, as the basement had not been entered for quite some time. And there might be snakes or rats inside. The beauty's concern left Ling Fan feeling somewhat elated. He was about to engage her in further conversation when Chu Tianyu abruptly pulled him away. Dragging him to the entrance of the basement, Ling Fan grumbled about Chu Tianyu's forcefulness while simultaneously appreciating the gentleness and beauty of the female graduate student. Naturally, Chu Tianyu was not inclined to tolerate such musings and playfully kicked him. Though not with much force, after fiddling with the lock for an extended period, Ling Fan finally conceded his inability to open the infernal lock and respectfully handed the key to Chu Tianyu. With a cold smile, Chu Tianyu casually inserted the key, and in an unexpected motion, the stubborn rusted lock sprang open with a loud clank. Ling Fan instantly felt an overwhelming urge to delve into the depths of the basement. Eager to explore its mysteries. As soon as the wooden panel was opened, a cloud of dust billowed from the wooden door, causing Ling Fan to swiftly turn his head aside. Chu Tianyu also retreated to a safe distance, indicating that this basement had likely not been entered for a considerable time. One could only speculate that Zhang Xiaofeng's phone had not been carelessly discarded within this space, though there was a gap in the door. It was insufficiently wide for a phone to be thrown through, and nevertheless, the mystery of what lay beneath piqued Ling Fan's curiosity. He retrieved a lighter from his pocket, and with the faint, pale blue flame illuminating the way, he and Chu Tianyu cautiously descended the dimly lit basement step by step. The spaciousness of the basement far exceeded Ling Fan's expectations, approximately 100 square meters, though the ceiling was rather low, barely 2 meters high, making him feel as though he might bump his head at any moment. Utilizing the meager light from the lighter, he surveyed the surroundings, only to discover the basement was entirely devoid of any objects. Not even a phone. Nearly 4 walls constructed of red bricks. The air here was slightly stale, causing an odd sensation in his nose, as though a sneeze were imminent. Additionally, patches of green moss clung to the floors and walls, presenting a potential hazard should one slip. Ling Fan, I can't shake the feeling that this basement is rather eerie. We should head back up. Chu Tianyu quivered, having somehow positioned herself behind Ling Fan. Could it be? Am I hearing correctly? The fearless Chu Tianyu was afraid of a basement. Ling Fan marveled inwardly, her soft form pressed against him, a position he found rather agreeable, though the location was far from ideal. Before long, the flame in Ling Fan's hand began to dwindle, signaling that the lighter was running low on fuel. Given the lack of anything of interest in the basement, he urged Chu Tianyu to proceed ahead while he followed closely behind. Ascending the stairs at a measured pace, Chu Tianyu suddenly leapt out of the wooden door just as Ling Fan reached the surface. Abruptly, he halted his movements, his ears straining to catch any sound. What are you listening for? Chu Tianyu inquired. Shh, Ling Fan replied, still holding the lighter in one hand while placing his index finger against his lips, signaling her to be silent. He listened intently and indeed, faint rustling sounds reached his ears. Suddenly Ling Fan leaned forward, and with quick reflexes, Chu Tianyu grasped his arm, exclaiming, Ling Fan, what is wrong? I don't know. I feel something wrapping around my ankle, Ling Fan shouted in alarm, lowering himself to inspect the last flicker of the lighter's flame near his feet. To his horror, he discovered a brown vine-like creature, or perhaps a snake, tightly coiling around his ankle, seemingly intent on dragging him down. Panic surged within him as he thrust the lighter towards the strange entity. It appeared to recoil from the flame, vanishing with a swift hiss the moment it made contact. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Fan leaped from the basement onto the surface, standing beside the wooden door, beads of sweat now dotting his forehead. Chu Tianyu hastily jumped aside, securing the movable wooden door of the basement and quickly locking it. Before exhaling a sigh of relief and gazing at Ling Fan with concern, what was that just now? Are you alright? I'm fine, Ling Fan replied, though I have no idea what that was. I suspect it might have been some sort of vine. Though Ling Fan spoke in such a manner, he still stooped to examine his ankle, where a ring of muddy water stains mingled with some soil was evident. What, precisely, was that brownish substance? Was it animal, plant, or something entirely different? Ling Fan felt a wave of dizziness, and had it not been for Chu Tianyu's timely intervention in pulling him back, he feared his life might have been forfeit in this dark basement. It seemed that this subterranean chamber was indeed peculiar. Tomorrow, he would enlist the help of the fire brigade to investigate thoroughly. Very well, Tianyu, let us revisit this matter tomorrow. For now, we must make our way to another location. After securing the rusty lock, Ling Fan proceeded towards the exit. Chu Tianyu, not wishing to linger in such a dreadful place, hurriedly followed, inquiring, where are we headed? Although Ling Fan had emerged unscathed from the harrowing moment in the basement, he found himself harboring profound doubts regarding the very space he had just explored. However, before investigating the basement further, he resolved to visit the library in the lower courtyard to seek out the annual publications of the Qingshan Medical College. In order to delve into the cases of past disappearances, the librarian, a plump middle-aged woman, twisted her body as she unceremoniously hurled a stack of annual reports, each several centimeters high, onto Ling Fan's desk. With a thud, a cloud of dust erupted, causing both Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu to sneeze repeatedly. The disgruntled librarian remarked, these relics have been here for ages. I am astonished that so many wish to peruse them. Truly strange, Auntie. Is it possible that others aside from us have come to examine these? Ling Fan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him, and disregarding the choking dust, he began to rapidly sift through the reports. asking, "Auntie, are all the school publications of Qingshan Medical College contained here? Might there be some elsewhere?" "Young man, that is impossible. I have organized these reports myself. This is the complete collection of our school's publications," the librarian asserted with confidence. "Oh no, we are too late," Ling Fan exclaimed, tossing the final annual report onto the table in frustration. "Ling Fan, what do you mean by too late?" Chu Tianyu pressed, eager for clarification. "This," Ling Fan pointed at the stack of papers, his voice rising in indignation. "All the reports concerning the missing persons have vanished without a trace, not a single one remains." "Surely not, I have been right here watching. No one should have been able to take them. Moreover, these old reports are hardly worth a penny," the portly librarian lamented as she waddled over to examine the papers. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically, and she exclaimed, "The reports are indeed missing. Who could be so unscrupulous as to abscond with them? If I discover who it is, I shall flay them alive. It appears someone has outpaced us in retrieving those reports. Perhaps to prevent us from uncovering any clues," Ling Fan surmised, turning to the librarian. "Auntie, you mentioned that not long ago, a man in sunglasses and an overcoat visited, correct?" "Indeed, he was quite the striking figure, a dashing fellow with braids and a charming mustache. Sporting cool sunglasses and a flowing trench coat." The librarian seemed to be lost in admiration, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Coughing lightly, Ling Fan covered his fist and reminded, "Auntie, that person might very well be the one who intends to strip him of 3 layers of skin and steal your newspaper." "What, it's him?" the administrator snapped out of her infatuation, her expression transforming into one of anger. "So it is him. He looks all charming, yet he commits such deeds. If I see him again, I shall strip him of his clothes. No, I shall flay his skin." Ling Fan shook his head helplessly and inquired, "Auntie, do you know that person? Have you seen him at school? The trench coat is likely because he may have stuffed those school newspapers inside. Hence it fits him rather loosely," Ling Fan explained. "Auntie, are there any backups of those school newspapers? Or perhaps duplicates?" "No, who would bother with duplicates back then? Wait a moment, I seem to recall a classmate came by to photocopy them about a month ago." The administrator pondered, her hand propping up her plump chin. Ling Fan felt a sense of urgency rising within him, yet he realized that pressing this rather rotund woman would only make her forget everything. Beside him, Chu Tianyu was equally anxious, her fists clenched tightly, for before her stood not a person but a punching bag. "I remember now. That man's name is Zhang Xiaofeng. He is rather handsome." The administrator chuckled. "What? The man you mentioned is named Zhang Xiaofeng?" Ling Fan exclaimed excitedly. "Is there a problem?" The administrator looked perplexed. Chu Tianyu glanced at Ling Fan, fully aware of the reason behind his agitation, and turned to the administrator, stating, "Zhang Xiaofeng is dead. His body was discovered in the school's dissection room this morning." "That is impossible. Such a fine young man could not possibly be dead." The administrator clearly found it hard to believe Chu Tianyu's words. "Indeed, he is dead." Ling Fan lifted his head, revealing a pair of piercing eyes as he coldly stated, "I believe those newspapers he photocopied led to his demise. I suspect that the man in the oversized trench coat and dark sunglasses is highly likely to be Zhang Xiaofeng's murderer." "Auntie, do you know what events have transpired at the school over the years?" Ling Fan gazed up at the administrator, his face reflecting a final glimmer of hope, wishing that this woman before him was someone who cared about the school's significant matters. "Alas, ideals are beautiful, yet reality is harsh." This broad-minded and plump auntie had never paid any heed to the happenings at the school. During her leisure, she preferred to hide in the library beneath the air conditioning. Engrossed in humorous books, "Why don't you inquire with the dean? Perhaps he knows more." Having been at the school for nearly 40 years, nothing that occurs here could escape his notice, the administrator suggested, pointing towards the dean's office. Once again, it was the dean. It seemed that without him, this school would likely collapse within 3 days. Frustratingly, the dean was currently away on a business trip. It appeared that soon they would have to visit the dean's office to find that beautiful graduate student, Luichin. She might possess considerable knowledge as well. Suddenly, a piece of content from a newspaper caught Ling Fan's attention. The article detailed a renovation plan for the academy, and to his astonishment, the date on the newspaper indicated it was a 40-year-old school publication. Ling Fan discovered that the primary reason for the renovation of Qingshan Medical College at that time was attributed to adverse feng shui, which piqued his interest. However, this did not imply that Ling Fan possessed any knowledge of architectural feng shui. Rather, it reminded him of a certain individual, the legendary and astute Onmyoji Gu Rufan. Perhaps the old sage could elucidate the peculiarities of the school's feng shui. Considering that a reputable medical institution had instances of inexplicable disappearances. As Ling Fan grappled with his confusion, an old annual report materialized before him. It was a record from decades past regarding the dismantling and reconstruction of Qingshan Medical College. Seemingly prompted by feng shui concerns, the image of Gu Rufan's disheveled, maniacal laughter flashed in Ling Fan's mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Auntie, may I take this newspaper?" Ling Fan inquired as he extracted the paper from the pile. "Absolutely not. We've already lost too many school publications. We cannot afford to lose another." The plump administrator suddenly displayed remarkable agility as she lunged towards the stack of newspapers, exclaiming, "If you truly desire it, There is a photocopier over there, and it will cost you 2 yuan. At this point, Ling Fan was utterly at a loss for words. Damn it, had I known, I would have secretly taken it. After photocopying the pages with his breakfast money, he felt an overwhelming urge to devour the sheets in one bite. Initially, Chu Tianyu was walking ahead of Ling Fan, but just as she reached for the door, Ling Fan unexpectedly pulled her aside, positioning himself next to her. He then swiftly opened the door and immediately stepped out of the way. You finally arrived, my astute and courageous Onmyoji friend, a loud and exuberant voice resonated from behind the door, followed by a tall figure performing an exaggerated embrace that gracefully arced before crashing heavily to the ground. Ha, old Gu, I knew you would resort to this trick, I am not made of glass. Ling Fan approached and crouched beside Gu Rufin, poking his body with his hand. Hey, stop pretending to be dead, get up already. Gu Rufin's face was buried in the floor, yet he trembled as he lifted 2 fingers. Muttering, what a heart filled with malice. You didn't even come to my aid when I fell. Ling Fan's expression turned icy as he kicked Gu Rufin and strode into the living room, declaring, I can't be bothered with you, especially since you were lurking by the door with ill intentions, ready to pounce on me. The living room was devoid of people, the leader was likely occupied with Chenju at the Great Wall, while only the young girl Lin Xinyan sat on the sofa, engrossed in a heart-wrenching Korean drama, surrounded by a mountain of used tissues. Chen Yujia was also absent, presumably at the Criminal Investigation Department. Noticing the lack of attention, Gu Rufin rose from the floor, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and plopped down on the sofa, sporting a face of stubble and glaring resentfully at Ling Fan. Old Gu, do you notice anything peculiar about this newspaper? Ling Fan pulled out the photocopy from his pocket and asked, what the hell? Upon encountering Gu Rufin's irreverent demeanor, Ling Fan promptly executed a swift maneuver, seizing Gu Rufin by the throat with a firm grip, exclaiming, old Gu, are you paying attention? If not, I shall have no qualms about severing this ostentatious trinket of yours. Young Ling, ease up a bit. Gu Rufin raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, wincing in pain as he pleaded, I am watching, I am watching. A cold smirk spread across Ling Fan's face as he relaxed his hold, remarking, this is quite the situation, I may have to unleash my trump card. Encountering you has truly brought misfortune upon this astute and valiant Onmyoji. As Gu Rufin adjusted his starry robe, he nonchalantly picked up a newspaper from the table. Skimming through its contents, the writer of this publication was nothing short of a simpleton. Nonsense. Gu Rufin tossed the newspaper back onto the coffee table after a mere 3 minutes, not bothering to cast it another glance. A spark of interest ignited in Ling Fan's eyes. If Gu Rufin deemed the author to be a fool, then the author must indeed be lacking in intellect. Gu Rufin pointed at the layout of the newly established Qingshan Medical College depicted on the newspaper, scoffing. Setting aside the other inaccuracies within this publication, let us focus solely on the design of this new school, which egregiously violates 3 major tenets of architectural feng shui. Ling Fan's expression grew solemn as he inquired, does this new layout truly breach the principles of feng shui? Indeed, there is no doubt, Gu Rufin asserted. I, the astute Onmyoji, speak with authority, for I am an expert in this domain. Noticing Ling Fan's look of skepticism, Gu Rufin seized the school's layout diagram from the newspaper, elaborating, let us discuss the errors of this institution. First, architecture must harmonize heaven, earth, and humanity. Time must be considered as heaven, environmental space as earth, and an individual's birth year, month, day, and hour is humanity. Through intricate adjustments, a harmonious combination of these 3 elements is deemed auspicious, while poor management results in calamity. However, in this layout, the school space is exceedingly constricted, with a perfectly functional playground now replaced by an experimental building. Upon comparing it to the previous layout, Ling Fan realized it was indeed flawed. The current space appeared cramped, leaving little room for individuals. And the second point, Ling Fan pressed on. The second principle concerns the balance of yin and yang. Gu Rufin continued, all things in the universe can be classified as yin or yang. Mountains are yin, water is yang, the lower realms are yin while the upper realms are yang, the right side is yin while the left side is yang. Windows are yin while doors are yang, and rooms are yin while halls are yang. In architectural feng shui, achieving a balance of yin and yang is auspicious, while an imbalance leads to misfortune. Now take another look at this diagram. The newly erected experimental building is either devoid of windows or lacks doors, presenting an inverted arrangement. Where, pray tell, is the balance of yin and yang? Gu Rufin's agitation grew as he spoke, his nostrils flaring, and his stubble bristling with frustration. If this continued, trouble was inevitable. Ling Fan recalled the dissection room he had seen that morning, which possessed only a door and no windows, and the basement, which, strictly speaking, had neither doors nor windows. Ling Fan was suddenly beset by a peculiar sensation, yet he found himself at a loss to articulate precisely what felt amiss. At one moment, he recalled the strange vines in the basement, and at another, the windowless dissection room. Every scene from the day flitted through Ling Fan's mind, but he simply could not grasp what was wrong, just as he pondered over the elusive fragments surfacing in his thoughts. Gu Rufin interrupted him, saying, and there is one crucial point, it has also been touched upon. What is that? Ling Fan paused his ruminations to inquire. The interdependence of the 5 elements, Gu Rufin replied with grave seriousness. The interdependence of the 5 elements. Ling Fan was somewhat familiar with this concept. Indeed, it is extensively and powerfully applied within the realm of architectural feng shui. The 5 elements consist of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. A metal generates water, water nurtures wood, wood fuels fire, fire creates earth, and earth begets metal. In architecture, the forms, structures, and layouts should adhere to the principles of auspicious interdependence and inauspicious conflict dictated by the 5 elements. A building arranged in accordance with favorable configurations is deemed optimal. Just look at this new experimental building. It is evidently plagued by severe conflicts among the 5 elements, to the point of being utterly disastrous. Such a layout will inevitably lead to calamity. Gu Rufin once again furiously tossed the newspaper onto the table, his expression exceedingly grim. Not inevitably, it has already happened. Ling Fan fixed his gaze on Gu Rufin. I heard from Sister Jin that she mentioned this matter to the boss. While feng shui can serve as a reference if the previous misalignment in feng shui is the reason for the current state, then I can only say it has backfired. Gu Rufin suddenly laughed uproariously. Under the keen scrutiny of this great and astute yin-yang master, everything shall be laid bare. In that case, we can start by investigating the person responsible for the construction of this laboratory or the workers who built it back then. Chu Tianyu interjected. This way, we may understand why the school chose to erect such a feng shui detrimental laboratory. It seems this individual harbored quite malevolent intentions, rivaling even Ling's mischief, Gu Rufin jestingly remarked at Ling Fan. Just as Ling Fan was about to retort with some sarcasm towards Gu Rufin, Chen Yuzhen pushed the door open and entered, her face a mask of dejection. She collapsed heavily onto the sofa, her eyes vacant as they stared at the ceiling, her clothes already damp with sweat. Sister Jin, what troubles you? Chu Tianyu asked. Firstly, Zhang Xiaofeng's death was not a mere coincidence. It is highly likely that someone deliberately lured him and Lin Xiaolan to the dissection room that night. Secondly, before his demise, Zhang Xiaofeng had gone to the school library to make copies of certain newspaper articles, and today, those original newspapers he had copied were suddenly taken by a mysterious man. I suspect that this enigmatic figure is undoubtedly linked to his death. Thirdly, 30 years ago, this school had demolished the playground and constructed a new experimental building that was highly disruptive according to architectural feng shui principles. Fourthly, ever since this experimental building was erected, there have been frequent disappearances within the school, and the administration has maintained an exceedingly tight lid on these occurrences, forbidding students from disseminating information about them. Yet, these events were documented in the school newspaper, from which Zhang Xiaofeng made his copies. Behind the laboratory lies a secluded storage room, within which there exists a peculiar underground chamber. Upon my entrance, I encountered nothing unusual, yet as I emerged, I found myself ensnared by a vine-like object. The mention of this vine sparked a fleeting thought in Ling Fan's mind, and he cautiously rolled up his pant legs, carefully wrapping the fragments of soil in a tissue and placing them upon the coffee table. Looking towards the others, he said, Jie, you must recall the brown soil we discovered beside Zhang Xiaofeng's body. I would appreciate it if you could take these samples to the forensic department for analysis, to determine whether the soil originates from the same location as that found next to Zhang Xiaofeng. Certainly, no problem at all. Chen Yuzhen, whose previously listless eyes suddenly brightened, gingerly secured the bundle of soil and tucked it into her pocket. Brother Ling Fan, what about that girl? What can she possibly do? Lin Xinyan inquired, removing her headphones to fix her gaze upon Ling Fan. How about this? Please assist me in gathering information on the president of Qingshan City Medical College. I have a feeling that this individual is not to be underestimated. Ling Fan casually assigned Lin Xinyan a task, as he was uncertain what peculiar notions might arise otherwise. Pervert, if what you suggest is true, that Zhang Xiaofeng's death is linked to those photocopies, then where are they? Chu Tianyu posed a crucial question, one that had also flickered through Ling Fan's mind. Now reflecting on it, he realized the gravity of the inquiry. Where indeed were those photocopies? Were they still in Zhang Xiaofeng's dormitory? What made those photocopies so significant that they could lead to Zhang Xiaofeng's demise? Lost in thought, Ling Fan could no longer remain seated. He abruptly leaped from behind the sofa, seizing Chu Tianyu's hand as they rushed out. Jie Tianyu, and I will return to Zhang Xiaofeng's dormitory. Please proceed to examine the soil first. We shall reconvene at headquarters this evening. The Qingshan City Medical College was not far from the hit headquarters, and soon Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu arrived at Zhang Xiaofeng's dormitory, where they found Chen Guang alone, as LV Fan and Feng Fei were out attending to other matters. Oh, it's you again. What brings you here this time? Chen Guang asked as Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu stepped inside. We wish to inquire if you have ever seen Zhang Xiaofeng printing anything in the school library. Ling Fan directly posed the question. What do you mean? Chen Guang replied, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. With an air of mystery, he stated, he claimed that one day he would attain immortality. When Ling Fan pressed Chen Guang for the exact phrase Zhang Xiaofeng often repeated, he replied enigmatically. He asserted that one day he would achieve eternal life. Eternal life? Ling Fan was taken aback by the allure and strangeness of those words. The pursuit of immortality has captivated humanity since the time of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, who dispatched Su Fu and others to the islands of present-day Japan in search of the elixir of life, yet ultimately met with failure. Numerous emperors across various dynasties have sought this elusive art. All to no avail. Scientifically speaking, the quest for immortality represents an unattainable aspiration for mankind. Surely, as a modern medical student, Zhang Xiaofeng would recognize the absurdity of such a notion. Moreover, Zhang Zhao's remarkable lack of anger towards the girl he once pursued, despite her now being involved with his roommate, struck Ling Fan is peculiar. Even the most magnanimous of men would likely exhibit some semblance of displeasure, yet Zhang Xiaofeng was able to smile in the face of Chen Guang. An ability not commonly possessed by ordinary individuals, a feat Ling Fan felt he could not emulate. Well, I cannot say for certain as Xiaofeng has always been particular about his belongings and dislikes anyone meddling with them. You might want to search his bed and wardrobe. I cannot assist you, as even though Xiaofeng is no longer with us, he remains my dear brother, and I do not wish to disturb his habits. Chen Guang remarked, gesturing towards Zhang Xiaofeng's bed. Ling Fan exchanged a glance with Chu Tianyu, silently urging her to inspect the wardrobe while he approached the bed to rummage through it. Neither beneath the bed nor in the bedding did he find anything, and it appeared that Chu Tianyu had also come up empty-handed. This is quite strange. Did you see and take any of these items out on the day of the incident? Ling Fan inquired. Chen Guang shook his head, responding that he had not, adding that had he seen anything, he surely would have noticed. However, Chen Guang did divulge an intriguing piece of information. Besides his interactions with Lin Xiaolan, Zhang Xiaofeng had been clandestinely involved with another girl, a fact he had witnessed once. Did you catch a glimpse of what that girl looked like? Ling Fan asked with a smile, but I cannot say for sure. It was too dark at the time, and the girl was hiding behind Zhang Xiaofeng. When I called for Xiaofeng, she suddenly turned and fled. Chen Guang explained. It is not entirely implausible for a young man to be entangled with two women. Ling Fan mused, resting his chin on his hand. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his calf, and he turned to find Chu Tianyu glaring fiercely at him from behind. Ling Fan hastily clarified that he was merely jesting. That is not right. Xiaofeng and that girl did not appear to be romantically involved, Chen Guang asserted confidently. As someone who was also in a relationship, albeit not having reached a significant milestone with Xian, I can say that the expression I saw on Xiaofeng's face that day was not indicative of being in love. What was his expression then? Ling Fan felt an inexplicable connection between this girl and Zhang Xiaofeng's demise. It seemed that Zhang Xiaofeng had foreseen a potential misfortune, but what about those copies? Could he have entrusted them to that mysterious rendezvous partner? It seemed highly unlikely. The copies pertained to his very life, and he would not have easily surrendered them to another. He likely had knowledge of the secrets surrounding the missing persons cases and had perhaps made some headway, leading to his untimely death. But what could have caused his demise? Was it a ghost, or perhaps that enigmatic woman? Ling Fan's thoughts spiraled, and he raked his fingers through his hair in frustration, seated beside Zhang Xiaofeng's bed. His eyes shut tightly. Chu Tianyu recognized that Ling Fan was deep in contemplation and signaled Chen Guang to refrain from speaking. In a moment of panic, Ling Fan attempted to shift away, only to discover that he was already encircled by corpses bearing half-faces, their other halves dripping with blood and staining Ling Fan's clothing. They reached out with pal. The voices of those vengeful spirits were strikingly clear, profoundly sorrowful and pitiable, as if they had been forcefully silenced before they could finish their lamentations. Ling Fan, are you all right? Chu Tianyu hurriedly approached Ling Fan, gently resting a hand on his shoulder with concern. Ling Fan lifted his gaze to Tianyu and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness in being alive. With a smile, he replied, Tianyu, I am fine. I merely experienced a fleeting hallucination. What kind of hallucination? Chu Tianyu inquired. Ling Fan's eyes sparkled with a sharp and resolute glint as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smirk. I cannot say for certain, but I have a foreboding feeling that we shall soon uncover the whereabouts of that half-faced ghost who has claimed countless lives. My heavens, it's all so chaotic. Ling Fan vigorously slapped his own head, hoping to awaken from this disarray, his already tousled hair now more wildly unkempt. If we truly have no leads, perhaps we should visit the psychiatric hospital to see Lin Xiaolan. She might possess some crucial information, suggested Chu Tianyu. Just as Ling Fan was about to make a sudden decision to venture into the asylum, his phone rang. It was a call from Chen Yuzhen. Hello. Ling Fan, I have wonderful news for you, but if you wish to hear it, you must treat me to a meal. Jezhen, what is this good news? Ling Fan asked excitedly. Please don't exploit this poor student. I only have 2 yuan in my pocket, enough for a bowl of noodles if you care to indulge. Ling Fan replied with mock annoyance. Haha, that will suffice. I am currently at the Criminal Investigation Department. A colleague overseeing Lin Xiaolan at the psychiatric hospital just informed me that her consciousness has significantly improved with treatment. Once I finish my duties, I will head over. You and Tianyu should go there first to inquire about the situation. Chen Yuzhen exclaimed excitedly over the phone. What? Lin Xiaolan's condition has stabilized? This is simply splendid. Let us go at once. Ling Fan felt an exhilarating rush as every cell in his body began to vibrate with anticipation. Perhaps Lin Xiaolan would know the whereabouts of those copies, or she might hold the secret that Zhang Xiaofeng was aware of before his demise. As Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu sprinted toward the entrance of the medical school, Ling Fan's eyes suddenly brightened at the sight of a graceful beauty standing by the gate, gazing intently outside. This enchanting figure was none other than Lu Yiqian, the stunning graduate student from the dean's office. "Hi there, beautiful, what brings you here?" Ling Fan approached her with a cheerful grin. Clearly startled by Ling Fan's sudden appearance, Lu Yiqian shot him an exasperated glance and patted her chest, saying, "Oh, it's you. You nearly gave me a heart attack with your unexpected arrival. What are you so afraid of?" "I am no ghost," Ling Fan chuckled. "Are you here on a romantic rendezvous?" he teased. "How has the investigation been progressing? Have you found any leads?" Lu Yiqian asked, regarding Ling Fan with curiosity. Ling Fan chuckled again. "Indeed, we have leads. It won't be long before we unveil the truth and put an end to that cursed campus ghost legend. However, before that, we have some inquiries we wish to pose to the dean. Not be by the way, what is the name of your college's dean?" "Indeed, that is splendid news. To be honest, ever since I arrived at this school, I have frequently encountered peculiar occurrences that send shivers down one's spine, rendering me hesitant to venture outside after nightfall. Lu Yiqian glanced at Ling Fan with trepidation as she spoke. "Our dean, you see, is surnamed Lu and is called Yigua." Upon hearing this name, Ling Fan immediately surmised that the dean must be quite advanced in age, for names like Yigua, Hongjun, Jinjun, and Weidang were popular among the generations of the 60s and 70s. Symbolizing a lifelong commitment to the party and a deep love for our motherland. Ling Fan chuckled. "In that case, your Dean Lu must be nearing 70, right?" "Not at all," Lu Yiqian playfully pushed Ling Fan, laughing. "Our Dean is not that old, he has just turned 60 this year." "Well, with a beauty like you accompanying him, it would indeed be strange if he were not youthful," Ling Fan jested, his words carrying a hint of mischief. Lu Yiqian detected the underlying meaning in Ling Fan's remarks but was not particularly offended. Just as she was about to respond, a sudden honk from a car interrupted their conversation. They turned to see a black sedan coming to a steady halt at the entrance of the courtyard. The car door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man, distinguished by his white hair and clad in a sharp black suit, stepped out, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Upon seeing him, Ling Fan's eyes lit up. This was certainly not a man in his 60s or 70s, he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, despite the silver strands of hair and the evident wrinkles on his face. Dean Lu's eyes radiated youthful wisdom, devoid of any signs of age-related dullness. Dean Lu turned to Lu Yiqian, who stood before him with a smile, and inquired, "Yiqian, who is this young man?" without waiting for Lu Yiqian to introduce him. Ling Fan stepped forward, producing his police badge from his pocket. "Hello, Dean Lu, my name is Ling Fan, and I am a police officer." "You are a police officer?" Lu Yigua scrutinized Ling Fan from top to bottom, shaking his head as he remarked, "Had it not been for your badge, I would have certainly mistaken you for a high school student." "Ah, Dean Lu, it seems you have misjudged me this time. I am not a high school student, I am indeed a police officer. I presume you are already aware of the unfortunate incident involving a student who passed away in the dissection room?" Ling Fan deliberately downplayed his status as a student, recognizing that his identity as a police officer would carry more weight, potentially undermining Lu Yigua's confidence and aiding him in his forthcoming inquiries. A flicker of something peculiar crossed Lu Yigua's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled. "I am aware. Is it true that a student had their face partially severed by a vengeful spirit?" To Ling Fan's disappointment, Lu Yigua did not appear particularly disheartened by his earlier misjudgment. Rather, he spoke with an unsettling calmness about the gruesome revelation, which left Ling Fan profoundly unsettled. Noticing Ling Fan's shock, Lu Yigua maintained a gentle smile and continued, "Today's police force is indeed filled with youthful talent. The future of our nation looks promising. Now I have heard from Yiqian regarding the matter. As a few students strolled past them, Lu Yigua added, "How about we discuss this further in my office?" Ling Fan stepped into Lu Yigua's office for the first time. Previously, Lu Yiqian had merely received him in the reception area. In stark contrast to the reception room, Lu Yigua's office could only be described as luxurious, spanning nearly 100 square meters. It featured clean, bright floor-to-ceiling windows adorned with gilded edges, and golden curtains partially veiling the glass. A delicate violet-hued desk was positioned centrally, with books, pens, and a computer meticulously arranged upon it. Lu Yigua entered the office loosening his tie, and took a seat in the swivel chair behind the desk. Gesturing towards the chair opposite him with a smile, "Please take a seat." Ling Fan, feeling no need for formality, sat down and remarked, "Director Lu, your office is truly splendid. You certainly know how to indulge." Cough, cough. Lu Yigua cleared his throat awkwardly a few times before responding with a smile. "I presume you did not come here to discuss my preferences." Lu Yigua's expression shifted slightly, and he retorted firmly, "Who informed you of such matters? Impossible, such occurrences would never happen at our school." A cold smirk graced Ling Fan's lips as he replied, "Are you once again considering expelling those students who dare to provide leads to the police?" Suddenly rising from his chair, he exclaimed, "Director Lu, let me make this clear. There are serious issues within this school, and rather than investigating, you choose to conceal the events. If you refuse to cooperate with our efforts, we will treat you as an accomplice." Ling Fan's threatening words indeed had an effect. Lu Yigua's demeanor softened from its previous rigidity, and he lowered his head in contemplation, stating, "It's worth mentioning that a significant incident occurred at our school 30 years ago. 30 years ago, you would do well to divulge everything you know. Should you withhold information, prepare for a long imprisonment, Ling Fan retorted as he resumed his seat, reiterating his threat. I recall that it was a noon 30 years ago when two of my classmates, while on the playground, intended to dig up sod for the evening's cultural event. Suddenly, a mysterious black hole appeared before them. Coincidentally, I was passing by the playground at that moment, and they called me over to investigate this enigmatic void. Upon my first glance at the dark pit, I felt an unsettling chill emanating from within. Due to the lack of light, I could discern little more than a few layers of steps descending into the abyss. Fearing that my classmates might fall into the hole, I crouched down and leaped in, making my way down the steps to uncover what lay within. At this point, Luigwa paused, his face paling as if coated in white dust, and the wrinkles on his silver-haired visage trembled with fear. And then, what was found within the black hole? Ling Fan inquired eagerly, captivated by the tale, for his intuition suggested that this black hole might indeed be the very place he had encountered in his visions. With a cold demeanor, Ling Fan mockingly pressed, "And then, did you simply lie there on the steps without rising?" Luigwa, catching the sarcasm in Ling Fan's tone, slowly replied, "You were not present in my situation. Therefore you cannot possibly comprehend the emotions I experienced at that moment. On one side stood my students, while on the other loomed a fathomless abyss, filled with ignorance and terror. At long last, I resolutely decided to seek out my students, yet, the moment I stood up, two head-like objects hurtled towards me. Acting purely on instinct, I caught them, but in that fleeting instant, my heart nearly leaped from my chest. "Do you know what I beheld?" Luigwa, unable to contain himself, exclaimed. The two spherical objects I grasped in my hands oozed a viscous liquid that trickled through my fingers. Hastily, I lifted my gaze to inspect them under the dim light, and in an instant, my heart nearly leapt from my thorax. They were two human heads, the heads of my dear female students, their faces grotesquely marred, half of their skin torn away, while the other halves appeared ghastly pale. Their eyes fixated upon me. Suddenly, they both opened their mouths in unison, dark crimson blood spilling from their lips as they cried out, "Return my half-face skin! Return my half-face skin!" At that moment, I was utterly terrified, letting out a scream as I hurled the decapitated heads into the abyss and fled from that dreadful void. Ling Fan's complexion was equally ashen, for he had once again heard the haunting refrain from his hallucinations, "Return my half-face skin! Return my half-face skin!" Luigwa recounted the harrowing incident from 30 years prior when he ventured into the black hole with two students. Suddenly, their heads were thrown towards him, their faces grotesquely mutilated, their voices echoing, "Return my half-face skin! Return my half-face skin!" Upon hearing this, Ling Fan's face turned pale, for the scene mirrored the visions he had experienced. He quickly inquired of Luigwa, "What happened next? Did you not return to that abyss to uncover its secrets?" Trembling, Luigwa shook his head and replied, "After that incident, I fell gravely ill, and I dared not return to that playground, let alone venture into that terrifying chasm. Subsequently, I became the dean of Qingshan Medical College and enlisted the help of a sorcerer. The sorcerer declared that a building must be erected on the playground to quell the vengeful spirit that claimed half of one's face. Thus, I commissioned a construction team to seal the abyss at its steps, resulting in the creation of the current basement. However, who could have foreseen that on the very next day after sealing the chasm, all the workers perished within the basement, their faces grotesquely mutilated, bloodied, with their eyes bulging out like dead fish. I immediately ordered the basement to be locked with heavy iron chains, forbidding anyone from entering. Yet, even without opening it, the vengeful spirit continued to manifest sporadically, and my students would inexplicably vanish. To preserve the school's reputation, we handled these matters discreetly, paying a hefty price for it. Alas, a human life cannot be measured by mere currency. Had it not been for this incident, would you still wish to suppress it with money? Ling Fan was unable to tolerate Luigwa's insufferable attitude, as if wealth could appease the gods. Yes, indeed, but it still attracted the attention of the police. Yet, can the police contend with a vengeful spirit? Previously, I had sought the assistance of a sorcerer, yet the results proved futile. The incidents of disappearance continued to unfold one after another. What if I were to inform you that these occurrences are not the work of malevolent spirits, but rather the result of human intervention? Ling Fan fixed his gaze upon Luigwa and said coldly, "What, human intervention? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If it were human, how could that be possible?" Luigwa exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. "These events have transpired for nearly 50 years, even if it were orchestrated by a person. That individual should now be an elderly figure, incapable of confronting a vigorous young man." Upon hearing Ling Fan's assertion, Luigwa's expression flickered with doubt, prompting him to voice his suspicions. Have all those workers perished? Ling Fan suddenly recalled the laborers who had constructed the underground chamber. Not all, one survived. To prevent him from disseminating information about this matter, I arranged for him to serve as a security guard at our academy. And his remuneration is quite generous, sufficient to support his entire family. Luigwa replied. "What is his name?" Ling Fan inquired. He is called Shina Xiang. We affectionately refer to him as Uncle Xiang, Luigwa responded with a smile. He has no particular hobbies aside from enjoying peanuts and a bit of liquor. Thank you, Director Liu. Should any leads arise in the future, please do not hesitate to contact this number. I shall arrive at the earliest opportunity. Ling Fan stated, inscribing his mobile number on a blank sheet of paper and passing it to Liu Aiguo.as. Liu Aiguo accepted Ling Fan's number. A peculiar smile momentarily graced his lips. Fleeting yet perceptible enough for Ling Fan to notice. An instinctive feeling surged within him, suggesting that the principal harbored some hidden agenda. Upon reaching the security office, Ling Fan found Chu Tianyu engrossed in a military documentary alongside Uncle Xiang. Although Shina Xiang was nearing 60 years of age, he exhibited remarkable vitality, his graying hair meticulously combed, with a penchant for squinting when engaging with others. Ling Fan would later learn that this squinting often enhanced one's vision. As Uncle Xiang observed Ling Fan entering with provisions, his eyes narrowed even further with delight. He quickly arranged a small table and 2 stools, offering one to Ling Fan. The two of them settled at the diminutive table. And without hesitation, Uncle Xiang poured himself a mixture of beer and white liquor, downing it in one swift motion, leaving Ling Fan in awe at his capacity. Uncle Xiang, my name is Ling Fan. I am a police officer. Ling Fan began to articulate his purpose but was interrupted by Uncle Xiang, who, while shoving food into his mouth, mumbled, that girl has already informed me, you wish to uncover the events that transpired in the underground chamber 40 years ago. Do you not? Allow me to enlighten you. Come, let us toast first. Ling Fan imitated Uncle Xiang, blending the spirits together and consuming the concoction. Indeed, the potency was remarkable, not something an ordinary person could easily endure. After several rounds, Uncle Xiang's complexion turned slightly flushed, while Ling Fan found himself utterly inebriated. Yet, despite the haze enveloping him, his ears remained remarkably acute. He discovered that, even in his stupor, his hearing was exceptionally heightened. Leading him to ponder the extraordinary nature of alcohol, Shina Xiang, after consuming several mouthfuls of food and a cup of wine, slurred, this matter, I fear, will haunt me until my dying day, for on that fateful day, my 6 fellow construction workers perished, leaving me as the sole survivor. Their deaths were so tragic, even now, when I recall it, I find myself unable to close my eyes and sleep, for as soon as I do, their faces, bearing only half of their skin, haunt my vision. Though Uncle Xiang was somewhat inebriated, and it is often said that intoxicated individuals possess greater bravado, he clearly defied this notion at that moment. His murky eyes revealed a glimmer of fear, whether stemming from the dreadful demise of his comrades or from his own trepidation. Uncle Xiang not be afraid. Ling Fan, his tongue heavy with liquor, bellowed as he pounded the table. Ling Fan, do not believe in ghosts or deities, even if they do exist. So what? I firmly believe that justice will prevail. I shall certainly apprehend that murderous fiend. Without a doubt. Chu Tianyu furrowed her delicate brows as she regarded Ling Fan. She had never witnessed a man intoxicated before, not even Ling Feng. As she observed Ling Fan, visions began to blur before her eyes. One moment, she beheld Ling Fan's figure, the next, it was Ling Feng's. The silhouettes of the 2 brothers flickered incessantly, until finally she distinctly recognized that the figure before her was indeed him, vividly clear. Uncle Xiang, squinting through his haze of intoxication at the resolute young man, could not help but shake his head to regain some semblance of clarity, and he said slowly, the events unfolded over 30 years ago. I was merely in my 20s then. Employed as a construction worker for a building company. That day, my 6 brothers and I were dispatched to Qingshan Medical College. Director Liu informed us of a significant sinkhole that had appeared on a playground behind the experimental building. He instructed us to fill it and construct a basement. Without hesitation, we gathered our tools and descended into the pit. Little did we know how vast the hole was. The deeper we ventured, the darker it grew. Thus, we resolved to intercept it at the near end. To craft a level basement from bricks and mortar, due to the company's stringent orders, mandating us to complete the task within a single day, we toiled relentlessly, finally finishing the basement just before 9 in the evening. Exhausted and parched, I climbed out of the hole to fetch some water. It was shortly after I had departed that I heard horrifying screams emanating from the basement. They cried, look quickly. What on earth is this? Where has your half face gone? Run. There are ghosts. Uncle Xiang, what truly happened? Did you go down to see? Ling Fan, feeling somewhat more alert, inquired eagerly. There exists. No, there is not. Uncle Xiang first nodded and then shook his head vigorously. His face as pale as death. So, is there or isn't there? Ling Fan shouted anxiously from the side. Upon hearing their screams at that moment, I must confess, I was terrified. I could distinctly hear my co-workers' horrifying shrieks and the clattering of tools in the basement. Yet I was unable to muster the courage to step inside and ascertain what was transpiring. Uncle Xiang, filled with regret, tugged at his already graying hair and trembled, stating, before long a silence enveloped the basement. Compelling me to grit my teeth and gather my courage, cautiously, I approached the basement entrance step by step. I dared not enter, merely crouching at the threshold, peering inside. There, in the dim light, I beheld my 6 co-workers sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, a white figure leaped from the darkness of the basement, coldly gazing at me. You know what kind of face I saw at that moment? It was a visage with only half a face. One side pale, while the other was shrouded in darkness, with eyes resembling those of a dead fish, fixated on me. I was seized by terror, letting out a scream as I fled from that basement. The following day, Dean Liu, my foreman, and a few others privy to the incident descended into the basement, only to discover that the 6 co-workers had perished, the skin on half of their faces had vanished, and droplets of blood had congealed on the remaining skin, creating a stark contrast. Fearing the repercussions of this incident on the school and our company should it become public, they discreetly resolved matters with the families of the deceased and sealed the basement door. Dean Liu even arranged work for me, but whenever I recollect that day's harrowing scene, I am overwhelmed by fear. I can only drown my sorrows in alcohol to numb myself. At that moment, despite being intoxicated, Ling Fan was acutely aware of what he was listening to. There must be something amiss in that basement, and perhaps hidden behind its walls were secrets unknown to mankind. Ling Fan glanced out the window. The sky had darkened, and it seemed he would have to request the fire brigade to break open the basement door tomorrow, after clinking glasses with Uncle Ah Xiang a few more times. He was assisted by Chu Tianyu towards the campus security office. In a drunken stupor, Ling Fan insisted on making his way to Lu Aigua's opulent office to sleep, and no matter how hard Chu Tianyu tried, she could not dissuade him. Thus Ling Fan stumbled and staggered to the vicinity of Lu Aigua's office, knocking forcefully on the door and shouting, "Dean Liu, open the door quickly, I've come to drink with you." Dean Liu was not present. Come back tomorrow if you have matters to discuss. A delicate voice, laced with occasional playful huffs, emanated from within, accompanied by heavy breathing. To Ling Fan, this alluring voice was unmistakable. It belonged to the young and beautiful graduate student. Lu Yiqian. It seemed her relationship with Dean Liu was rather extraordinary, and one could only speculate what they were engaged in behind closed doors. Dean Liu, at his age, certainly had no fear of straining his back. Curiously, Chu Tianyu pressed her ear against the door and looked at Ling Fan, inquiring, what could she possibly be doing in there? Ling Fan's drunken stupor swiftly began to dissipate, leaving him pondering how to elucidate the situation to Tianyu. The innocent maiden, even if he managed to articulate a coherent explanation, the likelihood of her delivering a swift kick to his demise loomed large. Thus, with resolve, Ling Fan grasped Chu Tianyu's hand and led her away from the dean's office. Exclaiming cheerfully, "Tianyu, let us depart, since Dean Liu is absent, we ought not to disturb him." Chu Tianyu, her delicate brows furrowed in confusion, pondered how Ling Fan's intoxication had worn off so rapidly. As they emerged from the dean's office building, a fleeting white figure darted past them, heading towards the adjacent grove. Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu exchanged a glance, and he shouted, "Tianyu, after it." The pair pursued the elusive white figure into the woods, only to discover that it had vanished without a trace. In a fit of frustration, Ling Fan delivered a forceful kick to a nearby tree, causing it to rustle ominously as leaves cascaded to the ground. Chu Tianyu's gaze followed the falling leaves, her eyes fixated ahead as if she had glimpsed something terrifying. Having just exited Lu Aigua's office building, the two had observed a white figure flit before them, yet upon entering the woods, it had completely eluded them. At that moment, Chu Tianyu's gaze remained locked upon the depths of the dense forest. Ling Fan, intrigued, followed her line of sight and discerned a faint white silhouette concealed within the thicket. "Who goes there? Do not play tricks, show yourself," Ling Fan bellowed, positioning himself protectively in front of Chu Tianyu. "I am a messenger of the divine, here to warn you that it is best not to meddle further, otherwise you shall meet the same fate as those before you and become offerings to the gods." A sharp, piercing female voice proclaimed, "Ha, what gods? You have slaughtered so many. Even if a god exists, I shall capture him. Those who take lives must face judgment." Ling Fan retorted with unwavering determination, Gods do not perish. Nor do we. The divine shall bestow upon us the elixir of eternal life." The ethereal figure in white declared, adopting the tone of a zealous acolyte. "I scoff at your nonsense. I, Ling Fan, have never heard of such eternal life. Those who claim such have long since been discarded into the annals of history." He vehemently countered, "Even your so-called god is but a wretched creature donning a divine fade. How dare you defile the name of the divine? I shall take your life." A chilling shriek echoed, and the white-clad specter moved with uncanny agility, lunging at Ling Fan like a cannonball, closing the distance of 20 meters in an instant. Faced with such a sudden assault, an ordinary person would have faltered, yet Ling Fan was no ordinary man. He charged forward, poised to deliver a kick to the specter. However, as his foot lifted, it froze mid-air, for he beheld a visage unlike any other. One half of her face was disfigured, while the other was shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of dripping blood. She cackled ominously. The ghostly figure clad in white extended her hands, resembling the talons of an eagle, aiming them at Ling Fan. Suddenly, Chu Tianyu surged forth from the side, executing a powerful sidekick that struck the ghost's waist. With a muffled thud, the specter's body was sent sliding several meters away, yet, as if unaffected, she swiftly regained her footing and retreated into the dense forest with a swift motion, laughing ominously. "Remember, do not meddle in affairs that do not concern you, or I shall dispatch you as I did moments ago, using your skin to appease the gods." Trying to flee, the thought flashed through Ling Fan's mind as he rushed forward. Shouting Tianyu quickly, do not let her escape, Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu dashed into the depths of the forest, pursuing the specter's silhouette. However, after a few turns amidst the trees, the ghost vanished without a trace. All that remained were Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu, panting heavily as they leaned against the trees, desperately scanning their surroundings for any sign of the ghost. Yet, amidst the moonlit forest, there was no trace of a white figure to be found. Ling Fan looked up, peering through the dense foliage, when a white structure came into view. He was all too familiar with this building. It was the enigmatic dissecting laboratory. Instinctively, he rushed toward the small room with a basement. Upon opening the door, Ling Fan discovered that the wooden door to the basement was secured tightly by a large rusted lock, indicating that the ghost had not escaped into the basement. Otherwise, she could not have locked the door behind her. Where could that ghostly figure have gone? Could it truly have the ability to phase through walls? Ling Fan gazed at the bright moon in the sky, deep in contemplation. Ling Fan, are you all right? Did you find that ghost? Chu Tianyu hurried over, inquiring. No, she vanished. I have no idea where she went. How strange, Ling Fan exclaimed, firmly closing the door to the basement room. He turned to Chu Tianyu with a smile, saying, never mind, today has been exhausting. It seems we will have to break into the basement tomorrow to uncover further clues. Oh no, what a blunder. Suddenly remembering Chen Yuzhen, Ling Fan slapped his forehead. Ling, are you losing your mind again? Why gamble with me over trivial matters and harm yourself? Gu Rufan laughed heartily. Ignoring Gu Rufan, Ling Fan took out his phone and called the psychiatric hospital, as Chen Yuzhen had informed him that Lin Xiaolan's condition had improved somewhat, and she might provide some insights regarding the copies of the school newspaper. However, when the call connected, Lin Xiaolan's attending physician informed him that she had already taken her medication and gone to sleep. If there was anything urgent, they could come back tomorrow as she could not be disturbed. Today has left me dizzy with busyness. I nearly forgot such an important matter. Here's the plan. Tomorrow, Tianyu and I will visit the psychiatric hospital, while you, Old Gu, can lead Sister Jin along with the fire brigade and criminal investigation team to the basement. I believe your presence may ensure our safety. Ling Fan remarked, eyeing Gu Rufan's shadowy grin. Ling, the astute and valiant Onmyoji will not fall for your tricks again. I refuse to go, not even if it costs me my life. As Gu Rufan caught sight of Ling Fan's malevolent grin, he felt an immediate surge of displeasure. The last encounter had nearly cost him his life at the hands of that rotund individual, and he surmised that this time would likely not bode well either. Hence, Gu Rufan's expression was resolute. Oh, Old Gu, you have finally found your courage. Are you aware that you are defying our leader's orders? Ling Fan remarked with a knowing smile directed at Chu Tianyu. Tell me, if the leader were present, what do you think he would have you do? In response, Chu Tianyu pivoted and retrieved her military-grade 92 pistol from the iron cabinet. With a swift motion, she drew back the slide, the unmistakable click echoing in the air as a bullet chambered. The ominous black muzzle of the gun was instantaneously aimed at the forehead of Gu Rufan, who was now drenched in cold sweat. In a chilling tone, she declared, Major fraudster, promoter of feudal superstition, Gu Rufan, openly assaulting an officer and resisting arrest, execute on the spot. End of statement. Gu Rufan's complexion shifted dramatically from crimson to pallid and back again. His gaze fixated on the gaping black mouth of the firearm. It seemed as though Chu Tianyu was genuinely poised to pull the trigger, her finger hovering perilously close to the mechanism. Stammering, Gu Rufan implored Tianyu, please, do not be overly agitated. Gu Rufan, concede to your demands. It is merely a matter of accompanying them to the basement. There is no need for you to create a hole in my head. Ha, Old Gu always responds with such alacrity. I admire that, Ling Fan teased, sidling up to Gu Rufan. Humph, Ling, mark my words, there will come a day when you face dire consequences. Those who threaten the astute and valorous Yin-Yang master have never met with favorable ends. Gu Rufan retorted, his face stern as he pushed Ling Fan away. I'm only jesting. By the way, young lady, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Ling Fan inquired, turning to look at Lin Xinyan, who was engrossed in snacks while watching a soap opera. Not at all, brother Ling Fan. Why, are you planning to take me out for an outing? Lin Xinyan's eyes sparkled at the mere thought of an adventure. Ling Fan found himself puzzled. How could someone of her intellect possibly be regarded as a fearsome hacker? Yet reality was stark. Perhaps this little girl had devoted a staggering percentage of her mental faculties to computer networks, leaving her everyday intelligence somewhat lacking. Excellent. Once you complete the task I assigned to you, we shall go out for a bit of fun, Ling Fan stated, only to feel two piercing gazes directed at him, reminiscent of the earlier threatening muzzle. Hastily, he added, of course, your sister Tianyu will also be joining us. And what about me? Gu Rufan interjected, unceremoniously pressing his large face next to Ling Fan's. You can go perish, Ling Fan retorted, pushing Gu Rufan's face away with irritation. Old Gu, it's high time you shaved. Your stubble is quite painful. Ling Fan instructed Lin Xinyan to monitor Lu Aigua, the dean of Qingshan Medical College, and to infiltrate his computer in search of clues regarding the half-faced devil who performs skin excisions. Suddenly a shrill ringtone pierced the air. Ling Fan retrieved his phone from his pocket. It was a call from Chen Yuzhen. Hello, Sister Jin, this is Ling Fan. Have you made any discoveries? Ling Fan inquired. Ling Fan, We have a situation, Lin Xiaolan has gone missing, Chen Yuzhen said gravely over the phone. What? How could this be possible? Alright, I will head to the psychiatric hospital immediately. Ling Fan hurriedly hung up the phone and rushed to Chu Tianyu's room. Just as he was about to knock on the door with his fingers poised, he hesitated and decided to let Tianyu rest well. Ling Fan then sprinted out of the headquarters upon arriving at the psychiatric hospital. Chen Yujie was already there, her eyes bloodshot, indicating she had stayed up all night. Seeing Ling Fan approach, she led him to the hospital's security office, where the on-duty guard was asked to retrieve the surveillance footage from the previous day. The footage clearly showed that at 23:33, a person clad in an oversized trench coat, sporting a beard, wearing sunglasses, and with a ponytail reminiscent of a girl, had opened Lin Xiaolan's room while the guard was asleep. Taking her away without any signs of struggle from Lin Xiaolan throughout the entire ordeal, Ling Fan gazed solemnly at the footage before turning to Chen Yuzhen, asking, "What do you think, Sister Zhen?" Murder to silence, Chen Yuzhen replied decisively. It is likely that they learned of Lin Xiaolan's improved mental state through some means and feared she might reveal something detrimental to them, thus resorting to murder. Perhaps you are right, but why did this man in the trench coat not kill Lin Xiaolan directly in the ward? Why take the risk of taking her outside? Ling Fan expressed his perspective. Continuing, I believe things are not so simple. First, this man in the trench coat is evidently the mysterious individual who stole the school newspaper from the library. Second, by taking Xiaolan away, I suspect his intention is not only to silence her but also to acquire something, namely the photocopies of the school newspaper that Zhang Xiaofeng might have given her. Third, from the state of the footage, it appears Lin Xiaolan willingly left with this mysterious figure, suggesting they are likely acquainted. Sister Lan, I plan to visit Lin Xiaolan's dormitory again. By the way, you and Lao Gu should gather the fire brigade and the criminal investigation team to check the basement behind the anatomy building at the medical school. We might find something mysterious behind the wall. Please ensure the team proceeds with caution. After bidding farewell to Chen Yuzhen, Ling Fan departed from the psychiatric hospital, taking a taxi directly to the girls' dormitory at the medical school. Upon reaching Lin Xiaolan's room, he burst in suddenly, but within moments, he darted back out like lightning, tightly shutting the door behind him. Sure enough, a loud banging on the door ensued, accompanied by a shrill cry, "Help! Catch the pervert, you filthy pervert!" Ling Fan was speechless. When he had entered, the room contained only a girl in pajamas, brushing her hair in front of the mirror. Her long, shapely legs, lustrous black hair, and subtly prominent chest accompanied Ling Fan dared not release his grip, desperately pushing against the door to prevent the young woman inside from emerging. If she were to step out, what chance would he have of escaping unscathed? He would surely face her wrath. "Sister, I truly did not mean to intrude. I am here to find Xian," he called out. "Who is your sister? Do not presume to be familiar with me, just wait until I teach you a lesson." The woman shouted back. "If you wish to find Xian, then open the door and allow me to give you a thrashing before I divulge anything." At that moment, two words flashed in Ling Fan's mind: the greater good. Everything must be prioritized for the greater good. Personal interests are trivial, and sacrificing them for the collective benefit is worthwhile. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, his grip loosened slightly, and with a swift motion, the young woman inside flung the door open, brandishing a broom. Inside Lin Xiaolan's dormitory, Ling Fan rubbed the prominent bump on his head, a grimace of pain occasionally crossing his face as he forced a wry smile. "You were a bit heavy-handed, weren't you? Why are girls so violent nowadays? Not charming at all. Ahumph. Who told you, a filthy man, to suddenly barge into a girl's dormitory? A little punishment will help you remember your place." The girl had changed out of her nightwear and now donned a light purple top paired with pale green jeans. With her bright eyes and haughty demeanor, she was indeed a beauty, though perhaps slightly less so than Tianyu. She was still quite lovely. Oh, I will be more cautious in the future. By the way, my name is Ling Fan, and I am a police officer. He produced his badge and presented it to the young woman. "Ah, so you really are a police officer," she exclaimed in surprise, before adding with a smile, "My name is Xie Tingyu, you can just call me Tingyu. Did you say you were looking for Xian?" "Yes, indeed. I intended to find her to inquire about Lin Xiaolan. Do you know anything? Lin Xiaolan went missing last night from the psychiatric facility." "What? Xiaolan is missing?" Xie Tingyu gasped, covering her mouth in shock. "Yes, she was taken away by a man in a loose, oversized trench coat. Therefore, I wish to know if, aside from her close relationship with Zhang Xiaofeng, she had any other close associations with boys." Ling Fan queried. "Well, let me think. It might be a few boys from Zhang Xiaofeng's dormitory. In truth, Xiaolan is quite timid around boys and only converses with those she is familiar with." Xie Tingyu replied. Her words further convinced Ling Fan that the man in the trench coat might be one of the three boys from Zhang Xiaofeng's dormitory, yet this was merely speculation. Lacking any concrete evidence, it seemed he would need to visit Chen Guang soon. Regarding the knowledge of skincare routines for young women, Ling Fan is utterly oblivious, preoccupied instead with the sudden departure of Xian, who was in the midst of applying a facial mask. It is inconceivable for a girl to venture out while adorned with a mask. If she were summoned, it could only be by someone with whom she shares an intimate bond. The only person with such closeness to Xian Xian is none other than Ling Fan rose, his gaze piercing through the window towards the boys' dormitory across the way, pondering whether Qingguang might not be present in his room. However, when Ling Fan knocked on Zhang Xiaofeng's door, the shocking sight that greeted him dispelled his suspicions, for it was indeed Qingguang who answered, the very man Ling Fan deemed closest to Xian Xian. Ling Fan promptly informed Qingguang about the disappearance of Xiaolan and Xian Xian. And an expression of alarm and concern instantly flickered across Qingguang's face. This is impossible. Xian Xian, such a beauty, would never venture out while wearing a facial mask, he exclaimed. Yes, I initially suspected that it was you who called her out. Ling Fan directly voiced his doubts to Qingguang. Qingguang offered a wry smile, replying, I wish it were so, but I fear I lack the capability. Although Xian Xian is officially my girlfriend, we have yet to share a proper hand-holding moment. Whenever night falls and couples emerge to rendezvous, I cannot seem to arrange a meeting with her. She insists on applying her facial mask. Moreover, during our private moments, she incessantly inquires about Zhang Xiaofeng, asking how he has been and what he has been up to. Qingguang gestured for Ling Fan to enter the room, closing the door behind them as he lamented, I could not help but feel a surge of unnameable anger. Telling her that I am her boyfriend now and to refrain from constantly mentioning Zhang Xiaofeng in my presence. Each time Xian Xian would apologize, yet before long, she would again seek information about Xiaofeng, which led to considerable friction between me and Xiaofeng. At that moment, a conjecture flashed through Ling Fan's mind. Xuanxuan's profound concern for Zhang Xiaofeng could imply that the mysterious woman with whom Zhang Xiaofeng rendezvoused at night is none other than Xian Xian herself. If this were indeed the case, what then is the connection between Xian Xian and that half-masked specter? What is her motive for seeking out Zhang Xiaofeng? Furthermore, myriad threads remain tangled. Xiaolan's disappearance, the enigmatic man shrouded in mystery, and Xuanxuan's own vanishing act. What ties these individuals together, and what deity does the half-masked spectre revere? What of Zhang Xiaofeng's prior mention of immortality to Qingguang? Ling Fan hastily sent a message to Chen Yuzhen, urging her to evacuate the vicinity of that dark abyss and seal off the area, forbidding anyone from approaching. He then swiftly made his way to the basement behind the autopsy building, where he encountered armed police officers stationed by the room. Chen Yuzhen sat nearby, her expression one of profound despair, her pallor alarming. The firefighters and detectives beside her bore similarly sorrowful expressions, mourning the misfortune that had befallen their comrades. Ling Fan, you've arrived. 6 of our brothers have perished, 2 detectives and 4 firefighters, 6 lives lost, Chen Yuzhen cried, her bloodshot eyes fixed upon Ling Fan. Rest assured, Ling Fan shall undoubtedly unearth the perpetrator of this case. Ling Fan patted Chen Yuzhen's shoulder, rising to his feet and fixating his gaze upon the ominous depths of the basement. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he beheld a pair of hands unexpectedly extending from the shadows below, followed by another pair, then 2, 3, 4. Until countless hands emerged from the abyss, accompanied by faces with disheveled hair. Each visage bore the haunting sight of half a face, the other half seemingly torn away by some malevolent force. The edges ragged and grotesque, flesh grotesquely adhered, blood dripping steadily, their lifeless eyes resembling those of dead fish. Staring intently at Ling Fan, they opened their mouths, dark liquid spewing forth as they cried out in unison, Give me back my half a face! Give me back my half a face! Upon hearing these chilling calls, Ling Fan felt an irresistible compulsion to approach the basement. Despite his desperate attempts to control his steps, he found himself powerless. Ling, you stop right there! A robust hand clamped down on Ling Fan's shoulder, firmly anchoring him in place. The resonant and forceful voice instantly dispelled the phantoms before him. With a sudden clarity, Ling Fan's eyes brightened, and the spectral half-faces vanished into thin air. Hearing the term Ling Xiaozai filled Ling Fan with warmth and reassurance, for it was none other than Gu Ruffing who had arrived. It's alright, you merely experienced a hallucination, Gu Ruffing reassured him, though his gaze remained fixed on the foreboding basement. Lao Gu, do you have any idea what lurks within that dark abyss? Ling Fan inquired eagerly. Gu Ruffing, observing Ling Fan's anxious demeanor, chuckled. What else could it be? Surely a nothing good. Nothing good. That simple phrase brought a wave of relief to Ling Fan. Indeed, regardless of what it was, if it was capable of taking lives, it deserved the harshest of punishments. Jinjie, I intend to descend into this dark void and uncover the truth. I must know what entity could slay so many. Even if it be a half-faced specter, I shall strip it of its skin for examination. Ling Fan declared resolutely to Chen Yuzhen. Jinjie, please prepare a bulletproof vest and a face-covering armed police helmet for me. And also procure a flamethrower. A flamethrower? What do you need that for? Chen Yuzhen inquired. Jinjie, just trust me, I promise it will be put to good use. Ling Fan replied with a mischievous smile. That's not an issue. I can request assistance from the armed police unit and arrange for a few flamethrowers to be brought over. Moreover, I have decided to accompany you into the basement. Chen Yuzhen stood up and commanded one of her detectives to call the armed police for support. And me, Chu Tianyu's voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, still clad in her light green camouflage, her curvaceous figure accentuating her beauty. Her striking eyes were now fixed coldly upon Ling Fan as she said, Why didn't you wake me? You just ran off here, were you afraid I'd steal your thunder? Tianyu. I didn't want to disturb your rest. Ling Fan chuckled, feeling a surge of emotion at Chu Tianyu's unexpected arrival. With a cold huff, Chu Tianyu chose to disregard Ling Fan and approached Shen Yuzhen, stating, "Sister Zhen, I shall accompany you all down. Gu roughing, with a pair of eyes wide open and an expression laden with complexity. Surveyed the crowd. At last, he scratched his head with a coarse, hairy hand and laughed heartily. Ha, if even you lot are going down, then I, the astute and valiant Grand Yin Yang Master Gu, would surely incite your resentment if I were to remain behind." Ling Fan, draping an arm over Gu Rufeng's shoulder, quipped, "Even if you refuse to go, I shall kick you down myself." Upon hearing Ling Fan's words, Gu Rufeng immediately leapt away from him, exclaiming, "You rascal Ling, I knew you were the only one among us who was not to be trusted. It is best I keep my distance from you." Suddenly, a clamor erupted from the crowd as a somewhat elderly voice repeatedly called out, make way, let me through." Ling Fan found the voice oddly familiar, as though he had heard it before. He turned to see where the voice originated and was taken aback. "Ah, Xiang uncle, young one, do you recognize the person I have brought for you? Look who I've delivered." It was none other than Uncle Ah Xiang from the security department of the medical school. Clad in a standard and imposing security uniform, striding confidently with a man in a trench coat and a small mustache in tow, following behind them was a petite girl with delicate features and bright eyes. Albeit somewhat dazed, clutching a thick stack of photocopies tightly in her arms. "Isn't that Lin Xiaolan and the man in the trench coat?" Ling Fan exclaimed excitedly, rushing towards Uncle Ah Xiang, shouting, "Uncle Ah Xiang, how did you manage to capture him?" That's a long story," Uncle Ah Xiang replied, loosening his grip on the burly man in the trench coat, "but first, you must allow me to have a drink." I never imagined that old Xiang would find himself in such a situation." He took the drink from Chu Tianyu, mixed it, and downed a sip, exhaling in satisfaction before adding, "Young one, before I continue, why not take a look at who this trench coat man is?" Ling Fan had long wished to uncover the true visage of this pale-faced individual. As he lifted the man's chin, he gasped in shock, Xian. Indeed, the pale-faced man with a small patch of mustache was none other than Xian. Those bright, youthful eyes could not deceive him, yet at that moment, they were filled with resentment and ferocity. When Ling Fan pulled away the small mustache from her face, he was startled to find that a layer of skin came off with it, revealing merely a flimsy yellow mask. However, Ling Fan noted that Xian's face was half normal, while the other half was darkened, appearing as if smeared with camouflage paint, leaving an unsettling impression. Ling Fan stared at Uncle Ah Xiang in disbelief, inquiring, "Uncle Ah Xiang, is this truly the person you captured? How could it be mistaken? Although my old man is somewhat advanced in age, he is still capable of dealing with this little rascal." Last night, around midnight, he took a flashlight to patrol and fortuitously caught sight of her sneaking around the playground with a young girl, digging up something. Thus, I bellowed at them, but to my surprise, she attempted to flee, only to be subdued by my old man in an instant. Uncle Ah Xiang laughed heartily, embodying the vigor of age. "Uncle Xiang is formidable," Ling Fan couldn't help but sincerely praise, suddenly realizing why the sight of that man in an oversized trench coat felt so off. After all, a woman could never carry off a man's coat. Ling Fan turned to Xian and exclaimed, "So you are the half-faced ghost I've been searching for. It seems Zhang Xiaofeng was killed by you, wasn't he?" "I didn't kill him, it was the divine. It was the God who grants us eternal life, it was God who took his life," Xian shouted with a voice bordering on madness, laughing maniacally. "Why did you kill him?" Ling Fan inquired. "Originally, I had no intention of killing him, but he discovered my secret, and thus I had no choice but to eliminate him," Xian retorted, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. "What is that secret? Speak," Ling Fan demanded. "Why not take a look at those photocopies? You'll find out for yourself," Xian replied with a maniacal laugh. Her mental state appeared somewhat unstable, her eyes bloodshot and red. Ling Fan attempted to take the stack of photocopies from Lin Xiaolan, but she clutched them tightly, pouting, "I want to give them to you. I want to give them to Xiao Shen. She said she needs them to resurrect Xiaofeng. If I give them to you, then Xiaofeng cannot be brought back to life." "Humph," Ling Fan turned and shouted at Xian, "is this how you convinced her to leave the mental hospital? Of course, otherwise, how would you willingly hand over Zhang Xiaofeng's photocopies to me and not to you?" Xian replied with a cold smile. Unintentionally, Ling Fan managed to pull a photocopy from Lin Xiaolan's grasp, and he was struck dumb by the striking headline that read, "Young Maiden Hua Yakin and Lu Jia's Mysterious Disappearance." The incident dated back to the 1960s, but as Ling Fan gazed upon the photograph beneath the title, he froze in disbelief, for he recognized a familiar face. Xian. The woman in the photo bore an uncanny resemblance to Xian. No, it was not merely a resemblance, it was the same person. Xian emitted a chilling laugh and declared, "Now you must understand why I killed Zhang Xiaofeng. I am Hua Yakin, a woman who has lived for nearly 60 years. I have been pursuing my studies at this medical school, and each time graduation approached, I never attended. Instead, I repeatedly took a leave of absence to retake my freshman year. Thus, I have lived in this institution for nearly 30 years, but during my senior year, I met Zhang Xiaofeng. He was a fine boy, and I liked him, yet I did not love him. My heart had long belonged to the divine, no longer to anyone else. Consequently, we had a quarrel. and I ceased all communication with him. Who would have thought that Zhang Xiaofeng by sheer happenstance stumbled upon the secret to my immortality within the dusty archives of the school library? He proceeded to photocopy those articles from the school newspaper and became acquainted with my roommate. Xiaolan. Through her, he learned of my peculiar habits, leading him to frequently summon me under the cover of night, wielding those very copies as leverage. He threatened to expose everything, even to the authorities, if I did not divulge the secret of my eternal life. Terrified and uncertain of how to respond, I was guided by a divine whisper to approach his roommate, Chen Guang, to glean insights into Zhang Xiaofeng's actions and to seize an opportunity to steal those copies. Later, I discovered that Zhang Xiaofeng had entrusted those copies to Xiaolan, and my companion informed me that as Xiaolan's consciousness gradually returned, I feared she might describe the visage of the divine to you all. Thus, I once again disguised myself as a man and, under the cloak of night, extracted Xiaolan, intending to retrieve the copy she had concealed on the playground before eliminating her. However, unexpectedly an old man emerged from the shadows. As Xian spoke, he cast a resentful glare at Uncle Xiang, who was drunkenly indulging nearby. So, who are the divine and the companion you speak of? Ling Fan inquired. Ha, you are not worthy of knowing the name of the divine. Do you know why I don a facial mask at precisely 6 in the evening? Xuan's face, starkly contrasting in hues, was adorned with an eerie smile. Does your face transform into this starkly contrasting visage post 6 o'clock? Ling Fan speculated. It seems you possess a clever mind, much like Zhang Xiaofeng. However, clever individuals seldom enjoy long lives, Xian remarked with a meaningful smile directed at Long Chen upon hearing that clever individuals do not last long. Ling Fan was suddenly reminded of the faint floral scent he had detected in the dissection room, instantly recalling the death of his brother, Ling Feng. He lunged forward, seizing Xian by the collar of his coat, and shouted, "Speak, did you murder someone named Ling Feng? Who was Ling Feng? I know not, perhaps he was slain by the divine." Xian responded, gazing at Ling Fan's enraged crimson face with amusement. At that moment, Ling Fan's phone buzzed with 2 text messages. The first was the Forensic Bureau's confirmation, validating that the soil on Ling Fan's pant leg matched that found on Zhang Xiaofeng's body. The second was a message from the young girl, Lin Xinyan, stating that while tailing Lu Aigua, she had observed several peculiar phenomena, one being his habit of applying facial masks. Even more bizarre was the revelation that he had undergone cosmetic surgery at a private clinic, not to appear younger, but rather to adopt an aged appearance. Additionally, he had visited a beauty salon to dye his once black hair to a silvery white. Of course, such information is confidential, and could only be acquired through illicit access to the clinic's and salon's customer databases. At this moment, Ling Fan finally comprehended that Lu Aigua had been deceiving him all along. The 2 young women from back then were not dead at all. Instead, they had somehow survived alongside him, seemingly endowed with the ability to live indefinitely. This revelation elucidated why, upon first encountering Lu Aigua, despite his nearing 70 years of age, Ling Fan perceived him as a man merely in his 30s or 40s. It appeared that he had also mastered the secret of eternal youth. If Lu Aigua was indeed an accomplice, then it naturally followed that Lu Yiqian, who shared a close relationship with him, was also implicated. On that fateful night when Ling Fan had drunkenly sought him out, their faces had already shifted into shades of light and dark, leading both to feign engagement in some activity, thereby providing an excuse to prevent Ling Fan from intruding into his office and uncovering their secret. Tianyu, let us depart. We must locate Lu Aigua. Ling Fan surmised that Lu Aigua might have already received news of Xian's capture, and it was possible he had fled. Regardless, they needed to proceed to his office without delay. Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu hastened towards the dean's office building, while Chen Yuzhen instructed the officers to keep a vigilant watch over Xian and Xiaolan, stationed near the basement, forbidding anyone from entering. Before following Ling Fan towards the administrative building, the door to the dean's office was firmly locked. Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu exchanged glances, and Ling Fan, eager to act, prepared to kick the door open, though he was ultimately a beat slower than Chu Tianyu. In a moment of impulsiveness, Ling Fan charged into the office, only to find the lavish decor unchanged. However, sprawled on the polished floor was a woman. Blood streamed down her neck, pooling upon the ground, starkly contrasting with the gleaming surface, a vivid and horrifying crimson. Ling Fan rushed over, kneeling beside her, and was astonished to discover that this woman was none other than the beautiful graduate student, Lu Yiqian. Her exquisite face now bore the marks of both light and shadow, yet her heart still pulsed, her body warm, indicating she had not been dead for long. Lu Yiqian, awaken, Ling Fan exclaimed, slapping her cheek and calling out loudly. Tianyu, quickly call for an ambulance. Lu Yiqian's pallid face exhibited a slight tremor in her eyelids, and as she surveyed her surroundings, her gentle gaze eventually fixed upon Long Chen, breaking into a sweet smile as she remarked, I never expected that the last person I would see would be you. How wonderful. Tell me, where has Lu Aigua gone? Why did he attempt to murder you? Ling Fan implored, his eyes brimming with blood-red fury as he held Lu Yiqian. From the moment you sought him out that night, he suspected you had begun to take notice of him. Thus, he ordered me to feign an engagement in some illicit activity with him. To mislead you away, later, I overheard you mention Lin Xiaolan's improving condition. Fearing that you might glean his appearance from her. He sent Xian to deceive Lin Xiaolan out of the psychiatric ward. When he saw that Xiaolan had been captured by you in the morning. Fearing exposure, he intended to eliminate me. And when he glimpsed you approaching through the window. He escaped through the hidden door in the corridor. Lu Yiqian spoke in a fragmented manner, her gaze tender as she focused on Ling Fan. Where did he go? Ling Fan's countenance was ablaze with rage as he clutched Lu Yiqian tightly. In the cavern behind the basement, Ling Fan, hurry, and stop him from encountering that entity, otherwise, if that thing were to resurrect, it would be utterly terrifying. Lu Yiqian's eyes were filled with dread, her breaths coming in quick gasps. Rest assured, Ling Fan, will unearth him even if I must dig 3 feet deep, Ling Fan declared angrily, then turned to Lu Yiqian and inquired, what is that thing? What is it? Is it the deity that Xian spoke of? How could such a being be a god? It is a devil. The it exploits us to seize the lives of the virtuous. How could such a thing possibly be divine? I had no intention of aligning with them. Yet I have been forced to submit to its blood. If I do not obey its commands, it will take my life. Thus Lu Yiqian lamented. Therefore, when we requested the key to the basement from you, you so readily handed it over to me. Ling Fan sighed. Indeed, I had hoped you could thwart them. Lu Aigua and Xian have already been ensnared by the allure of immortality, losing their resolve. Lu Yiqian sighed. Suddenly, Chen Yuzhen's phone rang. It was Gu Rufeng calling. Sister Zhen informed Ling Fan that Xian has suddenly begun to tremble violently, spewing black foam from his mouth. Before long, his body has turned black. Even his blood has transformed into darkness. It appears he has been poisoned by a strange toxin. As Ling Fan listened to Gu Rufen's words, he glanced at Lu Yiqian in his arms and gradually noticed her body. However, when Ling Fan's gaze fixated on the buttons of the white coat, he noticed that one button was missing. This reminded him of the button he had previously discovered in the dissection room. And upon examining the tag on the coat, he read the name Lu Aigua. There was no doubt that the perpetrator of Zhang Xiaofeng's murder was Lu Aigua. Chen Yuzhen also observed the absence of a button on the white coat. Ling Fan, Zhu Tianyu, and Chen Yuzhen hurriedly descended from the dean's office building, and upon reaching the storage room, Ling Fan saw that 5 brothers from the armed police unit had already arrived. Fully equipped with riot shields, helmets, military-grade 74-style flamethrowers, and chemical protection gear, Chen Yuzhen instructed 2 young detectives to carry Lu Jian downstairs, inquiring whether anyone had entered the basement while they were away. The 2 armed detectives guarding the entrance reported that no one had entered, not even a fly. If Lu Aigua did not access the underground passage from this location, he must have entered through another route. As Ling Fan donned his chemical protection gear, put on his riot helmet, and grabbed the riot shield and flamethrower, he remarked, if that's the case, the only possible location is the dissection room. There must be some sort of tunnel there. Zhu Tianyu concurred. Thus Ling Fan, Zhu Tianyu, Chen Yuzhen, and the 5 armed police officers, a total of 8 individuals, charged toward the dissection room, fully armed. The medical students were startled by the sight of the 8 imposing armed warriors and quickly made way for them. Soon, they arrived at the dissection room door, only to find it ajar. Upon confirming that there was no immediate danger within, Ling Fan and the 7 others rushed inside. The 5 armed police officers maintained a combat formation. Vigilantly watching every potential threat in the dissection room, Ling Fan strode directly to the iron cabinet where he had initially found the button, yanking open a drawer. Indeed, beneath the cabinet lay a dark, gaping hole, revealing a series of descending steps. It appeared that after Lu Aigua murdered Zhang Xiaofeng that night, he had dragged the body into the hole, successfully making it disappear as if nothing had ever occurred. Only to later retrieve the body. Ling Fan crouched before the dark void beneath the cabinet, holding the shield, and stated, if possible, this black hole may connect to the basement, and Lu Aigua must be somewhere. As Ling Fan ventured further down, he discovered that the steps had vanished, leaving him standing upon a mound of fine sand and gravel. A wave of dampness assailed his nostrils, accompanied by a faint yet discernible stench upon traversing the narrow passage. The group was greeted by an expansive vista, a cavern approximately 300 square meters in size, reminiscent of a parking lot. The ceiling was adorned with stalactites, ominously poised as if they could plummet at any moment. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from behind, and a torrent of flames erupted from the muzzle of a gun, casting a crimson glow that illuminated the ghastly scene before them. Ling Fan, who prided himself on his endurance, claimed that no malevolent entity could elicit a significant reaction from him. However, the sight that unfolded was beyond description. The term mountain of corpses flashed through his mind, as countless bodies lay heaped upon one another. Many of them decomposed to mere skeletons. The few at the top appeared to be from several months prior, not yet fully decayed. Their faces were a grotesque half-melted visage, with lifeless eyes fixated upon Ling Fan. A few ravenous rats scuttled amidst the carcasses, gnawing on the remains, occasionally burrowing into the hollow eye sockets, grasping the starkly contrasting eyeballs as they feasted, producing a series of unsettling crunching sounds. Zhu Tianyu could hardly endure the nauseating spectacle, particularly the waves of putrid odor that threatened to induce vomiting. Just as she was about to succumb to her revulsion, Ling Fan produced a handkerchief from his pocket and offered it to her. Instantly a fragrant aroma wafted forth, alleviating the foul stench. It was a handkerchief imbued with aromatic oils, a preparation Ling Fan had discreetly arranged moments prior. Perhaps these corpses belonged to the students who had vanished from the medical academy. Ling Fan's expression turned grave as he remarked, Luigwa discarded them here after their demise. If it weren't for this case, I fear they would have remained undiscovered forever. Suddenly a figure emerged at the mouth of the chasm. Cold eyes fixating on the group. Who is it? Who's there? Chen Yuzhen was the first to direct her flashlight and gun towards the shadowy form of the others, quickly followed suit, illuminating the figure with the beams from their helmets. To their astonishment, they recognized Luigwa, but his face was eerily painted in contrasting shades of black and white, much like Shen Shen and Lu Jian. As their gaze shifted to the writhing mass on the cave wall behind Luigwa, disbelief coursed through the crowd. Ling Fan's eyes widened in terror, resembling those of a fish out of water, his gun hand trembling uncontrollably as he stammered, What is that monstrous creature? Who is it? Who's there? Chen Yuzhen was the first to direct the light from her helmet towards the shadow that emerged from the darkness. Subsequently, the others followed suit, illuminating the figure with their beams. Ling Fan and the others soon discerned that the silhouette belonged to Luigwa. However, to their astonishment, his face was now marred in contrasting shades of black and white. Much like Xian Shen and Lu Jian, as the group fixated on the writhing entity behind Luigwa, disbelief washed over them. Ling Fan's eyes widened in terror, resembling those of a lifeless fish, while his trembling hand clutched the gun, exclaiming, what is that? That creature. The collective gaze upon the squirming form on the cave wall left everyone in a state of shock. Ling Fan, overwhelmed, felt his grip quiver uncontrollably as he stammered, what is that? Is it a monster? Before them, protruding from the dark, earthy wall, was a grotesque figure. Half of its body seemed fused with the very rock, as if its muscles had melded with the soil, while the other half appeared strikingly human, radiant and elastic. Countless brown, vine-like appendages danced around it, reminiscent of serpents leaping in the air. Astonishingly, this creature bore a head akin to that of a human. One half was embedded within the wall, while the other half jutted out grotesquely. Thud, 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 thud. What is that sound? Chen Yuzhen gasped, her eyes fixed on the horrifying being. It's the sound of a heartbeat. Ling Fan's complexion turned an alarming shade of pale as he focused intently on the half-embedded figure. What did you say that sound is the heartbeat? Chen Yuzhen exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that the sound emanates from the person within the wall? Indeed, it is alive, a living person growing within the wall. Ling Fan trembled, biting his quivering lip. Suddenly Luigwa erupted into a fit of eerie laughter, his white hair shimmering under the collective light, declaring, Now you should realize that our God truly exists, right? Haha. Those who dare to defy the divine will face the most severe punishments. I refuse to believe it. I won't accept that this wretched thing is impervious to bullets, Chu Tianyu shouted, raising her submachine gun and unleashing a barrage of bullets at the figure embedded in the stone. Instantly, the bullet wounds on the man's body began to heal, as if nothing had transpired. Haha, futile, bullets cannot harm the divine, Luigwa cackled maniacally, continuously proclaiming, anyone who harms the god shall meet a grim fate. And what of you? You have killed so many. Do you really believe you will ascend to heaven? Ling Fan retorted, gritting his teeth. Have you contemplated the number of lives you have taken throughout your existence? Who will avenge the souls buried in that mountain of corpses, whose hands are stained with their blood? Luigwa, gazing into Ling Fan's eyes, retreated frantically, shouting in rage and fear, I did not kill anyone. I did not kill anyone. It is the divine will that has compelled me to act thus. The deity proclaimed that should it possess sufficient semblance of life to resurrect, it would bestow upon me the gift of immortality. Immortality? If even one such as you were granted eternal life, then truly fairness would be a mere illusion in this world. Ling Fan suddenly bellowed, cursing vehemently, Damn it, I refuse to be powerless, this ghastly creature is not even afraid of fire. With that, he charged forward, delivering a forceful kick that sent Luigwa sprawling. Brandishing the flamethrower in his grasp, he unleashed a torrent of fire, and instantly a sea of flames engulfed the area before him. Surrounding the creature embedded in the cave wall, the eerie, human-like screams echoed from the stone. As the creature's half-formed head trembled violently, though devoid of eyes, mouth, or brows, faint outlines began to emerge, and more alarmingly, the half-face fused to the rock writhed in agony, as if it were enduring the searing heat of the flames. The brown tendrils lashed out amidst the fire, dislodging stones from the wall. It appeared this entity feared flames. One of you, secure Luigwa, the rest, unleash your flamethrowers, commanded Chen Yuzhen, and at once, 6 more tongues of fire joined the fray, casting a crimson glow throughout the cavern. As the grotesque half-faced creature twisted in torment, Stop, no, Luigwa struggled wildly, desperate to halt the flames, but he was no match for the trained officers who restrained him. Helplessly, he watched as the half-faced being slowly charred and blackened in the searing inferno. Eventually, the last of the threshing tendrils shuddered and fell limp, and as the 7 flames gradually extinguished, the creature clinging to the wall was left a charred mass. Ling Fan strode forward, raising the butt of his weapon for a powerful strike that severed the half-head from its body. The severed head rolled twice before coming to a standstill. With a resounding thud, Ling Fan's military boot crushed the half-head beneath it, releasing a fouled, putrid black liquid that oozed forth, uncertain whether it was blood or something more grotesque. Then with a heavy thump, Luigwa slumped to the ground, his once vibrant eyes now vacant and dull, muttering in a daze, "It's over its all over. My wish for immortality. All gone, you are mistaken. Your tale is not yet concluded, there is still a matter that awaits you." Ling Fan approached Luigwa, his gaze icy and unwavering. "Matter? What more could possibly await me?" Luigwa lifted his vacant eyes. Bewildered, staring at Ling Fan. A sharp metallic sound rang out, revealing a gleaming silver pair of handcuffs before Luigwa. "You shall face legal judgment, and a death sentence awaits you." Ling Fan's eyes glinted with a fierce resolve. As everyone emerged once more from the foul-smelling abyss, inhaling the invigorating essence of nature's purest air, Luigwa found himself shackled in cold handcuffs, seated upon the ground, his weary eyes fixated on the billowing smoke and flickering flames that erupted from the depths of the pit. It became evident that Ling Fan had doused the mound of corpses with gasoline upon his exit, igniting a fire that sent these unfortunate souls to their final resting place, Luigwa. Upon witnessing the icy corpses of Hui Yakin and Lu Jian, realized he had been utterly deceived by his own folly. Gripped by remorse, he raked his fingers through his hair and recounted the harrowing truth of events from 30 years prior, on that fateful day. "Yakin Jian, and I stumbled upon this pitifully dark chasm. As we ventured deeper, we discovered the cavern widened, resembling an expansive parking lot at its base. However, when I sensed an ominous presence and attempted to leave, I was startled by the piercing screams of the two girls. I dashed toward their cries, only to be taken aback by the sight of a grotesque creature embedded in the cavern wall. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a human, its body partially fused with the stone, and tragically, it emitted faint sounds of a heartbeat and breath. Overwhelmed by terror, the girls instinctively sought to flee, yet were ensnared by monstrous tendrils that coiled around them like serpents. The tips of these fearsome vines resembled needles, injecting a viscous black liquid into our veins, rendering both the girls and me unconscious for reasons that elude my understanding. In that moment, I seemed to drift into a peculiar dream, wherein the entity embedded in the wall proclaimed itself the wall god, cursed to endure eternal suffering for transgressions in the celestial realm. Trapped within the stone for millennia, unable to reclaim its former visage. It beseeched us to assist in procuring the half-faces of living beings to adorn its own stony visage, requiring replacements once each month. Alas, our secret was discovered by Zhang Xiaofeng, and upon realizing this, I devised a plan to distract his girlfriend, Xiaolan. During class, in her disoriented hunger, Xian seized the opportunity to lead her out of the dissection room, inadvertently leaving her phone behind. That very evening, Xian incited Xiaolan to retrieve her phone, and naturally Zhang Xiaofeng would follow suit, providing me with the perfect moment to eliminate him. The subsequent events, I presume, are already known to you. Ling Fan, Chu Tianyu, Gu Rufeng, and Shen Yuzhen exchanged glances, marveling at the immense force of human greed, regardless of the truth behind that dream or the wall god. All had reached its conclusion. Virtuous souls could ascend, while the wicked would face their reckoning. A manifestation of divine justice. Epilogue of Chapter 24, 1, Headquarters of the HIT Special Operations Group. The moonlight tonight was particularly enchanting, casting a delicate veil of luminescence upon the ground. The crystal chandelier in the headquarters radiated its customary brilliance. The leader, Feng Yi, pressed the case file concerning the half-faced specter beneath the coffee table, a broad smile illuminating his face as he exclaimed, "Indeed, this case has been remarkably handled. Within just 2 days, you have unraveled a mystery nearly 3 decades old. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. He, my dear boss. You speak so lightly. For this case, Tianyu and I have nearly worn our legs down to nubs from running. Could you possibly grant us a brief respite? I long to venture out for some leisure." Ling Fan chuckled, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. "Ling kid, you speak the truth." Upon hearing the mention of a holiday, Gu Rufeng immediately approached with enthusiasm, exclaiming, I wish to go to the Maldives." However, as soon as Gu Rufeng expressed his desire, it was met with collective disdain from the others. "But old Gu, why don't you enlighten us about that peculiar entity growing on the wall?" Ling Fan inquired. "This, I can't quite articulate it either. It's certainly not a genuine deity or monster. It seems to be an ancient organism that resembles a hybrid between a plant and an animal, perhaps a distant relative of the pitcher plant." Gu Rufeng replied with a chuckle, "Regardless of what it is, in the presence of this illustrious and astute Onmyoji, all supernatural beings shall be utterly vanquished." "Uncle Gu, it seems you've changed your slogan. Wasn't it supposed to be wise and brave, illustrious and mighty?" The young girl Lin Xinyan asked curiously. "Humph, old Gu, you dare to speak. When we descended into that deep pit, where were you?" Ling Fan tightened his grip around Gu Rufeng's neck, smirking. "You always vanish at critical moments. Just wait, I shall deal with you properly. Boss, you must rein in Ling kid, otherwise I won't be providing you with fortune-telling services at the Great Wall in the future." Gu Rufeng extended his hands towards Feng Yi for assistance, prompting a burst of laughter from the crowd that echoed through the warehouse and into the night sky. 2 in the morning. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves with a soothing sound. On a patch of grass sat 2 individuals, Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu. They sat in silence, neither speaking, simply gazing at the scenery before them. Tianyu, do you know, Lu Igua claimed he doesn't recognize anyone named Ling Feng, which means my initial suspicions were unfounded. The cause of my brother's death may lie elsewhere, Ling Fan murmured softly. Chu Tianyu gazed at Ling Fan's upright figure, murmuring to herself, do you know, when you were intoxicated, what I saw was you.as. The words flowed, a moment of suspense hung in the air, awaiting further resolution. The legend of the stone wall people. Everyone was quite perplexed, thus they raised their torches to examine the vine. What they beheld sent a chill down Xian and the others' spines. On the stone wall grew a creature resembling a human. It had a head, a body, and limbs, yet half of it had fused with the wall, its extremities adorned with numerous brown vines of varying sizes. Even more bewildering to Xian was that this strange being growing on the stone wall was alive, emitting a sound akin to a human heartbeat, pulsing rhythmically, though I have yet to behold a tomato with my own eyes. I maintain a spirit of skepticism towards such entities. They may simply be a species yet undiscovered by us, reflecting upon the myriad of peculiar beings that inhabited our planet eons ago. One cannot help but marvel at the bizarre. Thus, let us enjoy this for entertainment's sake and refrain from delving too deeply. The fourth volume of Tomato's work, Bloodthirsty Demon, has commenced its upload, and I kindly ask for your continued support and abundant flowers to help Tomato flourish further. Thank you. And let us grow together. Prologue. I, in the 1990s. Dusk approached, the setting sun cast a golden hue upon the grassy expanse before a small hill. A boy, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, joyfully sprinted across the verdant meadow, followed closely by a girl of similar age, her delicate features illuminated by the golden twilight as they chased and frolicked together. Fong, come quickly, look at how many fireflies there are. The boy exclaimed, holding a small net and waving his arm excitedly towards the girl. Yes, Amu, please help Fong catch some more. The girl replied, her youthful face flushed from running, clutching a small glass jar that already contained several tiny fireflies glowing with a bluish light. Countless fireflies, shimmering with their ethereal blue glow, flitted about in front of them, captivating the boy and girl in this enchanting spectacle, the scattered lights resembling stars against a darkened backdrop. Amu, do you think we can still be together when we grow up? The girl suddenly inquired, leaping beside the boy, tilting her head with a cheerful smile. Well, if you continue to be so mischievous and disobedient, I shan't marry you. I intend to wed Xiaohua, the boy responded, his face equally adorned with a grin. Humph, you Amu, how dare you not choose me? Upon hearing the boy's intention to marry Xiaohua, the girl pouted, lifted her foot, and playfully kicked the boy, declaring, I'll make you marry Xiaohua. The boy, unwilling to succumb to the girl's playful assault, swiftly sidestepped, net in hand, and chuckled, you can't catch me. I won't be that foolish. How dare you evade me, Amu? Just wait till I catch you, the girl retorted. Her lips pursed defiantly as she chased after him. Perhaps the boy intentionally slowed his pace to allow the girl to catch up. As he ran, his curiosity drew his gaze forward, unaware of the boy's change. The girl leaped to close the distance, landing against him with a laugh. See, Amu, I've caught up with you. Now I'll kick you. With that, the girl playfully kicked the boy a few times. Yet he remained unmoved, his large eyes fixated ahead. The girl, intrigued, hopped in front of him and asked, Amu, what are you looking at? Why are you so lost in thought? The boy pointed ahead. Fong, look, our fireflies have flown into that cave. Indeed, as the boy had stated, clusters of glowing blue fireflies gathered together, making their way toward a dark cave in the mountainside, approximately 1 meter in radius. Amu, why did our fireflies fly into the cave? Could it be that there's a firefly princess inside? The girl's face radiated with the pure whimsical fantasies of youth. The young lad walked ahead of the young maiden, both peering into the cave's entrance, where swarms of fireflies fluttered in and out above them. The boy's curiosity and playful spirit surged, and he tugged the girl into the cave. Bathed in the dim light of dusk, they could see only a space of about a foot within. Beyond that lay an impenetrable darkness. Suddenly, the girl let out a piercing scream, clutching tightly to the boy's garment, directing him to gaze upwards at the cave's ceiling. Confused, the boy looked up, and a shiver ran down his spine as he beheld flickering red lights amid the inky blackness, resembling stars glowing against a dark veil. In a moment of reckless bravado, he picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the crimson dot above. Instantly, the red light intensified, and a dark mass emitted an eerie sound, hurtling down towards the two of them. The faint moonlight filtered through the branches, casting rippling patterns upon the ground. Two young men, shoulder to shoulder, staggered unsteadily along a narrow path through the woods, the stench of alcohol emanating from them so pungent it was nauseating. I say, blood brother. Do you even speak with any sense? Are you really going to come into a fortune tomorrow? Asked the smaller, more slender young man, his eyes glazed with intoxication, his tongue stumbling over the words. Of course, just trust me, my blood brother promises there will be money. And it will keep coming in, the taller young man with a slight mustache replied, laughing with confidence. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept past them, raising goosebumps on their skin. Humph, you coward, there are no such things as ghosts in this world, just tricks to scare children into silence. The mustachioed young man scoffed, patting the smaller man's shoulder. It's not just a trick, it's real. I've heard the villagers speak of a legend about a bloodthirsty demon that descends upon our village on nights of the full moon. Seeking blood to drink, human blood or animal blood, it drains it completely in an instant, the smaller young man insisted earnestly. What you're describing sounds like a vampire from the movies, Xiao Wan. You must have watched too many Western horror films. There is no such thing as vampires in this world, the young man with the mustache mocked, yet, as he glanced at his companion, he noticed the smaller man's face had turned an ashen hue. His body trembling uncontrollably, eyes wide with terror, fixed on something ahead. What are you staring at? The mustachioed young man turned to follow the line of his gaze, but upon seeing what lay before them, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. What are you? Are you human or a ghost? A harrowing scream echoed through the woods, and then silence ensued. The prologue of the Forensic Supernatural Chronicles is currently being typed. Please hold on for a moment. After the content is updated, kindly refresh the page to obtain the latest version. The full text of the Forensic Supernatural Chronicles is updated on the website. What? You inquire about my identity? Ahem, after having read 3 volumes of the story, you still fail to recognize me, the magnificent protagonist, an embodiment of wisdom and chivalry, an angel intertwined with a devil, oh dear. Who hurled a rotten tomato at me? Though I may be ordinary, does that mean I lack the right to indulge in fantasies? This is utterly outrageous. Alright, I digress, due to the author's reckless misdeeds. His manuscript is currently on hold, and it is likely that he is now curled up under the covers, suffering from a bout of writer's block. Therefore, this tale shall be narrated by me, Ling Fan. Although I am naturally tone-deaf and seldom in tune while singing, I kindly ask for your patience. On a peculiar road, a strange vehicle traverses, yet the occupants within are not odd. Seated inside are myself and my stunning partner, Zhu Tianyu. As the protagonist, I generally prefer to be a passenger. Driving is a laborious task I shun, firstly, because I am utterly incapable of operating a vehicle, and secondly, as a famous saying goes, protagonists ride while supporting characters drive. However, I am compelled to abandon my steadfast principle today, as the fierce Tianyu, for reasons unknown, insists on forcing me to learn to drive. If you were to witness the vigorous swaying of my car's rear, you would understand that I am indeed a car enthusiast. Tianyu and I bicker incessantly within the vehicle. She constantly points out my numerous mistakes, reminding me to shift gears, pay attention to the brakes, check the rear-view mirror, and maintain a proper grip on the steering wheel. In essence, she inundates me with an array of perplexing instructions. Thus, we continue our noisy quarrel while navigating the road in a rather erratic manner. A kind-hearted driver even approached to inquire if I was being robbed by a villainous woman and whether I needed to call the police. Enraged, Tianyu retaliated by punching the well-meaning driver out of the car, not forgetting to deliver a kick to me as well. Amidst our commotion, as we continued our drive, an unfortunate realization dawned upon me. I had lost my way. I turned to Tianyu, asking if she recognized our location, but she merely glanced around, equally bewildered. To my dismay, the scenery before me was entirely unfamiliar. I recalled that we had chosen a relatively deserted road in Qingshan City, yet somehow, we had ended up on a bumpy dirt path, with wildflowers exuding a delicate fragrance growing alongside. Ahead lay a small village shrouded in thick grey smoke rising into the sky, as if something were being burned. Perhaps a picnic was underway. My stomach grumbled at the thought of a meal, and Tianyu, too, absent-mindedly touched her flat abdomen, pouting slightly. Interestingly, Tianyu had opted not to wear her usual camouflage attire today. Instead, she donned a beige blouse paired with blue jeans. Were it not for her companionship, I might have mistaken her for a celebrity descended from the heavens, landing right upon my starved self. Her dark, curly hair was casually tied at the back, with tendrils dancing by her ears, while her voluptuous figure was accentuated by the snug fit of her jeans, radiating the essence of feminine beauty in all its splendor. Vile scoundrel, what are you staring at? Keep looking and I shall gouge out your eyes. Upon discovering that I was peering at her, Tianyu's previously famished expression transformed into one of fierce intensity. Habitually, she reached behind her, only to realize that she was clad in denim today. If she were to tuck a firearm into her petite, shapely back pocket, it would surely mar the scene. I was gazing at the village ahead. Since we were lost, why not explore the village? Perhaps they were engaged in a picnic, and we might encounter benevolent souls who would offer us a morsel of meat. I found myself lost in reverie, saliva nearly escaping my lips. There are but 2 things that can evoke such a reaction from me: beauty and delectable food. Why do you hesitate? Step on the gas. Tianyu pressed the accelerator, and before I could react, the vehicle darted down the narrow dirt path towards the village. Good heavens, they say that journeying with a beautiful woman is a great fortune in life. Yet I felt quite the contrary. Tianyu was the epitome of an angelic visage coupled with a devilish temperament. It seemed I had truly burned incense in my past life to have survived thus far. Our oddly modified jeep surged forward at an unimaginable pace along a perplexing route, soon bringing us to the center of the village, where smoke wafted into the air. At that moment, a torch-bearing figure appeared before us. People. Someone. Get out of the way, I shouted, extending my head out of the window towards the middle-aged man clutching the torch. Tianyu slammed on the brakes, gripping the steering wheel tightly. The torchbearer, upon seeing a beastly jeep charging towards him, turned pale and, with a cry, discarded his torch and rolled aside. With a resounding crash, the jeep collided with a pile of corn husks. Thankfully, we were both buckled up and unharmed, though my stomach felt as though a monkey were stirring within it, causing considerable discomfort. Looking at Tianyu, her complexion mirrored my own, suggesting she too housed a restless creature within her. However, she was certainly no ordinary pest. The startled villagers scattered at the sight of our rampaging jeep, only gathering cautiously as the vehicle came to a standstill against the corn pile. Some brandished shovels, others wielded wooden clubs, and a few brandished rakes used for swine herding. Good heavens, truly, they must think us monsters. "Come out, who are you? How dare you intrude upon our village and disrupt our ceremony?" The villagers encircled the jeep, striking it with their makeshift weapons, creating a cacophony of sound. The vehicle belonged to the community, so they showed no concern for its condition, yet I felt a pang of distress at being surrounded by so many. I had no desire to be beaten into a pulp by the villagers, so I reached into my pocket for my protective talisman and police badge, but to my dismay, I had forgotten them. I then placed my hopes of survival upon Tianyu, observing her delicate attire and graceful figure, along with her bewildered expression. My last flicker of hope was extinguished mercilessly. "Come out, you scoundrels, you are clearly no good," shouted a robust young man, brandishing a wooden stick as he struck the window of my vehicle. Tianyu wore an expression of ease, her shoulders slightly shrugged, and a smile gracing her face as she gazed at me. Good heavens, such a beauty is bound to be the center of attention wherever she goes. I can only imagine that several young men from the nearby villages have already taken a liking to her. As for someone like me, a mere struggling fellow, I can only expect to face disdain wherever I turn. Nevertheless, I must devise a plan to escape. Observing the anger etched on the faces of the crowd, it seems this village is not as amiable as it appears. Glancing sideways, I noticed a platform constructed of firewood, upon which lay a still figure. A wave of uncertainty washed over me. Could they be conducting a cremation? When Tianyu and I crashed our vehicle into this unfamiliar village, we discovered that the locals were not particularly welcoming, and it appeared they were in the midst of burning a deceased individual. Our arrival had inadvertently interrupted their solemn ritual, inciting the villagers' ire, and they began to brandish their weapons in our direction. Goodness, I had forgotten to bring my police identification, and Tianyu had neglected to do so as well. What a day of misfortune. "Get out of the car, quickly, get out." Several robust young men yanked at my door handle, attempting to drag me from the vehicle. I was not foolish enough to comply, so I clutched the door lock tightly. However, Tianyu's subsequent action rendered my efforts futile. With a soft click, she swung the door open and leaped out. Such a fresh and radiant young woman amidst the villagers truly created a captivating scene. The villagers, witnessing a young lady clad in a soft beige blouse and blue jeans emerge from the car, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, striving to see her more clearly. The men who had been grappling with me were equally captivated by Tianyu's presence. Where were the village maidens to come to my rescue? With a sharp crack, a small tree, roughly the thickness of a bowl, was severed in two by a swift kick from Tianyu, collapsing behind her with a resounding thud. The villagers recoiled in fear, having failed to comprehend how she had executed such a swift maneuver. It was as if the tree had been effortlessly felled before their very eyes. I too was taken aback by Tianyu's display of strength. I had only ever heard from Sister Jin about how powerful her kicks could be. I had experienced them before, but never with such ferocity. Clearly she had shown restraint, otherwise I might have ended up like that small tree. Seeing Tianyu assert her dominance before the trees, I hastily leaped from my seat beside her and stood tall, addressing the villagers with an authoritative tone. "Dear villagers, we are not villains. We hail from the Qingshan City Police Department, here to assist you in overcoming difficulties to combat the issue of counterfeit CDs. My words began to stray further from coherence, and I found myself at a loss for what I was saying. Tianyu, from behind, delivered a sharp kick to my calf, yet I remained undeterred, maintaining the fervor with which our leader typically instructed us. "What is he saying? Why can't I understand him?" "Don't interrupt, this is a leader. Someone from the city. Don't you see the police license plates on the car? What a wonderful speech. Do go on." After much deliberation, I found myself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend a single word. Yet, an elderly gentleman approached me, bowing slightly and hastily exclaiming, "It is indeed a leader from the city. We, the villagers, are to blame for our limited understanding and have startled you. Please do forgive us. I am the village chief." Chen Laosher. Despite his name suggesting honesty, his appearance betrays a rather untrustworthy demeanor. He appears to be in his 60s, with eyes that dart restlessly and hands that perpetually fidget. IT matters not, I merely came to observe the villagers, I replied, maintaining my facade of authority. By the way, what are you all doing? Is there someone lying atop the firewood? Chen Laosher sighed heavily, responding slowly, "This matter cannot be succinctly explained. Ultimately, we are victims of a vampire's mischief." What? A vampire? I could scarcely believe my ears. This phrase belonged solely to the realm of cinema, yet here it was uttered in earnest, when Tianyu saw the bite marks and the 2 puncture wounds on the corpse's neck. She too was taken aback, fearfully inquiring, "Could it truly be that a vampire has committed this murder?" I neither shook my head nor nodded, for the manner of the deceased's demise was exceedingly strange. Setting aside the bite marks, the multitude of tiny puncture-like wounds on his body left me utterly perplexed. Just as I pondered this enigma, the man who had narrowly escaped being struck by the jeep was once again brandishing a torch. Intent on incinerating the body, I quickly intervened, informing him that this was likely a murder case, not the work of some supernatural entity. I care not for your status, this is a person slain by a vampire. If we do not burn him, he too shall rise as one, and the entire village will be at risk. The man forcefully broke free from my grasp, hurling the torch forward. Amu, cease your antics. Since the leader forbids it, we must heed their wishes, Chen Lasher interjected, his expression one of resignation. Father, we must eliminate this individual, otherwise, he too will transform into a vampire. Have you forgotten about Feng Feng? The man seemed undeterred in his resolve to incinerate the corpse. Burn him, burn him, burn him! The surrounding villagers shouted, brandishing their makeshift weapons in a frenzy. In that moment, as I drew Tianyu into my embrace, I was unprepared for the unexpected softness of her body. The delicate curve of her back pressed against my chest through her thin garment, accompanied by the unique fragrance of youth, sent my thoughts spiraling. Just as I began to entertain these musings, a sudden and excruciating pain shot through my foot as if it had been struck by a hammer. Stars danced before my eyes just then, as Tianyu was about to confront the villagers insisting on the corpse's cremation. I instinctively held her back to prevent her from making a grave mistake. Little did I know, being a good Samaritan painful though it may be, one must embrace what needs to be embraced. I leaned in close to her delicate ear, resisting the enchanting fragrance of her youthful hair, and whispered gently, Tianyu, it is unwise to provoke the wrath of the masses. I have seen all that needs to be seen. Even if we were to investigate, it is unlikely we would uncover anything significant. We must gather information from the villagers later, and it is imperative that we do not create any discord with them. Observing this situation, I could only sigh softly. The villagers possessed a woefully inadequate understanding of human anatomy. The phenomenon of corpses sitting up or bending during cremation is merely a result of the rapid contraction of muscles and tendons, not some resurrection of the dead. Yet, I found myself unable to elucidate this to them, and even if I could, it would be a challenge to convey effectively. Chen village head, may we visit your home shortly? I wish to hear the legends of vampires that circulate in our village. I addressed Chen Lasher. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded, his expression tinged with fear as he replied, well, I suppose so. Though I truly wish not to revisit this matter, since the leader wishes to know, I shall recount it once more. Chen Lasher's residence is likely the most opulent in the village, a two-story building adorned with decorations rich in traditional Chinese aesthetics, featuring grand armchairs and intricately carved doors and windows. While it may lack the steel and concrete of a bustling metropolis, it exudes a unique charm. We settled in the living room on the first floor, where Chen Lasher's son, Chen Mu, the very man insistent on cremating the corpse, sat slumped on the sofa, his gaze fixated vacantly on the ceiling, his face a portrait of sorrow. Chen Lasher glanced at his son and sighed heavily, stating, though our village is somewhat isolated, we are largely self-sufficient. Aside from essential items like medicine that must be sourced externally, we can provide for ourselves, and the villagers lead relatively prosperous lives. However, those peaceful days were but 15 years ago, when the legend of the vampire suddenly emerged. My son, Chen Mu, and his childhood companion, Feng Feng, were the first to discover the vampire. What do you mean by a fruitless endeavor? Have you not even seen its shadow? I inquired, bewildered. What, village head, are you suggesting there are eyewitnesses? Someone actually saw the vampire? I pressed eagerly, for if there were witnesses, matters would surely be more manageable. Long fangs, I mused, lowering my gaze in contemplation, then turned to Chen Lasher, asking, could it be that some primate is lurking in the mountains, perhaps a monkey or something similar? Not at all. Behind our village lies but a small hill, with a forest at its base. A few years ago, we cleared some land halfway up to cultivate vegetables. Our ancestors have lived on this mountain for generations. We know its wildlife intimately. Aside from the smaller creatures, there are no larger primates to speak of. Chen Lasher replied, his words dismantled my suspicions. What I initially thought might be a primate causing the disturbances now seemed nearly impossible. Yet, what other creature could leave such humanoid bite marks? I sank deeper into the sofa, lost in thought. It must be a ghost, a veritable flesh and blood vampire. Amidst the casual banter on the sofa, Chen Mu suddenly interjected with a statement that caught my attention. He glanced at me and remarked, Jingguan claimed to have encountered a female ghost with fangs. A portion of her facial skin had already begun to decay, particularly around her lips and the area near her ears. Upon hearing Chen Lasher mention that there were no primates in the mountains behind the village, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. However, Chen Mu's subsequent words rekindled my interest immediately. Are you implying that Jingguan has actually seen that vampire? I inquired. Indeed, that is what Jingguan asserted. He even bore scratches from the vampire, though he was terribly frightened. Last night, a doctor administered a sedative, so he should be waking up now, Chen Mu said, glancing at his wristwatch. And you, were you not the first person to witness the vampire? I asked with curiosity. Indeed, I was the first to discover the vampire, yet I did not behold its form, for I was utterly terrified. All I saw was a shadowy figure lunging at Feng Feng's neck. It was already dark, and I could not discern what it was, so I turned and fled to summon help from the village. Little did I expect that when my father and I returned to find Fong Fong, she had already at this point. Chen Mu's voice faltered, choked with emotion as he covered his face with his hands, overwhelmed by regret for abandoning Fong Fong in her moment of need. I was at a loss for words. Merely placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. In truth, it was not entirely his fault. He had been just a teenager at the time, and it was commendable that he had the presence of mind to go down the mountain to find his father. Village chief, I wish to visit Jingwen now. Could you take me? I proposed, sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the living room. I decided it prudent to see the eyewitness, hoping to uncover some useful leads. Very well, he is currently at our village clinic. Last night was quite chaotic. Several people could not restrain him as he kept shouting about vampires. The vampire has drained the blood, the vampire has blood-stained teeth, Chen Laosher explained. On our way to the clinic, I discussed the village's situation with Chen Laosher. The village, known as Fushan Village, may have had a somewhat archaic way of life, yet the residents were largely self-sufficient, needing little from the outside world apart from essential supplies, and their lives were relatively peaceful. After navigating a few village paths, we arrived at a white clinic situated beside the road, marked by a wooden sign featuring a cross and the words Fushan Clinic inscribed in bold letters. As we approached the entrance, a young male doctor wearing glasses emerged, carefully assisting an elderly woman down the steps. Madam, please be careful. Do not remove your clothes carelessly. The young doctor smiled as he addressed the old lady. Once she had walked away, the young physician noticed us and exclaimed, "Isn't this the village chief? How may I assist you today? By the way, how is your leg feeling?" Shawan, the medicine you provided was indeed effective. My leg is perfectly fine now. And by the way, allow me to introduce you to this leader from the city, Chen Laosher replied. Chen Laosher cautiously pulled me over and introduced me to the young doctor. Not a leader, you must be just in your early 20s, right? The doctor, true to his profession, possessed an exceptional ability to assess not only ailments but also the essence of individuals, instantly discerning my youthfulness, which starkly contrasted with the perception of antiquity held by many. Embarrassed, I clarified to the doctor and the village chief that I had merely referred to myself as a leader to ease the villagers' emotions. In reality, I was a temporary officer from the municipal police department, while the young woman beside me was a full-fledged officer. What, you are from the Municipal Public Security Bureau? Upon hearing that Tianyu and I were police officers, disbelief etched itself on the faces of both the village chief and the young male doctor. Surprising, isn't it? In truth, I am merely a high school student who inexplicably became a temporary investigator at the police station. I chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of my head, then turned to the young doctor and asked, "By the way, you haven't introduced yourself yet." "Oh, I apologize, I am Xuan, a graduate of Qingshan City Medical College." The young doctor replied with a smile, "Qingshan City Medical College." Suddenly, I recalled the half-faced ghost case that had occurred at his alma mater not long ago. Might I inquire about the name of this lovely young lady? Xuan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the beautiful Chu Tianyu. Perhaps flattered by his compliment, Tianyu appeared delighted and replied, "Hello, my name is Chu Tianyu." Heavens above, I couldn't believe my eyes. Today was the first time I had seen Tianyu smile, and her smile was as angelic as it was beautiful, making her seem like a completely different person compared to when she was with me. Life is indeed unfair, one cannot compare individuals. Just moments ago, my fondness for Xuan had increased, but the instant Tianyu smiled at him, he had been relegated to my blacklist. Xuan, however, seemed oblivious to my shifting emotions, still wearing a cheerful smile as he led us to the innermost room of the clinic. Although referred to as a clinic, its layout resembled that of a small hospital. Indeed, though small, it was fully equipped. Xuan brought us to the door of the innermost room and remarked, "Jingguan is inside. He was administered a sedative last night and has just recently awakened. His emotions are relatively stable, so please exercise caution while questioning him to avoid overstimulating him." With that, he provided some additional information before heading back to the front office to attend to his duties. Tianyu, the village chief, and I exchanged glances before gently pushing the door open and stepping inside. There, on a pristine white hospital bed, lay a slender young man, roughly my age though his complexion was somewhat pale. One arm was wrapped in bandages, while the other was suspended with an foredrip. "Hello, my name is Ling Fan, and I am a police officer. I am here to inquire about your situation with Shualiang from last night. Are you able to assist us with our investigation?" I asked softly. When Jingguan heard that I was here to investigate the events of last night, I sensed a shiver coursing through his body. Despite it being concealed beneath the covers, however, his expression quickly returned to normal as he replied, "It's nothing, I'm fine." Yet, the moment I laid eyes upon that creature, I truly felt as if my heart was about to leap from my chest. You must have seen some films about vampires. That female specter resembled a vampire straight out of the movies. No, she was even more vampiric than those depicted on screen. Jingwen's words sent a chill down my spine. Though he appeared emotionally stable, devoid of any signs of madness, if what he said was indeed true, then vampires truly exist. Moreover, judging by the wounds on Shualiang and the tales that abound, it seems there exists a creature almost human lurking within this small village. Could you recount the events of last night once more? I inquired. While this matter seemed to suggest a genuine vampire at play, you might be unaware that many cases, which appear to be the work of specters, often have human greed lurking behind them. I sat upon a small chair beside the bed, smiling as I added, thus, this case is no exception, so I kindly ask you to share the details of last night without omission. Jingwen's pale visage twisted into a faint grimace as he replied, regardless of whether it is a ghost or a human, I have no desire to behold it. The reason I am recounting last night's events to you is that I am utterly terrified and require someone to share in this fear. The events of last night began with Xu Eliang's phone call. You may know that within the entirety of Fushan Village, Xu Eliang and I share a close bond. Both of us are somewhat unorthodox in our professions, often dreaming of striking it rich overnight, yet dreams remain dreams, forever out of reach of us. We frequently gathered at the local eatery to discuss ways to amass wealth. Just yesterday evening, I unexpectedly received a call from Xu Eliang, who proclaimed that he was on the verge of acquiring a substantial sum of money, which would continuously flow in. He urged me to hurry to our usual haunt for a gathering. I interrupted Jingwen, asking, do you have any idea what method Xu Eliang was referring to for making this fortune? Jingwen responded with a wry smile, how could I possibly know? Xu Eliang did not divulge any specifics, merely stating that I would understand once the money was in hand. And what transpired thereafter? Did anything occur after you both had drinks at the eatery? I probed further. In truth, nothing remarkable transpired at the restaurant. We merely engaged in a round of boastful exchanges about the pursuits we wished to undertake once we had amassed wealth. Unbeknownst to us, the hour had slipped into the late evening. Well past 10 o'clock, after settling the bill, we leaned on each other for support as we made our way home. Our route took us through a small grove of trees, and just as we were about to exit the thicket, a figure clad in white suddenly leaned against a tree ahead of us. Summoning our courage, we inquired as to her identity, but when she turned her face towards us, the fog of inebriation dissipated in an instant. What I beheld was an indescribably horrifying visage akin to that of a vampire from the silver screen. The creatures depicted in films paled in comparison to the ghastly countenance before me. Her complexion was ashen, resembling a layer of white ash, her eyes bulging outward, and the flesh of her nose and ears grotesquely decayed, revealing stark white bone beneath. Most terrifying of all were her teeth. Long fangs protruded at either end, stained with dark, congealed blood. At this juncture, Jingwen's body trembled involuntarily, his pallor deepening, and even his nostrils quivered slightly, indicating he was indeed profoundly shaken. And then what happened? You were two individuals, did you not flee? I inquired, puzzled. It is easy to speak of such matters now, but at that moment, both Xu Eliang and I were so paralyzed by fear that capturing ghosts, just the two of us, surely you jest. Perhaps this time there truly exists a vampire, I chuckled. Yet before anything else, I wish to visit the grove where Xu Liang met his unfortunate fate last night, hoping to unearth some valuable clues. No way, aren't you the one who doesn't believe in ghosts? Tianyu inquired with a look of incredulity. Well, let's set that aside for now. By the way, could you get in touch with Lao Gu and the others? I believe there should be signal here. I retrieved my phone and dialed the headquarters. As I spoke with Jingwen about the events of the previous night, I once again confirmed from his lips that there indeed existed a blood-sucking vampire in Fushan Village. However, I remained reluctant to accept this notion. Upon my persistent inquiries, I learned that before Xu Liang's demise, he had confided in Jingwen about a scheme to earn a considerable sum of money, revealing that one of his motivations for amassing wealth was to reunite with his wife, Zheng Zhuzhu. Thus, Tianyu and I resolved to investigate Zheng Zhuzhu's residence, but before that, I needed to visit the small grove where the crime had occurred and inform the headquarters to apprise them of the situation here. Ling, where have you and Tianyu run off to? Don't tell me you two eloped. The moment the call connected, Guru Feng's boisterous voice echoed from the other end, nonsensical and bewildering. I would indeed entertain the thought of eloping with Tianyu, but I must first possess the means to do so. I chuckled. Unexpectedly, I was met with two piercing gazes from Tianyu, prompting me to adopt a more serious demeanor. Right, Lao Gu, I am currently in Fushan Village, Xingshan City, where a murder has transpired. I am in the midst of an investigation. Please notify Xanyan and Jinjie to assist in looking into the circumstances surrounding Fushan Village, and discreetly dispatch personnel to the village. I sense that the situation here is rather intricate. Fushan Village, how on earth did you end up there? Guru Feng asked, perplexed. I am not entirely sure. Tianyu was teaching me to drive, and somehow I found myself in this peculiar location. Quite incredible, isn't it? I replied with an embarrassed laugh. Ling, stop chuckling foolishly. I must inform you that Fushan Village is steeped in a vampire legend. I have visited there and witnessed the aftermath of livestock and poultry with their throats bitten open by a vampire. Guru Feng spoke gravely over the phone. Lao Gu, you can't be joking with me. How did you come to be there? I pondered his assertion about the existence of a vampire with skepticism. After all, he is an expert in such matters. If even he claims that a vampire lurks in this village, it may well be true. One cannot convey everything over the phone. Yet 5 years ago, I had ventured into that small village with the intent of ghost hunting for a quick profit. Who would have thought that there truly existed a vampire there? Although I never encountered it personally, the corpses of the livestock scattered across the ground assured me that no ordinary animal was responsible for their demise. If anything did it, it must have been a vampire. Guru Feng spoke earnestly on the line. It appeared that the situation was indeed more complex than I had imagined, so after a brief conversation with Guru Feng, I ended the call. And Tian Yu and I hurried to the grove where the murder had occurred. The footprints in the forest are simply countless, and I had hoped to find some clues from them. However, the sight before me, this mess trampled by the villagers, fills me with a sense of tragedy. Since there is nothing to be discovered in the grove, I must make my way to the home of Zheng Zhuzhu to gather information. Zheng Zhuzhu's residence in Fushan village can be considered of average standing. Though it lacks the opulence of the village head Alushi's home, it is nonetheless clean and orderly. The woman who appeared before us, Zheng Zhuzhu, appears to be around 25 years of age. Time has left little mark on her lovely face, yet her large eyes are now red, as if she has been weeping upon learning that we are police officers investigating Shuiliang's circumstances before his demise. She invites us to take a seat in the living room. My name is Zheng Zhuzhu, but you may call me Zhuzhu. Please feel free to ask me anything, as long as it helps to capture the vampire who caused Shuiliang's death. I am willing to do whatever it takes. Despite her apparent fragility, the red-eyed Zheng Zhuzhu exudes a decisive and resolute demeanor. I find myself admiring such women, although they may seem delicate at first glance. They possess an unimaginable calmness and determination in crucial moments, qualities that many cannot emulate. I am Chu Tianyu. You can simply call me Tianyu. It seems that Chu Tianyu has taken a liking to this young woman and initiates a conversation with her. Zheng Zhuzhu scrutinizes Chu Tianyu from head to toe, then smiles at me, saying, "Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. You must cherish her well and not follow Shuiliang's example, and please do not fall into any bad habits. Especially don't resort to violence against your wife." As Zheng Zhuzhu speaks to me, her eyes, though smiling, reveal a profound sorrow. "What, did he often hit you when you were with Shuiliang? I sense there may be issues of domestic violence intertwined between Shuiliang and Zhuzhu." Zheng Zhuzhu shakes her head with a smile and replies, "He was not like that. He only changed after falling into bad habits. Normally, he was very gentle and treated me well, always sharing his food with me. But once he got drunk, it was as if he transformed into a different person. How can you judge all men by just a few? Not all crows in the world are black. There are also pure ones like me." Coughing lightly to divert the topic, I quickly ask Zhuzhu, "Did Shuiliang come to see you before the incident? Did he mention any way to earn a lot of money?" This question weighs heavily on my mind, as I instinctively feel it could be the key thread unraveling the entire case. Zheng Zhuzhu shakes her head, saying, "No, he never discussed his matters with me. He bore everything alone, which is precisely why I decided to divorce him." Hearing her words, I am plunged once more into the depths of disappointment, realizing that I may find no useful clues from Zheng Zhuzhu. Sensing my disheartened expression, she ponders for a moment and says, "I do know something about Shuiliang's situation, though I am hesitant to share it with you." In that moment, I felt as if I had stumbled upon a pitch-black firefly in the vast, enveloping night, and urgently inquired, "Zhuzhu, what exactly is going on?" Zheng Zhuzhu suddenly lowered her head, pressing her thin lips tightly together, her hands incessantly rubbing the hem of her clothing. Finally, as if she had made a monumental decision, she raised her gaze to meet mine and said, "Shuiliang has taken drugs." "What, drugs?" The mere mention of such a word filled me with disbelief. I exchanged a glance with Tianyu. Drug use is no trivial matter. I looked at Zheng Zhuzhu with a serious expression and asked Zhuzhu, "How do you know that Shuiliang is using drugs? Do you even know what a drug user looks like?" Upon hearing Zhuzhu describe Shuiliang's symptoms, I began to suspect that he might indeed have succumbed to an addiction, likely to heroin, and if we were to consider its name before refinement, I was certain it would not be unfamiliar to anyone: opium. The thought of Shuiliang being a drug user struck me as bizarre. It seemed implausible. In Qingshan City, efforts to combat drug trafficking are quite stringent, making it difficult for narcotics to infiltrate from outside. If Shuiliang had been using drugs for a year, then the quantity consumed must be considerable. How could such a large amount of drugs possibly enter Fushan village? Could it be that Shuiliang's claim of earning a fortune was merely a guise for assisting drug traffickers in transporting narcotics? If so, his assertion of making big money might not be entirely unfounded. Damn it, the situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. Investigating the vampire had led not only to revelations of domestic violence but also to the entanglement of a drug trafficking ring. I felt as though I were ensnared in a vast web, entangled by strands that I could not seem to unravel. Do you know where he obtains his drugs? I inquired. Zheng Zhuzhu shook her head, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, and replied, "He has never been willing to share that information with me. However, I do know he has a friend named Jingwen. The two of them often frequent a card room in the village, sometimes staying there for several days on end." Upon hearing that Shuiliang and Jingwen frequently visited the village card room, my interest was piqued. It was not unheard of for such establishments to serve as venues for illicit transactions. After bidding farewell to Zheng Zhuzhu, Tianyu and I set off in search of the card room based on the address provided by her. As we approached the entrance, a cacophony of mixed odors, of food, Smoke and various unpleasant scents assaulted us, nearly forcing us back. Gasping for air, Tanya struggled to breathe, her eyes welling with tears from the stench. "What is that smell?" she exclaimed, pouting. "Ha, that's the scent of life, what one might call the essence of masculinity." I barely finished my sentence before Tanya kicked me. "Exasperated essence of masculinity, with that smell, who would ever want to marry you?" I refused to step inside. "You go in by yourself." With that, she dashed off to a nearby convenience store to buy a pack of gum. This scent is merely trivial to me. I have endured far more potent odors, such as the stench of decay, which far surpasses this. Once again, I leaned my head into the gaming room, glancing around, only to find my view obstructed by a folding screen at the entrance, rendering everything within invisible. All I could discern was the acrid scent of cheap cigarettes wafting out, accompanied by the rhythmic clattering of mahjong tiles on the table. I reached into my pocket and, to my dismay, discovered 3 crisp red notes nestled within. Typically, I had only heard the boss and Shen, the manager, speak of the game. I had never participated myself. I pondered whether the boss would reimburse me if I lost all my money. After all, this was for work purposes. What the hell, I thought, I might as well gamble. Perhaps fortune would favor me today, allowing me to double my stake. With a chuckle, I envisioned myself negotiating with the boss later on. As I stepped into the card room, one of the players at a nearby table greeted me. "Hey, mate, if you're alone, come join us. We're 1 player short." Upon observing the 3 individuals at the table, I noted they appeared to be ne'er-do-wells, seasoned players adept at swindling novices like myself. Yet, I considered myself no longer a novice. Under the boss's careful tutelage, I had acquired some skill, albeit without practical experience until now. Alas, what a stroke of bad luck to arrive in the village only to encounter a corpse. Feigning nonchalance, I lamented the state of my finances. "You mean Shui Liang, right? Ha, that guy had quite the misfortune. Just yesterday, he lost a handful of red notes here and stormed out." One youth with a cigarette hanging from his lips chuckled. "Yes, that's so. He still owes me money," I exclaimed, feigning concern. "Now how will I collect?" I fabricated a tale. "Ha, you lent him money too. You look like someone here to collect a debt. If you knew what he was doing with that cash, you'd never lend him a dime." Another youth with dyed blonde hair sneered. The threads of information began to unravel, yet I maintained an air of casual curiosity, inquiring, "What on earth is he using that money for? Not to chase after women?" "I hope, if it were for that, it would be a different story." The third youth, sporting small eyes, glanced around conspiratorially before whispering, "That lad is into opium. He is using the money to buy drugs." "Opium? Surely not. Where could one find such substances here? If there were, I'd be interested as well." "You must be pulling my leg," I replied, feigning disbelief with a jest. The small-eyed youth, sensing my skepticism, grew irate. "Who is pulling your leg? If you genuinely want some, you can ask the owner of this gaming room for it, but he won't sell to outsiders like you, only to those he knows." Feigning indifference, I slipped the red notes into my wallet, checked the time on my phone, and remarked, "Gentlemen, it's getting late, and I have matters to attend to. Let us reconvene another day for a game. Farewell." With that, I pushed back my chair and made my way towards the exit. As I walked past the bar, I noticed a middle-aged man with a distinctive handlebar mustache staring intently at me. He then tilted his gaze towards a youth with small eyes, as if to signal that the bait had been taken. "It's you. Do you need something?" I brushed aside his hand as he attempted to grab my arm. I have an aversion to being pulled, as my arm should only be held by a girl, though, to this day, not one has ever taken it. Damn it, I can't let this scoundrel ruin my chances of having a maiden to hold onto. The small-eyed youth lowered his head and chuckled. "Brother, didn't you just mention wanting to buy something? Lucky for you, I happen to have some stock on hand. If you're truly interested, I can offer you a discount." "What do you say, really?" I feigned surprise as I asked. No doubt about it. This is a direct instruction from our boss. However, the boss has a rule. Transactions can only take place at 8 in the evening. "So please meet me at the grove behind the village then," the small-eyed youth replied with a smirk. "The grove behind the village?" I inquired, perplexed. "That's where someone just died. Do you really dare to go there?" What is there to fear? Precisely because someone died there, few venture into that area, ensuring we won't be caught. It's beneficial for both of us, wouldn't you agree? He was right, I hadn't anticipated their cleverness. "Alright then, I will await your boss at the grove at 8 this evening. Tell him that if he doesn't come in person, the deal is off." After uttering this statement, I tossed a red bill from my wallet to him. An act that felt as painful as casting away one's own child. Earning money is hard, but losing it is even harder. As I made my way to the game room, I chanced upon Tianyu in a heated argument with a fruit vendor. Her rosy cheeks had turned an even deeper shade, making her all the more adorable. I had intended to admire her for a moment longer, but alas, she caught sight of me emerging and promptly waved. Exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Hurry over here." I let out a heavy sigh. When will this girl ever show me a bit of tenderness? I hurried over to her side and asked, "What's the matter? Why is your face so flushed? Have you been pilfering apples without paying? You're the one who has been stealing apples. Quick, hand over some money." I ate a few of their apples, but I don't have any cash on me. As she spoke, her face grew even redder, rivaling the hue of the apples. "You've committed apple theft." "I haven't brought any money either." I nervously clutched my pocket. "Stop pretending. When you arrived, I saw you with a wallet. And it has 3 red bills inside, Tianyu declared, swiftly retrieving my wallet from my pocket. Upon opening it, she was met with a sea of red bills. With a flourish, she tossed a 20 to the fruit vendor. Then extracted 8 red bills, tucking them into the back pocket of her jeans, leaving just 1 red bill in my wallet. Humph, I didn't expect you to have yet to learn the art of gambling. Anything you win is subject to my unconditional confiscation, and you owe a fine of 200. Consider this a lesson. With that, Tianyu strode away, her demeanor as bold as ever, gazing at the deflated wallet in my hand. Resembling little more than a mere piece of paper, I found myself utterly speechless. According to the law, forcibly seizing someone's belongings without their consent ought to be classified as robbery, and I felt an overwhelming impulse to call the police. Hey, why are you just standing there? Surely you don't intend to call the police, do you? Tianyu suddenly turned around, regarding me with a cold smirk, her expression akin to a wildflower blooming amidst snow and ice. This simile may seem rather awkward, yet it encapsulated the essence of Tianyu's smile. Damn it, huh? Not at all. I was merely contemplating how to spend the evening. How about we check into a hotel? At a loss for words, I realized the implications of my statement were far from appropriate. Almost immediately, I sensed 2 piercing gazes directed at me, prompting me to hastily change the subject. Tianyu, I've already contacted that individual for tonight. We're set to meet in the small woods for a transaction. Would you care to join? Why wouldn't I? I cannot miss such a rare opportunity. I want to see what a drug dealer looks like. I wonder if he will be as sleazy as you. Tianyu replied with a hint of irritation, before turning on her heel and stepping into a tighty and a sleazy. Am I really sleazy? Surely not. How could a person of both intellect and chivalry like myself be deemed so? I resolved to clarify this with her, and thus followed Tianyu into the inn. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was nearly 8 in the evening. Cautiously, Tianyu and I made our way toward the small woods at the edge of the village. For reasons unbeknownst to me, the wind tonight was particularly frigid, and Tianyu had only donned a thin blouse. As a gust of night air swept by, she shivered, wrapping her arms around herself. I sighed. After all, she was a girl. I removed my outer coat and draped it over her shoulders, then strode ahead. I certainly did not wish to face her rejection. For a man to offer his coat to a woman, the greatest fear is her refusal. The only remedy to dispel such awkwardness is to place the coat on her shoulders and then walk away briskly. Before long, the small woods loomed before us, exuding an eerie atmosphere beneath the vast moonlight. A blood-curdling scream pierced the night, shattering the silence. This is bad. Tianyu and I exchanged alarmed glances before rushing toward the source of the horrifying cries. Upon witnessing the scene unfold before us, we were taken aback. What in the world was I witnessing? A shadowy figure had pounced upon a middle-aged man, and upon him, a multitude of writhing little shadows swarmed. Don't move, I am the police, I exclaimed, brandishing my phone as if it were a firearm, directing it at the humanoid shadow. Suddenly the figure atop the middle-aged man lifted its head, and upon seeing its face, my mind almost short-circuited. It was a visage beyond description, with the flesh around the nose and ears decayed. Suddenly, the small writhing black shadows that had pounced upon the corpse converged with a swish, resembling a dark cloud as they lunged towards Tianyu. Tianyu, be careful, I shouted in alarm, instinctively throwing myself upon her, shielding her with my body. As I noticed those wriggling entities coalescing into a small cloud advancing towards Tianyu, I instinctively tackled her to the ground, enveloping her tightly in my embrace. Yet, a sharp pain surged through my back, as if countless fine needles were piercing through my shirt and embedding into my skin. Tianyu, quickly grab your phone and see what's behind me. It's. Tianyu hurriedly retrieved her phone from her pocket, but as the light illuminated my back, a gasp escaped her lips. The figure that had been lunging towards me suddenly darted into the woods, and the small black shadows that had been biting my skin swiftly followed suit. It hurts. I rose from the ground, my hands reaching behind me to rub the spots where I had been bitten, exclaiming, what the hell were those things? They seemed just like wasps. Ling Fan, are you alright? Tianyu inquired, her face etched with concern. Ha, just a couple of bites, I'm fine. Tianyu, hurry and chase after them, stay close to me. Those things seem to fear the light. Turn on the phone as flashlight. I activated my phone and pursued the direction in which the vampire had fled. Tianyu responded with an affirmative sound and followed closely, never straying more than a step from my side. Tianyu, did you catch a glimpse of what that creature looked like? I scrutinized the ground for any traces, but to my dismay, it was merely grass, and in the darkness of night, no tracks were visible. No, but I can certainly confirm that it bore an extremely terrifying visage, one that could not possibly be achieved through makeup, Tianyu replied, her voice trembling with unease. Tianyu, let us call the boss. It seems this matter is far from simple. Report the situation here to him, and have Sister Jin bring over some bulletproof vests and firearms. The assailant's offensive capabilities are formidable. I vigilantly surveyed our surroundings as I spoke to Tianyu. Upon returning to the inn, I instructed Tianyu to rest well, assuring her that I would wake her when Sister Jin and the others arrived. After ushering Tianyu into the room, I settled in front of the bed, taking out a cigarette from my pocket and smoking it vigorously, watching the wisps of smoke curl and drift above my head. I meticulously organized the events of the day in my mind, starting from the murder of Shui Liang, discovering his addiction, and as I sought to uncover the drug dealer's network, he was abruptly slain by a vampire. If my suspicions were correct, identifying the drug den in Fushan village was key. Currently, the only lead regarding the drug dealers was that unemployed youth with eyes resembling those of a rat. Perhaps he knew the source of the drugs for the owner of the gaming hall. I inhaled slowly on my cigarette, deep in thought. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow. But at that moment, as I focused on the shadow cast by the glass window, I noticed the silhouette of a head appearing, swaying slightly in the dim light. My mind momentarily faltered. Why would it follow me to the inn? Frankly, I had no desire to risk my life by confronting it, yet, as a police officer, there are myriad circumstances beyond one's control, especially when a thread of the entire case's enigma presents itself. Despite my trepidation, I discarded the cigarette in my hand and dashed outside. Of course, without calling out to Tianyu. As I ran toward the inn, I seized the flashlight lying nearby. In my estimation, vampires are creatures averse to light, so it was prudent to be prepared. The moonlight outside was chillingly serene, accompanied by gusts of cold wind that sent shivers down my spine. After mustering the courage to burst out of the inn, I found the streets devoid of any signs of life. It was barely past 9 in the evening, yet the thoroughfares of Fushan village lay eerily deserted, likely due to the terror instilled by the vampire, which had driven the townsfolk indoors. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from the dark recesses of the street, swaying unsteadily as if struggling to maintain its balance. Its arms resembled charred tree bark, and its face was horrific, a ghostly pallor akin to white paper, with patches of decay revealing bone beneath. Its mouth gaped wide, displaying bloodied fangs that gleamed ominously, and above it, a small mass of dark clouds writhed menacingly. It approached me step by step, and I knew I could not remain passive. Hurriedly, I switched on the flashlight and directed it toward the ominous cloud. However, as the beam struck, the cloud scattered into countless tiny black dots, only to coalesce into a dark mass once the light faded. The vampire continued its menacing advance, a sinister grin curling around its blood-stained fangs. A wave of dread washed over me, and I turned to flee back into the inn. I did not wish to face such a terrifying creature alone. At the very least, I needed a firearm in my possession. Curse it, where was Sister Jin? Just then, the sound of shattering glass resonated from Tianyu's room, followed by a muffled thud. For heaven's sake, could it be that Tianyu had encountered that creature? I seized a folding chair from the room and rushed out, twisting the doorknob of Tianyu's room with all my might, but the door was locked from within. If anything happened to Tianyu, how could I face my brother? I summoned all my strength, standing 3 feet from the door, and delivered a powerful sidekick, resulting in a thunderous crash as the door collapsed. The sight that met my eyes startled me greatly. Tianyu was nowhere to be found. As I entered the inn's room, a muffled sound emanated from Tianyu's chamber. I exerted all my might to finally kick the door open, but the scene before me struck my mind like a thunderclap. Tianyu was missing. The glass of the window lay shattered, a brick on the floor indicating that someone had used it to break the glass and abduct Tianyu. What perplexed me was that Tianyu was no ordinary woman. She was the retired captain of the Women's Special Forces. Who could possibly have the audacity and strength to abduct her so easily? This person was exceedingly formidable. At this moment, I find it unwise to dwell on the formidable issues at hand. I must ascertain who has taken Tianyu. The vampire I encountered earlier was clearly attempting to draw me out, indicating that it has accomplices. However, we cannot disregard the legend surrounding the Chang, which states that anyone who succumbs to a tiger's bite becomes a Chang. After death, their souls are unable to ascend to the heavens, transforming instead into Changs, who lure one person each day for the tiger to devour. It is entirely possible that someone bitten by the vampire might also assume the role of a Chang. The disappearance of Tianyu constitutes my greatest failure, yet, as I searched her room for clues, I found no signs of anyone having been there, not even a footprint. The floor was strewn with shards of glass. If the person who abducted Tianyu had wrapped their feet in towels, it would be astonishing if they did not suffer cuts. However, I cannot discount the possibility that they wore shoes while covering them with a towel. At this moment, as I crouched in Tianyu's room, it did not appear that anyone had forcibly entered. If not a person, then what could it be? Sitting on her bed, I contemplated this quandary when I suddenly felt something uncomfortable pressing against me. I reached beneath me to retrieve the object, only to discover a gray pellet, resembling mouse droppings. Mouse droppings? This is inconceivable. How could there be such filth in this immaculate hotel? Upon closer inspection, I noticed several more of these pellet-like substances scattered across the floor. What could they possibly be? Is there a connection to Tianyu's disappearance? One mystery unresolved, yet another akin to mouse droppings arises, and I have lost Tianyu. If the boss finds out, I shall face dire consequences. This is not the time for haste. Tianyu would not vanish without reason. My investigation must have posed a threat to the vampire, prompting it to take notice of us. Abducting Tianyu serves as a warning for me to cease my inquiries. In that case, I need not fret over her safety. Yet, what could be the connection between drugs and vampires? Sitting on the bed, I lit a cigarette. Damn it, I usually don't smoke, but this vampire has pushed me to the brink by abducting Tianyu as a means of intimidation. Suddenly, the eerily quiet village was pierced by the familiar and jarring sound of police sirens. Damn it, Chen Yuzhen and her team have finally arrived. I flicked the cigarette away and dashed toward the hotel's entrance. The arrival of the police truly startled many in Fushan village. Though it was now past 10 at night, numerous villagers gathered around. Yuzhen and 4 armed detectives leapt from the police car. But to my astonishment, the last figure to poke their head out was none other than Gu Rofu, with his unkempt, elongated face and perpetually darting eyes, clad in a celestial robe, a peachwood sword tucked under his arm. It seemed he came prepared. Gu Rufu's shifty eyes sparkled momentarily, and then, with a booming voice, the village chief flung his furry arms around me, exclaiming, "Ling, you're still alive, I've missed you so much." At that moment, I would have preferred it to be Tianyu rushing towards me. I swiftly sidestepped, evading Gu Rufu's exuberant embrace, and took the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to his side. Retorting coolly, "Old Gu, can't you behave normally for once? Ling Fan, what about Tianyu? Why hasn't she come out?" Chen Yuzhen's gaze swept over the crowd, and upon hearing Tianyu's name, my heart suddenly tightened with an acute pain. Although I was aware that Tianyu was likely out of immediate danger, the mere thought of her being in the clutches of a bloodthirsty vampire sent shivers down my spine. I looked at Chen Yuzhen. My expression grave, and said, "I'm sorry, Sister Jin, Tianyu has been captured by a vampire." Upon hearing this, both Chen Yuzhen and Gu Rufen's faces changed dramatically. Gu Rufen in particular rushed forward, gripping my collar tightly, and exclaimed, "Ling, do you realize what it means for Tianyu to be captured by that vampire? It implies she could be drained of her blood at any moment." I waved my hand, shaking off Gu Rufen's grip, and replied slowly, "Rest assured, if anything happens to Tianyu, I won't need my boss to execute me. I will take care of that myself." I walked to the police car, retrieved a handgun from a black bag, donned a bulletproof vest, and with a decisive click, chambered around before striding towards the game room. "Ling Fan, what are you planning to do?" Chen Yuzhen called after me. "Don't worry about me, Sister Jin. You and Old Gu should head to the small grove at the village entrance. There has been a murder there. Go quickly, and make sure the villagers don't set anything ablaze." I instinctively reached for a cigarette from my outer jacket pocket, only to realize that my jacket was still on Tianyu. "Damn it, vampire, if I catch you, I swear I will end you." Thick, acrid smoke seeped through the cracks of the game room door, accompanied by the raucous sounds of revelry from within, with a resounding crash. I kicked open the iron door of the game room, the lock rattling precariously on its hinges, leaving a deep footprint imprinted on the door. Who the hell dares to disrupt my turf? Are they tired of living? A young man with dyed yellow hair emerged, brandishing a bench and shouting furiously, "Damn it, I was truly angry tonight. Anyone who crossed me would regret it." I swiftly dodged the swinging bench and delivered a kick that sent him crashing against the screen. Splintering it in half, striding up to him, I seized his shirt and dragged him into the main hall of the game room, which had been lively just moments ago but now fell silent. All eyes filled with suspicion and fear, I scanned the room coldly, not spotting the young man with the rat-like eyes. Just as the yellow-haired youth was about to curse, I aimed the barrel of my gun at his forehead and coldly demanded to know the whereabouts of the young man with the rat-like eyes. I know that he is sleeping in the back room of the game room." The yellow-haired youth stammered, his gaze fixed on the ominous muzzle of the gun. "Take me there," I commanded, dragging him up from the ground. "You better not play any tricks, or beware of your skull." Indeed, there was a modest room in the back courtyard of the gaming hall, from which faint snoring emanated. "I'll go inside and wake him up," the blonde youth said, his tone ingratiating. "Get out of my way." I shoved him aside and kicked the door with force. This time, the wooden door gave way easily, collapsing into a heap, leaving only the frame hanging. The familiar youth with rat-like eyes, startled awake, instinctively reached for something beneath his pillow, and in an instant, a glint of cold steel flashed before my eyes. "Damn it, playing with knives, are we?" The sharp crack of a gunshot shattered the night, followed by a loud thud as the fruit knife clattered to the ground, rolling a few times before lying still. "Big brother, spare me, I owe you no money," the rat-eyed youth pleaded in terror. "You may not owe me money, but you owe me a person. Now tell me, where did you get your opium?" I aimed the gun at his forehead. Under the moonlight, beads of cold sweat trickled down his brow as he stammered, I don't know, speak." I pulled back the gun's chamber with a resounding click, fixing him with a chilling gaze. In the greenhouse on the back mountain, the rat-eyed youth quavered, eyes fixated on the gun. "Put on your clothes and take me there." I tossed him a shirt from a nearby stool. A few minutes later, the rat-eyed youth and I made our way toward the back mountain under the moonlight. Along the way, I learned that his name was Zhou Kai, the nephew of the gaming hall's owner. When I mentioned that his uncle had been killed by a vampire, he was rendered utterly speechless, insisting he had no desire to venture up the mountain, territory claimed by vampires, where none returned alive. I threatened Zhou Kai, stating that if he did not accompany me to the greenhouse, he would become a lifeless corpse. Under my coercion, Zhou Kai reluctantly ascended the mountain path. Suddenly Zhou Kai let out a scream and dashed up the slope. I quickly turned my gaze upward and saw a fierce blaze roaring halfway up the mountain, casting the night sky in a deep crimson hue. "This is bad. They've gotten ahead of us." I hurriedly followed Zhou Kai toward the fire. The conflagration had reduced the entire greenhouse to chaos. with acrid smoke billowing forth. A vividly vibrant flower nearby caught my attention. Using the moonlight, I plucked it and held it before me. A shiver coursed through my body. A poppy flower. I swiftly seized Joe Kai by the collar, demanding, "Tell me, where did you obtain the seeds for this poppy flower?" "I truly don't know, it was my uncle who brought them," Joe Kai stammered, nearly collapsing in fright at my furious expression. "Do you mean to say you cultivate poppies without any oversight?" I shouted at him. "What is a poppy?" "I don't know." Joe Kai's voice trembled from the bewildered look in his eyes. I could tell he genuinely had no idea what a poppy was. He remains oblivious, yet those who cultivate the opium poppy are undoubtedly aware. However, the proprietor of the gaming house has now met his demise. Yet why would anyone wish to take his life, unless, of course, the opium seeds he planted were provided by someone with murderous intent? Chen Lasher. For reasons unknown, the exceedingly untrustworthy gaze of village chief Chen Lasher flickers before my mind's eye. As the head of the village, any farmer wishing to cultivate crops on the mountains must secure his approval. If he indeed knew that the gaming house owner was cultivating opium on the mountain and permitted it to continue, then his culpability would be greatly magnified. With this thought, I dismissed Joe Kai's anguished cries as he wept before the inferno, and I sprinted towards the chief's modest two-story abode. My thoughts swirled chaotically. Vampires, drugs, Tianyu's disappearance, and opium intertwined in a relentless dance within my mind, their connections eluding clarity. Yet, regardless of their associations, should anyone dare to harm Tianyu, I, Ling Fan, would ensure their demise. Upon arriving at the village chief's door, I was taken aback to find the light still ablaze and the door slightly ajar. Without hesitation, I pushed the door open. My surprise was palpable upon seeing Chen Yuzhen, Gurufu, Chen Lasher, and Chen Mu seated on the sofa. Though I quickly regained my composure, with another murder occurring in the village, Sister Jin would undoubtedly have sought the chief to ascertain the situation. "Hey, Ling kid, where have you been?" Gurufu called out, waving at me. "We thought you'd vanished." I disregarded Gurufu and flung the opium poppy onto Chen Lasher's table, exclaiming, "Chief, how do you explain this?" Upon seeing the flower, Chen Yuzhen's expression shifted, and she fixed a serious gaze upon Chen Lasher. The chief picked up the poppy from the table, examined it, and chuckled. "What is there to explain? It's merely a vibrant blossom. Nothing peculiar about it." "Father, you are mistaken. This is no ordinary flower. It is opium, a narcotic bloom." Chen Mu, seated beside Chen Lasher, interjected gravely. "What? It's opium?" Chen Lasher exclaimed, tossing the poppy onto the table as if it were a venomous serpent. Fear etched on his face. I sank heavily onto the sofa, coldly stating, "Chief, do not tell me that when you entrusted the land on the back mountain to Joe Kai's uncle, the owner of the gaming house, you were unaware of what he intended to cultivate." Chen Lasher shook his head, a puzzled expression adorning his features. "I truly had no knowledge of what he planned to plant. He merely provided some funds to the village and mentioned wanting to clear land on the mountain for growing some vegetables for his household. I didn't inquire further." Once again, I slumped helplessly onto the sofa, the thread of the opium flower's mystery seeming to unravel. The enchanting visage of Tianyu danced incessantly before me, her cold yet beautiful countenance. The night was utterly captivating, akin to the bridal gown of a newlywed. Tianyu stood upon the verdant grass, the night breeze gently tousling her long inky hair as it danced in the wind. Her exquisite visage bore a sweet smile, and she beckoned to me with an inviting wave of her hand, her cherry lips parting to release the fragrance of lotuses. "Ling Fan, come here, Ling Fan, come here." Before me, Tianyu resembled a celestial being descended to earth, lightly gesturing for my approach, the subtle scent of fresh grass wafting through the air. I gazed at Tianyu and dashed towards her, grasping her hand tightly, a tender smile gracing my lips as I said, "Tianyu, so it is you who is here. Do you realize how frightened I was when you suddenly vanished? Are you alright? Hee, naughty rogue, were you hoping for my misfortune?" Tianyu teased, playfully kicking me, though the gesture was gentle. Not at all. By the way, do you remember who took you away?" I held Tianyu's hand and settled onto the grass. Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of distress, and she abruptly broke free from my grasp, rising swiftly to run ahead. "Tianyu, where are you going? Please, don't run off like that. It could be perilous if you encounter a vampire." I quickly stood and pursued her. Thoughts of my brother flooded my mind. She was meant to be his beloved, while I was Ling Fan, yet I truly deeply cherished Tianyu. This revelation echoed within me, resolute and unwavering. "You wouldn't be lying, would you, if you did?" "It would break my heart," Tianyu murmured softly, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. I, Ling Fan, vowed that in this lifetime I would love only Tianyu, regardless of how time may pass, how appearances may change, or how life may complicate. My love would forever belong solely to her. I raised my right hand to the night sky, swearing an oath, with the countless stars as my witnesses. Do you still love me in this state? At last, Tianyu turned to face me, but I was met with the sight of her pallid complexion, her visage grotesquely decayed to reveal the stark white of bone beneath, sharp fangs protruding from her lips. Yet, her eyes conveyed with undeniable clarity that she was indeed Tianyu. I could scarcely believe my own eyes. I rushed forward, gripping her shoulders tightly, my eyes welling with tears, a pain so profound it was maddening. "Tianyu, how could you have become this way? Who did this to you? Tell me." Tears streamed down Tianyu's face, her form gradually transforming from solid to ethereal, leaving only 2 trails of clear tears resting in my palm. Ling Fan, you must save her, you must save her. I am fine. Tianyu's apparition shimmered into the night, morphing into a tiny firefly that soared toward the horizon. The night was as dark as ink. Ling will awaken, in the distance. I seem to hear the voice of old Guozhen. I think Ling has entered a state of hallucination again. It appears I must administer artificial respiration, for this lad is truly in a daze today. Even attempting to steal my first kiss, upon hearing old Gu's mention of artificial respiration, I jolted awake, realizing I was still sprawled on the sofa, surrounded by old Gu and Sister Jin, their faces etched with concern as they gazed at me. Hee, you finally woke up, otherwise I would have lost my first kiss, old Gu exclaimed with relief, laughing heartily. Well, it seems you truly woke up just in time. I could only respond with silence. Ling Fan, are you alright? Do you need to take a break? Jinjie inquired with concern, recalling the recent hallucination. Tianyu's appearance provided many clues. She is unharmed now. Moreover, Tianyu implored me to save her. Who exactly is she, and why must I rescue her? These questions seem to be the hints that Tianyu has bestowed upon me, yet there remains a plethora of inexplicable matters that are yet to be clarified, leaving me with an unsettling feeling. No need for formality. I will certainly relay anything I know to the officer, Chenmu remarked with a smile. What do you do? I asked with a sudden chuckle. That I am in the floral business. As the villagers' lives have improved, I engage in this trade to add a touch of beauty to their lives, Chenmu replied with a grin. May I inquire about your thoughts on the recent spate of vampire attacks? I asked, fixing my gaze upon Chenmu's eyes. He met my gaze with equal intensity, smiling with interest as he said, solving cases is not something ordinary people like us can achieve, that is the duty of the police. After a considerable pause, Chenmu finally lifted his head and smiled at me, saying, my opinion is to swiftly capture that vampire and restore peace to our village. I believe I will catch her soon. By the way, what happened back then when you and your childhood friend Feng Feng were attacked by the vampire? How did you handle her remains? I inquired with a grin. At the time, I did not wish for Feng Feng's assault to draw the villagers' attention. So we cremated her in the back mountain. Chen Lasher interjected, that poor child, she would have already been my daughter-in-law by now. I apologize, I merely wish to comprehend the circumstances of that time. I said with a look of regret, then turned to Chenmu and asked, by the way, how old are you this year? How could my age assist you in solving the case? Chenmu chuckled. Well, I am 28 this year, he replied. 28, I reclined back into the sofa, musing aloud. In the countryside, being 28 and unmarried is considered quite late, isn't it? Indeed, I have urged him numerous times. Feng Feng has been gone for so long. He should marry soon, yet he refuses to listen. What a hopeless situation, Chen Lasher lamented, casting a reproachful glance at Chenmu. Father, why must you bring this up again? Such matters are best discussed privately. Chenmu expressed his displeasure, hearing the father and son discuss marriage. I couldn't help but think of Tianyu and her words in the hallucination. Fan, do you like me? Observing this father-son duo deliberating over matrimony, I recalled Tianyu and her question in the dream. Fan, do you like me? Enough, I am not distracted, I am merely contemplating some serious matters. It is getting late, so let us not disturb the village chief's rest, I declared, rising from the sofa and smiling at Chen Lasher and Chenmu. It's quite alright, should you require our cooperation again, just give a shout, and we will do our utmost to assist. Chen Lasher said, rubbing his hands together with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, I suggested, how about this? Could the village chief take us to the cave in the back mountain where Feng Feng was attacked by the vampire? Well, to be frank, ever since that incident occurred years ago, the villagers have filled in that cave, and I fear it has been completely obstructed by rubble now. Chen Lasher chuckled. I see. A sense of disappointment washed over me momentarily. But it was fleeting, I replied with a smile. It's nothing, I was merely inquiring casually. We shall take our leave now. Asi, Lao Gu, and Sister Jin spoke. We made our way towards the exit, just as we reached the door. A sudden loud crash echoed from a room on the second floor of the village chief's house, as if a heavy object had fallen onto the floor. It's nothing, it must just be the cat upstairs jumping around and knocking over a vase. The village chief, Chen Lasher, hurriedly reassured us with a grin. Oh hee, it's alright. Do pick out a nice flower for me next time. I wish to gift it to someone, I said with a smile. Certainly, no problem. I wonder what kind of flowers you prefer, Chenmu inquired. Orchids, the noble orchid, to gift to a girl who also has a fondness for such flowers. By the way, she is the girl who accompanied me that day, I replied with a grin. Moments later, the three of us, in myself, Lao Gu, and Sister Jin, found ourselves walking along the dimly lit street. Fully equipped, Sister Jin and I were ready to confront even a few vampires. Yet, to our chagrin, we encountered not a single one until we entered the inn. Ling Fan, are you truly not worried about Tianyu? She was captured by vampires, Sister Jin remarked after removing her gear. Who says I'm not concerned? Even though I know she is not in danger, one cannot be certain that her captor won't suddenly go mad and bite her, I sighed. Don't worry, Ling kid, I just did a divination for Tianyu. Her fate is quite resilient. She will be fine, Gu Ruffing said, putting away the 4 copper coins in his hand with a smile. By the way, Lao Gu, I asked you to investigate the information regarding Fushan village. Do you have any leads? I inquired. Fushan village is nearly isolated from the outside world, only engaging in minimal exchanges of pharmaceuticals, flowers of blood products, and the like. Gu Ruffing replied, speaking of flowers, I suspect the poppy seeds in the possession of the boss who was attacked tonight might have been circulated through floral trade. After all, what else could be buried in the soil? Naturally, plant seeds are the most ideal items, which leads me to believe that Chen Mu and Chen Lasher are significantly involved in this case. And I suspect they may be concealing certain truths. I shared my thoughts with Sister Jin and Lao Gu, who both concurred. Thus, the task of monitoring Chen Mu naturally fell to Sister Jin. What am I to do then? The great and illustrious Onmyoji, wise and brave, cannot simply be a decoration, Gu Ruffing lamented again, to which I chose to remain indifferent. Lao Gu, you shouldn't just sit idly in a panic. How about this? If you have nothing else to do, why not take a stroll around the back mountain and see if that cave has indeed been filled? I yawned and collapsed onto the bed. However, as soon as I drifted into slumber, the visage of Tianyu emerged before me, lingering and inescapable. Why is it that one longs for someone most when they are absent? Gradually, I succumbed to sleep. The next day dawned bright and beautiful. Sister Jin is currently preoccupied with reporting the situation to the boss, while Lao Gu has mysteriously vanished early this morning, after completing my morning ablutions. I found myself meandering aimlessly around the village. When I halted my steps, I discovered that I was standing before the doorstep of Zhang Zhuzhu. Beside her door were two vibrant pots of violets. Regrettably, one was nearly withered, while the other appeared to be flourishing splendidly. Thus, I knocked on Zhang Zhuzhu's door, hoping to discuss some matters pertaining to the village. She ushered me into the living room, where I took a seat on a sofa. She looked as beautiful and melancholic as ever, reminiscent of an injured violet. Has there been any progress on the case recently? Have you caught him? Zhang Zhuzhu inquired with a hopeful expression. I shook my head and replied with a smile, it's going all right. There are some leads, but we have yet to locate that elusive vampire. However, I am quite certain he is hiding within Fushan village. Or perhaps he is watching us at every moment. Really, is he that terrifying? Zhang Zhuzhu asked in a tone tinged with fear. Aren't you all in constant danger? I shrugged helplessly, forcing a bitter smile. By the way, what about your beautiful girlfriend? Zhang Zhuzhu suddenly recalled Tianyu and inquired towards the door. Why isn't she coming in? Did you two have a quarrel? I found myself wishing we could argue just this once. But she has gone missing. She must have been taken by the vampire, I said with a sense of helplessness. What? She was taken by a vampire? Why aren't you looking for her? Aren't you afraid she might be harmed? Zhang Zhuzhu's expression of concern exceeded even my own. It's alright, she will be fine. I have a premonition, and it is usually accurate. The vampire's motive for abducting Tianyu is to thwart our investigation. I explained to Zhang Zhuzhu, I don't understand, I'm just perplexed as to why you show no reaction to your girlfriend's disappearance. Zhang Zhuzhu gazed at me with a hint of resentment. I pointed to my heart and smiled. Sometimes worry cannot be reflected on one's face, rather, it resides here. Each irregular heartbeat signifies my concern for her safety. As a policeman, I cannot be thrown into disarray by a slight misfortune, nor will I ever bow to the forces of evil. This is my belief. I smiled, recognizing it as her belief as well. I truly envy you. Zhang Zhuzhu seemed to recall her own past, a glimmer of tears forming in her eyes. Let us not dwell on that. By the way, could you share some information about Chen Mu? I shifted the topic, as my purpose was indeed to inquire about him. You mean Chen Mu? He's doing alright. I suppose we grew up together. However, ever since his betrothed Feng Feng passed away, I have not seen him smile again. Zhang Zhuzhu sighed. Betrothed? That's a new clue, I noted, realizing that if we could locate Feng Feng's biological parents, the case might become clearer. You mean Chen Mu? He's doing alright. I suppose we grew up together. However, ever since his betrothed Feng Feng passed away, I have not seen him smile again. Zhang Zhuzhu repeated with a sigh. Betrothed? This time, I heard a new clue. If we could locate Feng Feng's biological parents, the case might become clearer. Do you know Feng Feng? I inquired. Of course, Chen Mu, Shueliang, Feng Feng, and Bayan were childhood companions, she replied. However, after Feng Feng's sudden passing, Chen Mu ceased to seek our company, often remaining at home in a daze, appearing lost and disoriented each day. As Zhang Zhuzhu sighed, initially, they were regarded as the golden couple of our village. It is indeed a pity, lost and disoriented. What do you mean? I asked, my curiosity piqued. Well, he constantly sighs and seems to be in a trance, sitting alone on his sofa at home. Whenever we visited to play, he would always shoo us away, leading to our eventual estrangement. Even as adults, we merely exchanged a few words when we happened to meet. Zhang Zhuzhu explained. By the way, what is the nature of the relationship between Shueliang and Chen Mu? I continued my inquiry. Their relationship is rather lukewarm. After Shueliang's incident, it seems he sought out Chen Mu, allegedly to borrow money, as Shueliang's drug addiction had completely depleted his finances. No one in the village was willing to lend him money, except for Ramu, who, out of nostalgia for their childhood friendship, agreed to assist him. Yet Shueliang always feared that someone might come to harm him. Zhang Zhuzhu elaborated. Shueliang borrowing money from Chen Mu for his drug habit seems plausible, but he claims to have a lucrative scheme. What could that possibly entail? Is he truly contemplating drug trafficking? I pondered aloud. That could certainly be a possibility, however, with the recent death of the owner of the local gaming house. The drug trade line appears to have been severed, she replied to Juju. Do you know what happened to Feng Feng back then? I redirected the conversation to its original point. I only learned about it later. It was said she fell victim to a vampire, much like Shui Liang, after Feng Feng's burial. Jinbo and Amu gathered everyone to fill the cave in the back mountain, Zheng Juju recounted. Burial? Wasn't Feng Feng cremated? I asked, perplexed. Oh, that externally Chen Bo always claimed she was cremated, but in truth, they interred Feng Feng in a small grave in the back mountain. The villagers believed that vampires must be burned to eradicate their resentment. Yet Chen Bo, being rather superstitious, could not bring himself to cremate his future daughter-in-law, thus he and Amu discreetly buried Feng Feng, later lighting a fire on the mountain as a means of cremation, which also served as an explanation to the villagers. The revelation that Feng Feng had not been cremated indeed surprised me. However, after hearing Juju's explanation, I found some agreement, as cremation is a relatively modern notion, often rejected by the older generations who cling to traditional beliefs of burial as a means of peace. Following our discussion, I gathered some basic information and took my leave. If Feng Feng had not been cremated, then her remains must still exist, though after a decade, it is likely they have long since decayed into bones. As I lifted my gaze, I beheld the somber mountain looming behind Fushan village. It evoked memories of Gu Ruffing. Perhaps this old rascal was currently wandering the heights with his peachwood sword. My thoughts then drifted to the cave where Feng Feng had once been attacked, prompting me to make my way toward the rear mountain. The rear mountain, though not particularly vast, was certainly not insignificant either. I roamed for what felt like an eternity, yet I found no sign of Lao Gu, only the indistinct cooing of an unknown bird. Damn it, where on earth has Lao Gu gone? Surely he isn't hiding away in the sun. I continued my search among the hills when suddenly I felt a sinking beneath my feet, my entire body teetering on the edge of balance, nearly toppling to the ground. As I bent down to investigate the source of my instability, I caught sight of a furry arm emerging from the thicket. Lao Gu. Just as seeing an arm was akin to seeing a person, I hurriedly leapt forward, clearing the dense underbrush to drag Lao Gu out. His face was pallid, and upon closer inspection, I noticed two small puncture marks resembling needle tips on his wrist, the wound swollen and red, surrounded by blood-filled blisters, with evident bruising at the upper part of his arm. A green bamboo snake. The symptoms of a bite from a green bamboo snake flashed through my mind. Lao Gu, Lao Gu. I patted Gu Rufing's face, relieved to see he still had some semblance of awareness. Fortunately, the poisoning had not progressed for long. I swiftly untied a shoelace from my shoe, fashioning a tourniquet approximately 10 centimeters above the bite on his wrist. The rationale for a loose tourniquet was to quickly stem the bleeding after a snake bite, allowing for periodic loosening to facilitate blood circulation before reapplying. A tight knot would be perilous as it would be challenging to release. Ling, you mustn't concern yourself with me. Just go. Let me die here alone. Gu Rufing's voice was barely audible. Nonsense. Damn it, do you think this is some battlefield? I retorted, hoisting Gu Ruffing up and sprinting down the mountain toward the clinic. Good grief, carrying Gu Rufing's weight of over 140 pounds was quite taxing. And I was grateful for the fact that I was merely carrying him on my back. I would rather watch him perish than hold him in my arms. Dr. Bei, is anyone here? My friend has been bitten by a snake. Someone please. I burst into the clinic, calling out urgently, what's all the commotion about? Can't you be a little quieter? This is a clinic. A young nurse emerged from within, reprimanding me. I apologize, but my friend has been bitten by a green bamboo snake. You must assist him quickly, I exclaimed, placing Lao Gu onto a recliner in desperation. Oh, but Dr. Bei is currently out on rounds. The nurse replied, prepare a sterilized surgical kit for me. I will handle it myself, I declared, once again shouldering Gu Ruffing and rushing toward the small surgical room within the clinic. Hey, you can't just enter the operating room like that. Only doctors are permitted, the nurse shouted after me. Quickly, fetch me a sterilized surgical set. I need to administer the antidote to my friend. I am the doctor, I shouted, loosening the tourniquet from Gu Rufing's wrist. Yes. The nurse hurriedly dashed toward the medication room. Ling, you truly are impressive. Gu Ruffing smiled at me with his half-drowsy, half-awake eyes. The young nurse swiftly brought me the surgical kit. I first made a cruciform incision at the site of Lao Gu's wound, then delicately opened the tiny orifice resembling a grain of rice to allow the poisonous blood to flow out. After attending to the injury, I lifted Gu Ruffing once more. Where are you going? You mustn't move recklessly now, the nurse exclaimed as she hurriedly stopped me. I need to take him to the city hospital for an injection of anti-venom serum and a blood transfusion. I replied brusquely, pushing the nurse aside. There's no need to go there. Our clinic is equipped with anti-venom serum and blood products. She laughed. That can't be possible. Such supplies are typically reserved for large hospitals. I can understand a small clinic having a stock of snake venom products, but blood products as well? Surely you jest, I said incredulously to the nurse. I assure you, it's true, if you don't believe me, let me show you. With that, the nurse dashed towards the clinic's pharmacy. Indeed, anti-venom serum and fresh blood bags soon appeared before me. Although I was quite astonished, I prioritized treating Lao Gu with the anti-venom. After injecting it into his body and observing no adverse reactions, I confirmed his blood type before proceeding with the transfusion. Once everything was settled, Lao Gu gradually drifted into slumber. I then engaged the nurse in light conversation, sharing various intriguing anecdotes that left her in high spirits. Once our rapport had deepened, I casually steered the conversation towards the blood bags. My friend should be alright now, right? I must say, your clinic is quite impressive. Having blood products on hand, I truly didn't expect that. I flashed a radiant smile. Does your clinic frequently require blood? I inquired, feeling perplexed. Not at all. Most of the patients needing transfusions are those with severe hemorrhaging. Aside from the occasional use, we generally send them upward. We do utilize plasma bags from time to time, the nurse replied with a smile. Her words left me puzzled. Indeed, a small clinic typically wouldn't have much need for plasma. So why stockpile such a large supply? This seemed an unusual phenomenon, and I found myself questioning the origin of these plasma bags. A sudden thought crossed my mind. What if Xian were extracting blood from individuals to produce plasma bags, then selling them at a high price to other hospitals or individuals? However, I quickly dismissed this notion. Good heavens, I had encountered that fearsome vampire before. There was no way it could be Xian. I gave my head a firm shake, attempting to reorganize my chaotic thoughts. Vaguely, I felt I was on the verge of grasping something, yet the elusive notion slipped away. Are you saying you know where your plasma bags come from? I inquired with a smile towards the nurse. Oh, typically Director Xie goes out to procure them, supposedly from the large hospitals in the city. Honestly, I don't quite understand why we would need plasma. The nurse replied, pouting in confusion. Do you know what Director Xie uses these plasma bags for? I continued to probe, but the nurse shook her head, saying, I'm not privy to that information. These matters are generally handled by the director, and he doesn't allow us to inquire. A sudden ringtone echoed through the air. It was Yuzhen calling. Ling Fan, the results of the task you entrusted to me have come in, she exclaimed excitedly over the phone. Damn it, all the money I won has been taken by Tianyu, leaving me with just a single red bill. However, having something is better than nothing. I'm going all in. Listen, Izhenjie, you mustn't run your restaurant anymore. Just tell me, and I, Ling Fan, will take you out to dine, and you can choose anywhere you wish. Ling Fan, you said it. Don't go back on your word. Izhenjie laughed on the other end of the line. The zoologist mentioned that this creature resembles a mouse in shape, but it certainly has wings. Could it be a bat? I exclaimed in astonishment. All I could hear was the monotonous beeping on the line. Bat, those two words echoed in my mind. If it were indeed a bat, then the small, dark figure swirling around the dreadful vampire would be a bat as well. A multitude of bats, if they were to attack Tianyu and carry her away, it would certainly be plausible. No matter how formidable Tianyu may be, she would be powerless against such creatures. Old Gu's snake bite was stabilizing, and he was soundly asleep, even muttering a few curses at me in his slumber. Damn it, had I known it would come to this, I should have let him fend for himself from the start. On a desolate street, a whistling sound suddenly emanated from above the figure's head. The person hurriedly looked up, only to see a dark, ominous mass blotting out the moonlight, casting a shadow on his pallid and handsome face. What on earth is that? Startled, the individual fell to the ground, retreating frantically, his eyes fixated on the immobile, writhing dark mass overhead. Suddenly, it seemed his hand brushed against something, and he glanced down to discover a bare foot had appeared in his palm. Instantly, a wave of dread washed over him, his complexion growing even more ashen, blending with the white coat he wore. The man in the white coat swallowed hard and slowly raised his gaze. A face even paler than his own emerged before him, hollow eyes, rotting skin, with the nose and ears seemingly decayed, revealing the stark white bones within. The vampire's grotesquely decomposed visage loomed beside the white coat's neck, sniffing incessantly. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, revealing two blood-dripping, sharp fangs, lunging towards the carotid artery of the man in white. In an instant, streams of blood flowed down along the collarbone. The swirling darkness above, like a frenzy, lunged toward the blood, an overwhelming tide of shadows enveloping the entire figure of the man in white. A bright light shone from the glass window of the small clinic, casting a sliver of illumination onto the darkened floor outside. I had lost track of how many times I had glanced up at the clock. My neck ached from the strain. The nurse outside had collapsed onto the desk, quietly dozing off. I truly wondered what could frighten her. How could she possibly sleep at a time like this? What if a burly man were to burst in from outside? The consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Suddenly, a piercing siren of a police car blared through the street. My heart tightened, and an ominous premonition crept over me. Could something dreadful have happened again? Could it be Xian? I dared not let my imagination wander further. I hastily exited the small clinic. Just as a police car approached, I frantically raised my hand to signal it to stop. In this day and age, it truly is remarkable to be able to halt a police vehicle with just a wave. Sister Zhen's head emerged from the window, her expression grave as she commanded, Ling Fan, get in the car. There has been another incident. It's the same old story. Is he going to say that if we fail to apprehend the culprit, we'll all be thrown into the traffic division to face fines? I drew my gun, checking the bullets within, and let out a bitter laugh. No, didn't he mention it? Truly unprecedented. I inquired with a hint of disbelief. Well, the boss is indeed the boss. His way of thinking is simply different. And he considers every detail meticulously. Sister Jean, where are you headed? Has there been another homicide? I asked as I secured my firearm. Not long ago, a brother reported to me, claiming he discovered a corpse while patrolling the streets. The body was completely devoid of blood, and there were bite marks around the neck, along with 2 small puncture wounds. Sister Jean's expression was quite grim as she continued. He also mentioned that the deceased was wearing a white coat. But it was torn beyond recognition, the body riddled with tiny needle-like holes. Could it be Xian? He was the first person to flash through my mind, yet why did my thoughts spiral into a dead end? I had initially suspected he might be a vampire, but given the current circumstances, that possibility was ruled out. Yet why would a vampire want him dead? Why is it that every time I grasp at a clue, the vampire always extinguishes it before I can reach it? This marks the 3rd time the vampire has outpaced me. Through the police car window, I gazed at the moon lurking behind the dark clouds. Memories of that day flooding back, shadows cascading over my back. Bats. If a multitude of bats were indeed following the vampire, then perhaps locating their roost could lead us to the vampire as well. After turning down 2 streets, the police car came to a halt. Ahead, an area had been cordoned off with yellow tape, with armed officers stationed both inside and outside. Sister Jean, you finally made it. The manner of this person's death is identical to that of the individual found in the woods last time. A police officer rushed over, exhaling heavily. Oh, I see, this is our temporary forensic expert. Ling Fan, from now on, you may directly follow his directives. Sister Jean indicated towards me, addressing the young officer. The young officer tilted his head to scrutinize me, brow furrowed in skepticism, seemingly doubting my capability and age. It appears that without a formidable presence, I struggle to command respect. When Sister Jean instructed the young officer to heed my commands, he regarded me with suspicion, as if perceiving me merely as a student. Failing to recognize my role as a forensic expert, thus, I resolved to establish my authority. I approached the corpse lying on the ground, confirming it was indeed Xian. At that moment, his eyes bulged outward. His face pale and expression utterly terrified, the corners of his mouth slightly curled, as if he wished to utter something, yet was silenced before he could speak, his throat savagely torn. What a ridiculous notion. The man is already lifeless, how could he possibly say anything? What a fool! The young officer held his head high, casting a disdainful glance in my direction. I was not angry, I merely chuckled and said, perhaps you may not believe it, but I can indeed hear him. But if you doubt me, I shall recount to you his words. Thus, I pretended to crouch down, placing my ear close to the corpse's mouth. Nodding and shaking my head intermittently, the young officer, filled with suspicion, stared at me intently, and he too crouched down, hoping to catch a glimpse of something, yet apart from my murmurs, he heard nothing. What did he say? Can he truly speak even in death? Please, tell me, the young officer urged, somewhat impatiently. Silence, he is about to reveal something crucial, I bellowed, feigning authority to intimidate him, for I knew I must keep him in check. The young officer, indeed, ceased his clamor and quietly squatted beside me, gazing at me with earnest reverence, as if I were a deity. After a brief moment, I finally rose, digging my fingers into my ear, and remarked. He spoke at great length, so much so that I have developed calluses in my ears. What did he say? Please tell me. The young officer hurriedly stood up. He spoke of encountering a dreadful female vampire an hour ago, whose features were as decayed as a corpse, with 2 blood-stained fangs protruding. He ran and ran, yet could not escape her grasp. Cornered in a dead end, the vampire held his hand down while her ghastly visage loomed from behind. Biting towards his carotid artery, he wished to scream for help, but her hand clamped tightly over his mouth, and a swarm of terrifying small creatures descended upon him, sinking their sharp, tiny teeth into his veins. Before long, his blood was drained by the vampire and those dreadful creatures. I spoke mysteriously like a charlatan. My heavens, you are truly remarkable. How do you know this so vividly? The young officer's eyes sparkled with disbelief. If you spend enough time with me, you too shall acquire such abilities. After uttering this, I realized I was merely posturing, pretending to be profound when, in reality, I was just a high school student. Succumbing to the wretched vanity, yes, from now on, I shall certainly heed the commands of forensic expert Ling. The young officer straightened his posture, speaking earnestly. Ling Fan, enough of the jesting, do you have any further leads? Finally, after remaining silent, Sister Jean spoke up. I recounted the incident of old Gu being bitten by a snake and subsequently taken to Dr. Bayan's clinic, where I discovered an abundance of plasma. Jin's expression shifted slightly, mirroring disbelief. Ling Fan, is what you say true? A mere clinic possesses such a large supply of blood bags? Sister Jin inquired, astonished. Indeed, not only that, but aside from a small portion used for patients, the rest has mysteriously vanished. Even the nurses in the clinic are unaware of its whereabouts. The only one who knew was Bayan, yet he is now deceased, and it seems no one else will ever know. I sighed at the ledger. The clinic's accounts should contain records of the transactions. Chen Yuzhen suddenly exclaimed. I suddenly slapped my forehead, exclaiming, of course, how could I have not thought to check his ledger? Such a substantial influx and outflow of blood plasma would undoubtedly leave behind a record. Sister Jin's words sent a shiver down my spine. Indeed, I could not allow myself to be outpaced any longer. Time and again, just as I was poised to take action, someone would always anticipate my moves and sabotage them, be it the demise of the mahjong parlor owner, The incineration of the poppy flowers, or even old goose snakebite, which might have been orchestrated by someone. With the recent death of Jeanne, it was almost certain that someone was surveilling my every move. But were there such individuals among my acquaintances? Suddenly, a small shadow flitted across the ground, dancing beside my own shadow. I halted in my tracks, my heart racing, my eyes fixed intently on the small, dark figure darting on the ground. Abruptly, I looked up at the sky, and there it was, a radiant full moon suspended in the night sky, while a tiny shadow circled above me, obscuring the moon. A bat? With a sharp hiss, the police car's engine roared to life. Sister Jeanne leaned out of the window, calling out to me, "Ling Fan, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and get in the car." "Oh, coming." My gaze remained glued to the bat fluttering overhead as I sprinted towards the police vehicle. Yet that tiny black bat seemed to cling to me, trailing so closely that I could still see it fluttering before me even as I settled into the car through the window. I watched the bat spiraling nearby, and a fragment of memory flickered in my mind. I recalled raising my phone to illuminate the female vampire, only for her to let out a shriek before darting into the depths of the woods. Accompanied by a swarm of writhing bats, could it be that this little bat had been shadowing me since I began my investigation? Was it possible that each of my actions was being spied upon and relayed to that vampire? If that were the case, it would explain why I was consistently outmaneuvered. But could this tiny creature truly convey information? Was it conceivable that the vampire could understand bat communication, that is, ultrasonic waves? I slumped back against the seat, my eyes fixated on the little bat. Damn it, such a small creature turned out to be a spy. Sister Jeanne, hurry, accelerate, the ledger is in danger. I suddenly recalled my earlier discussion with Sister Jeanne about the ledger. Silently praying that the vampire would not get to it first. As I observed that small black bat circling above me, an ominous premonition surged within me. Sister Jeanne, hurry, accelerate, the ledger is in danger. Gripping Sister Jeanne's seat, I shouted, fervently wishing to seize the ledger before the vampire could. The police car surged forward as if possessed, and I clutched the seatbelt tightly, my eyes fixed on the window. Indeed, that little black bat was still in pursuit. With a screech, the brakes were slammed, and before the vehicle had even come to a complete stop, I flung open the door and dashed into the small clinic. "Oh no," the nurse yelped suddenly, dropping the patient file she held. Was there trouble brewing? Instinctively, I swiftly drew my gun from my waist, aiming it straight ahead, positioning myself protectively in front of the young nurse, and shouted, "Where is the vampire? Where could it be?" "What vampire?" The nurse pouted, giving me a gentle shove as she bent down to retrieve the medical records from the ground, brushing off the dirt. "It's not my fault you barged in here in the dead of night. Even a ghost would be scared to death by you." She smiled, biting her lip. Ahem. Sister Jeanne coughed a few times nearby, signaling that this was not the moment for flirting, and that we should focus on finding the ledger. My left hand discreetly made an okay gesture behind me towards Sister Jeanne, and I turned to the nurse, asking, "Where is your clinic's inventory ledger?" "That is out of the question. Only the director has the authority to view that ledger," the nurse replied resolutely. "But your director Bay is already deceased." I looked intently at the nurse and added, "And he was killed by a vampire. I suspect that his death is linked to the blood plasma bags he was involved with, so I wish to see who he sold the missing plasma bags to. Moreover, I am a police officer, and we possess the authority to examine evidence." "What, Director Bay is dead? That is terrifying." The nurse's face turned pale as she pressed her lips tightly together. "Indeed, I have confirmed this. So I ask for your cooperation in our investigation," I stated. "Well, all right, follow me. The ledger is currently in the director's drawer." The nurse, clutching the medical records, led us toward a room labeled Director's Office and turned the handle. Stepping inside, "Excuse me, doesn't your director's office lock?" I inquired curiously, twisting the doorknob. Typically, our director's office remains unlocked." The nurse approached a desk, placed the patient file on it, and opened a drawer to retrieve a thick ledger with a blue cover. "Thank goodness, the ledger is still here." I sighed in relief upon taking the ledger, but as I began to flip through its pages, my previously relaxed nerves tightened once more. I continued to leaf through the pages until finally my hand slipped, and the ledger fell onto the desk. "Ling Fan, what is wrong? What does the ledger say?" Sister Jeanne asked urgently. "We're too late. We've arrived a step too late. The pages documenting the blood plasma transactions have been torn out." I stammered, staring at the ledger on the desk. "What? No way." Sister Jeanne swiftly picked up the ledger and began to flip through it, the evident signs of torn pages glaring at us. "This is impossible. Just a short while ago, I used this ledger, and there were no missing pages." The nurse furrowed her brow in confusion. "Are you saying that the ledger was intact not long ago?" I pressed for clarification. "Exactly. This mysterious man is the mastermind behind my thwarted plans. If we find him, Tianyu will also be found." I grasped the nurse's arm, urgently asking, "Do you remember what that man looked like?" "You're hurting me," the nurse exclaimed, her eyes welling up with tears. "Oh, I'm so sorry. Could you describe that man to me?" I said apologetically. "How tall was he, in comparison to me? What kind of hairstyle does he have? Is it long or short? Are there any distinctive features about his hands?" I bombarded the nurse with a flurry of questions. Much like a machine gun, she shot me an exasperated glance but nonetheless replied, As for his height, it's quite similar, although he was wearing a hat, it was evident he is short-haired. I didn't pay much attention to his hands, but there was a floral fragrance lingering around him. A delightful scent that seemed to meld various floral aromas together, the scent of flowers. Yet again, speaking of floral fragrances, it reminds me of my brother. When he passed away, there was also a faint floral aroma in his room. However, this case seems unrelated to my brother's demise. By the way, what about my friend? Is he doing well? Suddenly, the visage of Gu Ruffing appeared in my mind, and in the midst of my busyness, I had completely forgotten about him. He's still asleep. He should be discharged tomorrow, and I will take good care of him, the nurse said with a sweet smile. Thank you. Well, we won't disturb you any longer. I appreciate your help. Goodbye, I said as I pulled Sister Jean towards the clinic's exit. The moonlit night was so cool and pristine, yet beneath its glow lurked one malevolence after another, revealing unbridled desires. Ling Fan, what shall we do now? Is everything over? Have all the leads vanished? The Sister Jean looked at me, her expression tinged with irritation at my relaxed demeanor, saying, don't forget, Tianyu is still in the hands of the vampire. Her life could be in peril at any moment. I shut my eyes, categorizing and analyzing all the clues I had encountered previously. One by one, the suspected hypotheses were dismantled, leaving behind the lone possibility that, no matter how implausible, must be embraced, for it was the only truth. I opened my eyes and smiled at Sister Jean. Rest assured, Sister Jean, Tianyu is his lifeline. He wouldn't dare harm her. Besides, he may not be as malevolent as he seems. Regardless, we must visit a certain place tomorrow. Where to? With Sister Jean inquired. The Bat Cave on the back mountain, I replied. The following day, I awoke early, and Sister Jean and I made our way to the back mountain. Upon arrival, we found the cave entrance blocked by a massive boulder, though fragments of rock continued to tumble from around it. We exerted ourselves in an attempt to push the stone, but it refused to budge. Damn it, this rock is incredibly heavy. I can hardly fathom how those villagers managed to move it here. Surely they can't be descendants of the great wall builders, I quipped in frustration. Suddenly, with a resounding noise, the boulder began to shift on its own, revealing the dark maw of the cave before us. The passage within was wide, yet the ceiling loomed low, approximately 6 shoulders across, with a height that required one to tiptoe to avoid bumping their head. I bent my body and moved forward while Sister Jean, armed with a gun in one hand and a flashlight in the other, vigilantly surveyed our surroundings. Contrary to expectations, there were no swarms of bats, no fearsome vampires, only the distinctly clear sound of footsteps and the pounding of our own heartbeats. Suddenly, before the beam of my flashlight, there appeared a somewhat level stone platform, upon which lay a woman with a ponytail. She was clad in a gray men's coat, yet her lower half was adorned with exquisite sky blue jeans. Tianyu, are you alright? I seated myself on the stone platform, cradling Tianyu in my arms. However, upon gazing at her face, my pupils widened in shock. At that moment, a bright ray of light streamed through the window, striking my eyes, compelling me to raise my hand to shield them. It was already morning, and the birds outside were chirping cheerfully. Tianyu, I leapt off the bed, hastily donned my clothes, splashed some water on my face, called out to Sister Jean, and made my way toward the village chief's residence. What, you intend to pry open the massive stone blocking that cave? Have you lost your mind? Village Chief Chen Lasher and his son Chen Mu exclaimed in unison. I am not insane, on the contrary, I am perfectly sane indeed. I mean to pry open that cave, for I am eager to uncover what lies within, I stated coldly. By the way, in addition to prying open the stone, there is something else I must do. What else do you intend to do? Chen Lasher cried out in disbelief. I shall open the coffin and examine the corpse. A cold smile curled at the corners of my lips. Open the coffin and examine the corpse? Whose corpse? Chen Mu urgently inquired. I fixed my steely gaze upon Chen Mu and replied, Feng, Fushan Village, the back mountain, the nameless cave entrance. It was dark, oh so dark. Several strong and sturdy villagers strained to press down on a massive wooden beam, attempting to pry the rock open, but the boulder was far too heavy and had lain here for decades, likely having taken root. The village chief waved his hand, summoning more robust villagers to join the effort. It's moving, the rock has shifted. Come on, brothers, one villager exclaimed in delight, fixated on the slightly raised stone, while the others, spurred by the prospect, exerted even more force. Finally, with a resounding crash, the large boulder toppled over, revealing the inky blackness of the cave before the crowd. Sister Jean commanded 2 armed detectives to guard the cave entrance, prohibiting villagers from entering, with orders to fire warning shots if necessary, and then directed 2 other detectives to accompany her into the cave for inspection. Sister Jean and I led the way, one hand gripping the flashlight, the other a firearm. She was responsible for the cave ceiling, while I focused on the path ahead. One detective covered our rear, while the other provided protection. The air within the cave was thick and murky, likely stagnant for over a decade, long overdue for a change. Suddenly a stone platform emerged before me, and where the flashlight illuminated lay a bundle of something. No, it was not Tianyu, but rather a furry creature. The darkness rendered it indistinct. I handed the flashlight to Sister Jean, and as our beams merged, the illumination indeed became more pronounced. Cautiously, I maneuvered around the stone platform, my eyes fixated on the furry mass, not daring to blink. Brother Fan, use this, it's safer. The young detective I had previously subdued offered me his submachine gun. I accepted the weapon and prodded the furry mass with the gun's muzzle, only to discover it remained motionless. It had long since perished when I turned it over to inspect its front side. The bright light revealed a shocking sight, a bat of considerable size. Before me lay a lifeless giant bat, grotesque in appearance, reminiscent of the legendary vampire, its visage akin to that of a rodent. Yet far more terrifying. Indeed, a mouse would seem more aesthetically pleasing in comparison. Its immense wings resembled oversized fans, and its body was comparable in size to that of a medium-sized dog, due to the stagnant air. Its corpse had not fully decomposed, only certain areas revealed patches of white bone, such as around the ears and the tip of the nose, while two sharp fangs protruded menacingly from its mouth. Stained with remnants of dried blood, where could such a colossal bat possibly originate? Jinjie inquired with a look of incredulity. Could it be a transformed spirit? I am uncertain, but this creature is likely the source of the vampire lore. Let us remove it forthwith, I declared, using the muzzle of my submachine gun to lift the dead bat. Indeed, the emergence of the giant bat astonished the villagers, who gathered around the carcass with a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. Some daring souls poking it with sticks. What a massive bat! Could it truly be the vampire of the mountains? Indeed, look, there is still blood on its fangs. This is splendid. We have finally captured the blood-sucking bat. From now on we need not fear. Listening to the villagers, it was evident they believed this creature to be the vampire itself, but I alone understood that this was merely the inception of something far more sinister. My gaze shifted to the faces of Chen Lasher and his son, where I discerned a fleeting expression. Was it excitement, unease, or perhaps panic? Village chief, may we now excavate Feng's grave? I asked, fixing my stare on the father and son. Yes, very well. Feng's grave lies beneath that large tree. Chen Lasher gestured to a tree not far from the cave's entrance, and indeed, a small mound of earth was visible beneath it. I signaled the villagers to unearth the small mound. Though reluctant, they complied with the village chief's consent, each taking up a shovel to commence digging. Before long, a small coffin emerged from the earth. Ling Fan, are you absolutely certain there are no remains? Jinjie whispered as she approached me. If there are none, we could be in grave trouble. Rest assured, I am confident that it is empty, I replied softly. The villagers descended into the pit, carefully lifting the small coffin and placing it upon the ground. Prise it open, I commanded coldly. Chen Lasher's countenance darkened significantly, gritting his teeth as he uttered, open it. With a series of creaks and a final crack, the lid of the coffin was pried open. Layers of dirt cascading down from its surface. I stepped closer to the coffin, peering inside momentarily before turning to Chen Lasher, demanding, speak, where is Feng? Where have you concealed her remains? Jinjie hurried to the coffin side. Glancing within, and indeed, it was utterly empty, just an unoccupied coffin, revealing that Chen Lasher had been lying all along. I fixed my gaze upon Chen Lasher and suddenly shouted, where is Chen Mu? Where has he run off to? A villager pointed down the mountain and said, he slipped away while your attention was diverted to the coffin. Jinjie restrained Chen Lasher. I shall pursue Chen Mu. 2 detectives will accompany me to the village chief's residence to apprehend him. Grasping my submachine gun tightly, I dashed down the mountain, with the 2 detectives swiftly following in my wake. This is disastrous. I was careless. I never anticipated that Chen Mu would seize the chaos to escape. Tianyu, you must stay safe. I scarcely recall how I raced down the mountain, although the journey from the back mountain to the village chief's home takes but a few minutes on foot. It felt as though I had traversed a century, driven by an overwhelming urge to kick down the door of Chen Mu's residence. At last, the 2-story building of Chen Mu appeared before me. And my eyes nearly blazed with fury. With a thunderous crash, the iron gate slammed heavily onto the floor, shattering the white tiles into countless fragments. Chen Mu, you scoundrel, come off this instant. I stood at the center of Chen Mu's living room, feeling as if my veins were about to burst. If you do not emerge soon, I shall demolish your home. As I spoke, I squeezed the trigger of my submachine gun, unleashing a volley of bullets that erupted in sparks, leaving a row of bullet holes in the intricately crafted ceiling. Chen Mu, show yourself. If I am not mistaken, your name is Ling Fan, correct? Chen Mu said in the darkness. Indeed, I am Ling Fan. Chen Mu, release Tianyu at once and cease this abhorrent transgression, I urged cautiously while fixating on Chen Mu. Woo. Upon my entrance, Chu Tianyu trembled violently on the bed. Had it not been for Chen Mu's presence beside her, she might have already toppled to the floor. Tianyu. I gazed at Chu Tianyu, whose body rocked incessantly on the bed. Her mouth was likely sealed with strong adhesive tape, and her limbs were tightly bound, yet she persistently lifted her upper body, emitting soft whimpers, as if in distress. Suddenly, it dawned on me that Tianyu was attempting to convey something to me. I abruptly turned around, my countenance shifting dramatically. A figure staggered forth from the corner behind, long hair cascading down her chest, a foul, nauseating odor assaulting my senses. Even in the darkness, her eyes shone brightly, yet at that moment, they bore an ominous glint. As she approached, I discerned the grotesque decay of her skin. Her nose and ears nearly rotted away, and her lips, now almost disintegrated, revealed crimson gums and 2 sharp fangs on either side. Why have you come to this village? Why? The terrifying woman before me bellowed. Her mouth, nearly decayed, wide open in fury as her long black-nailed hands lunged toward me. Only when I realized that Tianyu was warning me of the presence behind me did I notice an eerie figure lurking. Zhu Chenmu suddenly knelt before the female ghost, extending his arms protectively around her, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Your wife? But you are not even married yet," Zhen Jia inquired with a perplexed expression. "Indeed, she is his wife, the very mistress of our little coffin." "Feng Feng," I replied as I rose from the ground. Whoa. Tianyu was groaning on the bed, her eyes glinting with a murderous intent. Oh no, I completely forgot. I hurriedly rushed to Tianyu's side and removed the strong adhesive tape from the corner of her mouth. Smiling as I asked, "Tianyu, are you alright? Good for you, you only come to rescue me now. Where have you been?" Tianyu angrily swatted my hand away, freeing herself from the ropes binding her feet. In the dimly lit room, illuminated only by a faint glow seeping through a small skylight in the ceiling, Chenmu sat at the foot of the bed, while Feng Feng curled up tightly in the deepest part of the bed. Leaning against Chenmu's back of the four of us, in myself, Tianyu, Zhenjie, and Chen Lasher, sat upon the floor of the darkroom, while countless black bats hung from the ceiling, their eyes emanating a sinister red glow. Chenmu gazed tenderly at Feng Feng, and with a bitter smile, began, "This tale must commence 15 years ago, when I was merely 14 and Feng Feng was only 13. It was an exquisitely beautiful dusk. And there was a small mountain spring behind the hill, surrounded by a myriad of enchanting blue fireflies. Feng Feng and I ventured to the hill with small glass bottles and delicate nets to catch fireflies as twilight fell. We captured so many that our little bottles were nearly filled with their ethereal blue glow, frolicking on the grass in joyous play. However, as I pulled Feng Feng up from the ground, I discovered 2 dark holes on her neck oozing blood, and she kept insisting that it hurt terribly. At that moment, my father happened upon us and, upon seeing the lifeless enormous bat on the ground, was equally startled. He kicked the dead bat into a deep hole and pulled me away in haste. At that time, a series on vampires was airing on television, and I began to suspect whether Feng Feng had truly transformed into one. Thus I slaughtered a chicken, offering her its blood. Initially she vehemently refused to drink, but perhaps succumbing to her unbearable pain, Feng Feng ultimately consumed the entire bowl of chicken blood. Strangely enough, after drinking the blood, her condition seemed to improve, which filled me with elation. I began to kill a poultry each day to provide her with blood. However, I was also facing intense examination pressures, often struggling to find the time. One fateful night, Feng Feng ventured alone to steal blood from a household, but as she bit into a chicken's neck, a ferocious dog suddenly lunged at her. Overwhelmed with fear, she fled, stumbling repeatedly. Yet ultimately the vicious dog caught up to her. As the dog attempted to bite her, Feng Feng clutched desperately at its neck, but as a mere girl, how could she possibly match the strength of such a beast? Just as the dog lunged for her throat, a swarm of dark figures suddenly pounced, toppling the dog to the ground. Feng Feng initially intended to flee, yet her curiosity piqued upon witnessing countless dark shadows pouncing upon the ferocious dogs. Consequently, she cautiously approached the scene. However, upon discerning the nature of those shadows, she let out a piercing scream and leaped aside, for those shadows were none other than the accursed bats. So it was true. That little bat trailing me was indeed your spy, was it not? Did it relay my subsequent actions to you? I fixed my gaze upon the crimsonite creature on the ceiling and spoke. Indeed, it was they who informed Feng Feng, and Feng Feng subsequently relayed the information to me. Chenmu chuckled. But what transpired afterward? Why did tranquility return? Why did the village cease to experience vampiric incidents? Sister Jin inquired. Could it be related to the plasma of Bayan? I interjected. At that moment, the proprietor of the village's game room happened to visit my home for a game of mahjong. I discreetly pulled him aside and inquired whether he would be interested in a lucrative endeavor. When he asked what it was, I revealed that it involved cultivating poppies. Initially, he was as terrified as I was, yet as greed took hold, our courage grew bolder. My father entrusted him with the land on the back mountain to cultivate the poppies, which he then processed into opium for sale to others, with profits divided equally between us. Thus all the money I acquired was spent on purchasing plasma from Bayan, and Feng Feng managed to survive day by day. Yet her condition deteriorated increasingly. Her skin was perpetually festering, causing me great distress. Often, I would find myself sitting alone on the sofa, lost in thought, and my friends, witnessing my state, grew perplexed, believing me to be mentally unstable, and gradually distanced themselves from me, until one day, my former companion, Xueliang, sought me out, requesting a loan. When I inquired about its purpose, he refused to disclose any information, only later confessing that he had succumbed to drug use. I was infuriated, harboring deep resentment towards the game room proprietor for introducing drugs into our village, especially affecting my childhood playmate. I resolutely denied Xueliang's request and urged him to quit, for if he continued down this path, he would meet his demise. However, Xueliang bore a grudge against me, and ultimately, one day, he uncovered my secret and threatened me, demanding that I provide him with funds each month, or he would expose me. Terrified, I consulted Feng Feng on how to proceed, and she insisted she would handle the matter. Thus, one fateful night, Feng Feng ended Xueliang's life, yet unexpectedly he was involved with Jingwen. And in her moment of negligence, Feng Feng allowed Jingwen to escape. The subsequent events are known to you all. I learned through the bats that you discovered from Zhu Zhu about Shueliang's drug use, which would inevitably lead to an investigation of the game room proprietor. Consequently, Feng Feng preemptively eliminated the proprietor, Chen Mu recounted, and what of my other friend Gu Rufeng's snakebite was that your doing? Or merely his misfortune, I inquired. That I cannot ascertain. Perhaps he simply had the misfortune of stepping upon a snake. My primary focus was to track you upon realizing your suspicions regarding the plasma. I resolved to eliminate Bayan lest he reveal my secrets. Shenmu sighed. So you tampered with the account books before we could, did you not? I asked. Indeed, I did not anticipate that Bayan would meticulously document every transaction. Had it not been for your timely warning, I fear I would have already been apprehended. Shenmu chuckled. And what of Tianyu? What was your motive for capturing him? Could it truly be the intention to hold Tianyu as a hostage? Or perhaps to eliminate her entirely? I inquired, casting a glance toward Tianyu. She discreetly pinched me from behind. This, perhaps, is merely Feng Feng's boredom, seeking a girl to engage in conversation. Shenmu fixed his gaze upon Feng Feng, who was hiding behind him. It is not unconnected to that time you all barged in unexpectedly. I hastily covered her mouth, yet who could foresee that she would tumble from the bed and crash onto the floor to alert you? Fortunately, Feng Feng managed to intervene. Otherwise, even if we had chosen not to harm her, she would have met her demise from the injuries sustained. Shenmu chuckled. Curse you, were it not for your wretched attire. Would those foul bats have tracked me down? Tianyu exclaimed, kicking me lightly and giving me another pinch. Though I felt no pain, it dawned on me that happiness can be quite simple. I apologized, stating, although your experiences are indeed worthy of sympathy, 3 lives have already been lost at your hands. Thus I rose from the ground, my gaze resolute as I proclaimed, you must still face the judgment of the law. Shenmu and Feng Feng exchanged glances, their hands tightly intertwined. Yes, I believe I comprehend what you wish to convey. We shall not hold your father accountable, for he played little role in the entire affair. And I am certain you have much to discuss. I shall grant you time, and besides, Feng Feng cannot be exposed to sunlight just yet. We shall set out again come nightfall. I stretched my back, feeling the stiffness from prolonged sitting. Thank you, Shenmu smiled. No need for gratitude, I replied with a smile as I strolled toward the doorway, with Tianyu and Sister Jin following closely behind. As the moonlight once again graced the earth, Tianyu's Sister Jin and I pushed open the door to Chen Mu and Feng Feng's room. The dim moonlight filtered through the skylight, casting fragmented shadows. The soft glow from the living room illuminated the bed in the dark room, gently highlighting the faces of the two, who were closely nestled together, their expressions serene and blissful. The following day, in Fushan village, on the back mountain, lush green leaves danced in the air as they descended, landing upon a newly erected grave adorned with a bouquet of yellow chrysanthemums placed before the tombstone. 2 photographs were affixed to the tombstone, capturing their expressions of pure happiness and sweetness. Ling Fan, do you think they will find happiness? Tianyu inquired, gazing at me. If lovers who have even departed together cannot find happiness, then this world is indeed devoid of reason. I smiled at Tianyu, whose forehead was flushed. Ouch, how dare you bite me? That hurts. Tianyu unexpectedly nipped my shoulder, and it truly stung. Biting you is a sign of respect. Come on, Sister Jin is still waiting for us at the foot of the mountain. With that, Tianyu dashed down the slope, her flowing hair cascading like a waterfall. I sighed softly and called out, hey, Tianyu, wait for me. After a while, a black bat circled around the new grave. With a series of clattering sounds, several small stones tumbled from the top of the grave. 2 pale, skeletal hands, tightly clasped together, emerged from the grave's summit. Now let us discuss the vampire bat. This species primarily inhabits the Americas and Africa, and while it is likely present in our homeland, sightings are exceedingly rare. It is commonly believed that bats are creatures confined to flight, incapable of walking. However, this notion applies solely to the ordinary bati. In contrast, the vampire bat exhibits a different reality. It is not only able to walk but can even run, frequently leaping from one animal to another. Their appearance is grotesque, and not just in a conventional sense. It resembles a visage formed from a combination of a mouse's face and a crushed pig's snout, eliciting an involuntary shiver. Vampire bats often traverse the darkness, perpetually feasting on the blood of other creatures, yet their bite is painless. This is due to their introduction of a substance akin to an anesthetic before feeding, which, while not fatal, can lead to discomfort if they consume too much. Fortunately, these terrifying bats are exceedingly rare in our country, to the extent that one might say they are virtually non-existent, allowing us to sleep soundly at night, unabashedly exposed. Now let us delve into a peculiar affliction, often referred to as vampirism. This rare condition is so uncommon in the medical field that its occurrence is comparable to winning the lottery multiple times. Nevertheless, several cases have emerged in Europe, leading those afflicted to be perceived as vampires due to the grotesque deterioration of their facial skin, mistakenly believed to grant immortality. In light of this, allow me to introduce you to the true name of this bizarre ailment: porphyria. Porphyria encompasses a group of disorders caused by the accumulation of a pigment known as porphyrin in the skin, bones, and teeth. While many forms of porphyrin are benign in the darkness, they can be transformed by sunlight into corrosive. Carnivorous toxins. If left untreated, the most severe symptoms, such as congenital erythropoietic porphyria, can result in grotesque deformities reminiscent of the zombies of folklore, with ears and noses consumed, lips and gums eroded to reveal crimson roots, and skin marred by scars, presenting a ghastly pallor indicative of underlying anemia. Given that anemia can be remedied through blood transfusions, some historians speculate that during the Dark Ages of medieval Europe, patients with porphyria might have resorted to the unorthodox remedy of blood drinking. Regardless of the veracity of this assertion, those suffering from congenital erythropoietic porphyria undoubtedly recognized the peril of venturing outdoors during daylight. They likely understood the necessity of avoiding garlic, as certain chemicals within it are believed to exacerbate the symptoms of porphyria, transforming mild afflictions into excruciating experiences. Moreover, rabies was once mistakenly identified as vampirism. However, in comparison to porphyria, it appears rather trivial. Thus concludes my narrative of the bloodthirsty demoness. A new tale of the bewitching fox spirit begins. I kindly urge my dear supporters to offer your unwavering encouragement. Misfortune may harbor hidden fortune, and fortune may conceal peril. Who can discern the extremes? There exists no absolute truth. Our gaze now shifts to a high school student emerging from the dormitory. Their hair is disheveled, their expression vacant, movements sluggish, their eyes flutter as if caught in a state between slumber and wakefulness, navigating the world with a nose for the tantalizing aroma of steamed buns, swaying in the direction of the scent. He is none other than our story's protagonist, Ling Fan, a senior at Qingshan City's first high school. While his academic performance is unremarkable, his aspirations soar to great heights, idolizing his brother who met a mysterious demise in an enigmatic case. Vowing to follow in his footsteps, Ling Fan is determined to gain admission to the prestigious National Medical College that his brother Ling Feng once attended. Aspiring to become an exemplary forensic expert, however, there is another facet to his identity that many may not recognize. He is an extramural member of the HIT Special Operations Group, serving as a temporary forensic investigator. The origins of the HIT Special Operations Group are noteworthy, as it was established by a mandate from the chief of the Municipal Police Department and operates under his direct command. Specifically tasked with investigating supernatural occurrences, as well as eerie cases. Given the potential for public panic arising from the incidents they handle, the group is granted the authority to bypass standard interrogation procedures, refraining from disclosing any information to the public and reporting solely to the chief. This narrative unfolds from the moment Ling Fan purchases soy milk in the morning, spiraling into a most bizarre and unfathomable case. Entangled in the delicate balance of fortune and misfortune, and touching upon deeply resonant themes that stir the soul, Ling Fan, in a daze, hands over money to the vendor, picks up his soy milk and soup dumplings, and ambles toward the classroom. Suddenly, his phone rings. It is Tianyu calling to summon him to headquarters. Another case has emerged. Upon hearing this, Ling Fan is jolted awake, and another thought comes rushing to his mind. He turns back to the vendor, requesting the 5 jiao he had inadvertently overpaid. Due to his confusion, the vendor hesitates, but upon seeing Ling Fan theatrically retrieving his police badge from his pocket, he nearly topples over his stall in alarm, hastily returning the 5 jiao and offering Ling Fan a few extra dumplings as well. Ling Fan has always believed that it would be foolish not to seize an opportunity. Before long, Ling Fan arrives at headquarters, where he finds his superior, Fang Yi, wearing a grin that is more sinister than amiable, beckoning him to take a seat. The sight of this smile sends a chill down Ling Fan's spine. Whenever Fang Yi wears such an expression, it invariably heralds trouble. At that moment, aside from the still drowsy rookie hacker Lin Xinyan, the others are already present. Chen Yuzhen, affectionately known as Sister Zhen, sports a neatly cropped bob, while Tianyu is clad in light blue jeans and a yellow blouse, exuding a refreshing innocence. As for Gu Rufan, he appears to have been deprived of sleep, slumped against the sofa with drool threatening to escape his lips. Likely lost in a dream of spring, Fang Yi pays no mind to Gu Rufan's state, instead tossing a file onto the table before Ling Fan, and with a sly grin announces, a peculiar incident has occurred at the Deng family villa. You and Tianyu will investigate it shortly. Upon hearing the mention of the Deng family villa, Gu Rufan stirs from his lethargy, his eyes lighting up with a gleam of avarice as he eagerly exclaims. The Deng family? Who belongs to the Deng family? What has transpired? They are generational tycoons. Ling Fan interjects. You seem to think only of wealth and the affluent, instead of focusing on your actual duties. You're daydreaming about sudden riches. If you do not improve your work ethic, I shall confine you to a small dark room, treating you as a charlatan promoting feudal superstitions. Fang Yi glared fiercely at Gu Rufeng. The once exuberant Gu Rufeng suddenly became much more submissive, curling up on the sofa with his head bowed, lamenting, had it not been for my greed, I would not have been coerced into this predicament. Truly, I deserve this fate. Old Gu, what are you mumbling about all alone? Do you wish to quit? Fang Yi's stern countenance remained fixed on Gu Rufeng. Endnote, I'm not saying that, I'm not quitting. Gu Rufeng hastily waved his hands. The weather is splendid today, quite pleasant indeed, perfect for exploring those mysterious spells. I shall not disturb you further. With that, Gu Rufeng darted like the wind to a corner that had been specifically designated for him. It was rumored that Fang Yi had heard of a long-lost spell and tasked Gu Rufeng with locating it, yet after more than 10 days of Gu Rufeng's negligence, Fang Yi had yet to receive a whisper of an explanation regarding the spell. Much to his displeasure, but enough about him. This case is quite peculiar. You and Tianyu shall investigate shortly. Gu Rufeng stood, stretching lazily, preparing to depart. Boss, where are you going? Gu Rufeng's head emerged from a pile of ancient texts as he called out. Fang Yi shot 2 furious glares at Gu Rufeng. If you do not uncover anything by this afternoon, you shall pack your belongings and accompany me to the small dark room. What else could be done? Last night, I had a fierce confrontation with Director Chen, and I likely emerged with nothing but losses. This month's salary has been entirely consumed. Chen Yuzhen sighed helplessly. Excellent. Suddenly, a jubilant voice laced with a hint of revenge erupted from the pile of books nearby. A few stacks of books before Gu Rufeng collapsed entirely, burying him beneath them. Ling Fan found this utterly absurd, redirecting his gaze to the file before him, occasionally furrowing his brow. But he turned to Chen Yuzhen and inquired. Sister Jin, have you reviewed this file? Yes, I have. What do you think? Isn't it astonishing? Chen Yuzhen's expression radiated excitement as she looked at Ling Fan. Could it be that we are dealing with another haunting? Chu Tianyu, who had seemed listless moments ago, immediately brightened at the mention of an incredible case and asked eagerly. There are no ghosts, but there is indeed specifically a fox demon that feeds on human essence. Ling Fan said mysteriously to Chu Tianyu. When Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu arrived at the corner of the Deng family villa, they truly grasped the essence of wealth and class. Ling Fan had never felt such a fervent desire for class struggle as he did at that moment. He pressed the doorbell of the villa, and shortly thereafter a woman of around 40 came to greet them. Ling Fan presented his police badge stating their purpose, and the middle-aged woman led them to the reception hall. Asking them to wait briefly, sure enough, it was not long before an elderly butler approached. After some polite exchanges, Ling Fan learned that the butler's surname was Yu, and everyone referred to him as Uncle Yu. Ling Fan, of course, did not hesitate to address him as Uncle Yu. Upon hearing that Ling Fan was investigating the bizarre death of Deng Long from the previous night, Uncle Yu could not help but let out a sigh. Yu invited Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu to take a seat, requesting the woman from earlier to prepare 2 cups of fragrant tea for them. Ling Fan nodded in gratitude to both the woman and Mr. Yu, expressing that he was not thirsty. Mr. Yu, we are here today to investigate the mysterious death of Deng Long last night, and we would greatly appreciate any clues you could provide us. With a sigh, Yu lamented, I have watched young Master Long grow up. After my master passed away, he entrusted the vast family estate to him, and who would have thought? As he spoke, a glimmer of tears shone in his eyes, and he let out a long, deep sigh. In truth, our young Master Long was not as domineering as he appeared. Although he may seem difficult to approach for others, I have known him since childhood. I have served as the steward of the Deng family for many years. I began my service there approximately 40 years ago. Back then, our master was not as wealthy as he later became. However, as his business grew, so did his wealth, allowing him to construct this villa. It was only after marrying that he welcomed young Master Long into the world. Young Master Long was raised with a silver spoon in his mouth, and he would often fly into a rage over trivial matters, a flaw common among the children of affluent families. And nonetheless, apart from that, he was quite an endearing child. However, everything began to change 6 months ago. Half a year ago, our master was unexpectedly diagnosed with a grave illness during a routine checkup, and on a stormy night, he passed away. Before his departure, he entrusted the management of Hongfu Group's business entirely to young Master Long. Initially, young Master Long managed the company with remarkable diligence, and operations ran smoothly. Yet, as time went on, perhaps due to his lack of experience or the overwhelming pressure, the business began to decline sharply. Young Master Long was plagued by guilt. He exhausted all means to revive the company, but nothing seemed to work. Eventually, he came to believe that the surrounding feng shui was unfavorable, possibly in conflict with his endeavors. Thus, he sought the counsel of a Taoist priest who, after careful calculations, informed young Master Long that the presence of fountains around the company indicated an abundance of water, which was of the yin element. This surplus of yin energy was detrimental, overshadowing the yang energy necessary for prosperity, thus explaining the company's stagnation. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyu unexpectedly spewed the tea she was about to swallow, while Ling Fan listened with an air of calm, inwardly cursing the little white fox for its peculiar appetite, as it seemed to indulge in human milk, perhaps revealing itself to be a rather lecherous creature. Ling Fan couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy. Mr. Yu, seemingly unperturbed by Tianyu's impolite outburst, continued at a leisurely pace. Strangely enough, ever since our young master followed the Taoist's advice and had the 2 fountains removed, the business indeed began to improve gradually. This delighted our young master immensely, and he began to cherish the little white fox as a treasure, feeding it human milk 3 times a day. On one occasion, a newly hired maid, due to her poor memory, forgot her duty, resulting in our young master breaking her leg. After compensating her with over 100,000, he dismissed her. From that day forth, regardless of their tasks, the household servants had to prioritize feeding the little fox. And what about you, Mr. Yu? Did you notice any unusual occurrences during that time? Ling Fan inquired. If there is anything to mention, it is the disappearance of the little white fox. Elder Yu fixed his gaze upon me. His eyes unmistakably filled with terror, and then, Elder Yu, did you notice anything unusual at that time? Ling Fan inquired. If there is anything to mention, it is the disappearance of the little white fox. Elder Yu continued to stare at me, his expression betraying evident fear. However, the little white fox's disappearance does not necessarily indicate anything. Perhaps it simply scurried beneath the bed or to some other hiding place. Ling Fan chuckled, attempting to rationalize. Individuals of Elder Yu's age are often quite superstitious. Should superstition intertwine with this case, it would complicate matters significantly. Elder Yu sighed softly and then retrieved a neatly folded tissue from his pocket, presenting it to Ling Fan, saying, "Why don't you take a look inside and see what it contains? What could possibly be contained within a small tissue? If you intend to frighten me, at least select something more sophisticated. At most, it might just be a picture that evokes dread." Ling Fan mused internally, yet, when he unwrapped the tissue, he was genuinely startled by its contents. Tian Yu's complexion also turned notably pallid. Within the tissue lay a small tuft of snow-white fur, even whiter than the bleached tissue itself. Surely it must belong to that little white fox. Do you know where I found this peculiar item? Elder Yu inquired, his tone imbued with mystery as he gazed at Ling Fan and Tian Yu. Exchanging glances, both Ling Fan and Tian Yu shook their heads, their faces alight with anticipation for Elder Yu's forthcoming revelation. It was found between the legs of young Master Long. Elder Yu slowly articulated. He appeared unfazed, merely smiling awkwardly, though it was an unappealing smile. Still, it was preferable to tears. Ling Fan proceeded to ask Elder Yu additional questions concerning his habits and preferences, uncovering nothing particularly strange. He then inquired if Deng Long had experienced any unpleasantness with anyone prior to the incident, or if he had any enemies. The Elder Yu pondered for a moment before replying, "As for having enemies, not particularly, merely some familial disputes." Although young Master Long tended to be somewhat domineering, he still maintained a degree of propriety. As for friends, he did have a business associate with whom his relationship was quite amicable, Zhang Youyu, the deputy manager of Qingshan City Changlong Timber Transportation Company, as indicated on the back of his business card detailing the company's operations. Ling Fan carefully tucked away the card, realizing he must pay a visit to this individual named Zhang Youyu at some point. However, before meeting Zhang Youyu, Ling Fan was inclined to visit Deng Long's company to glean insights about the renowned Hongfu Group's true nature. Additionally, he harbored an interest in the feng shui arrangement set by the Taoist priest years ago. Previously, in a different case, he had heard old Gu mention matters of architectural feng shui, but he had not comprehended them at the time. This current case, however, presented a genuine instance where feng shui influenced fortune, leading Ling Fan to regard this art with newfound intrigue. Perhaps he could learn a few techniques and gain admission to a prestigious national medical college. Hongfu Group, officially known as Hongfu Household Appliances Company Limited, primarily operates in the realm of household appliances. Recently, however, they have expanded their business into the manufacturing of exquisite furniture, and it is rumored that their business is thriving. The company occupies a considerable expanse of land, and the number of employees is not insignificant. However, at present, many of these employees seem to lack focus on their respective duties, instead congregating in small groups, whispering to one another as if engaged in discussions of utmost importance. Perhaps they are speculating about the sudden demise of their boss, Deng Long. As the saying goes, there are no secrets that remain hidden. No matter how tightly one tries to control information, there will always be channels that inadvertently leak it. "What are you all doing? Do you wish to continue working here? If not, gather your belongings and leave," a commanding voice thundered at the chatting employees. Ling Fan turned towards the source of the sound, only to behold a strikingly beautiful woman with long hair clad in a tailored suit standing at the entrance. "Who are you? You don't appear to be one of our company as staff. Did you not notice the sign at the door that reads 'No entry for unauthorized personnel'?" The long-haired beauty approached Ling Fan, bombarding him with questions like bullets, revealing her penchant for issuing orders and suggesting a position of considerable authority within the company. "I apologize, I truly did not see it. We are police officers, here to investigate matters concerning your boss, Deng Long. If it's convenient, may we find a quiet place to discuss?" Ling Fan produced his identification. The long-haired beauty seemed to harbor a sense of animosity towards the police, yet managed to force a polite, albeit strained smile. "In that case, please follow me." As she turned to lead Ling Fan and Tian Yu towards a meeting room, the employees outside once again gathered in hushed conversation. This time, the long-haired beauty sighed, disregarding them entirely, and ushered Ling Fan and Tian Yu into the reception room. "Please feel free to ask any questions. The company is in a state of disarray, and there are numerous matters awaiting my attention, so I kindly ask that you be concise." She seated herself at the head of the table, glancing at an exquisite Rolex on her wrist with a smile. Observing the long-haired beauty's smile and listening to her words, Ling Fan felt a sense of discomfort and a lingering suspicion towards her. He inquired directly and succinctly, May I have your name, your position within the company, and your relationship with Deng Long? The long-haired beauty appeared momentarily taken aback by such a forthright inquiry, but soon regained her composure and replied with a natural smile, "My name is Zhao Wenqi, and I am the vice president of this company, possessing a comprehensive understanding of its affairs. Therefore, you may direct any questions to me. We wish to inquire about the incident several years ago when the company employed a Taoist priest for rituals and feng shui arrangements, as well as whether Deng Long had offended anyone prior to the incident. The peculiarity surrounding Deng Long's condition has led us to suspect foul play. As Ling Fan spoke, he carefully observed Zhao Wenqi's expressions. Given the current circumstances, it appeared she had assumed control of the company, and if all went as expected, it was likely to fall into her hands. As far as I am aware, although Deng Long exhibits a domineering and flamboyant demeanor, he is certainly not devoid of discernment regarding whom to confront and whom to avoid. He possesses a keen awareness of these social nuances. If he were otherwise, he would not have successfully expanded the company he inherited from his father. The matter involving the invitation of a Taoist priest for a ritual can be traced back to 6 months ago, following the passing of Deng Long's father. As Zhang Wenqi chuckled, just as Zhao Wenqi was about to continue, Ling Fan interjected with a question. "Miss Zhao, it appears your relationship with the chairman of your company is quite extraordinary. I presume that ordinary employees do not refer to their chairman by name. Young officer, your powers of observation are commendable indeed. My connection with Deng Long transcends a mere superior-subordinate dynamic. We share a particularly close bond. Were it not so, I would not have ascended to the position of vice president within the company." Is there any lingering doubt? Zhao Wenqi revealed a captivating smile, clearly unperturbed about disclosing the nature of her relationship with Deng Long. However, this is merely the personal perspective of Long Chen rather than an assumption. Many self-righteous offenders often unwittingly reveal their motives, which is why Zhao Wenqi found herself on Ling Fan's blacklist. That is acceptable. I kindly ask you, Miss Zhao, to elaborate on Deng Long's engagement of a Taoist priest for the company. Thank you, Ling Fan remarked with an innocuous smile. Zhao Wenqi did not display any overtly suspicious demeanor, merely responding with a sweet smile. Actually, it is not a matter of great significance. Personally, I do not place much faith in matters of feng shui. I believe in the power of human determination. However, Deng Long is quite the opposite. He places great importance on feng shui, which has led to our occasional disputes. Ultimately, I was the one who conceded. Reflecting back, it all began when Deng Long took over the company's affairs following his father's unexpected demise 6 months ago. He left behind a substantial enterprise, and at that time, I was merely a lowly employee, hardly regarded by him. Yet, from the moment he arrived, I was captivated by his assertive and vigorous style, prompting me to seek every possible means to draw closer to him. However, there were many other beautiful women in the company vying for his attention, eager to ensnare a wealthy partner, making it difficult for me to catch his eye. Yet, an opportunity soon presented itself. When Deng Long first joined the company, operations were relatively smooth and performance exceeded that of his father's tenure. However, this favorable situation was short-lived, perhaps due to Deng Long's lack of extensive experience or his inherent personality traits. The company began to suffer losses, and at one point, it even faced a deficit. This situation caused Deng Long considerable anxiety. Despite his usual domineering nature and authoritative demeanor towards his subordinates, he held deep regard for the company, which represented his father's lifelong dedication. Thus, he endeavored to rectify the company's plight, but to no avail. I perceived this as my moment to seize. If I could assist him in overcoming this adversity, the tale of soaring to prominence would become my reality. Consequently, I discreetly discovered Deng Long's strong belief in feng shui. Although I was skeptical, I nonetheless enlisted the help of a friend to arrange for a Taoist priest for Deng Long. It was indeed peculiar that this Taoist priest, wherever he roamed, always cradled a snow-white fox in his arms. Upon his arrival at the company, he began to calculate with his fingers and swiftly discerned that the company was overwhelmed by excessive yin energy, while the yang energy was waning, resulting in an imbalance of yin and yang. Consequently, Deng Long ordered the dismantling of 2 fountains situated to the east, and indeed, after their removal, the company's performance gradually began to recover. Moreover, Deng Long, as I had anticipated, began to take notice of me, promoting me by 3 ranks. However, at that moment, he merely regarded me as the benefactor who had rejuvenated the company, without paying me much heed. What truly captured his attention was another incident. Following the Taoist's incantation, the company's fortunes began to improve. Deng Long prepared a sum of money as a token of gratitude for the Taoist, but the priest declined, stating that he was merely doing good deeds, and warned Deng Long that he must cultivate virtue and perform good acts in the future, lest disaster soon befall him. When Deng Long inquired about the nature of this calamity, the Taoist remained enigmatic, declaring it a heavenly secret, one that must not be divulged, lest divine retribution swiftly ensue. Upon hearing this, Deng Long felt compelled to refrain from further questioning. Yet he grew curious about the small white fox cradled by the Taoist, prompting him to ask about its significance and the reason for the priest's daily embrace of it. The Taoist explained that this small white fox was a celestial spirit fox, Capable of bestowing fortune and averting calamities, however, he could never have anticipated that his final remarks would lead to his own downfall. As Deng Long learned of the impending disaster, he became desperate to avert it. Yet, the Taoist remained unwilling to disclose the nature of his impending doom. Consequently, upon discovering that the white fox could shield him from misfortune, Deng Long devised numerous schemes to acquire it. Nevertheless, the Taoist, being an ethereal being, was impervious to Deng Long's material temptations and repeatedly refused his offers. At that moment, I happened to be present and discreetly sought to uncover the Taoist's whereabouts. I stealthily made my way to his lodging and implored him to bestow the small white fox upon me, promising to pay any price he deemed fit. Yet, despite my fervent entreaties, the Taoist remained resolute in his refusal. Suddenly, a surge of violent intent overcame me, as the Taoist turned his back to leave. I seized a brick from the ground and struck him. The priest collapsed dazed, and I seized the small white fox, fleeing in a frenzy, my heart racing with both trepidation and exhilaration. The fear stemmed from the uncertainty of whether the Taoist would survive my assault, while the excitement arose from the belief that the fox would soon bring me good fortune. Zhao Wenqi recounted to us the tale of how Hongfu Company had summoned the Taoist to perform rituals. When Deng Long realized the impending doom he faced, he sought to acquire the fox, initially intending to purchase it with a substantial sum. Little did he know that the Taoist was a reclusive sage, indifferent to worldly wealth. In her desperation to capture the attention of the newly appointed director Deng Long, the then junior employee Zhao Wenqi approached the Taoist, pleading with him to sell her the small white fox. When he refused, in a moment of panic, Zhao Wenqi picked up a stone and struck the Taoist, seizing the fox and fleeing towards the mountains. The following day, I personally presented the small white fox to Deng Long, claiming that my sincere heart had moved the Taoist to grant it to me. To embellish my story, I concocted a tale, asserting that the fox was a celestial being that subsisted solely on fresh human milk, and was not nourished by earthly fare. Upon further contemplation, it becomes evident that one could easily perceive the flaws in my words. How could a Taoist priest, an immortal sage, resort to nourishing a young fox with human milk? Yet, at that moment, Deng Long was so overwhelmed with astonishment that he lacked the capacity to question the inconsistencies in my statements. Subsequently, as you have observed, he placed immense value on me, declaring me to be his fortunate benefactor. He even engaged in an intimate relationship with me and elevated my position from that of a minister to the vice president of the company. That is the crux of the matter. Do you have any further inquiries? Zhao Wenqi chuckled. And now, it appears that suspicion has shifted once more to the enigmatic Taoist priest. From Zhao Wenqi's account, this priest seems to possess some arcane and mystical knowledge. If he harbored resentment towards Deng Long for stealing his beloved fox, it is entirely plausible that he could have covertly cast a spell to bring about Deng Long's demise. However, another question arises: why did the priest refrain from casting a spell at that time, only to contemplate taking action 6 months later? Could it be that sorcery adheres to temporal constraints? It seems that old Gu may have to lend his expertise once again, but the immediate priority is to locate the Taoist priest. Miss Zhao, are you certain that you merely rendered the priest unconscious and did not take his life? Ling Fan inquired. He chuckled, saying, if I were not sure, would I dare to say so? That would only invite trouble upon myself. Zhao Wenqi playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Ling Fan gazed into Zhao Wenqi's eyes and sensed her honesty. Indeed, her words would only serve to complicate her own situation without yielding any benefits. Miss Zhao, if the Taoist priest is truly unharmed, could you possibly reveal to us the location of his temple? That's not for you to concern yourself with. I simply wish to know where this mysterious Taoist priest once resided. Perhaps I might chance upon some fortune there, or maybe our fates are intertwined. Ling Fan replied with a smile. Well then, and Zhao Wenqi pondered for a moment before looking up and saying, very well. If you truly have a connection with the priest, please convey my apologies to him. Rest assured, I shall relay your message. The Taoist priestess' former residence is atop Qinglong Mountain in Qingshui Town, where there is a temple known as Qinglong Temple, though it may have long since been demolished. Zhao Wenqi sighed. Qingshui Town, Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu exclaimed in unison, sharing a knowing smile as they experienced a moment of understanding. After bidding farewell to Zhao Wenqi, Ling Fan departed from Hongfu Company with Tianyu, walking side by side along the pavement in silence. Tianyu, upon hearing Qingshui Town, whom did you think of? Ling Fan broke the silence, resting his arms behind his head with a grin. Who else could it be? Naturally, it's Zhang Xiao and Uncle Fu. Chu Tianyu laughed. Indeed, it has been quite a while since I visited Qingshui Town to see them. I recall that time when Zhang Xiao disguised himself as a girl to dupe me. I nearly fell for his ruse. How infuriating! How can there be such a handsome boy in this world? Life is truly unfair. Ling Fan kicked a pebble down the road, feigning an expression of outrage, though in truth, he harbored no deep-seated animosity towards Zhang Xiao. Rather, he felt a twinge of regret for his sister. As the world had lost yet another beauty to admire, naturally, we shall venture to Qingshui Town to pay a visit to Uncle Fu and Zhang Xiao, while also inquiring about the enigmatic Taoist priest of the Qinglong Temple. Alas, Ling Fan suddenly recalled something and struck his own head with a fist. What is it? Tianyu asked, her expression filled with concern. I forgot to ask Zhao Wenqi about the Taoist priest's title. Ling Fan exclaimed, followed by a deep sigh. Oh well, we are bound for Qingshui town anyway. If Zhao Wenqi is to be believed, the mysterious Taoist must possess profound wisdom. I fear there may be but a handful of such individuals in the entirety of Qingshan City. Moreover, we can certainly consult Uncle Fu. Having lived there for such a considerable time, he must be privy to some insights. Before Ling Fan could finish his sentence, he turned to Tianyu, only to find that she had vanished. Just as he felt a pang of frustration, a green vehicle came to a halt beside the road. Tianyu leaned out of the window, waving her hand. Hey, hurry up and get in the car. Stop dawdling. With a resigned shake of his head, Ling Fan obediently settled into the front seat, remarking, Tianyu, even though I'm in the front, let me make it clear, I have no money. Tianyu scoffed. And in that moment, a tingling sensation surged through Ling Fan's back, a clear indication that she had pressed on a pressure point. Instantly, he felt as if ants were biting him all over. An unbearable discomfort. Soon after, he could hear Tianyu chuckling behind him. The driver, observing Ling Fan's complex expression, glanced at Tianyu's finger and let out a heavy sigh. Young man, just bear with it. There are many days ahead. Ling Fan stared blankly ahead, seemingly catching a glimpse of his future, penniless, burdened with household chores, and serving as a punching bag driver, to Qingshui town. The driver's murmurs, laden with a hint of sarcasm, reached Tianyu's ears, causing her fair complexion to flush crimson. Indeed, the journey was swift, and within 2 hours Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu arrived at the long-awaited Qingshan town. It was undeniably a place of remarkable beauty and charm. No wonder it could nurture extraordinary individuals like the mysterious Taoist priest. It seemed that the feng shui here was truly auspicious. As Ling Fan and Tianyu traversed familiar paths, they often overheard snippets of conversation regarding the haunted house legends of Qingshui town. Evidently, the confidentiality measures at headquarters were exceptionally stringent, and due to the tales surrounding the haunted house, the annual influx of visitors to Qingshui town had significantly increased. The government, seemingly indifferent, had opted not to demolish the two-story building and instead designated it as a restricted area. Paradoxically, the more it was shunned, the more curiosity it sparked. When Ling Fan laid eyes on Zhang Xiao once more, he found him alongside Uncle Fu, harvesting vegetables from a cleared plot of land. Zhang Xiao had secured a job selling computers in Qingshui town. Due to his handsome appearance, remarkable intellect, and quick wit, Zhang Xiao swiftly rose to prominence as a sales star in the computer company. With his income multiplying exponentially, however, he and Uncle Fu still resided in that dilapidated house, where a strong gust of wind could nearly rip the roof off and a light rain would force the two to scavenge for a dry spot to sleep. Tianyu found this perplexing. Despite having ample funds to purchase a decent apartment, why did they continue to dwell in such a rundown place? Ling Fan smiled and explained to Tianyu that they were afflicted by a peculiar ailment. When she inquired about the nature of this illness, Ling Fan chuckled and said that it only manifested on clear nights. On such evenings, Zhang Xiao and Uncle Fu could simply lie in bed and gaze at the twinkling stars through the holes in the roof. Hey, Ling Fan, Tianyu, you finally come. It's been ages since your last visit. Hurry, hurry, the tea is about to boil. Tianyu, could you please help turn it off? Zhang Xiao called out, pointing towards the whistling kettle with a grin. Arriving just to be put to work, I came here as a guest, Tianyu retorted in jest as she dashed into the house, not forgetting to give Ling Fan a playful kick on her way. Hello, Uncle Fu, how have you been? Ling Fan approached the patch of wasteland, smiling at Uncle Fu. Have you missed me? This old man is still as robust as ever. I'm not going anywhere just yet. I'm still waiting to hold my grandchild. Uncle Fu laughed heartily. Of course, I've missed you. By the way, when is Tianyu getting married? I want to hold my grandchild too. Uncle Fu's laughter echoed. Unchanged from his former self, Ling Fan recalled the day he had forced Uncle Fu out of the dilapidated house with thick smoke and couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Zhang Xiao leaned in with a mischievous grin and said, "What is so funny? You're not concocting another scheme, are you? How are things between you and Tianyu? It seems your relationship has improved considerably." Tianyu doesn't seem as fierce as before. Looks like you're in for some good fortune, you rascal. Ling Fan chuckled while playfully scolding Zhang Xiao, but his expression soon turned serious. Enough of the banter. I'm here for a case and need to find someone. Who are you looking for? Just say the word. With Zhang Xiao and Uncle Fu, we practically embody the history of Qingshui town for the past 200 years. There is nothing we don't know. Zhang Xiao laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Be careful not to burst your belly. To be honest, we're here to find a Taoist priest from Qinglongguan. We wish to inquire about something, Ling Fan said, giving Zhang Xiao a hearty pat on the shoulder. A Taoist from Qinglongguan, you must mean Taoist Luochen. Zhang Xiao's jovial demeanor suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. Taoist Luochen, is he the one who used to carry a little white fox around all day? Ling Fan inquired in return. Hey, you two rascals, are you talking about that Taoist with the impressive reputation? Uncle Fu rose from the vegetable field, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile. Yes, I recently encountered a case related to Taoist Luochen, so I specifically came here to pay him a visit and gather some information. Ling Fan explained, but to his surprise, Taoist Luochen was not present at the temple. Uncle Fu, as he spoke, donned his shoes and headed towards the wasteland, clearly confident in his ability to locate Taoist Luochen. Ling Fan turned to glance at Zhang Xiao beside him and chuckled. How could Uncle Fu possibly know the Taoist Luo Chen? Zhang Xiao shook his head in response. I'm not entirely certain either. But I seem to recall Uncle Fu mentioning that Taoist Luo Chen once shared a bond with him. At that time, Uncle Fu graciously offered his only pancake to Taoist Luo Chen. And thus, the latter has forever cherished Uncle Fu's kindness. Their relationship is particularly close, and when Taoist Luo Chen encounters Uncle Fu, he jokes with him as if they were ordinary neighbors, completely unlike an enlightened immortal. Ling Fan gazed at the receding figure of Uncle Fu and mused. Uncle Fu was truly not an ordinary person. It appears that even if someone lacks remarkable talents or appearance, possessing a kind heart can render them an extraordinarily formidable individual. As Ling Fan observed Uncle Fu's unsteady silhouette walking away, he suddenly realized that the individual capable of summoning that profoundly enlightened Taoist with a mere utterance was merely a humble, kind-hearted elder from a village. After Uncle Fu departed, Chen Xiao led Ling Fan into a dilapidated house where they discussed their recent affairs. Through their conversation, Ling Fan learned that Chen Xiao was faring quite well and would soon receive a promotion. However, he seemed to prefer engaging in face-to-face interactions with customers, as this allowed him to hear more intriguing tales. Chen Xiao then inquired about Ling Fan's recent experiences. Ling Fan shrugged and smiled, stating that he was still the same as ever, attending classes diligently at school. If a case arose, he would transform into a forensic expert, participating in the investigation of criminal cases. Have you encountered any peculiar cases lately? Zhang Xiao asked, observing Ling Fan's furrowed brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. After listening to Ling Fan's account, Zhang Xiao too frowned deeply, resting his chin on his left hand, and pondered. This case indeed sounds rather extraordinary. Logically speaking, it could be the work of a fox spirit that absorbs male vitality, and the little white fox is the prime suspect. However, it has now gone missing. Therefore, if we can locate that little white fox, we may uncover the truth behind this case. Indeed, you are quite right. This is also what I am contemplating, which is why I accompanied Tianyu to Qingshui town to seek insights from Taoist Luo Chen. Ling Fan replied with a smile. Are you suggesting that the little white fox will automatically find its way to Taoist Luo Chen's residence? Shu Tianyu interjected eagerly. Tianyu, you've guessed wrong again. Ling Fan did not come to Qingshui town because of the little white fox, Zhang Xiao replied with a grin directed at Chu Tianyu. Chu Tianyu immediately pouted, secretly kicking Ling Fan to prompt an explanation. Ling Fan, you can't possibly believe in the Taoist's words, can you? Do you really believe in ghosts and deities? Chu Tianyu asked with suspicion, as she recalled that Ling Fan was not someone who typically adhered to such beliefs. Tianyu, you are mistaken. Ling Fan does believe, at least this time he does, for it was spoken by a true Taoist of profound wisdom. Moreover, aside from the notion of a white fox transforming into a celestial being, there exists no other more reasonable explanation. Zhang Xiao chuckled. You are mistaken. I do not believe. Ling Fan suddenly lifted his head, his piercing gaze fixated on the perplexed Zhang Xiao. He spoke slowly. I shall not believe in ghosts and deities solely based on conjecture until I witness it with my own eyes. Even if that little white fox is indeed a spirit fox, it possesses merely a semblance of humanity. The notion that it could transform into a human is something I could never accept. Even if the one asserting it were a Taoist priest well-versed in the profound truths of the universe. Alas, it seems I cannot sway you, and I fear your rigid beliefs will lead you to misfortune. Zhang Xiao sighed, then continued. Ling Fan, consider this. If the white fox had not transformed into an immortal by consuming yang essence, how could Deng Long have aged overnight to resemble an 80-year-old man? Furthermore, as far as I know, there is no such elixir in this world. Even heavy metal poisoning occurs at a gradual pace, never resulting in such rapid aging. Perhaps there are bizarre occurrences we are unaware of. The concept of ghosts and deities is nothing but fanciful nonsense. Ling Fan countered. The two engaged in an endless debate, their once steaming tea now transformed into a bowl of iced beverage. They argued fervently over the existence of ghosts in this world, the veracity of feng shui, the essence of cultivation, and other related subjects, yet neither could persuade the other, their faces flushed with intensity. Amidst their fervent discourse, Tianyu understood not a single word. She held little interest in the ways of cultivation. Had it involved boxing or shooting, she would have been far more engaged. Suddenly, a round of applause resonated from outside the door, followed by the entrance of an elderly man, exuding an air of wisdom and grace, accompanied by Fu Bo. Upon seeing the venerable elder, Zhang Xiao promptly rose from his seat, paying his respects with utmost reverence. Chu Tianyu and Ling Fan hastily stood as well. Tianyu leaned toward Ling Fan, whispering, Is this elder the renowned Taoist Master Luo Chen? Master Luo Chen, with eyes full of wisdom, regarded Ling Fan and Zhang Xiao with a smile. Your debate just now was truly remarkable. Both of you possess considerable insight. Should you choose to cultivate with me, I assure you, you will achieve greatness in the future. Perhaps you might consider following me on this path of cultivation? You old fool, these children are my grandchildren. I can hardly wait to hold my great-grandchildren. Fu Bo interjected, his voice laced with indignation upon hearing Master Luo Chen's intentions to take Ling Fan and Zhang Xiao under his wing. If you dare lead them astray, I shall reduce your shabby temple to ashes. Huh? I was merely jesting. Master Luochen chuckled heartily, then turned to Ling Fan with a tranquil expression, inquiring, "Did you come here to discuss Danglong's matter?" At the first glance of Master Luochen, Ling Fan sensed that this ethereal elder was no ordinary man when the Taoist expressed a desire to take him and Zhang Xiao as disciples. Fu Bo immediately objected, sternly scolding Master Luochen for his intentions to sever his hopes of embracing great-grandchildren. Observing the camaraderie between Master Luochen and Fu Bo, Ling Fan would have thought the venerable elder was merely a neighbor or old friend of Fu Bo. Had he not previously known of his esteemed identity? Tianyu wore a perplexed expression, turning to Ling Fan and whispering, "Is this elderly man truly Taoist Luochen?" "He hardly appears to be so," Ling Fan replied with a sardonic smile. "You constantly throw punches and kicks at me, yet I have never doubted your femininity." Tianyu shot him a glare filled with indignation and discreetly kicked him from behind. Ling Fan stifled a cry of pain. Taoist Luochen regarded Ling Fan with a serene smile, saying, "This young benefactor must have come here to discuss the matter of Danglong. Taoist, how did you know I sought you regarding Danglong?" Tianyu inquired. "I doubt Uncle Fu has informed you of my purpose." Ling Fan was taken aback by Taoist Luochen's words, and he shared his suspicions with the Taoist. After listening, Taoist Luochen maintained his tranquil demeanor, responding, "It is not difficult to deduce. Upon first seeing you both, I knew you must be recipients of imperial grace. How could you possibly know that we are imperial beneficiaries?" Tianyu exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Fan furrowed his brow but remained silent, observing the Taoist's expression for any signs of change. To his disappointment, Taoist Luochen's countenance remained unchanged, exuding a calm smile regardless of the shifting surroundings. "This young lady has a stern visage, with brows finely shaped like crescent blades. Her character must surely be resolute and imbued with justice, likely engaged in a martial profession." Taoist Luochen continued, gesturing towards the area above Tianyu's forehead. "Moreover, the fullness of your suggests a regal aura, indicative of a commanding presence. Such features are typically associated with a career in law enforcement." Tianyu paused momentarily, then turned to Uncle Fu, pouting in urgency. "You must have told him, little Chu, since the moment I found him and brought him here. I have only spoken 3 phrases. First, so you are indeed here? Second, come with me, someone is looking for you. Third, you old rascal, these 2 children are my grandchildren. I can hardly wait to hold my great-grandchildren. If you dare lead them astray, I shall set your dilapidated temple ablaze." Uncle Fu laughed heartily. Ling Fan looked toward Taoist Luochen and said, "In that case, I too would like to request your insight into my countenance." Esteemed Taoist Luochen examined Ling Fan's features, and his smile gradually faded. After a moment, he remarked, "This benefactor is undoubtedly a student, perhaps a high schooler, and it seems you have encountered the deceased furthermore, not long ago. You must have experienced the sorrow of losing a loved one." And Taoist Luochen's voice trailed off, a gentle sigh escaping his lips. "And what else? May I ask for further clarification?" Taoist, Ling Fan, startled that the Taoist not only discerned his identity but also alluded to his recent bereavement, felt a surge of curiosity, particularly as his brother had recently passed away. The Taoist's unfinished thought piqued his intrigue. The Taoist priest, Luochen, chuckled and said, "As for the matters that follow, it is not yet appropriate for me to disclose them to you. Young benefactor, should you manage to resolve the issues that currently perplex you, I kindly invite you to visit the Qinglong Temple, where I shall elucidate your fortune in detail. That being said, I would appreciate it if you could clarify how you came to know that we are here regarding the affairs of Danglong." Although Ling Fan felt a tinge of confusion, he decided it best to first address the present circumstances before delving deeper into this inquiry. Luochen then settled onto a square stool and continued with a smile. "To discuss Danglong, we must trace back to 6 months prior. Half a year ago, a friend of mine unexpectedly sought my assistance, asking me to examine the feng shui for a friend of his who had recently encountered difficulties. Suspecting that the issues were related to feng shui, ordinarily, I would not readily offer my services in this regard, as personal fortunes and misfortunes are predetermined by fate. Attempting to counter such destiny could not only fail to avert calamity but might indeed exacerbate it. However, this friend was the only son of a deceased acquaintance, and I had promised to look after him in his father's stead, so I ultimately consented to assist. When I arrived to meet his friend, I discovered she was a young woman named Zhao Wenqi. She informed me that it was not her own feng shui that required examination, but rather that of her boss's company. Initially, I considered declining. Yet Zhao Wenqi implored me repeatedly, compelling me to accompany her to the company. It was at that moment that I met Danglong. He guided me through his establishment, requesting that I perform a rite to bless the company. As I surveyed the premises, I realized that the company exhibited a significant disruption in its feng shui, specifically an imbalance of yin and yang. This imbalance refers to the disproportionate presence of yin energy as opposed to yang. In Danglong's case, the company was ensconced by 2 fountains, which, being associated with yin, created an excess of yin energy while obstructing yang energy from entering. This resulted in a deficiency of yang within the company, marking the principal flaw in its feng shui. Is it truly possible for the Taoist priest to possess such insights into feng shui? how does one explain the notion of yin and yang imbalance? Ling Fan interjected. Having long harbored this question, Luo Chen replied, the art of feng shui is not as esoteric as it may seem. It is merely a manifestation of Taoist wisdom, which is often deeply concealed from the common eye. Thus, many regard it as either fanciful or incomprehensible. In truth, feng shui can be understood as a branch of science, or rather, a synthesis of various scientific disciplines in contemporary terms. He then used Deng Long's company as a case study to elucidate the principles of feng shui. Under Luo Chen's explanation, the once enigmatic concept of feng shui became remarkably accessible. Ling Fan, Zhu Tianyu, and Zhang Xiao exchanged glances, realizing that this was indeed the essence of feng shui, once the veil of mystery was lifted. It became apparent that feng shui is intricately connected to the most common fields of architecture, medicine, and biophysics, forming a comprehensive scientific discipline. I have heard that the Taoist priest once assisted Deng Long in examining his facial features and forewarned him of an impending calamity. It was stated that this misfortune could not be entirely averted, but rather mitigated through the accumulation of virtue and good deeds, thereby delaying the inevitable disaster. Is this true? Ling Fan inquired. This matter must be recounted from the moment I helped Deng Long dismantle the fountain at his company. On the very first day I observed Deng Long's visage, I discerned that his fortune had been exhausted. It seemed that his youthful indulgence and extravagance had depleted his blessings, leading to the arrival of misfortune. I cautioned him to engage in acts of kindness henceforth, otherwise disaster would surely befall him. However, when Deng Long learned of the calamity that awaited him, rather than reflecting on his actions, he sought to defy fate and forcibly eliminate the consequences of his deeds. In his desperate quest for a shortcut to avert disaster, Deng Long fixated his greedy gaze upon my little white fox. This fox had been a gift from a hunter long ago, and I found its gentle demeanor and almost human-like understanding endearing, thus I often kept it close. To safeguard the fox from theft, I had even described it as a celestial spirit fox. Yet Deng Long misconstrued this notion and devised various schemes to obtain it. I was acutely aware that should he acquire the fox, he would believe it could absolve him of his misfortunes, thus forgetting the fundamental importance of accumulating virtue. Consequently, I repeatedly declined Deng Long's generous offers to purchase the fox. This, in essence, encapsulates my dealings with Deng Long. Young benefactor, does what I have shared assist you in any way? Master Luochen inquired with a smile. His words illuminated many aspects for Ling Fan, yet there remained numerous uncertainties. Presently, Ling Fan felt compelled to seek answers to two pressing questions. Or has that little white fox gone? And who is the friend that helped Zhao Wenqi find Master Luochen? What motivates this individual to extend such fervent assistance to Zhao Wenqi? Ling Fan conveyed to Master Luochen the events surrounding Deng Long's demise along with his own queries. Indeed, upon hearing Ling Fan's words, Master Luochen exhibited little astonishment, even regarding Deng Long's sudden aging, yet, he did sigh softly upon learning of the little white fox's disappearance. Master, I wish to pose a question to you. Do you believe it is possible for the little white fox to transform into human form and drain Deng Long's essence before escaping? Ling Fan asked. Ling Fan continued, as for matters of physiognomy, I trust my own judgment. However, I shall endeavor to assist you in locating the little white fox, hoping it still lives. Thank you. Oh, by the way, you inquired about the son of my late acquaintance. I have yet to disclose his name. It is Zhang Youyu, Longchen concluded, smiling as he strode confidently out of the room. Zhang Youyu. Ling Fan repeated the name incessantly, suddenly recalling the business card that Yubo had given him that morning at the Deng residence, which bore the name Zhang Youyu. Indeed, Ling Fan stared at the name on the card, lost in thought, realizing that Zhang Youyu was the very friend who aided Zhao Wenqi, and furthermore, he was also a companion of Deng Long. However, Zhao Wenqi had not mentioned this connection. It appeared that it was time to pay a visit to this lumber merchant named Zhang Youyu. Ling Fan, you might want to investigate the individual known as Zhang Youyu. I have a feeling that he is no ordinary person, and perhaps he is connected to this case. Moreover, he should certainly be added to your blacklist. Zhang Xiao approached Ling Fan, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Ha, I am truly grateful that you are my friend and not my rival, Ling Fan replied earnestly, otherwise, I would be quite reluctant to capture you again. I say, Athan and Chu Yadu, since you've come such a long way, can't you stay here and enjoy a meal? Mr. Fu's face appeared somewhat displeased. Rest assured, Mr. Fu, once this case is solved, we shall return to dine at your home, and you must prepare an ample feast. For Tianyu is quite the hearty eater. Stinky Ling Fan, you are the one. Tianyu pouted, giving Ling Fan a playful kick. Laughter erupted from the dilapidated house, yet at that moment, not far away, a shadowy figure clad in a black trench coat observed the gathering within the crumbling abode. When they turned to look again, he had vanished, as if he had never existed at all. As Ling Fan peered into the dining area, he was startled by the sight of a long queue of employees stretching to the door. Goodness! The line is so long it reaches the entrance. How long will it take to serve food? See, I suggested we eat out, but you insisted on dining here. It may be cheaper, but by the time you get your meal, it will be dark. Tianyu huffed in annoyance. Heck Tianyu, leave this to me. Who do you think I am? I am the master of meal procurement, Ling Fan declared with a thumbs up, then pointed to an empty seat. You go claim that table, or we'll end up standing to eat. Are you sure about that? I have my doubts, Tanya retorted, pouting as she dashed toward the vacant seat. Ling Fan surveyed the throng of heads before suddenly shouting. Oh look, the general manager has arrived in the dining hall, let us give him a warm welcome. With that, he bolted outside, his voice echoing. Upon seeing Ling Fan rush out first, the employees, eager to curry favor, surged towards the small door in a mass exodus. Ling Fan, hiding at the entrance, chuckled to himself and boldly pushed against the tide. Finding the dining hall deserted, he leisurely served himself 2 portions of food. Well, look at that, we've got our meals now. Ling Fan placed the 2 servings on the table with a grin. Such a rascal. Tanya shot him a sidelong glance before digging into her rice. Just then, the company employees streamed back inside, forming a long queue to get their meals while grumbling about the deceitful individual who had spread false information. Lamenting the absence of the general manager, and regretting their gullibility in believing he would dine in the cafeteria. As Ling Fan was enjoying his meal, a long-haired beauty in professional attire approached their table with a food cover. Smiling, may I ask if this table is taken? It is not, please have a seat, Ling Fan replied, gesturing to the empty chair beside him. Sit here. Tanya, with a scowl, pulled the long-haired beauty to the empty seat beside her and then kicked Ling Fan sharply under the table. The enchanting beauty with long hair smiled softly, captivatingly. Ling Fan, gazing at this stunning woman before him, instantly perceived that with such beauty and grace, she must hold a prominent position within the company. Perhaps he could glean some information about Zhang Youyu from her. After introducing himself and clarifying his intentions, the long-haired beauty cheerfully revealed that her name was Kuan Shuang and that she served as the head of the accounting department. Kuan Shuang informed Ling Fan that her acquaintance with Zhang Youyu was not particularly close. He had only joined the company 2 years prior, due to his impressive academic credentials and diligent work ethic. He had recently secured a contract for the high-end furniture business established by the esteemed Dengshi Hongfu Group, thus swiftly ascending to the role of vice president. She further divulged that Zhang Youyu possessed a peculiar personality and led a rather chaotic private life, frequently frequenting nightclubs with questionable companions, among whom was Deng Long, the new head of the Hongfu Group. It appeared that Zhang Youyu's personal life was indeed quite intricate, and he shared a remarkably close relationship with Deng Long. Ling Fan pondered why Zhang Youyu did not personally invite Taoist priest Luochen for Deng Long, but instead resorted to Zhao Wenqi. Perhaps at that time Zhang Youyu was unfamiliar with Deng Long and sought to utilize Zhao Wenqi as a means to approach him, thus establishing a business connection for his company. Suddenly, Ling Fan inquired, you mentioned that Zhang Youyu's private life is quite complicated. Is he married? Kuan Shuang chuckled. If he had a wife, would he dare to behave so recklessly? What married man would spend his days in nightclubs? Indeed, Kuan Shuang's assertion held merit. It seemed implausible for a man with family obligations to engage in such frivolity, yet, one could not help but wonder how a successful man of his age could remain unmarried. Was he perhaps a dink? Dual income, no kids, society has certainly progressed. Ling Fan continued to contemplate the matter. Regardless of the circumstances, this individual named Zhang Youyu certainly had some issues. Subsequently, he engaged Kuan Shuang in some light, aimless conversation, primarily seeking further information about Zhang Youyu. However, to his disappointment, Kuan Shuang was not well acquainted with Zhang Youyu, knowing only that he hailed from a wealthy, though seemingly single-parent family, and had never mentioned his father. She did, however, acknowledge his outstanding academic achievements in the sciences. After exiting the restaurant, Ling Fan and Tianyu meandered about Zhang Youyu's company, and at last, they awaited his arrival. Upon first laying eyes on Zhang Youyu, an adjective immediately sprang to Ling Fan's mind. Cunning. Though he was no expert in physiognomy, it was evident that a cunning individual, when viewed positively, could be deemed intelligent. However, the eyes of such a person often darted about, and their expression was ever changing. As Ling Fan observed Zhang Youyu's visage, an indescribable sensation washed over him, a feeling of familiarity, as if he could almost reach out and touch it, yet it eluded his grasp. Thus, he relinquished this fleeting thought, knowing it could only be captured in the next unbidden moment. Presenting his police officer's badge, Ling Fan articulated his purpose. Zhang Youyu gestured for him to proceed to his office, indicating that speaking openly with an officer in the lobby would not reflect favorably upon him. His office was spacious, not exactly lavishly adorned, but quite pleasant nonetheless. Zhang Youyu gestured for Ling Fan and Tianyu to take their seats at the desk, while he himself settled into a chair by the window. In truth, this arrangement was rather uncomfortable for Ling Fan, as Zhang Youyu's face was turned away from the sunlight, rendering his expressions nearly invisible, while Ling Fan's own facial nuances were laid bare before him. Well, officer, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I assure you, I will assist you in your investigation to the best of my ability. Zhang Youyu produced a cigar from his pocket and struck a match, waiting for the acrid scent to dissipate before slowly lighting the cigar. Before long, the room was filled with the distinctive aroma of fine cigar smoke. Mr. Zhang, it seems you are quite the connoisseur. Is your cigar from Brazil? Ling Fan inquired, not directly, but rather starting from the topic of the cigar. He felt a slight frown forming, sensing that the man before him was exceedingly cunning. revealing nothing of substance. Generally, only those who engage in underhanded dealings possess such habits, and the man seated before Ling Fan exemplified this trait. From the very first glance at Zhang Youyu, Ling Fan perceived that he was no ordinary man. Not only was he shrewd, but he also seemed inherently distrustful of others, a type of individual Ling Fan had never encountered before. Zhang Youyu candidly informed Ling Fan that he could pose his questions directly. As his time was constrained by numerous commitments, undeterred by Zhang Youyu's brusque demeanor, Ling Fan smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, I wish to inquire about your relationship with Deng Long, including how you came to know each other and the nature of your association." Zhang Youyu regarded Ling Fan with a knowing look before shifting his gaze towards Tianyu, his eyes betraying a glimmer of admiration. Ling Fan coldly scrutinized Zhang Youyu, realizing that he was not only cunning but also somewhat lascivious. Noticing the subtle alteration in Ling Fan's expression, Zhang Youyu exhaled a plume of smoke and remarked, "In truth, I am exceedingly familiar with Deng Long, the illustrious heir of the Deng family's Hongfu group. Who does not know him? It is merely he who is unaware of my existence. When Deng Long assumed control of Hongfu group, I was but a lowly employee at Chanlong Company, for someone with ambition. It is only natural to seek to align oneself with him, and I too endeavored to draw near when his company encountered difficulties and he sought the aid of a Taoist to turn his fortunes. I sensed my opportunity. Coincidentally, I had a female acquaintance working in Deng Long's company who was striving to ascend the corporate ladder, so I approached her with an offer to find a highly skilled Taoist for him, on the condition that she would introduce me to Deng Long upon success. A senior of mine, a close friend of my father during his lifetime, made it relatively easy for me to locate the Taoist and request his services for Deng Long's company. As expected, after the Taoist performed his rites, Deng Long's company began to recover, allowing me to establish contact with him and seize the chance to negotiate a series of contracts, thanks to my efficient work. I was swiftly promoted to the position of vice president of the company, overseeing all dealings of the Deng family. Since then, I have frequently invited Deng Long to join me for leisure activities. During this period, I learned of his strong belief in feng shui, so I endeavored to cater to his interests by sharing some insights on feng shui principles that I had gleaned from a Taoist priest. Consequently, he entrusted us with even more business. "May I inquire if Deng Long was with you on the night of the incident?" Ling Fan suddenly interrupted Deng Long's conversation. Indeed, he was quite cheerful that day. We indulged in a considerable amount of drinks together, white liquor, red wine, and beers. Moreover, amidst our discussions, I overheard some intimate details about his family, which perhaps you would find more intriguing. When Zhang Youyu reached this point in his narrative, he refrained from continuing, instead scrutinizing Ling Fan's expression, hoping to discern a hint of eager anticipation. However, Ling Fan exhibited no overt excitement, merely standing by with a smile, awaiting Zhang Youyu's continuation. The two remained in this tense standoff for a considerable while, until Zhang Youyu finally exhaled deeply and remarked, "Let me elaborate. On the night of the incident, as usual, I took him to our favorite upscale nightclub, where we spent the evening drinking and singing karaoke in a private room. By the end, we were both nearly incapacitated, sharing our little secrets. Despite my own inebriation, my mind remained quite clear. As he spoke, Zhang Youyu pointed to his head with a finger and chuckled. It was then that I learned of another young master in the Deng family. Deng Long's brother, named Deng Xiang." "What, are you saying Deng Long has a younger brother?" Ling Fan, struggling to maintain his composure, could not conceal his surprise at the revelation. Until now, neither Yubo nor Zhao Wenqi had mentioned Deng Long's sibling. Indeed, when I first heard of it, I was equally astonished. I had no idea the Deng group had another young master, so I inquired about his brother, wondering why I had never encountered him. However, whenever I broached the subject of Deng Xiang, Deng Long would curse him vehemently, showing no sign of fraternal affection. I questioned why their brotherly relationship was so strained, only to discover later that Deng Long and Deng Xiang were half-brothers. After marrying Deng Long's mother, their father had taken a mistress, who bore Deng Xiang. Once the child was born, Deng Long's father brought both mother and son into the Deng household. In those times, despite the enforcement of monogamy, such arrangements were often consensual, and as long as the parties involved raised no objections, no one would interfere. Perhaps due to being born of a mistress, many in the Deng family looked down upon them, never regarding them as true young master and lady. Yet, Deng Xiang was an exceptionally tenacious individual. Each time he witnessed his mother being mistreated, he would invariably rise to confront those who dared to look down upon them. After the passing of Deng Xiang's mother, both Deng Long and Deng Xiang frequently found themselves embroiled in conflict. However, these were merely the follies of their youth. The true catalyst for the rift in their relationship occurred 6 months ago when their father was diagnosed with a grave illness, leading to disputes over who would be the heir to the Deng family and the distribution of its assets. "What, are you suggesting that Deng Long was responsible for the death of Deng Xiang's mother?" Ling Fan inquired, incredulity etched upon his features. "I'm not entirely certain," Zhang Youyu replied with a sigh, "but I have heard rumors that Deng Long pushed Deng Xiang's mother down the stairs, which directly resulted in her fatal cerebral hemorrhage. However, if that is the case, how do we explain the fact that Deng Long engaged in intimate relations prior to his demise? Ling Fan pondered, feeling increasingly uneasy. The appearance of Deng Xiang instilled in Ling Fan a complex mix of emotions regarding the enigmatic death of Deng Long. Deng Xiang possessed ample motive to eliminate Deng Long, yet the means by which he aged overnight remained a mystery. The immediate task at hand was to ascertain Deng Xiang's whereabouts, for finding him would undoubtedly clarify the case. Thus Ling Fan inquired of Zhang Youyu whether he knew the current location of Deng Xiang. To Ling Fan's disappointment, Zhang Youyu confessed that he had never met Deng Xiang, having only heard of him through Deng Long, and was uncertain of his present location. Perhaps the Deng family knew, or perhaps they did not. Through Zhang Youyu's narrative, Ling Fan gleaned insights into the familial discord between the Deng brothers. However, he found it peculiar that Yu Bo had never once mentioned Deng Xiang. Could it be that Deng Long had ordered others to refrain from discussing him? Regardless, it seemed imperative to visit the Deng family to inquire about Deng Xiang's whereabouts. As Ling Fan prepared to depart, a question suddenly struck him. Why did Zhang Youyu frequent nightclubs yet remain unmarried? It was rather astonishing for a successful individual like him to lack a family. Therefore, Ling Fan posed the question. You must be of a considerable age by now. Why have you yet to marry? Zhang Youyu took a deep puff of his cigar and responded with a cryptic smile. The revolution has not yet succeeded. How can one speak of family? As Ling Fan made his way out, he found himself mulling over Zhang Youyu's statement, sensing that there was more to his words than met the eye. Perhaps this individual was inherently enigmatic, perpetually leaving others in a state of confusion. Yet, Ling Fan had a strong intuition that this case was intrinsically linked to the man named Zhang Youyu. Consequently, he called Chen Yuzhen, requesting her to investigate this enigmatic figure. Oh, I still have a question I forgot to ask him, Ling Fan exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. Upon hearing this, Tianyu cast a disdainful glance at Ling Fan, surveying him from head to toe before departing with a dismissive remark of pervert. Ling Fan felt uncomfortable under the weight of her words and hurried after her, attempting to explain that his inquiries were solely for the purpose of the investigation and not for personal gain. However, Tianyu paid him no heed, and whenever Ling Fan drew near, she would kick him away, leaving him feeling like a wilting cucumber as he trudged towards the Deng residence. The one who received them was Uncle Yu. Without any pleasantries, Ling Fan directly inquired whether the Deng family had another young master named Deng Xiang. Upon hearing his name, Uncle Yu let out a long sigh and slowly responded, in truth, I should have anticipated that you would eventually uncover his whereabouts. Perhaps I have been overly indulgent towards young Master Xiang. Both he and his mother are good people, yet due to their status as illegitimate, they hold little standing within the Deng household, constantly subjected to the bullying and scorn of the first madam. The second madam possesses a gentle disposition, whereas young Master Xiang is fiercely protective. Whenever he witnesses the second madam being mistreated, he fervently defends her, regardless of who the perpetrator may be. Consequently, young Master Long and young Master Xiang often found themselves in altercations, impervious to any attempts at mediation. Unfortunately, certain events are unavoidable. On one occasion, as the second madam descended the stairs, coincidentally young Master Long emerged from his room. He then shoved the second madam, causing her to lose her footing and tumble down the staircase, rendering her unconscious. The household staff hastily called for an ambulance, and young Master Xiang, in tears, accompanied the second madam to the hospital. He vehemently declared to young Master Long that should anything happen to his mother, he would exact vengeance upon him. In the end, the second madam could not be saved, and young Master Xiang wreaked havoc within the Deng family, shattering nearly everything in sight, engaging in daily brawls with young Master Long. As young Master Long was 2 years older, he typically held the upper hand during their fights, yet, as the saying goes, a grieving soldier is bound to triumph. Young Master Xiang, consumed by his sorrow over his mother's death, unleashed all his pent-up rage upon young Master Long, relentlessly assaulting him. On that occasion, young Master Xiang nearly brought young Master Long to death's door. Fortunately, I intervened just in time to prevent a calamity. However, from that moment on, the animosity between the two young masters intensified, culminating in yet another brawl on the very day of the first madam's passing, which drew the attention of the master of the house. The master favored young Master Long, thus punishing young Master Xiang by confining him to his room for a month of reflection. Uncle Yu, do you not know where Deng Xiang went upon leaving the Deng family? Ling Fan asked. I'm afraid I do not. Perhaps there is someone who might know. Uncle Yu pondered. Who, coincidentally, that person happens to be young Master Xiang's girlfriend, who is now the vice president of Hongfu Group. Zhao Wenqi, Uncle Yu replied to Zhao Wenqi. Tianyu echoed, her expression mirroring that of surprise. Isn't she involved with Deng Long? How could she also be Deng Xiang's girlfriend? The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. Ling Fan felt as though he had fallen into the midst of a family feud. Everything seemed to have commenced with the mysterious death of Deng Long, and it was becoming evident that Deng Xiang was likely the culprit behind it. Yet, the voices of the white fox and the woman remained an enigma. Without clarity on this point, the case could not be considered resolved. After departing the Deng residence, dusk had fallen. Initially, Ling Fan and Tianyu intended to visit Zhao Wenqi at her office, only to discover that the employees had already clocked out. From the security desk, Ling Fan procured Zhao Wenqi's address and unexpectedly learned that a man clad in a black trench coat had escorted Zhao Wenqi from the office. Ling Fan inquired of the security personnel whether they recognized the gentleman clad in a black trench coat. After a moment's contemplation, the guard suggested that the individual's silhouette bore a striking resemblance to that of the second young master of the Deng family, Deng Xiang, upon departing from the Deng estate. Ling Fan's immediate intention was to locate Deng Xiang's girlfriend, the elegant and beautiful Zhao Wenqi, who held the position of vice president at Hongfu Group. However, upon their arrival at the company, they discovered that Zhao Wenqi had already left. Escorted by someone, soon after, they learned from the security guard that the one who had taken Zhao Wenqi away was none other than Deng Long's younger brother. Deng Xiang, Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu exchanged a glance. Hastily hailing a taxi towards Zhao Wenqi's residence to in the realm of medical literature, Ling Fan had never encountered such a medication. Even if it existed, its effects would surely be exceedingly gradual, never capable of inducing aging overnight. Could it truly be the work of a fox spirit? Ling Fan slapped his forehead in frustration, feeling lost, particularly as the most crucial figure in this case, the elusive white fox, was nowhere to be found. Where could it possibly be? Had it truly transformed into a human? Ling Fan, what are you doing? Are you alright? Tianyu, seated beside him, inquired, observing his peculiar behavior. Oh, nothing, I just had a rather wicked thought. Ling Fan chuckled. Wicked thoughts? What might those be? Tianyu asked with curiosity. Well, wicked thoughts involve monsters battling Ultraman, fish devouring cats. Ling Fan laughed awkwardly. Such a strange person. Tianyu decided to disregard Ling Fan's antics, tilting her head to gaze out the window at the dimming lights. Zhao Wenqi's residence was situated within an upscale apartment complex, and Ling Fan and Tianyu successfully located her floor according to the address provided. However, after pressing the doorbell for an extended period, they were met with silence. Tianyu, frustrated, forcefully kicked the door open and rushed inside with her firearm drawn, yet, as soon as she entered, a piercing scream escaped her lips. Ling Fan hurriedly followed, fearing for Tianyu's safety, but was taken aback by the scene before him. There, cowering beneath the bed covers, lay an elderly woman with flowing white hair, her eye sockets sunken, and wrinkles so pronounced they could crush a fly. Her skin appeared withered, resembling the bark of a dead tree. This is Ling Fan reached out, checking for breath at the woman's nose, only to discover that she had already succumbed. She is not Zhao Wenqi. Is she? How could she have transformed into this? Chu Tianyu gasped, covering her lips in horror, witnessing the astonishing metamorphosis of a vibrant young professional into a frail old woman in an instant. The visual shock overwhelming, Ling Fan gazed at the wrinkled visage. Although it now resembled that of an 80-year-old crone, he could still discern traces of Zhao Wenqi's features, particularly the long strands of white hair strewn across the bed. Ling Fan instructed Tianyu to call Sister Jin while he settled onto a nearby sofa, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and taking a deep drag. Even Zhao Wenqi has met her demise, which indicates that the perpetrator cannot be Zhao Wenqi herself. The deaths of Deng Long and Zhao Wenqi are evidently the work of a single individual. However, by what means did this person bring about the end of both lives? Given the current circumstances, Deng Xiang undeniably stands as the prime suspect. Deng Long sought to seize his inheritance, and his girlfriend's illicit affair with his brother for monetary gain could very well serve as motives for Deng Xiang's actions. Yet how did he execute the act? Is there truly a method capable of aging a person overnight? Before long, Chen Yuzhen arrived with her team of detectives, cordoning off the area. Ling Fan waved his hand and forced a smile, saying, by the time we arrived, she was already in this state. Just moments before, when we had seen her, she was still a vibrant young woman. Could it be that the white fox is once again behind this? Chen Yuzhen exclaimed in shock. Yeah, we have a discovery. A young officer presented a white plastic bag to Chen Yuzhen. When Ling Fan turned his gaze towards the bag, he nearly dropped his cigarette in astonishment. For within the plastic was a small tuft of white fur he recognized as belonging to that little white fox. Beside him, Tianyu covered her mouth tightly, exclaiming, how can it be this again? Is the white fox back? Ling Fan remained silent, vehemently tossing his cigarette into a nearby trash bin. However, as soon as the cigarette butt landed, flames erupted from the bin, prompting Ling Fan to rush over and empty its contents to extinguish the fire. At that moment, a card caught his eye, revealing itself to be a membership card for a nightclub. Tianyu, let us go. Ling Fan pocketed the card and dashed towards the exit, with Chu Tianyu hurriedly following suit. Night Rose, Ling Fan muttered the name repeatedly as he ran, a determined glint sparkling in his eyes. He suddenly felt an inkling that the truth was beckoning him. There was something he sought within the nightclub known as Night Rose. Ladies and gentlemen, Tomato has recently been preoccupied with significant examinations, thus the updates may be less frequent. Please bear with us. Improvements are on the horizon. Furthermore, next month, Tomato will be published, and reading may incur a cost. It is not easy for newcomers, and Tomato cannot afford to buy out like the established authors. Hence, if you are willing, please continue to support Tomato. Once Tomato is able to secure a buyout, you will be able to read even more excellent works for free. By then, I am certain Tomato's linguistic prowess will have improved significantly, so please support Tomato and witness our mutual growth. Ling Fan and Tianyu had anticipated finding Deng Xiang through Zhaowenqi. But upon breaking into her room, they discovered her lifeless body, her death mirroring that of Deng Long, sudden aging leading to multiple organ failures. Moreover, Ling Fan found the familiar white fox fur in Zhaowenqi's room. Along with a business card for the nightclub, Night Rose, Ling Fan sent a text message to Chen Yuzhen from the taxi, requesting that she send photos of Deng Long, Deng Xiang, and Zhang Youyu via MMS. As it was urgently needed. The Nightshade Rose nightclub stands as the largest and most opulent establishment in Qingshan City, attracting everyone from dignitaries to ordinary citizens, who flock here in the evenings to revel in its splendor. Regardless of their intentions, however, beneath its dazzling facade lies a plethora of nefarious and sordid dealings. This nightclub has already made its way onto Chen Yuzhen's blacklist, yet the moment to dismantle it has not yet arrived. The tale of the nightclub will be further explored in the subsequent volume of Tomato's narrative. Titled Crimson Mary, the vibrant, multicolored lights at the entrance of the nightclub reflected upon Ling Fan and Tianyu's faces as they gazed into this world of revelry and excess. If one were to claim that no immorality existed here, it would be tantamount to asserting that there are no unclean places in the world. Tianyu, I must go inside to investigate. You should refrain from entering, this place is unsuitable for you, Ling Fan declared. Retrieving a business card from his pocket, prepared to push open the grand door of the nightclub. Who says I can't enter? Tianyu retorted defiantly. I shall go in. With that she strode forward, pulling Ling Fan aside and entering without permission. Ling Fan could only shake his head in resignation and hurriedly followed her. As they stepped inside, a cacophony of rock music enveloped them, and the spinning disco lights above whirled rapidly, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the faces of the crowd. In the dance floor, numerous men and women writhed wildly, swaying their heads in abandon. Meanwhile, a group of intimidating individuals at the bar engaged in a drinking contest, occasionally shoving those nearby. Tianyu, why are you standing there in a daze? Ling Fan inquired, shaking her arm, as she stared blankly at the frenzied dancers. It's nothing. Why are they all so animated? Tianyu questioned, a hint of confusion in her tone. Allow me to enlighten you, Ling Fan chuckled. Taking her hand and leading her into the throng of dancers, surrounded by exuberant youth, Ling Fan began to dance with fervor, while Tianyu tentatively moved her body, initially hesitant but soon succumbing to the infectious energy around her. Before long she too was caught up in the frenzy, the music blaring so loudly that their voices were nearly drowned out. Just as Tianyu was lost in the rhythm, she suddenly felt Ling Fan grasp her hand and pull her from the dance floor. What are you doing? She asked, perplexed. The atmosphere can greatly influence one's mood. Those dancing here are often individuals seeking to release their pent-up stress. A little dancing is beneficial for the body, but prolonged exposure can lead to trouble, Ling Fan replied with a grin, releasing her hand. Alright, we've had our fun, now it's time to investigate. I hadn't expected that a bit of dancing would relieve so much tension. Ling Fan mused as he made his way toward the bar. That moment, Ling Fan's phone buzzed to life, revealing a message from Chen Yuzhen, containing 3 photographs of Deng Xiang, Deng Long, and Zhang Youyu. Good evening, what can I assist you with? A waiter greeted as Ling Fan approached. A glass of Crimson Mary, please, he ordered, settling onto a stool with a smile. What is a Crimson Mary? Tianyu inquired, turning her head with innocent curiosity. It's a type of cocktail. You'll find it quite delightful once you try it. Ling Fan, with a finger raised mysteriously, pondered whether his superior would reimburse him, as he had ordered the drink solely for the sake of solving the case. Perhaps the boss would scold him for not ordering 2 bottles of XO or a bottle of 82. Contemplating this, Ling Fan helplessly lowered his head, realizing that the prospect of getting reimbursed was rather dim. Before long, the bartender deftly prepared 2 Bloody Marys and presented them before Ling Fan and Tianyu. True to its name, the Bloody Mary was a vivid crimson, resembling blood. Is this truly a drink? Tianyu lifted her glass, a look of incredulity on her face, gently swirling the liquid with her delicate fingers. This is not a cocktail, it is blood, living blood. The attendant nearby menaced Tianyu. Terrified, Tianyu hastily set the glass down on the table. Tianyu, he is merely teasing you. The Bloody Mary is concocted from watermelon juice and other spirits, renowned for its blood-like appearance, and there is indeed a chilling tale behind it. Ling Fan remarked mysteriously while savoring his Bloody Mary. A chilling tale? What sort of chilling tale? Tianyu eagerly inquired. I shall reveal that to you later. We are here on a mission now. Ling Fan tilted his head back, finishing the drink in one go. The horrifying tale of the Bloody Mary will be unveiled in the subsequent volume titled Bloody Mary. Ling Fan unlocked his phone and pulled up the photo of Deng Xiang from the 3 images. Handing it to the attendant with a smile, may I ask, have you seen this person in the photo? The attendant scrutinized the image of Deng Xiang, suddenly exclaiming, I have seen him, he was here not long ago. Ordering a black phantom, do you know where he is now? Ling Fan inquired hastily. How could I not know? I even delivered drinks to him. He is in the private room 1023 at the back. Is he alone in the room? Ling Fan pressed on. Well, sort of, unless you count the little pet white fox he is holding. The attendant rested her chin on her hand. A white fox? You mean he is cradling a white fox? Ling Fan exclaimed loudly. Yes, it is a small white fox that looks rather expensive. It is quite mismatched with his shabby trench coat. A sense of foreboding washed over Ling Fan. The reappearance of the white fox raised a troubling question. Could it be that Zhao Wenqi was indeed killed by Deng Xiang? Could this fox possibly shapeshift into two different genders, or was there another reason altogether? An indescribable feeling of eeriness enveloped Ling Fan's mind as he pulled Tianyu along and sprinted toward private room 1023. He swiftly drew his firearm, the sound of the chamber clicking into place echoing in the air, causing those passing by to hastily step aside, fearing they were caught in a gangland assassination. Ling Fan was astonished to learn from the attendant that Deng Xiang was currently in the nightclub's private room, but the revelation that he was cradling a white fox left him even more shaken. Tianyu, we must apprehend Deng Xiang. Ling Fan retrieved his handgun, racked the slide, and turned to dash toward the rear private room 1023. As the crowd in the corridor witnessed Ling Fan and Tianyu brandishing their firearms, they hurriedly scurried away, hastily avoiding them, fearing that the two were members of a criminal syndicate about to engage in a shooting. The two stood cautiously on either side of room 1023. Ling Fan rapped on the door, receiving no response from within. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Tianyu. Understanding his cue, Tianyu executed a swift sidekick, forcefully smashing the door open with a resounding bang. I meant for you to fetch the key to unlock the door, Ling Fan sighed as he gazed at the door now lying on the floor. Well, this is just splendid. Now we'll have to compensate for the damages. Humph, Tianyu retorted, giving Ling Fan a shove into the room. Enough chatter, hurry in and apprehend the suspect. Ling Fan shrugged and charged into the private room, only to be taken aback by the scene that met his eyes. What are you staring at? Tianyu pushed Ling Fan aside, but upon directing her gaze toward a sofa in the room, her pupils dilated in shock. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 80s with a head of white hair, lay curled up on the sofa, his frail and emaciated form engulfed in a large black overcoat. The deep creases on his face resembled ravines, his eye sockets sunken, yet remarkably, his teeth remained intact. It was evident that his trousers had been hastily lowered, suggesting that he had engaged in sexual activity before his demise. Ling Fan holstered his firearm, crouching before the elderly man to lift his face for a closer inspection. After a moment, he sighed. It seems we have arrived too late once again. This man is Deng Xiang. The time of death was likely between 15 to 20 minutes ago, as indicated by the temperature of the body and the cloudiness of the pupils. Could this be the work of that white fox? Where is it? Tianyu inquired as she surveyed the small, cramped room, which measured merely a few dozen square meters, devoid of any hiding spots. It's quite possible, Ling Fan replied, picking up a small tuft of white fur from the deceased's lower body. Tianyu shivered at the sight of the fox fur in Ling Fan's hand. Momentarily at a loss for words, her gaze fixated on the tuft. Quickly call Sister Jin and ensure that the nightclub is secured. No one is to leave, Ling Fan urged. Understood, Tianyu responded, swiftly exiting the private room. The moment Tianyu departed, Ling Fan collapsed onto the adjacent sofa, his eyes fixed on Deng Xiang, who lay curled up on the opposite sofa. For a fleeting moment, his mind became a whirl of confusion. What could have possibly led to their deaths, and in such a bizarre manner? The white fox increasingly resembled the prime suspect, though it was merely a tuft of fur. All evidence pointed toward it. But could one truly sentence a fox to death? Ling Fan found the absurdity of the situation laughable. A man who had never believed in the supernatural now felt compelled to accept that a fox spirit was behind the crime, an utterly bewildering notion. Ling Fan rose, fixing his gaze on the nightclub manager. Do you not recognize him? This is Deng Xiang. What? Are you saying he is the second young master of the Deng family? Deng Xiang? No, it can't be. How could the young master be an old man with white hair? The manager exclaimed, staring incredulously at the elderly figure. Young man, I truly had no idea. Is the old man sitting over there really the second young master of the Deng family? The nightclub manager continued to scrutinize Deng Xiang with disbelief. Could this possibly be? Chen Yuzhen turned to Ling Fan and spoke solemnly. The same manner of demise. Moments ago, I overheard the waiter mention that he had ordered a cocktail. At that time, he was still a young man with dark hair. Ling Fan exclaimed, that he truly is the second young master of the Deng family. How could this be? How could he have ended up like this? The manager of the nightclub finally recognized Deng Xiang's countenance and gasped in shock. At that moment, a throng had gathered at the entrance of the private room, their heads craned to witness the spectacle within. Including the bartender, Ling Fan maneuvered through the crowd, bringing him into the private room, and inquired, Might I ask, do you know who last saw Deng Xiang? Two women? Are you acquainted with them? Ling Fan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Haha, how could I not know them? They are the two dazzling flowers of our nightclub. One is Chen Jiani, and the other is Zhang Fian. The waiter's expression brightened with a lewd and mischievous smile as he spoke of these individuals. Ling Fan turned to the nightclub manager and said, May I borrow your esteemed office? I wish to discuss Deng Xiang's situation with these two ladies. Given the circumstances, the manager had no choice but to acquiesce. To refuse would invite trouble. He nodded with a sycophantic smile. Of course, take all the time you need. Upon hearing the manager's last two remarks, Ling Fan suddenly grasped the underlying implications, and he couldn't help but smile awkwardly. saying, "Thank you, please summon the two ladies to the office. Tianyu, you should come with me as well." Ling Fan realized something and called out loudly, "What are you shouting for? Humph, even if you don't want me to go." "I will," Tianyu replied coldly. Ling Fan felt speechless. Was this what it felt like to be entangled in ambiguity? The nightclub manager's office was indeed a world apart from the raucous and chaotic atmosphere outside. The soundproofing of the walls was remarkably effective. The floor was adorned with a gray carpet, and a long sky blue curtain hung diagonally in front of the glass window. Sunlight filtered through the tinted glass, transforming into a warm brown hue that scattered throughout the room, creating a pleasant and gentle ambience. As Ling Fan stepped into the office, he discovered that two women were already standing inside. Upon recognizing their appearances, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. However, when he rushed into the private room, he found that Deng Xiang had already perished, and the perpetrator was likely the elusive white fox that had gone missing once again. From the bartender, Ling Fan learned that two women had accompanied Deng Xiang for drinks shortly before his demise. Thus, Ling Fan borrowed the manager's office to request the two ladies recount the events leading up to Deng Xiang's death. Yet, when he pushed open the office door, he stood there in a daze, his eyes fixed on the two women before him. The two young ladies stood in the center of the office, bathed in the warm coffee-colored sunlight that glimmered upon their long dark hair. One of the women was tall and graceful, her long hair black and wavy, dressed in a black off-shoulder top and a black mini skirt that accentuated her fair skin. Her long, beautiful legs were striking, and she held a slender mint cigarette between her delicate fingers, casting alluring glances at Ling Fan, occasionally teasing him. Standing beside her was another woman who appeared much more demure. Clad in a delicate, pale pink blouse, her long black hair cascading gracefully over her fragrant shoulders. A casual outer garment was tied loosely at her waist, and she wore a pair of luxurious, flowing trousers. Her visage was strikingly pure, with a pair of almond-shaped eyes perpetually cast downward, gazing at the ground. Suddenly, Ling Fan felt as if someone had twisted his back, followed by the sound of Tianyu's cough. Ling Fan was momentarily speechless and awkwardly greeted the two women before him. "Hello, I am a police officer named Ling Fan. I've called you in to assist us in the investigation regarding Deng Xiang. I am Zhang Fian, and this is my sister, Jinjiani. She is quite timid, so please feel free to direct any inquiries to me." The woman in black took a drag from her cigarette and, whether intentionally or not, exhaled the smoke towards Ling Fan. As the scent enveloped him, an unusual sensation stirred within him, a feeling of provocation. Ling Fan suddenly sensed that he was being seductively challenged by such an alluring woman. If it weren't for the case he was investigating today, and if Tianyu weren't by his side, he surmised he would struggle to resist the temptation, as he had always possessed a notably low resistance to such allure. Coughing discreetly to dispel his impure thoughts, Ling Fan continued, "Could you please tell us about your relationship with Deng Xiang? I ask that you be truthful. What relationship could we possibly have with him? Isn't it merely that of a client and a courtesan?" Zhang Fian replied playfully, her fingers pinching the cigarette as she smirked. "It seems not. I don't recall him mentioning it." "Jiani, did he say anything to you?" Zhang Fian turned to the quietly seated Chen Jiani, who had remained silent. I'm not quite sure. I think I overheard him mention that he had gone to a small village called Fengwan for some sort of investigation." Chen Jiani murmured softly, her voice barely audible, compelling Ling Fan to strain his ears to catch her words. "Oh, and I just remembered something peculiar." Zhang Fian interjected. "What peculiar thing?" "Oh, it's not that significant really. When Deng Xiang came to see us today, he was surprisingly cradling a small white fox in his arms. It looked utterly adorable and seemed quite expensive." Zhang Fian chuckled, gesturing animatedly to illustrate the small white fox. As she spoke, Ling Fan was increasingly intrigued by the mention of the little white fox, for it seemed that every incident was shadowed by the presence of that wretched creature. Moreover, Ling Fan no longer merely categorized it as a seductive vixen that drained the vitality of men. It appeared to absorb the energy of women as well, as evidenced by the incident involving Zhao Wenqi. "Then what? Did anything unusual happen with Deng Xiang after that?" Ling Fan inquired. "No, we have been accompanying him since he arrived. He has been talking to that little white fox, claiming it is his lucky beast and that it will soon bring him wealth greater than that of the Deng family." He laughed incessantly, and his laughter was unsettling, Zhang Fian recounted, blinking her eyes. "And then, did you not ask him where he found such a beautiful little white fox?" Ling Fan expressed his confusion. "Of course I asked. But he wouldn't tell me. He merely said it was a gift from heaven, and then he kept pouring drinks for me and Jiani. His drinking capacity is remarkable, but we couldn't keep up. And soon enough, Jiani and I were running to the restroom to vomit profusely." Zhang Fian chuckled awkwardly. "If it weren't for the pressures of society forcing women into dire straits, which woman would willingly come to such a place to sell her body?" Ling Fan held no disdain for women in this profession. It was not that he considered himself particularly refined, but rather that he viewed them as individuals who, instead of stealing or scheming, relied solely on their one source of pride, their bodies, to survive. Though society scorns them, they are far superior to those who spend their days plotting against others and selling their souls. Ling Fan gazed at the person beside him. The silent Zhang Jiani, who was nervously rubbing the hem of her clothes. If not for the garish ambience of the bar, he would have assumed she was a university student, a girl of exceptional grace. Noticing her distress, Ling Fan quickly reassured, "Do not be afraid, I harbor no suspicions against you, I merely wish to understand the situation. It's alright, I'm just a bit scared," Zhang Jiani softly replied, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Seeing her in such a state pained Ling Fan. She was of similar age to him, perhaps even a year younger, and had once lived a fulfilling academic life, now reduced to this. Suddenly an inquiry struck him. And he looked at Zhang Jiani, asking, "Is this your first time?" Zhang Jiani appeared taken aback by the question, her face flushing crimson as she bowed her head in silence. Jiani is not a novice. In fact, she is the luckiest among us sisters. Although she has only been in this for 2 or 3 months, she was fortunate enough to be taken under the wing of a wealthy patron for half a year. After that, she wouldn't have needed to work again, but alas, her affluent benefactor passed away, leaving her no choice but to return. Zhang Fi sighed, gently patting Zhang Jiani's shoulder. "I see, so it was that affluent patron who made such generous gestures?" Ling Fan asked nonchalantly, "Who else could it be? I believe you are familiar with him. He is Deng Long, the eldest son of the Deng group." Zhang Fi replied, her eyes sparkling. "What, Deng Long? Are you saying he frequents this nightclub?" Ling Fan felt a jolt at the mention of Deng Long's name. That is indeed the case. Young Master Deng is quite popular in our circles and is exceedingly generous. Jin and I happens to be his first long-term companion. But alas, this fellow's life is short, and he is not destined to enjoy the company of such a charming lady." Zhang Fian chuckled straightforwardly. "Sister Yen," Chen Jian and I pouted, her cheeks flushed as she playfully nudged Zhang Fian. "What are you talking about?" At that moment Ling Fan felt a profound sense of sorrow for Deng Long, having spent so much to win such an enchanting woman, only to find that he is not fated to savor her presence. Truly, man's plans cannot rival those of heaven. Ling Fan finally found a sliver of solace in his own impoverished existence. After all, he was still alive though lacking wealth, he remained healthy and vibrant in this world. "Sister Yen, if that is the case, you must know someone named Zhang Youyu, right?" Ling Fan decisively addressed Zhang Fian as Sister Yen, believing that a more familiar approach might yield greater insights from her. I hardly deserve such a title. If the police call me sister, how will I manage to navigate this place?" The affectionate term Sister Yen certainly had its charm, causing Zhang Fian to beam with delight as she replied. "That scoundrel Zhang Youyu, I don't know him at all. However, it is precisely because of him that young Master Deng graced us with his presence." Zhang Fian paused for a moment before continuing. "Yet, this Zhang Youyu is a person of profound cunning. On several occasions, I have noticed something unsettling in his gaze. It hardly resembled that of a human." Upon hearing this, Ling Fan felt a tightening in his chest and inquired, "Sister Yen, could you describe what kind of gaze that was?" I hope I haven't frightened you." "What I meant to say is that Zhang Youyu's gaze is exceedingly sinister. He often looks at Deng Long with a cold smirk, evidently harboring ulterior motives, much like a wolf eyeing its prey." Zhang Fian laughed. "Then, Sister Yen, do you know anything about Zhang Youyu? Are you aware of his background?" Ling Fan abruptly asked. "Sister Yen." Chen Jian and I nudged Zhang Fian once more, her flushed face becoming even more alluring. "What's the matter? Has Zhang Youyu ever laid a hand on you?" Ling Fan turned to Chen Jian and I with curiosity. Chen Jian and I immediately blushed and lowered her head at Ling Fan's question, perhaps feeling shy in the presence of a young man of similar age. He doesn't even know how much he longs for her. It's just that Jian and I was snatched up by Deng Long the moment she debuted, leaving Zhang Youyu to swallow his disappointment. You should have seen the look on his face. It was as if a hungry wolf was watching its prey escape right before its eyes. Zhang Fian laughed, her entire body quivering with amusement. "Sister Yen, that's not what I was asking. I meant to inquire if you know Zhang Youyu's background." Ling Fan felt somewhat at a loss for words. Although this woman was a few years his senior, she seemed far more open-minded. In the background, I recall faintly hearing a former colleague praise Zhang Youyu, likening him to a once-in-a-millennium genius. They spoke of how he emerged from a poverty-stricken mountain village, achieving the highest scores to gain admission to the city's most prestigious and expensive high school, and subsequently securing a place at a renowned university. From being a mere employee, he ascended to the position of vice president within the company. Truly a testament to his boundless potential. In my eyes, Zhang Youyu epitomizes a person of remarkable resilience, endowed with exceptional patience. Thus, when an opportunity for retaliation arises, his greed intensifies. Zhao Fian remarked. Is there truly no one aware of his family's circumstances?" Ling Fan inquired, a hint of disappointment in his voice. As for that, no one knows. It is only known that he hails from a destitute mountain village, and it is said that his father passed away early, leaving his mother to toil tirelessly to support his education. By the time he gained admission to the city's most prestigious school, his family was already unable to afford the expenses. Fortunately, some kind-hearted individuals in society donated funds, enabling him to complete his subsequent studies. If those benevolent souls knew that the Zhang Youyu they painstakingly nurtured is a person of such cunning and depth, they would likely suffer an internal injury from the shock. Zhang Fian chuckled. Ling Fan, Chu Tianyu, and Chen Jiani could not help but laugh at Zhang Fian's words. It was rare to encounter a woman in such circumstances who could maintain such a cheerful disposition. Ling Fan held an immense admiration for such individuals. It seemed that there was little more to uncover here. Ling Fan rose to thank the two, expressing his desire to be promptly informed of any new developments. And he shared his phone number with them. Alas, why the sigh? Tianyu playfully nudged Ling Fan, pouting. Are you still thinking about those two women from earlier? Could you refrain from using such harsh terms? They're now referred to as nightlife workers. Besides, they haven't committed any crimes. They merely earn a living through their own bodies. It is just that this method of earning a livelihood is too difficult for society to accept. However, if they had another option, I doubt anyone would choose this path. Ultimately, they are a product of societal circumstances, influenced by a multitude of factors that those so-called sociological experts could critique. Ling Fan replied with a smile. So you genuinely sympathize with them? Chu Tianyu remarked coldly. Indeed, I do sympathize with them. If one day we were to dismantle this nightclub, I would wager that the lives of those women, who have never even had the chance to attend school, would become even more challenging. If possible, I would prefer for the nightclub to continue to exist. After all, before society achieves harmony, this is their sole means of survival. Ling Fan gazed at the deep blue starry sky and continued. Therefore, Tianyu, do not preach to me about the virtue of living by one's own hands. That is merely a ruse perpetuated by sociologists. A disadvantaged woman, lacking education and connections, arriving in a foreign city. I truly cannot fathom what advantages she possesses. Perhaps selling their bodies is scorned by society, yet as long as they retain their souls, they are far more admirable than the likes of Zhang Youyu and Zhao Wenqi. Shu Tianyu gazed at Ling Fan, who stood beneath the night sky, yearning to express something, yet the words remained unspoken. She had never truly perceived Ling Fan until this moment, when she suddenly realized that he bore an uncanny resemblance to Ling Feng. Identical eyes, the same expression, and a shared compassion for the vulnerable in society. Perhaps this was their greatest commonality, kindness. Just then, a melodious ringtone echoed through the air as Ling Fan retrieved his phone from his pocket. Discovering it was a call from Chen Yuzhen. Ling Fan, Tianyu, where are you right now? Chen Yuzhen called out from the other end. We're just strolling down the street, Ling Fan replied with a smile, upon hearing Sister Zhen's urgent summons. Ling Fan and Tianyu hastily hailed a taxi, speeding towards the hit headquarters. After Ling Fan's departure, a shadow darted out from the nightclub, racing into the darkness with a swiftness that defied human capability. The headquarters exuded an unusual tranquility. The bright crystal chandelier cast a gentle glow, far more pleasant than the garish lights of the nightclub. Chen Yuzhen was deep in thought, furrowing her brow as she examined a file. Gu Rufu lounged with his legs crossed, idly fiddling with 4 ancient coins, seemingly engrossed in some esoteric calculations for someone. It appeared he had deciphered the mysterious spell that the boss had tasked him with investigating. Otherwise, he would have found himself in the small black room by now. Lin Xinyan sat crouched on the sofa, her long soft hair cascading down her back, her rabbit ear headband perched atop her head. She was obliviously engrossed in her pink notebook, giggling uncontrollably as she rummaged through an assortment of snacks. Nearly emptying each bag, she would take a handful and, tilting her head back, pour the treats into her mouth. Every time Ling Fan witnessed her indulging in this manner, he felt a pang of sorrow for her delicate little voice. Ling Xiaozi, can you not show some respect for your elders? What will become of you when you grow up? Gu Rufu exclaimed, startled by Ling Fan's sudden appearance. Ling Fan reached into Xinyan's snack bag, extracting a handful. And with a playful smile directed at Gu Rufu, he quipped, I have no interest in respecting the elderly, but I might consider cherishing the young. Right, Xinyan? Xinyan loves brother Ling Fan the most. Tomorrow, you must buy Xinyan a mountain of snacks. It's a promise. Xinyan eagerly pulled Ling Fan's hand, intertwining her pinky with his as she chimed, pinky promise, 100 years unchanging. Ling Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Sister Tianyu, where are you going? Lin Xinyan inquired, eyeing Shu Tianyu, who was holding a towel. I'm off to take a shower. After a day of running around, I'm positively filthy, Tianyu replied, rushing into the bathroom, where the sound of running water soon filled the air. Big brother, you must remember to buy the most expensive snacks for the little girl, otherwise she will cling to you and sleep with you tonight. Lin Xinyan cooed, wrapping her arms around Ling Fan's. Ling Fan felt another wave of speechlessness wash over him. If Tianyu were to discover this little girl's antics, she might very well harbor murderous intentions towards him. Ling Xiaozi, you've really gotten yourself into a bind this time. The Onmyoji, had foreseen your misfortune today. But never did I expect it to be at the hands of this little girl. Gu Rufu laughed heartily, his mouth wide open in mirth. I make you laugh, you damn old fossil. What gives you the right to calculate my fate? Ling Fan exclaimed, as he turned and forcefully stuffed all the snacks from his palm into Gu Rufan's wide open mouth. Save me, that he intends to murder me, Gu Rufan pleaded with Chen Yuzhen, waving his hands in desperation. All right, Ling Fan, bold Gu, cease your antics. I have something important to discuss with you both, Chen Yuzhen interjected, halting their playful bickering and tossing a file onto the table, her tone turning serious. Ling Fan mulled Gu, I need you to examine this document. I found it in the stack of files slated for destruction. See if you can discern anything unusual. Allow me to take a look first. Gu Rufin exclaimed, snatching the file. However, after flipping through a few pages, his expression shifted dramatically, his brow furrowing in concern. Noticing the change in Gu Rufin's demeanor, Ling Fan asked old Gu, "What's wrong? Does this file hold any significance?" "See for yourself," Gu Rufin replied, his previously jovial demeanor replaced by a grave seriousness as he handed the file to Ling Fan. "What's going on?" Ling Fan scratched his head, taking the file from Gu Rufin. Yet, as he turned a few pages, his expression also altered, and he began to scrutinize each word on the aged document with urgency and precision. "Ling Fan, what do you think? Have you noticed anything?" Chen Yuzhen inquired. Ling Fan placed the file back on the table and asked Zhen Jia, "Was this case handled by you?" "No, it was taken over by one of my senior colleagues. At that time, I was merely a junior officer. However, this senior faced some issues, which led to the case being delayed until today, when I suddenly remembered it and retrieved it from the pile. This incident occurred 5 years ago. The deceased was a middle-aged man named Chen Anhua, who died from sudden organ failure due to rapid aging overnight. We also discovered that Chen Anhua had engaged in sexual activities prior to his death. And white downy hair was found on his lower body, Chen Yuzhen stated, fixing her gaze intently on Ling Fan. Zhen Jia, you're not telling a ghost story, are you? Lin Xinyan, startled by this revelation, leapt onto Ling Fan's sofa, pressing closely against him, her body trembling slightly. Ling Fan gently stroked the girl's hair, turning to Chen Yuzhen and saying, "Given these circumstances, it seems highly probable that the individual responsible for Chen Anhua's death is the same person who murdered Deng Long and Deng Xiang. However, these cases are 5 years apart, and do Chen Anhua and the Deng brothers share any connection? None at all. I investigated earlier, this Chen Anhua had no ties to the Deng group. He was a solitary man, childless and without family, who had adopted a 12-year-old girl 5 years ago. Yet, following his death, this adopted daughter vanished without a trace. We have searched for her repeatedly, but to no avail," Chen Yuzhen replied. Perusing the adjacent files, adopted daughter. What was the name of Chen Anhua's adopted daughter? Ling Fan inquired. "Let me see. I believe it was something like Chen." Chen Yuzhen flipped to the last page of the file and continued. "Yes, it was Chen Jianai. At that time, she was 12 years old. If she is still alive, she would be 18 now." Upon hearing the name Chen Jianai, Ling Fan was seized by a tremor that coursed through his entire being. Before him, the image of a delicate and timidly beautiful woman materialized, Chen Jianai, who sat restlessly on a chair, nervously twisting the hem of her garment, too shy to meet Ling Fan's gaze. "Zhen Jia, allow me to see the photograph in the file," he implored, seizing the dossier from Chen Yuzhen's hands, his eyes fixated intently on the image of a young girl within, though the girl captured in the file appeared to be merely 12. The bashful expression etched upon her features unmistakably revealed her as the celebrated night rose of the nightclub, Chen Jianai. When Ling Fan learned from Zhen Jia that the missing adopted daughter of the deceased Chen Anhua was named Chen Jianai, he swiftly snatched the file, and indeed the photograph depicted a miniature version of Chen Jianai. "Ling Fan, what troubles you?" Chen Yuzhen exclaimed in surprise. "Zhen Jia, I have encountered this Chen Jianai before," Ling Fan replied, his gaze still fixed on the photograph of the young girl. "What? You claim to have met her? Where is she now? Speak quickly." Chen Yuzhen sprang up from the sofa, her demeanor indicative of an imminent pursuit to apprehend Chen Jianai. "Zhen Jia, please take a seat. I sense that this case is not as straightforward as we presumed. If Chen Jianai is indeed the perpetrator behind these incidents, I believe she is not acting alone. There must be accomplices involved, perhaps even that little fox, or others yet unknown," Ling Fan stated calmly, his eyes locked onto Chen Yuzhen as to follow her. Ling Fan commanded, "Deploy someone to shadow her and monitor her every move. Additionally, assign personnel to track down the other 3 individuals, Zhang Youyu, Zhang Fian, and the butler of the Deng family, Yu Bo, who seems to be concealing many secrets from us." Chen Yuzhen hastily grasped her phone, issuing orders without delay. "A little girl, I have a task for you. Can you manage it?" Ling Fan asked, playfully tapping his finger on Xianyan's head. "As long as it's a request from brother Ling Fan, I shall certainly see it through," Xianyan declared, saluting with a playful pout. "Very well, if you can compile a list of those who have donated to Zhang Youyu during his school years, I shall take you to Disneyland," Ling Fan responded with a grin. "Really, truly, without fail, absolutely," Xianyan exclaimed with delight, leaping from Ling Fan's sofa and bounding to her notebook, typing away at a series of complex codes and compressed files that made Ling Fan's head spin. Ling Fan realized it had been quite some time since he had heard Gu Ruffing's booming voice. Turning to look, he observed Gu Ruffing frowning deeply, fixated on the photograph of the girl. Seemingly lost in contemplation. "Old Gu, what captivates your attention?" Ling Fan inquired with curiosity. "This girl is exceptionally beautiful." Gu Ruffing replied. "I must say," Ling Fan was truly taken aback by Gu Ruffing's comment, "you incorrigible old rascal. Of course she is beautiful, there's no need for you to point that out. I did not mean it in that manner. I meant that while the girl is indeed strikingly lovely, her countenance exudes an ominous aura." Foretelling impending disaster, Gu Rufeng remarked, his gaze unwavering from the photograph of Chen Jianyi. Ling Fan noticed that Gu Rufeng's expression was markedly different from his usual demeanor. He realized that these onmyoji were not mere charlatans. Much like Taoist Luo Chun, although Gu Rufeng often appeared unkempt, his inclusion in the hit special operations team clearly indicated his prowess in a particular field. Old Gu, could you elaborate on this matter for me? Ling Fan inquired. Look at the countenance of this young lady. Her beauty is striking, her face shaped like a triangle. Do you know of anyone in China who possesses such a visage? Gu Rufeng gazed at Ling Fan with an air of mystery. Ling Fan, however, was unfamiliar with the concept of facial features, and with a playful punch to Gu Rufeng's shoulder he exclaimed, Old Gu, spare me the suspense. I have no understanding of facial analysis, just tell me directly. Gu Rufeng rubbed his sore shoulder and chuckled wryly. If you don't know, then you don't know. Why resort to violence? Be careful, or I might just tell on you that you're bullying an old man. Ling Fan was rendered speechless, his expression unusually grim, barely suppressing the urge to strike someone. Observing Ling Fan's discomfort, Gu Rufeng quickly waved his hand, saying, I was just joking, merely a jest. He then adopted a serious tone, stating, there is an age-old saying, a beautiful woman brings calamity, causing suffering to the nation and its people. Heaven is jealous of beauty and often bestows a short life. There is wisdom in this. For such a facial structure is known as the fatal beauty. Historically, 2 women have possessed this visage, Daji during the Shang dynasty and Bao Si during the Zhou dynasty. Those who bear such features, despite their unparalleled beauty, are often doomed to a tragic fate, and misfortune is likely to befall this girl named Chen Jianyi. Is that truly the case? Just because someone is beautiful must they be cursed? Ling Fan remarked, once again lifting the photograph to scrutinize it. He gazed at the image of Chen Jianyi, who though merely 12 years old, exhibited a stunning beauty that was captivating. Her enchanting eyes were likely to ensnare many hearts. Ling Fan found himself entranced by those alluring eyes, gradually feeling as if he might float away, when suddenly, darkness enveloped him. When Ling Fan regained consciousness, he discovered himself standing in a spacious and brightly lit room, filled with a fine mist that resembled fog. He quickly turned to see a large snow-white bed before him. Through the delicate haze, he could vaguely discern a woman reclining on the pristine bedding, her alabaster form partially revealed by the mist, radiating an enticing glow. Who are you? Ling Fan asked, his voice tinged with urgency. Guess who I am? Came a softly melodic voice, as if woven with an enchanting magic that caressed Ling Fan's ears. I don't know, he replied, dazed. You just claimed to know my name, didn't you? The ethereal voice resonated once more, retaining its alluring charm. Jianyi, you are Chen Jianyi? Ling Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, you are quite clever. I am Jianyi. Come now. Didn't you fall for me the moment you laid eyes on me? Come now. The enchanting voice suddenly intensified its allure, rendering Ling Fan's mind powerless as he numbly approached the inviting bed. Ling Fan's eyes appeared as though shrouded in blindness, unable to perceive anything but the hazy visage of an exquisite beauty, an ethereal face resembling that of a celestial being belonging to the soft, supple figure that lay upon him. The delicate fingers of the woman glided gently across Ling Fan's countenance, softly tracing from his forehead down to his chin, before her tender, warm lips pressed against his own. Suddenly, Ling Fan felt an overwhelming rush within him, as if his very blood were being fervently stirred, and a torrent of vitality surged like a whirlpool up his throat, gravitating towards the girl's lips. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Fan once more succumbed to a reverie, envisioning a stunning woman entwined around his form like a serpent, her soft curves pressing against his chest, and her moist, gentle lips slowly meeting his. In that instant, he sensed his body being swept away, his blood swirling tumultuously, while a vortex of energy coursed towards his throat, yearning for the girl's kiss. Ling Fan, don't frighten me, cried Xinyan, clutching his head in despair. Xinyan is about to retrieve the data, you mustn't fall asleep. He had been ensnared by a soul-binding force, dragged into an illusion by a specter, Gu Rufu murmured, peering into Ling Fan's eyes. What, an illusion? How can we rescue Ling Fan? Chen Yuzhen implored, gripping Gu Rufu's attire. Well, Gu Rufu hesitated, scratching his forehead. Enough with the hesitation. What must we do? Chen Yuzhen demanded directly. Don't look at me. I'm no longer that, Gu Rufu stammered, his face suddenly flushing crimson as he whispered. What is a maiden's kiss, Uncle Gu? Lin Xinyan asked innocently, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity. It refers to the kiss of a woman who has preserved her virtue. Gu Rufu finally crafted a sensible explanation. Virtue, what is that? Do I possess it? Lin Xinyan inquired, pointing to herself with her pinky. Chen Yuzhen. Gu Rufu, he sighed, never mind. If it is not a maiden's kiss, there lies a perilous possibility, aside from you two. There is yet another person in this room who possesses a maiden's kiss. Gu Rufu spoke with an air of mystery. Who could it be? Is it Sister Tianyu? Lin Xinyan and Chen Yuzhen asked in unison. Old Gu, you cannot possibly intend to kiss Ling Fan yourself, Chen Yuzhen gasped, casting a terrified glance at the roaringly amused Gu Rufu, a chill running down her spine for Ling Fan. Ling Fan, dear brother. If Uncle Gu's kiss were to revive you, would you faint again? Lin Xinyan whispered, gazing at Ling Fan's twitching face. Humph. This master's maiden's kiss has been preserved for nearly half a century, possessing a formidable allure. Generally, one does not receive such an honor. When Ling Fan awakens, you must restrain him, lest he be overcome with emotion and act impulsively. With that, Gu Rofu bent down, his stubbled lips inching closer to Ling Fan's. Don't, please don't. Ling Fan felt as though his vital energy was on the verge of breaking through the constriction in his throat. Seemingly siphoned away by the soft and gentle maiden beside him, suddenly a potent aroma enveloped Ling Fan, leaving his mind in a state of bewilderment. This scent was Dada. The enchanting woman recoiled in terror at the peculiar odor. Her exquisite features contorting grotesquely, swirling like a vortex. Ultimately, her entire essence was extracted from Ling Fan, coiling in the air before gradually dissipating. Ling Fan's eyelids fluttered a few times, sensing an odd fragrance assaulting him. He hurriedly opened his eyes to behold two sausage-like mouths advancing toward him, with remnants of green still visible on their lips. What the hell, sausage ghost? Ling Fan, alarmed, quickly punched the two sausage-like appendages and leaped from the sofa. Ouch! Gu Ruffing had not anticipated that Ling Fan would awaken so abruptly, completely unprepared, and was struck squarely in the face, transforming his lips into sausage mouths. Ling, what are you doing now? I was trying to save you. How could you save someone like this? With your mouth, it reeks. Old Gu, did you have garlic for lunch? It's both foul and pungent. Ling Fan covered his nose, fanning the air with his hand. Yes it. Gu Ruffing took a deep breath into his palm and then sniffed it near his nose, confirming the foul odor. Suddenly he burst into laughter. I thought it strange that this master had not yet kissed you. And you woke up. It turns out it was the garlic. It has the power to ward off evil spirits. How could I have forgotten that? Truly a failure. By the way, Brother Fan, what happened to you just now? It felt so frightening. Lin Xinyan inquired with concern, her eyes mirroring the same apprehension as Chen Yuzhen. Old Gu, I'm truly sorry for earlier. Thank you so much. Ling Fan looked at Gu Ruffing with genuine gratitude shining in his eyes. You lack sincerity, Ling. If you were truly sincere, take this master out for a grand fish feast. Gu Ruffing, covering his reddened lips, retorted indignantly. If not, then bring your face over here for me to give it a punch. Old Gu, brother Gu. Ling Fan wore a playful smile, trying to appease Gu Ruffing. Enough, why not call me Sogu instead of Google? Gu Ruffing immediately interrupted Long Chen's words and then sighed, shaking his head. Sigh. I suppose it's my misfortune to know you. Here's the deal. Tell me about the illusion you just experienced, and we'll consider it settled. Upon hearing that Gu Ruffing did not want the fish feast, Ling Fan was instantly elated and readily agreed, as he had also intended to share the details of this illusion with everyone. As the others in the hall listened to Ling Fan's account of the illusion, a sense of dread washed over them. However, whether it was indeed an illusion remained a question. All eyes turned to Gu Ruffing. Don't look at me. I have never encountered such matters myself. And besides, it is merely an illusion. I believe it should not lead to a fate of aging to death like the three deceased in this case. It's likely they will remain trapped in a dream state until someone awakens them. Gu Ruffing offered a chaotic explanation, while the others were still shaken by Ling Fan's recent dream. Chen Yuzhen's phone rang. It was a subordinate informing her that Zhang Youyu had suddenly gone missing. What? Did you say Zhang Youyu has gone missing? Chen Yuzhen exclaimed into her phone, her voice raised in urgency. The response confirmed that Zhang Youyu had indeed vanished before Sister Zhen's people could even arrive. Leaving Ling Fan and the others in a state of astonishment. Sister Zhen, we can wait no longer. We must apprehend Chen Jiani at once. Otherwise, we risk prolonging this nightmare, Ling Fan declared, rising from the sofa and inspecting the magazine of his firearm. Very well, it seems we have no choice, Sister Zhen replied, also standing, her demeanor suggesting she was prepared for action. Alright, Ling Fan Gage, I have finally cracked that infernal banking system. How will you reward me? Dear girl, Lin Xinyan suddenly exclaimed in excitement, springing up from the sofa, her bare feet touching the floor with a soft thud. Impressive. Truly one should not judge by appearances. Ling Fan quickly turned the notebook towards himself. The information on the screen revealing the remitter's name sent a shiver of incredulity through him. Deng Xinxiong, the founder of the Deng Group, Deng Xinxiong, had actually donated such a sum to Zhang Youyu. How utterly astonishing. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open with a whoosh, and Chu Tianyu emerged, her long glistening hair cascading over her fragrant shoulders, her lengthy eyelashes fluttering, presenting a captivating image of a beauty fresh from the bath. Noticing the unusual expressions on the faces of those present, Tianyu inquired, "What is the matter? Are you all heading out?" "Yes, indeed. We are off to capture the true culprit behind this case. Tianyu, please change your clothes quickly." "We are heading to Nightshade Rose," Ling Fan responded. He found himself momentarily entranced by Tianyu's beauty, only to snap back to reality when Sister Zhen nudged him. Remarkably, Tianyu, being a Special Forces operative, took a mere 3 minutes to change from entering the room to reappearing in fresh attire. The wailing sirens pierced the vast night sky, and the expressions of the group turned grave, each lost in their own thoughts. A sudden screech of brakes echoed as Ling Fan leaped from the vehicle and stormed into the nightclub. With Tianyu following closely behind, navigating through the frenetic dance floor, Ling Fan reached the bar and confronted the bartender with an icy demeanor, whereas Chen Jiani, recognizing Ling Fan and Chu Tianyu as police officers. The bartender quickly gestured towards a private room at the back. "She is currently entertaining a guest in there." After confirming the room number, Ling Fan barged in, only to find Chen Jiani seated alone on the sofa. her delicate fingers gently caressing a small white fox in her lap, her expression serene and composed. You arrived rather quickly. I expected you to come tomorrow, Qinjiani greeted them with a smile. Seemingly unfazed by their sudden appearance. We feared you might kill again. The sooner we apprehend you, the fewer sacrifices we will have. Tanya replied coldly. Oh, dear sister, you need not worry. From this moment forth, no one else shall perish. Everything has already come to an end. A melancholic expression surfaced on Chen Jiani's exquisite face. Ling Fan asked, did you kill Chen Anhua, Deng Long, Deng Xiang, and Zhao Wenqi? Yes, Chen Jiani replied, her voice calm and detached. And how did you manage to age them into oblivion overnight? Ling Fan pressed, eager to uncover the truth behind her chilling revelation. Chen Jiani gazed at the inquisitive Ling Fan, gently placing the white fox in her hands upon the sofa. She slowly rose to her feet, casually unfastening the coat tied around her waist. What am I about to do? Tianyu, witnessing Chen Jiani's intention to disrobe, felt her face flush crimson, her voice tinged with nervousness. Rest assured, dear sister, I have no intention of enticing your man. Besides, he is not easily swayed by my charms. Alas, Chen Jiani, who had previously worn a smile, now bore a countenance of sorrow, resembling a delicate beauty in distress. Evoking a deep sense of compassion, with a resounding thud, Ling Fan closed the door to the private room. Although he was unaware of the antics Chen Jiani was about to unfold, he understood that a woman disrobing deserved the utmost respect. Chen Jiani did not express her gratitude, yet her eyes brimmed with unspoken appreciation as she gradually lowered her loose pants, revealing her youthful form before Ling Fan, unadorned and vulnerable, her exquisite visage. Eyes sparkling with mirth, and long, lustrous hair cascading over her chest, complemented by her proud curves and long legs, which although tightly closed, could not conceal the most intimate secrets of her femininity. Yet, it was not these attributes that captivated Ling Fan's gaze. Rather, it was the small, fluffy white tail that danced behind her, adding an air of mystery and enchantment to the ethereal beauty before him. Yes, that a tail, Tianyu exclaimed in disbelief, her voice tinged with trepidation. Yes, it may seem peculiar, but indeed it is my tail, a companion since the moment of my birth, Chen Jiani replied, her expression tinged with melancholy and solitude as she spoke of her tail. Here, don't catch a chill. Ling Fan offered a white blanket from the nearby sofa to Chen Jiani. Thank you. Chen Jiani finally uttered the two words she had nearly forgotten. Now, could you share with us how you came to kill those individuals? Ling Fan urged, pulling Tianyu to sit on the sofa while casting a sidelong glance at the little white fox, which appeared oblivious to his presence. Lost in slumber, elegantly, Chen Jiani settled onto the sofa. Cradling the white fox once more, stroking it tenderly before she began to speak, everything traces back to that tempestuous night before I turned 18. That you may find my tale incredulous, but please believe me. Every word I speak is true. Logically, the newborn cannot possess memories, yet I am an exception. I vividly recall the fear etched on my parents' faces at my birth. My mother held me tightly, while my father contemplated taking my life simply because I had grown a tail. When he pressed the cold blade against my throat, I yearned to resist, but in my fragility, all I could do was cry, unable to fathom any other means to express my defiance. Perhaps my father's hardened heart was ultimately softened by my tears. Rather than slaying me with the knife, he chose to cast me into the frigid river amidst the torrential rain, leaving me to fend for myself. At that time, I was merely an infant. Barely an hour old, yet I was confronted with the frigid waters of the river, the thunderous roars of the storm, and the merciless indifference of my parents. I recall my body becoming numb with cold, leaving me with no recourse but to cry. Beyond that, I truly knew not what else I could do. Chen Jiani recounted her childhood tales to Ling Fan and Tianyu, and to their astonishment, she possessed memories that seemed to predate her very birth, something beyond the grasp of most. She vividly remembered being cast into the icy depths of the Nidus River, regarded as a monster by her parents for being born with a tail. Her only means of resistance against the world's prejudice was her piercing cries. After a brief pause, Chen Jiani continued, thus, I floated in the icy waters until my consciousness slipped into oblivion. When I awoke, I found myself nestled in a warm cradle, gazing into the loving and tender eyes of two individuals who were my first foster parents. They continuously wiped my body with warm towels. They were ordinary mountain dwellers devoid of their own children. It was my foster father who had fished me from the river using a net. He led a simple life, catching fish to sustain us, while my foster mother, confined to the home due to a leg injury, kept me company, teaching me to read and write. Their presence gradually dispelled the shadows of my birth with a warmth that enveloped me in love. I believed I would lead a tranquil life with my foster parents. However, misfortune soon struck. When I turned 12, my foster mother became pregnant, and my foster father was overjoyed, yet burdened with worry. He was already struggling to provide for the three of us alone, and the arrival of another child would shatter the fragile balance we had established. In my despair, I could not bear to witness the murky sorrow in my foster father's eyes. On another stormy night, I left my parents once more, wandering alone through the dense mountains, the thunder crashing and the rain pouring down in torrents, with flashes of lightning illuminating the darkness. As a girl, I possessed the innate timidity that accompanies my kind. I closed my eyes and fled desperately along the mountain path, unaware of how many times I stumbled, my clothes soiled with muddy water. All I knew was that I had to escape. Far from this place, when I regained consciousness, I discovered myself huddled beneath an arch of a bridge, having spent my first night in that refuge. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through, I felt an overwhelming chill, preferring the concealment of darkness to the exposure of daylight, yet survival necessitates nourishment, and I was no exception. Thus I ventured out from my hiding place in search of food. But do you know how arduous survival can be? I was merely a girl, a 12-year-old girl, yearning for a way out, yet they demanded a deposit before granting me access. Time and again I sought employment, only to be cast aside for myriad reasons. As night fell, I found myself utterly homeless, having gone 2 whole days without sustenance. The cold night wind tugged at my garments, leaving me shivering, devoid of any sensation beyond the chill. Yet, it was at that moment that he appeared before me. Chen Anyu. At that moment, he approached with a flashlight, and I, terrified, hurriedly concealed myself within a nearby cardboard box. He drew closer, speaking in gentle tones, assuring me not to be afraid, proclaiming himself as a good man who would buy me plenty of delicious food. Can you fathom the allure of food for a girl who had gone hungry for 2 whole days? Cautiously, I peeked out of the box and beheld a kindly face, yet, who could have guessed the repugnant and vile nature lurking beneath that benign visage? I recall it was also a stormy night when Chen Anhua, reeking of alcohol, burst through the door. I rushed to greet him, helping him to the bed, but that brute had the audacity to pin me down on the bed, declaring that after my prolonged indulgence, he deserved some recompense. At that moment, I was utterly oblivious to his intentions. I knew nothing of the relations between men and women, only instinctively sensing that what was about to transpire would be dreadful. Thus I struggled fiercely, crying out in pain, yet in the end, no one came to my rescue. I could only endure his humiliation while tears streamed down my face. Suddenly, in an instant, I felt an overwhelming urge to kill Chen Anhua. I cursed him in my heart, wishing him a most miserable fate, yet, at that very moment of my hatred, Chen Anhua gasped in terror, attempting to withdraw from my body, but it seemed as if he were magnetically drawn to me. Pressing tightly against me, I felt a powerful force surging into me, and in a daze, I fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, I discovered he had perished. Instantly, I recalled the curse I had harbored when he had violated me the previous night. Every thought I had being that I had killed him. Collecting my belongings and taking some money, I fled that place, distancing myself as far as possible. I then found myself in this city. Yet I remained as lost as I had ever been. Just as I stepped off the bus, a motorcyclist snatched my bag from me. That bag contained everything I owned, and without it, I could scarcely imagine how I would survive. I desperately chased after the motorcycle, but how could a girl possibly keep up with such a speeding vehicle? I collapsed onto the ground, left with nothing but tears, and then he approached, offering me a warm, fragrant egg pancake. After the ordeal with Chen Anhua, I was unwilling to trust anyone easily, though I longed to accept it. Reason dictated that I should refrain. The young man seemed undeterred by my reluctance. Noticing my refusal, he placed the pancake on a napkin from his pocket and walked away. In that moment, I was at a loss, simply gazing up at his retreating figure, so very young, when Chen Jiani recounted how her belongings had been snatched just after she disembarked the bus. It was precisely then that a youthful man had offered her an egg pancake. However, due to her experience with Chen Anhua, she became filled with hostility towards others, yet the young man appeared unfazed by her animosity. Placing the food before her before striding off, "That young man was," Ling Fan interjected. "That young man was me," a resounding male voice echoed at the entrance of the private room. Ling Fan turned around to see Zhang Youyu standing beside the door, the shadows in his eyes dissipating, replaced by an unparalleled gentleness. As his gaze fell upon Chen Jiani, soft as flowing water, the situation had reached this point. "Could I truly escape and leave you behind all alone? You have sacrificed so much for me, and all I can do now is accompany you, regardless of the outcome. I shall walk with you until the very end." Zhang Youyu approached Chen Jiani and gently enveloped her in his embrace. Ling Fan felt little surprise at Zhang Youyu's sudden appearance. Rather, it was Tianyu who remained perplexed by the unfolding scene, continuously nudging Ling Fan, who merely smiled faintly, at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Youyu finally raised his gaze to Ling Fan and said, "You seem welled. I believe this is our second encounter. If I recall correctly, your name is Ling Fan." "Indeed, my name is Ling Fan. But I seem to have erred in recalling yours." Ling Fan replied with a smile. "Erred in recalling my name?" Zhang Youyu inquired, puzzled. "Yes, I never imagined that you were named Deng Youyu," Ling Fan remarked nonchalantly. Yet this seemingly casual comment caused Zhang Youyu's expression to shift dramatically, his eyes fixed on Ling Fan as if beholding something utterly astonishing. The two locked gazes until Zhang Youyu finally relented, letting out a heavy sigh. "I had thought this secret would remain solely with me. Not even Jiani was privy to it, yet you, having met me only once, have already uncovered my secret. You truly are an enigma." "I am no enigma. If you can see a middle-aged man with a family who has steadfastly supported a child in a distant mountain village for over a decade, sending money, clothing, and even small items like bottles, I cannot help but consider the matter from another perspective," Ling Fan stated calmly. Zhang Youyu paused, then threw his head back and laughed heartily, as if releasing all the suppressed pain within his heart. "Then allow me to share my story with you. Indeed, my surname is Deng. I am the third son of Deng Xinshon, yet my mother does not reside with the Deng family. Deng Xinshon deceived my mother, despite having already married 2 women, he pursued her relentlessly. When my mother discovered his betrayal, she resolutely left him. Though gentle, my mother possessed a noble spirit. She refused to share a man with anyone and chose to live alone in a small mountain village. However, Deng Xinxiong somehow learned of her whereabouts and sent people with money, all of whom she chased away. My mother could have lived a happy life, but my arrival brought her immense hardship. For my sake, she finally set aside her pride and accepted Deng Xinxiong's wealth, and I gradually became aware of the connection between them, planting the seeds of hatred within my young heart. I yearned for revenge. I wanted to seize everything belonging to the Deng family. Thus, I studied diligently and eventually secured a respectable position within a company. At that moment, I encountered Jiani, the singular individual in my life. Aside from my mother, who truly loved me. It was then that I became aware of Jiani's extraordinary abilities and her innate talents. Upon witnessing the tail that extended from her back, a sense of trepidation washed over me. However, it was only when I listened to Jiani recount her experiences that I comprehended her ability to absorb the vital essence of others, which she could manipulate at will. In that instant, I glimpsed the hope of revenge. She would become my most crucial weapon, and no one would ever uncover the secret of how a person could age overnight. It was nothing short of a remarkable gift. Thus, I embarked on my revenge plan, devising ways to draw closer to Deng Long. Half a year prior, Deng Xinxiong had succumbed to a sudden illness, and Deng Long had taken the helm of the Deng Corporation. However, it wasn't long before the company began to experience deficits. Deng Long was a firm believer in feng shui, and coincidentally, one of my classmates and friends, Min, was employed at the Deng Corporation. I introduced a Taoist priest I knew to her, requesting that she assist Deng Long's company, with the condition that it would grant me access to him. Zhao Wenqi, indeed, proved to be an astute woman. She successfully persuaded Deng Long to meet with me. I endeared myself to him by sharing the teachings I had gleaned from the Taoist priest, thereby earning his trust, and he entrusted me with all of the new business ventures of the Deng Corporation. Consequently, I gained the support of the board at Changlong Company, swiftly ascending to the position of vice president. Did you truly exploit Jiani in this manner? Tianyu suddenly exclaimed. Jiani, I am so sorry. To think that. For my sake, you have been reduced to such a state. Rest assured, I shall never allow anyone to lay a finger on you again. Deng Youyu held Chen Jiani in his embrace, clutching her tightly. Ling Fan gazed at the 2 intertwined figures before him, momentarily at a loss for words. These 2 souls, both burdened by tragic fates, could finally seek solace in one another, their shared warmth the only thing they craved. Deng Youyu gently planted a kiss on Chen Jiani's lips before continuing. Then I arranged to meet Deng Long for drinks, and after indulging to excess, Jiani stealthily climbed into the trunk of his car and later slipped into his room. Thus the supernatural tale of a fox spirit consuming essence unfolded, with Jiani ultimately carrying away the little white fox. Subsequently, I discreetly handed the white fox over to Deng Xiang, revealing that I possessed knowledge of Deng Long's demise. Inviting him to this nightclub. I orchestrated for Jiani to attend to Deng Xiang alongside Zhang Fian. Along the way, I summoned Jiani and instructed her to eliminate Deng Xiang and take the little white fox with her. While I proceeded to Zhao Wenqi's residence, where I executed her in a similar fashion. What, are you implying that you too have acquired such abilities? Ling Fan inquired, his voice laced with incredulity. Perhaps it is due to my prolonged association with Jiani, but I discovered that I, too, could absorb the feminine essence and transform it into my own vitality. Thus, I ended Zhao Wenqi's life. Deng Youyu chuckled. Thus it was, everything had become clear. Ling Fan rose to his feet, retrieving a pair of silver handcuffs from his waist and presenting them before the 2 individuals. Chen Jiani and Zhang Youyu gazed at the handcuffs, exchanging a knowing smile, each adorning one wrist. Suddenly, the 2 embraced and kissed passionately, their fervent affection igniting like a wild blaze. Ling Fan and Tianyu watched intently as the rapid transformations unfolded before them. Once strikingly handsome, the pair's hair had transitioned from raven black to a mottled white, eventually culminating in a snowy hue. Their skin had become wrinkled and deeply etched in the blink of an eye. 2 individuals in the bloom of youth had morphed into frail elders, their white hair intertwined. Tears streamed down Tianyu's cheeks as she pressed her lips tightly together, resting her head on Ling Fan's shoulder. Ling Fan tenderly caressed Tianyu's flowing hair, his gaze fixed on the heart-wrenching scene of the forlorn lovers. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would scarcely believe such a bizarre yet profoundly moving love story existed in the world. With the demise of Deng Youyu and Chen Jiani, this case gradually faded into obscurity, its details merely documented in a file and securely locked away in a steel cabinet. Days later, the weather was fair. 2 youthful figures strolled along a small mountain path. The woman was strikingly beautiful, though her countenance was icy. She cradled a snow-white fox in her arms, which slept soundly, exhibiting remarkable docility. The man beside her occasionally cast envious glances at the little white fox, muttering, "Humph, indeed a little flirt, seeking the coziest spot to sleep and allowing itself to be held. What are you saying? Don't frighten the little fox." The coldly beautiful woman lightly kicked the man beside her. "Ha, I truly wonder what Taoist Luocheng intends to discuss with me." Alas, Ling Fan sighed heavily. Some people are simply insatiable. How many would wish for the Taoist to read their fortune but never get the chance? Tianyu retorted coolly. True enough, I hope the Taoist predicts that I will be immensely wealthy, surrounded by numerous wives and concubines, Ling Fan exclaimed excitedly. Just then, a pair of piercing glares shot towards him, followed by a swift kick that sent Ling Fan tumbling to the ground, causing him to swallow a mouthful of leaves, which elicited a peal of clear laughter from Tianyu. Thus, the two continued their playful banter as they made their way up Qinglong Mountain. Before long, they beheld a modest and unadorned Taoist temple perched atop the peak. Ling Fan gazed at the temple, pondering that this must be the abode of Taoist Luochang for personal cultivation. After ascending a set of slightly refined stone steps and passing through an archway weathered by time, Ling Fan and Tianyu arrived at a small plaza. The ground was laid with azure stone slabs, at the center of which stood a large incense burner, its smoke curling gracefully upwards, imparting an ancient aura. Behind the incense burner loomed the Taoist temple, its door adorned with a wooden plaque inscribed with 3 bold and vigorous characters, Xinglong Guan. At that moment, a young acolyte emerged from the temple and approached the two, inquiring, "Do either of you know a person named Ling Fan?" Ling Fan and Tianyu exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with surprise. Was it truly possible that a practitioner of the Tao possessed such uncanny insight? Ling Fan smiled and asked, "Young Taoist, how do you know my name?" "Hee, it's written right here," the young acolyte replied, pointing at the student badge on Ling Fan's chest with a grin. Ling Fan busily lowered his head to inspect, and indeed, the student badge still hanging from his chest thoroughly exposed him. "Benefactor, please follow me. Master has been waiting for you inside for quite some time," the young Taoist said, gazing at Ling Fan. Ling Fan and Tianyu ascended the steps of the grand hall and entered within, where the young Taoist indicated that Ling Fan's master awaited him in the inner chamber. Just as Ling Fan and Tianyu were about to proceed toward the inner chamber, the young Taoist reached out to stop Tianyu, smiling as he said, "This esteemed lady master has instructed that only Ling Benefactor may enter the inner chamber. Please kindly wait here in the grand hall." Ling Fan glanced at the young Taoist's face, sensing there was no room for negotiation, and then turned to Tianyu with a smile, saying, "Tianyu, please remain here in the grand hall for now and light some incense for me to pray." "Humph, if I'm not going, then I'm not going. I have no desire to meet that old codger." In a huff, Tianyu kicked Ling Fan lightly and tossed the little white fox from her arms into Ling Fan's embrace, before sulking to a corner of the grand hall and sitting down on a cushion in exasperation. Following the young Taoist's guidance, Ling Fan then entered the inner chamber. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Tianyu felt as if she might faint from drowsiness several times, while the young Taoist had already brought her several cups of tea. What on earth is taking so long? What could they possibly be discussing in there? Tianyu lifted her teacup, blowing on the steam rising from the surface. Suddenly, the door to the inner chamber swung open, and Ling Fan emerged. In that instant, his previously solemn expression transformed into a playful grin. "Hey, Tianyu, did you pray for me?" Ling Fan approached her, waving his hand with a smile. "Humph, who would pray for you? I've cursed you 100 times instead." "What on earth did that old man say to you that took so long?" Tianyu retorted, annoyance evident in her voice. It's nothing serious. He merely mentioned that I would marry a woman of exceptional prowess and that we would have a multitude of children." Ling Fan replied with a teasing laugh. "Get lost." Tianyu shot back, delivering another playful kick to Ling Fan. "Will I ever truly see him again?" The legend of the Fox Immortal. The tale of the Fox Immortal is one I heard from my grandmother during my childhood. Though the story I recount is not exactly as she told it, I merely used it as a foundation. Unfortunately, she has since passed away, and it falls upon me, Fan Xie, to retell this story to everyone. That night, he ventured to the tavern as usual, having caught a splendid white fox, and his spirits were elevated, prompting him to indulge in a couple of extra bowls of wine. After drinking, he stumbled homeward, as was his custom, and collapsed onto his bed, sinking into a deep slumber. The next day, the tavern owner discovered that Chenjanawa had left his coat on the table, being a fellow villager. The owner decided to return it to him. However, upon arriving at Chenjanawa's door, he noticed the flickering glow of candlelight within and thought, "Isn't Chenjanawa supposed to be passed out from drinking? Why is there a candle lit?" Intrigued, the tavern owner prepared to knock on the door, but just as he was about to rap on it, he heard the alluring sounds of a woman's sigh emanating from inside. The following day, several villagers went to find Chenjanawa to hunt in the mountains, but despite knocking for a long time, he did not come out to open the door. As the villagers peered into the room, a wave of trepidation washed over them. There sat Chenjanawa, lost in a daze, his bare body exposed upon the bed, intermittently tugging at his manhood with a vacant gaze, his eyes hollow and devoid of life. His hair, now streaked with gray, seemed to have aged him by a decade overnight. At that moment, one villager noted the absence of the fox fur drying on the roof. It was rumored that the tavern owner had also succumbed to madness, shrieking at the sight of women. The woman with a long tail. The triangular-faced woman with a beard. Later, it was recounted by an elder that Chenjanawa had mysteriously vanished, until one day, a villager stumbled upon an elderly man in a cave, his hair completely white and his body in a state of grotesque decay. Even now, recounting this tale sends shivers down the spine. What of the woman with the long tail? The triangular-faced woman with a beard, what could it possibly mean? Hee hee, thus concludes this tale, and we shall soon embark upon the next story, The Spectre of the Night Lake. I kindly implore you, dear friends, to extend your support as we grow together. Today, Tomato feels much better, hee hee. With just a few days until the exam, I beseech you to channel your collective energy towards me. However, updates may be a tad slow, so I ask for your understanding. Rest assured, post-exam, Tomato will make it up to all of you, dear ones. A term I recently learned from a female reader, dear ones, quite peculiar. I must admit. Prologue. In the dead of night, darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering it impossible to see even a hand's breadth before one's eyes. The once bright moon was now obscured by dense clouds, with only fleeting beams of moonlight trickling through the gaps in the clouds, casting an eerie stillness upon the schoolyard. Scattered beams of moonlight filtered through the bright windows onto the smooth floor of the corridor, resembling a multitude of ghostly eyes gazing upward. Tap tap. Are you still afraid? Wasn't it you who proposed this game? Sneered the man in white, his closely cropped hair accentuating his disdain. Humph, he huffed, arms crossed defiantly over his chest. Ailey, just don't argue with little you. She is a girl after all, interjected a slightly leaner man caught between them. Alright, Ailey little you, cease your bickering. Your quarrel has utterly drained the atmosphere. How disheartening. I've found the key, exclaimed the long-haired man, irritation evident in his voice as he excitedly retrieved the key from his jacket pocket. Seizing the momentary light of the moon, he inserted the key into the lock. With a click, the classroom door creaked open. Inside lay a shroud of darkness, with only the faintest glimmers of moonlight seeping through the 4 windows. Ailey little you, Xiaoming, you 3 must draw the curtains on those 3 windows. During this game, not a sliver of moonlight must penetrate, understood? It would be best to weigh down the corners of the curtains with books. Do you comprehend? Commanded the long-haired man, moving to the first window on the southern side. Pulling the curtains tight and securing them with 2 books, the other 3 nodded in agreement, each picking up 2 books to weigh down their respective curtains. Suddenly, the entire classroom was engulfed in darkness, rendering it impossible to see even one's own hand in front of their face. Only the sound of each other's breathing could be heard. Xiaoyu, are you truly capable of playing such a game? Inquired a boy named Xianqing, his voice tinged with uncertainty. The striking girl named Xiaoyu playfully threw herself into Xianqing's embrace, laughing as she replied, of course, I learned this online, hee hee, and I've heard it's quite effective. Humph, it's likely just another one of your tedious finds. Playing the pen spirit game yesterday was dull enough. By the end, my arm was sore, and I fear this won't be any different, a cold voice chimed in, unmistakably belonging to the aloof boy clad in a white shirt. Ali, spare Xiaoyu some grace. She only wishes to discern the exam questions for our finals the day after tomorrow. It's for our benefit, a gentle male voice interjected. Hee hee, you heard that, Ali? I'm doing this for everyone's good, wouldn't you agree, Xianqing? Xiaoyu pouted, leaning her face close to the long-haired boy, feeling a hint of disappointment after her failed attempt at a stolen kiss. Xiaoyu quickly brightened up and explained, the rules are quite simple. The game is played as follows. The 4 of us will each stand in a corner of the room, ensuring we face the wall and absolutely do not look back. One person will call out game start, and then that individual will run counterclockwise to the next corner, gently tapping the shoulder of the person standing there, who will then shout, got you. The tapped person will then proceed to the next corner in the same manner, and so forth, until the last person reaches the first, who will have moved to the second corner by then. The last person will simply tap the wall and cough to conclude that round. Then, the 4th person will continue to the next corner until they reach the original first person and call out tagged. That is how the game is played, understood? Alright. I suppose I shall indulge this trivial game for Xianqing's sake. The boy named Ali remarked coldly, moving to one of the corners. I'm standing second, facing the wall. I'll take the first position, Xianqing declared, positioning himself at the first corner by the blackboard. Humph, I certainly don't want Ali tapping my shoulder. Xiaoming, you should stand in third, while I take fourth. I want to tap Xianqing's shoulder, Xiaoyu said, giving a gentle pat to the boy named Xiaoming before casting a disdainful huff in Ali's direction and excitedly taking her place in the 4th corner. It doesn't matter where I stand, Xiaoming murmured softly as he positioned himself at the 3rd corner. Then I shall call out start, Xianqing announced with a smile from the 1st corner. Start, he swiftly dashed behind Ali, laughing as he exclaimed, I got you. For some unknown reason, Ali's shoulder twitched, and he promptly ran to the 2nd corner, tapping Xiaoming's shoulder and declaring, got you. Xiaoming then quickly made his way to Xiaoyu's side, gently tapping her as he said, got you. Then Xiaoyu swiftly dashed towards the 1st corner where Xianqing had been moments ago, one hand tightly clenched into a fist while the other cautiously reached into the darkness. Upon feeling the cold surface of the wall, her heart finally relaxed, and she let out a heavy cough. It was then that Daozi shouted, start. She quickly ran over to Xianqing, gently tapping his shoulder, and with the other arm, she embraced him, laughing. I found you. Xianqing furrowed his brow slightly, shaking his head with a hint of disapproval, before releasing Xiaoyu's hand and heading towards Ali. Thus time flowed by second, while the 4 of them continued their monotonous routine, repeatedly performing the same actions and shouting the same refrain of found you. Occasionally, it seemed that the classroom was suddenly filled with students running about, their voices echoing with cries of "found you," yet, it had been quite some time since anyone had coughed to signal a restart. The four individuals in the classroom perhaps began to sense unknowingly the presence of an additional person amidst them, a newcomer who incessantly darted about, causing everyone's hearts to race. At that moment, Xiaoyu's delicate face was already glistening with beads of sweat, and Xiao Ming approached her from behind, gently tapping her shoulder while tremblingly saying, "Found you." Upon hearing those words, Xiaoyu involuntarily shuddered, feeling her feet heavy as if beyond her control, yet she continued to run forward, trembling as she extended her hand. Expecting to touch the cold wall, she instead encountered a shoulder, chillingly unusual. It was not Xianxing's. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Found you." Prologue, Part 2, In the Still of the Night. The full moon hung high in the inky sky, casting silver rays that danced upon the stone slabs, shimmering with a cerulean glow. Under the night's veil, Huiran High School seemed enveloped in tranquility and serenity. Save for the flickering lights of the study hall, the luminous moonlight spilled over the placid lake, resembling a delicate layer of silver dust, enchanting in its beauty, while the occasional splashes of fish broke the stillness. Encircling the lakeside was a pebble-strewn path, its small stones glistening under the moonlight, radiating a beautiful halo. Two figures raced along the path, akin to swallows in flight, sometimes frolicking, other times playfully chasing one another, and occasionally strolling side by side, sharing tales of academic challenges and trivialities of life. In the blink of an eye, the two figures emerged from the willows by the lake, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing the youthful and lovely faces of two girls, one with long, slightly curled black hair, and the other with a shorter, neatly kept bob. Perhaps due to their recent exertions, both young, beautiful faces were slightly flushed, their still developing chests rising and falling, exuding the unique charm of youth. "Ah, Xiaoli, I am going to catch up with you," exclaimed the girl with long hair as she surged forward from behind, leaping onto the back of the short-haired girl. The short-haired girl frowned slightly, twisting her face with a smile. "You wild child, can't you be a bit more ladylike? Always acting so silly ladylike? Is it really like this?" The girl named Xiaoli elegantly arranged her long, lustrous black hair in front of her, her beautiful visage partially obscured by her flowing tresses, striking a delicate and fragile pose as she softly cooed, "Xiaoli, is this how one should be?" Upon witnessing the demeanor of the long-haired girl, the short-haired girl immediately felt a shiver run down her spine and exclaimed, "What are you doing? I meant for you to be more ladylike. Not to imitate Lin Ling or you. Humph, I'm done with that. What is so good about being a lady? Aren't they always bullied by those boys? I want to be strong." The long-haired girl tied her dark locks back, indignantly declaring her stance. "Strong, really? That word has nothing to do with girls." The short-haired girl chuckled. "Hee, you wouldn't know this, but I've heard there's a formidable female police officer in our city, reputed to be a black belt in Jeet Kune Do, who leaves the male officers she works with utterly dazed," the long-haired girl proclaimed with a proud smile. Meanwhile, far away at Qingshan First High School, Ling Fan sneezed unexpectedly while dozing off during a foot bath. "You actually believe that? Those are characters from novels, and the boys don't retaliate because they have a crush on the girls. You silly girl." The short-haired girl playfully poked the long-haired girl's forehead with her slender finger. A sudden chill swept through, prompting the two to instinctively rub their arms together, feeling the warmth of their bodies draw nearer. The surface of the adjacent lake rustled in response to the wind, creating ripples as if something were about to emerge from its depths. "Xiaoli, have you heard the rumors? They say there are water ghosts in this lake," the long-haired girl whispered, casting a sidelong glance at the water. The long-haired girl shook her head vigorously, speaking in a hushed tone. "No, it's true. I heard from the senior students that 2 years ago, a girl accidentally fell into the river, and her vengeful spirit lingered on, transforming into a water ghost that lures people to jump in and keep her company at night. There was even a senior boy who was enchanted by her and jumped into the river." The mere mention of a female ghost sent chills down the short-haired girl's spine, making the surrounding willow trees appear as if they were ghostly figures, waving their claws with menacing faces. "Little girl, you're beautiful. Come play with me in the water." A sudden eerie voice, trailing off hauntingly, echoed around them, and an apparition with disheveled hair and wiggling fingers appeared before them, swaying its head and petite body. "You little rascal, trying to scare me." The short-haired girl quickly recognized the mischievous long-haired girl behind the prank and playfully pinched her nose, saying, "If you keep acting so madcap, you'll end up an old maid." "I don't want any boys. If I were to want one, it would be you." The long-haired girl suddenly wrapped her arms around the short-haired girl, her delicate fingers incessantly tickling her. "That's so ticklish." "Haha, that's so ticklish. Stop it." The short-haired girl pleaded for mercy, but the long-haired girl remained relentless. Suddenly, the girl with long hair ceased her scratching, her large, expressive eyes fixated on something behind the girl with short hair, as if she had glimpsed something truly astonishing. From time to time, it seemed that something stirred within the water plants by the lakeside. The long-haired girl pointed towards the clump of reeds in the lake, her expression betraying an unusual unease, subtly revealing hints of fear. The short-haired girl patted her shoulder and chuckled. "Silly girl, see, you were right. Perhaps something sinister is lurking there." Upon finishing her statement, the short-haired girl mimicked the long-haired girl, Raising her hands high, rolling her eyes, and sticking out her tongue, Xiaoli, stop fooling around, I really saw something flicker in the bushes just now. The long-haired girl no longer exhibited her earlier carefree demeanor, replaced instead by a look of palpable anxiety. Alright, let's see what it truly is, otherwise someone might not be able to sleep tonight. The short-haired girl tugged at the long-haired girl as they approached the lakeside. As if you wouldn't struggle to sleep, pouted the long-haired girl. The two of them broke off a branch from a nearby willow tree and cautiously approached the lake, gently parting the tangled water plants. In an instant, their pupils dilated dramatically, followed by a piercing scream that echoed throughout the campus, for there amidst the reeds a male head emerged, its lifeless eyes staring blankly at them, reeds, lush and green, with white dew like frost. The so-called beloved stands across the water. I trace back the path long and fraught with obstacles. I swim against the current, as if I were in the heart of the water. The aforementioned verses are drawn from the renowned classical work of the Book of Songs, specifically the famous piece Ling Feng Jin Jia. This poem narrates the plight of a lovesick individual who can only yearn for their beloved from afar, encapsulating the profound sorrow and longing that accompanies such unrequited love. Love has always been revered for its purity and beauty, and although many romances have been forcibly torn apart throughout history, what remains for posterity are countless timeless classics and empathetic tears. In the pursuit of their own perfect love, each individual strives to the best of their abilities. Some persist tenaciously and ultimately find their partners, others resort to extreme measures, ending in disgrace and enmity. The weather today is quite pleasant, characterized by gentle breezes and bright sunshine. However, for Ling Fan, it is far from delightful, as he is burdened with the task of writing an essay early in the morning. The topic being on love. Damn it, how am I supposed to write about love when I've never even experienced it? Ling Fan bit down on his pen, his brow furrowed, while his deskmate had already begun to write with fervor. Hey, how are you writing so quickly? Have you actually been in a relationship? Ling Fan nudged his deskmate's arm with his elbow, blinking innocently with a mischievous grin. Just because you've never seen a pig run doesn't mean you should make a fuss. His deskmate retorted without acknowledging Ling Fan, continuing to inscribe his thoughts on the grid paper. Ling Fan cast a discreet glance and was taken aback to find that his deskmate's essay was titled On the Profound Nature of Love. Suddenly he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and then it struck him. The Book of Songs had provided him with such excellent material, yet he had neglected to utilize it. What a blunder! At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He took it out, and upon seeing the number displayed, his eyes lit up. Another bizarre murder case had occurred. This time, the supernatural incident occurred at Huairan High School, an elite private institution in Qingshan City. Shortly after submitting his exam paper, Ling Fan dashed out of the classroom towards the HIT headquarters on the outskirts of the city. Upon entering the living room, he noticed everyone gathered there, albeit with rather somber expressions, as if shrouded by dark clouds. He hurriedly made his way to his sofa and, without hesitation, reached into Sun Yan's snack bag, stuffing something into his mouth. Ling Fan, why do you keep stealing my snacks? So annoying, Sun Yan exclaimed, quickly clutching the snack bag to her chest, her bright eyes glaring at Ling Fan with indignation. Ling Fan stretched his arms and yawned lazily, chuckling, don't be so stingy, your brother hasn't eaten anything since breakfast, and I'm severely sleep deprived right now. You might not even dare to sleep later, Tianyu remarked coldly from the left. Oh, by the way, boss, I haven't asked yet, what's going on? Why did you summon me? Ling Fan inquired, directing his gaze toward Fang Yi, who was sitting directly in front of him, puffing away on a cigarette. Boss, you don't look too well. What's the matter? It's just that Director Chen snatched my salary for this month again. Gu Ruffing guffawed loudly, his expression laced with schadenfreude. However, Fang Yi shot him a fierce glare, and Gu Ruffing immediately fell silent, sitting stiffly like a statue, his gaze fixed ahead. Oh, I see, that's quite an elite private school, hee. Although the teaching quality is slightly inferior to my high school, it's still commendable, Ling Fan said with a hint of pride. That's good to know. Last night, a male corpse was discovered in the natural lake of Huairan High School, and the circumstances surrounding the death are quite peculiar. Fang Yi tossed a file toward Ling Fan, instructing, take a look, everyone else has already seen it. Strange, isn't every corpse we encounter in this line of work rather peculiar? Ling Fan remarked, puzzled, as he opened the file and furrowed his brow after flipping through several pages. The cause of death is drowning. 2 deep strangulation marks were found on the deceased's ankles. Boss, has the body been autopsied yet? Ling Fan asked, sensing something amiss. Not yet, it's currently in the autopsy room. Initially, we thought it was just a routine criminal case, but after some discussion, the criminal investigation team handed it over to us, Fang Yi replied, exhaling smoke slowly. Why is that? It's because there are legends of water ghosts associated with the lake at Huairan High School, and this man had 2 red grip marks on his ankles. So they say it's possible that a water ghost dragged the man into the depths of the lake. Chen Yuzhen, who had been silent for a while, interjected with a smile. No way, Sister Jin, do you really believe in such nonsense? Ling Fan asked, frowning and chuckling. I don't know, given the current circumstances, this possibility seems the most plausible. Hee, maybe there really is a female ghost in the lake, Chen Yuzhen replied with an eerie smile. Ling Fan felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of her grin. The mere mention of water sent shivers through him, as he recalled a childhood incident when he had fallen into a body of water and had not known how to swim at the time. As he fell into the water, he found himself engulfed in a hazy yellowish fog. Water rushed into his nose, mouth, and ears, while his body bobbed up and down just as his head broke the surface of the lake. Yearning to call for help, he was once again submerged. Fortunately, his older brother swiftly swam over and pulled him from the depths, otherwise his life would have been forfeit. From that moment on, he would always steer clear of rivers and lakes. Terrified of slipping in again, for this, his brother would often tease him, calling him a drowned rat, while others, having been bitten by a snake, would fear even a rope for 10 years, he having nearly drowned. Refrained from water for an entire decade. To this, Ling Tong expressed his dissent. Every time he attempted to conquer his fear of water, he found himself lacking the courage, ultimately leading to a stalemate that lingered until now. "Hey kid, what are you spacing out for?" Feng Yi's shout jolted Ling Fan back to reality, as if his very soul returned with a whoosh. With a hint of melancholy, Ling Fan smiled and said, "I was thinking of Ling Feng. His swimming skills were exceptional. I used to call him the water ghost." At the mention of Ling Feng, a wave of sorrow washed over the faces of those present, and a long silence ensued, broken only by the persistent buzzing of Xinyan's notebook. "We will find clues about Ling Feng in due time. For now, you should accompany Tianyu to investigate this case." Feng Yi encouraged Ling Fan, emerging from his reverie and looking at him. "No problem, boss. I will certainly apprehend the criminal who murdered my brother." Ling Fan sprang to his feet from the sofa, saluting Feng Yi with a flourish, then turned to the dazed Chu Tianyu beside him, his heart tightening before he smiled and said, "Tianyu, let us go." Ling Fan and Tianyu soon arrived at the Forensic Research Institute affiliated with the Criminal Investigation Department. After donning white lab coats, they walked directly into the autopsy room. The temperature inside the autopsy room was significantly lower than outside, causing both Ling Fan and Tianyu to shiver involuntarily. However, their attention was quickly drawn to the corpse laid out on the autopsy table. Ling Fan held the deceased's file and examined the body. The deceased was named Shui Li, a freshman at Huiran High School, aged 19, with striking features that suggested he must have been quite the heartthrob in life. The young man bore no visible injuries, yet his body was as pale as paper, with bluish lips indicating a clear case of asphyxiation, drowning resulting in asphyxiation. How can you be certain he wasn't suffocated by someone covering his nose before being tossed into the water? Chu Tianyu challenged Ling Fan's assessment. "Had Tianyu, it seems you've become quite astute lately. Congratulations." Just as Ling Fan's teasing began to lighten the mood, he felt a swift kick, compelling him to explain earnestly. "Tianyu, consider this, if he had been suffocated by having his nose pinched, there would be marks on his face, yet, as you can see, there are no such signs. Typically, someone who has been suffocated would exhibit a grayish hue, whereas this deceased's complexion is alarmingly pale." Ling Fan, adorned with rubber gloves, elaborated for Tianyu. "That may not hold true. If the murderer used a thick towel, they could leave no traces." Tianyu persisted in her argument. "Then look here," Ling Fan said, as he picked up a pair of tweezers and gently lifted the deceased's nostrils. Urging Tianyu to observe closely, Tianyu crouched down, meticulously observing, yet found nothing of significance. Rising to her feet, she exclaimed with irritation, "Look at you, you big-headed ghost. There is nothing here but some mud and sand. It's utterly disgusting." "Half the presence of mud and sand is precisely what we need." Ling Fan released the corpse's nasal cavity and remarked with a grin, "If he were suffocated by something akin to a towel, there would undoubtedly be fine traces left within the nasal passages. Clearly such remnants are absent. Moreover, have you noticed something even more crucial?" Ling Fan gazed at Tianyu with an air of mystery. "What is it?" "Tianyu, do you understand why the male corpse's chest appears so inflated?" Ling Fan gestured towards the chest of the corpse, which was evidently larger than that of an average person. Furrowing her brow, Tianyu propped her pointed chin on her hand. Pondering deeply, suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within her, and she exclaimed with a smile, "I understand, there must be water inside." Ling Fan intended to commend her brilliance, but upon witnessing her exuberant reaction, he opted for a different phrase. "You are indeed both beautiful and wise. However, what does this imply? Perhaps he simply drank too much water." Tianyu's suggestion left Ling Fan somewhat speechless. "You silly child, do you drink so much water that it ends up in your lungs?" Ling Fan explained, stifling his laughter. "Water in the lungs indicates that he was breathing when he fell into the water. If, as you suggested, he was suffocated and then thrown into the water, he would have ceased breathing prior to being tossed in. How could he then inhale water?" "Ah!" Tianyu suddenly shrieked in terror, hiding behind Ling Fan. What is wrong?" Ling Fan, startled by her sudden scream, initially wanted to take refuge behind her but found himself questioning her instead. "His ear is bleeding. Blood is flowing out." Tianyu trembled as she pointed at the male corpse's ear. Upon hearing this, Ling Fan did not express shock but burst into laughter, to the point of discomfort. Tianyu, perplexed by his inexplicable mirth, pouted and asked, "What are you laughing at?" I find you utterly adorable." Ling Fan chuckled uncontrollably. Unfortunately, Tianyu's swift kick abruptly halted his laughter, replacing it with a grimace of pain as she rubbed her backside. Ling Fan, suppressing his amusement, pointed to his own ear and explained a human ear possesses a delicate eardrum. When a substantial amount of water enters the ear canal, it creates immense pressure. If this pressure exceeds a certain threshold, the eardrum will rupture, resulting in bleeding. Do you understand? Understand your head, Tianyu scoffed coldly before continuing. Chui Li is quite unfortunate. What was he doing at the lake if he couldn't swim? You are mistaken. Not only could he swim, but he was also an exceptionally skilled swimmer, Ling Fan stated gravely while examining Chui Li's corpse. He could swim. How do you know that? Did the corpse tell you? Tianyu replied with a sarcastic smile. Indeed, the corpse did inform me. Ling Fan stood up, winking as he continued. Do you know what the greatest advantage of being a proficient swimmer is? Tianyu shook her head. Maintaining one's physique is indeed essential. Observe the deceased, whose elongated frame and broad shoulders exhibit a well-proportioned build, characteristics that are undoubtedly indicative of an individual accustomed to swimming regularly. The records further reveal that he had previously secured the championship in freestyle swimming within the school. Ling Fan handed the dossier to Tianyu, who confirmed that the documents did indeed record Chui Li's triumph in the freestyle event. However, this raises a perplexing question. How did he ultimately succumb to drowning? Tianyu inquired, closing the file and resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. He was forcibly dragged into the water by some entity, resulting in his tragic demise, Ling Fan stated gravely, his gaze fixated on the conspicuous marks encircling the deceased's ankles. Upon hearing Ling Fan's assertion, Tianyu's expression soured. Surely, you jest? This is hardly amusing. Ling Fan, donning rubber gloves, pointed towards the corpse as he elucidated the likely sequence of events. Would I engage in such trivial jesting? Observe here, the clear imprints on his ankles indicate a firm grip from two hands, suggesting that he might have been seated by the lakeside, playfully splashing water or engaging in some other activity when suddenly two hands emerged from the depths, dragging him beneath the surface. Initially, he would have struggled, yet the strength of the water spirit was overwhelming, leading to a prolonged battle. Eventually, his eardrums would have ruptured, and copious amounts of water would have invaded his lungs and stomach, culminating in his eventual cessation of breath. Only then did those hands relinquish their hold, allowing him to surface, only to be ensnared by the aquatic vegetation at the lake's edge, where he ultimately met his fate at the hands of two girls who had been jogging that night. But you, of all people, do not believe in the existence of supernatural beings? Tianyu queried. The notion of spirits ought to be approached with a discerning mind. One cannot wholly subscribe to nor entirely dismiss such tales. If that lake were truly pristine, why then would legends of water spirits proliferate? There must be undisclosed truths lurking beneath the surface, Ling Fan replied, removing his gloves and striding towards the autopsy room. Where are you heading? Tianyu exclaimed, unwilling to remain in the presence of the corpse, quickly catching up to him. To Huiran High School, of course. Do you wish to accompany me to a hotel? Ling Fan seized the opportunity to tease Tianyu before swiftly sidestepping. Though a small footprint remained imprinted on his backside, the sudden appearance of a horrifying drowned male corpse in the school lake sent ripples of shock throughout the campus, prompting groups of students to congregate and discuss the incident. Along with the rumors of a female ghost haunting the lake, shortly after Ling Fan and Tianyu entered the school grounds, they encountered several girls animatedly recounting the tale of the lake's female specter dragging individuals to their watery graves. Speaking as if they had witnessed the incident firsthand, determined to investigate the identity of Chui Li, Ling Fan resolved to first visit the scene of the crime. However, the expanse of Huiran High School was rather daunting. And after wandering for some time without locating the natural lake, Ling Fan spotted two girls giggling as they approached from a nearby path. Adopting an innocent demeanor, he stepped in front of them and initiated a conversation. Excuse me. Lovely ladies, may we have a moment of your time? Ouch! Tianyu kicked Ling Fan from behind, shoving him aside as she advanced, producing her badge from her pocket and commanding with authority, Police, please cooperate with our inquiries. Two young ladies approached, smiling brightly like blossoms in full bloom, when suddenly, a strikingly beautiful girl with a fierce demeanor, akin to a vengeful goddess, sprang before them, startling them with her sharp words. What can we do for you? I stammered, taken aback. Tell me, where is that damn dead lake at your school? Tianyu's tone shifted abruptly, adopting an intimidating edge, as if interrogating a suspect, causing the two girls to huddle closely together in fear. It's up ahead, just keep walking and turn left. You'll pass through a grove of willows, one of them replied, trembling slightly. Enough of your business. You may leave now, but do not wander off the campus. Understood, Tianyu barked. Yes, the two frightened girls responded in a panic, scurrying away like startled rabbits. This was Ling Fan's first experience of Tianyu questioning passers-by for directions, and he was astonished by the severity of her expression. If she were to seek information from others, her demeanor alone would likely frighten most away, rendering any valuable clues unattainable. Ling Fan resolved that such matters should never again be entrusted to Tianyu alone. Hey, why are you dawdling? Hurry up! Tianyu strode ahead, glancing back at Ling Fan with a commanding tone. Ling Fan nodded and quickened his pace to catch up. Indeed, they continued forward and, after turning left and traversing the willow grove, They were greeted by the sound of rushing water. A vast, shimmering silver lake unfolded before them, its surface glistening with golden reflections under the sun, while gentle breezes created rippling circles across the water. Had it not been for the bizarre murder that occurred here the previous night, it was likely that many couples would be strolling along the serene lakeside, inhaling the fresh air. By a willow tree at the lake's edge. A white circle outlined in chalk marked the scene of the crime, presumably left by the forensic team during their investigation. The aquatic vegetation beside the willow appeared disheveled, likely disturbed during the body recovery effort the night before. Ling Fan mentally pictured the events of that fateful night, the darkened sky, the silvery lake, and two girls parting the reeds only to discover a lifeless head, pale as death, emerging from the water. Its eyes staring blankly like those of a dead fish, a truly horrifying image. This place is beautiful, Tanya exclaimed, stretching her arms towards the lakeside, inhaling the freshest air, seemingly unfazed by the tragedy that had transpired. Indeed, were it not for the ghostly legends surrounding this lake, surely many more would come here to romance, Ling Fan remarked, observing Tianyu's flowing hair dance in the breeze. Who is here to romance? Stop being so vain. Now, where do we head next? Tanya retorted. Where else could we possibly go? Ling Fan chuckled. Of course, to Chui Li's dormitory. By the way, can you believe Chui Li is already 19 this year? Quite peculiar. What is so peculiar about that? Aren't you 19 as well? Tanya shot him a curious glance. Ling Fan's expression darkened as he replied, have you ever seen someone who's 19 still stuck in their first year of high school? Under normal circumstances, he should at least be in his third year by now. Foolish one, even if you were to rack your brain, you might not be able to conceive of a solution. And it would only serve to disrupt our direction. It would be far swifter to inquire directly at the boys' dormitory. Ling Fan chuckled as he exited the lakeside, making his way towards the boys' section of Huairan High School. Speaking of the educational facilities at Huairan High School in Qingshan City, they are indeed commendable, far surpassing those of my own public school by leaps and bounds. Take, for instance, the boys' dormitory, which stands 6 stories tall. Exuding a classical Gothic architectural style, each room boasts a balcony adorned with vibrant flowers, securely protected by railings to prevent any from falling. Upon entering the boys' dormitory, Ling Fan was immediately enveloped in refreshing coolness. A stark contrast to the sweltering air outside. The azure flooring and pale blue wallpaper, combined with decor reminiscent of a hotel, made the dormitory feel almost luxurious, were it not for the students in uniforms passing by. One might easily mistake it for a hotel. Ling Fan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, for his own dormitory paled in comparison, resembling little more than a doghouse. It left him wondering whether these students were here to study or merely to indulge in a holiday. The boys passing by cast complicated glances at Ling Fan, shaking their heads as they moved on. Ling Fan couldn't help but grumble under his breath, but when he noticed another group of boys approaching, nearly all of their gazes fell upon Tianyu, their eyes gleaming with the unmistakable admiration that boys exhibit when they encounter a beautiful girl. Subsequently, their attention shifted to Ling Fan, who they regarded with a mix of pity and disdain. Muttering to one another, oblivious to the fact that Ling Fan was feigning ignorance, they remarked, in this day and age, the world has changed. Yet another exquisite flower is nestled amidst the dung from the elderly dormitory matron. Ling Fan learned that Chui Li's dormitory was located at the very end of the first floor, housing 4 individuals, Chui Li, Lu Tao, Shouhe, and Wang Dongyang, arriving at the door of the dormitory. Ling Fan gently knocked a few times, and soon a slender, bespectacled boy answered the door, presenting his badge. Ling Fan explained his purpose for visiting. The boy initially intended to let Ling Fan in, but upon catching sight of Tianyu behind him, he abruptly said, please hold on a moment, and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. What on earth? Tianyu, upon witnessing the door close, became infuriated, shoving Ling Fan aside as she prepared to kick the door down. Ling Fan could not allow Tianyu to act recklessly. Just last month, she had kicked open 2 doors, each incurring a hefty price, leading to a thorough reprimanding from their superior. In a swift motion, Ling Fan embraced Tianyu, but his hands inadvertently found themselves resting on 2 remarkably soft and supple forms. Oh no! As these 2 words flitted through his mind, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and a flurry of stars erupted above his head. Due to Ling Fan's unintentional advance, Tianyu instinctively retaliated with an elbow strike, sending Ling Fan reeling, his vision filled with twinkling stars. Soon after, the door to Chui Li's dormitory swung open, releasing an intoxicating fragrance into the air. Ling Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was only natural that these fellows would tidy up at the sight of such a beautiful girl arriving at their dormitory, lest they tarnish their masculine image before a female. However, when Ling Fan stepped into the dormitory, he was momentarily taken aback by its opulent decor, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. The nearly 40-square-meter room boasted an intricately carved ceiling and a sky-blue floor, with a miniature air conditioner mounted on the wall, its ribbons fluttering gracefully in the cool breeze. 4 individuals resided in this dormitory, namely Lu Yi, Zhang Chengtong, and Xia Anguo, along with Chui Li. Yet, following Chui Li's sudden demise, the atmosphere among the remaining 3 was tinged with melancholy and sorrow. The bespectacled young man introduced himself as Zhang Chengtong, gesturing towards the other 2, explaining that they were all in the same grade as Chui Li. Ling Fan smiled and said, I am Ling Fan, also a high school student like you all, so let us not panic. Feel free to express whatever is on your minds. He then inquired on the day of Chui Li's incident. That is last night. Do you know what he went out to do? Zhang Chengtong shook his head and turned to Xiaoangua and Louis, saying, weren't we all busy with our own work last night? I didn't notice where he went. Did either of you see him? Seizing upon a glimmer of insight, Ling Fan eagerly asked, what does it mean when someone's face turns pale? Well, it signifies a sudden onset of anxiety. He appeared to be quite tense and fearful, Louis replied. Did you see where he went or whom he might have met? Ling Fan pressed, unwilling to relent. The three young men shook their heads, explaining that they had all been preoccupied with their exercises, completely oblivious to Chui Li's whereabouts. It seemed that amid their studies, Chui Li had sensed something amiss and abruptly rushed to the classroom. Surely something significant had transpired during that interval. Ling Fan suddenly recalled a detail and questioned, Chui Li should be 19, right? He ought to be a senior, yet why is he in the same grade as you? From Jiang Qingtong and the others, Ling Fan gleaned two crucial pieces of information. First, that Chui Li had left the classroom that fateful evening burdened with thoughts, but what connection could there be between these 2 points? Ling Fan pondered the link between the two pieces of information in his mind, yet he could not arrive at a conclusion before he and Tianyu departed the boys' dormitory. Before leaving, Ling Fan shared his phone number with Jiang Qingtong, urging them to notify him promptly should they recall any pertinent clues. As they strolled along the well-paved paths of Huairen High School, Ling Fan and Tianyu wandered aimlessly. So, where are we headed now? Tianyu inquired. Let us go to the girls' dormitory and ask those two individuals involved, Ling Fan replied with a smile. Tianyu rummaged through her pocket for a small notebook, muttering, what were those two girls' names again? I think one of them was called something like Xiaoli, the short-haired girl is Feng Li, and the long-haired girl is Song Shona, Ling Fan casually remarked. As soon as his words left his lips, he was met with two sharp, disdainful glares from Tianyu. Humph, you can't remember anything, yet you recall the girls' names perfectly. Ling Fan shrugged and chuckled. What can I say? Life can be dull. It's not a bad thing to remember a few girls' names. Unamused, Tianyu responded with a swift kick, expressing her indignation. I have encountered this brand Ling Fan countless times. Wherever there is a campus, this sign is present. However, the inscription on this sign has an additional phrase, otherwise one faces severe penalties. This statement appears somewhat superfluous, yet caution is advisable, Ling Fan inquired with a smile. Auntie, what does severe penalties mean? Severe penalties mean expulsion from school, the dormitory supervisor retorted coldly. But auntie, I am not a student of this institution. I am a police officer, and therefore not subject to the regulations of this sign, Ling Fan replied with a chuckle. Police officer, spare me your pretenses, you are the fifth boy today trying to sneak in. The dormitory supervisor regarded Ling Fan with a look of disdain, as if to say, you're still too naive. Ling Fan first cursed the few boys impersonating police officers in an attempt to infiltrate the girls' dormitory, before producing his badge and striding confidently into the residence. Indeed, the girls' dormitory was a realm unto itself, far cleaner and more fragrant than the boys' quarters. The young women who approached exuded vitality, casting curious glances at Ling Fan and occasionally gathering in hushed discussions. Soon, Ling Fan located the dormitory of Feng Li and Song Xiaonat situated on the first floor. After a gentle knock, the door was opened by a striking girl with short hair. Upon presenting his credentials and explaining his purpose, the girl welcomed Ling Fan and Tianyu inside. In truth, the girls' dormitory bore a semblance to the boys', yet the decor was far more refined, resembling a cozy little home. This room was also shared by four, though presently only two girls were present, the short-haired girl and another, long-haired girl, who was curled up in the corner of the bed, clutching a blanket tightly, her face ashen. The short-haired girl sighed softly, seated herself by the bed, and held the long-haired girl tightly in her embrace. Without needing to guess, Ling Fan recognized the short-haired girl as Feng Li and the long-haired girl as Song Xiaona. However, it was evident that Song Xiaona was in a distressed state, and Ling Fan genuinely feared for the well-being of this delicate flower. All he could do was resolve the case of the water ghost murder and provide everyone with answers. Seeing the long-haired girl trembling in the embrace of the short-haired one, Ling Fan understood that she had experienced considerable fright. One could only imagine the terror of a young girl suddenly spotting a head emerging from a lake in the dead of night. It was remarkable that she had not completely succumbed to panic. At this juncture, Ling Fan found himself admiring the composure and calmness of the short-haired girl, traits that seemed incongruous with her youth. Ling Fan exchanged a glance with Tianyu, who promptly understood and prepared to gently pull the long-haired girl away. However, upon seeing Tianyu approach, the long-haired girl grew even more frightened, repeatedly exclaiming, "There's a water ghost! Don't come near!" Tianyu made a gesture of helplessness. "Hello, my name is Ling Fan, you must be Feng Li and Song Xiaonat." Ling Fan endeavored to soften his tone. "Yes, I am Feng Li, you wish to inquire about the events of that night." "Correct," the short-haired girl consoled the long-haired girl and then turned to Ling Fan, forcing a strained smile. "Indeed, although the records contain some basic information, I yearn to delve deeper into the myriad of clues surrounding the incident." "I hope you can recount the events of last night once more," Ling Fan remarked. The short-haired girl gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, inhaled deeply, and began to speak slowly. "Thus, Xiaona and I leisurely jogged along the pebble path by the lakeside, engaging in playful banter akin to sisters sharing an inseparable bond. When fatigue set in, we paused, yet Xiaona's gaze remained fixated on a patch of green grass by the lake. As if she had glimpsed something swaying among the aquatic foliage, I jestingly suggested that the lake harbored a water ghost, insisting it must be the case. However, Xiaona remained skeptical. Consequently, I took a willow branch, and together we approached the lake's edge, parting the water plants. To our astonishment, we discovered a head floating amidst the greenery. The head of a young man, a sight so horrifying that it rendered us speechless, leaving us only capable of screaming. Soon numerous classmates rushed over, equally terrified by the scene before them, hastily dialing for help. Before long, the police cordoned off the area. Listening to Feng Li's account, Ling Fan perceived a lack of valuable clues and inquired, "Are you saying that you merely discovered the deceased in the water? Did you not notice any peculiar occurrences while you were jogging?" Unless Ling Fan pressed on. Feng Li bit her lip, seemingly mustering her resolve, and finally stated, "Unless it was a water ghost. No one else could swim silently in the water without being detected. A water ghost? Have you ever encountered one in a natural lake?" Ling Fan successfully steered Feng Li to shift the topic towards this legend. "Well, this legend was shared with us by older students. Initially, I thought they were merely trying to frighten us, to keep us away from the natural lake." Feng Li sighed deeply, a bitter smile gracing her lips. In hindsight, their words were not mere fabrications. There must be something truly terrifying within that lake. Could you elaborate on this legend for me? Ling Fan inquired eagerly. Certainly, I hope this story proves helpful to you. Though I have always believed this incident to be the work of a water ghost. Feng Li gazed at Ling Fan with a smile. This legend dates back 2 years. It is said that there was a girl named Yu Jieyu at Huairan High School. Renowned for her beauty, widely recognized as the school flower, many boys pursued her, yet her haughty disposition led her to disregard all who showed interest, instead falling for a boy who seemed indifferent to her affections. Yu Jieyu pursued him for quite some time, but he appeared unfazed by her charm, consistently neglecting her. Ultimately, one fateful day, after a fierce argument, Yu Jieyu stormed to the lakeside, vocally threatening the boy, declaring that if he continued his behavior, she would leap into the lake and end her life before his eyes. Upon hearing this tale, Ling Fan and Tianyu involuntarily shuddered, astonished to discover that the beautiful natural lake harbored such a tragic and terrifying story. It turned out to be a lake cursed with poison. Do you truly believe in this legend? Ling Fan inquired. Feng Li's expression flickered with a hint of terror as she stammered, "Initially, we too were skeptical of this legend. However, our senior classmates warned us against taking risks. There was once a boy who, in the dead of night, ran to the lakeside and stood there. The following day, his body was found floating in the water. This incident occurred shortly after the girl had cast her curse, which sent shockwaves through the entire school, thereby propelling the tale of the lake's ghostly apparition into circulation. Moreover, subsequent forensic examinations revealed that the boy bore no signs of injury. What connection could there be among the jilted girl's curse, the mysterious man, and the boy who soon met his watery demise?" Ling Fan gazed at Feng Li and asked, "By the way, if that is the case, do you know the name of the boy that Yu Jieyu fancied?" Feng Li replied, "The senior did not disclose that information to me. If you wish to know, you might seek him out in the 3rd year. This is his phone number." Feng Li turned and retrieved her phone from her pocket, forwarding a number to Ling Fan, labeled "Once outside the girls' dormitory." Neither Ling Fan nor Tianyu spoke. Eventually, Ling Fan broke the silence. "Tianyu, what are your thoughts on this matter? Can you speculate on the incident regarding the girl who jumped into the water and cast a curse?" Tianyu scoffed. "Historically, it has been said that the affectionate girl is often met with a heartless suitor. You men, in your arrogance, deserve to be cursed." Ling Fan felt as though he were inviting trouble upon himself, promptly sealing his lips, while his mind raced through possibilities. The current clues seemed to suggest that the focus should not be on the individual named Shui Li. The critical point appeared to rest on the boy pursued by the campus beauty all those years ago. Locating him might well resolve numerous inquiries. With this in mind, Long Chen dialed the phone number of Lu Xiaoming, explaining his purpose and inviting him to the pavilion by the natural lake to discuss some questions. Seated in the pavilion, they admired the stunning vistas of the lake, were it not for the ominous story shrouding it. This location would be deemed utterly enchanting, yet such exquisite beauty was inexplicably entwined with the supernatural. Before long, a short-haired boy dressed in a sky-blue Huairan High School uniform approached the lakeside, glancing around before striding confidently toward Ling Fan. Upon arrival, the boy wore an expression of concern and said, "Why on earth would you choose this cursed place? Are you not aware that this lake is under a poison curse?" Ling Fan chuckled. "Of course I know. Any boy who approaches this lake at midnight is said to be dragged beneath the surface to keep the water ghost company." With an air of nonchalance, he laughed. "Ha, it seems you possess quite a bit of courage yourself. I am called and I am a senior at Huairan High School. As he spoke, he extended a hand as fair as that of a maiden. Judging solely by this hand, one might easily assume it belonged to a girl. However, it was evident that he was male, as the prominent Adam's apple on his neck revealed his true gender. "Greetings, I am Ling Fan, a high school student at Qingshan City High School, just like you, and I also serve as a detective in the Municipal Criminal Investigation Bureau." Ling Fan gripped that hand firmly and introduced himself. Judging by the strength of his grip, it was clear that this hand possessed considerable power, certainly not that of a girl. To think you are a high school police officer as well. It is quite astonishing. Might we find a different venue for our conversation? This place is hardly suitable for dialogue. Seemed rather apprehensive about this natural lake, fearing the legends surrounding it. I find this place quite agreeable for a discussion. And besides, it is not midnight yet. What is there to fear? Perhaps you are simply being overly nervous. You seem rather damp all over, Ling Fan remarked, pointing at slightly wet attire. This, he chuckled, it is not sweat. I merely splashed some water from my cup onto my clothes last night. By the way, you mentioned wanting me here for a reason. What is it? Indeed, there is a matter that requires your cooperation. Are you aware of the deceased, Chui Li? Ling Fan inquired directly, his gaze fixed intently on the young man before him. Lowered his head in contemplation for a long while, then slowly raised it. His face a mask of terror as he stammered, of course I know him. 2 years ago, I shared a dormitory with him. Are you saying that you and Chui Li were dorm mates 2 years ago? Ling Fan asked, his surprise evident. Yes, S expression turned slightly grim as he continued. At that time, our dorm housed 4 of us, myself, Chui Li, Shen Xianqing, and Shen Nan. We were as close as brothers, particularly Chui Li and Shen Xianqing, who had been classmates since middle school and shared an exceptionally strong bond. Yet, what does this have to do with the ghost of the school lake? Ling Fan pressed. Gazed nervously at the lake's tranquil waters, his complexion paling as he began to recount events from 2 years prior. Everything began 2 years ago in our dormitory. We were brothers, myself, Chui Li, Shen Xianqing, and Shen Nan. Among us, Shen Xianqing was the most popular with the girls. He was handsome, gentle, and considerate, always exuding a warm and caring demeanor, which attracted many girls to him. However, Shen Xianqing was dedicated to his studies and turned down many romantic advances, including those from our school's belle, Yu Jieyu, who was also in our class. He displayed little interest in her pursuit, as his strict upbringing prioritized academics, leading to consistently high grades. Yet, the proud Yu Jieyu was not easily dissuaded by Shen Xianqing's rejections. Thus, she persistently lingered around him. Eventually, the gentle Shen Xianqing could no longer refuse the charms of the beautiful Yu Jieyu, and at last, the two became a couple. Life had been progressing in a tranquil manner. As we, like all high school students, navigated the serene yet burdensome existence of our academic years, however, everything changed a few days before a significant mock examination, altered by a mysterious and supernatural game. At that time, I, along with Chui Li, Xianqing, and Xiaoyu, shared a close bond, with Xianqing and Xiaoyu already having established a romantic relationship. Yet, perhaps it was fated play, for the aloof Chui Li often found himself in playful disputes with Xiaoyu. Much to our amusement, whenever Xiaoyu was at a loss against Chui Li, she would summon Xianqing for support. Since Xianqing and Chui Li had been classmates since middle school, the moment Xianqing spoke, Chui Li would cease his banter with Xiaoyu, merely snorting in disdain from the sidelines. The importance of the impending examination weighed heavily on us, and Xiaoyu, having heard about a supernatural method involving the pen spirit, believed that following this procedure would surely summon it. The pen spirit was said to answer any questions posed, including those regarding the content of our upcoming test. Initially, Xiaoyu intended to summon the pen spirit with Xianqing, but upon learning of the dangers associated with the game, Chui Li insisted on taking Xianqing's place to participate with Xiaoyu, as he wished to protect his friend from potential harm. We prepared a sheet of paper inscribed with yes and no. While Chui Li and Xiaoyu clasped a pencil between their palms, the rest of us held a workbook, ready to pose questions the moment any unusual occurrence transpired, with the pen spirit responding through yes or no to reveal the exam topics. However, after 2 long hours, both of their arms grew weary from holding the position, yet there was still no sign of the pen spirit's presence. Frustrated by the lack of results, Chui Li abruptly withdrew his hand, flinging the pencil far away, declaring Xiaoyu to be both foolish and ignorant for believing in such a trivial game. Though the pen spirit had not appeared, his arm felt as if it had been severed from fatigue. Naturally, Xiaoyu once again pulled Xianqing into the fray. Before he could utter a word, Chui Li shot Xiaoyu a frosty glare and retreated to his bed, covering himself with a blanket, disregarding the others. The matter seemed to settle there, but unexpectedly Xiaoyu remained undeterred, intent on provoking Chui Li further. She soon discovered another supernatural game called Four Corners, claiming it would surely summon a spirit and reveal the key topics of the examination. Although Chui Li was initially reluctant to participate due to his aversion to such eerie games, he eventually succumbed to our collective persuasion. As the game required 4 players and Chen Nan, being timid and not particularly close to us, was left out, we ultimately coerced Chui Li to join us in this venture. The Four Corners game necessitated 4 participants and had to be conducted in a large, darkened room, with each player positioned in a corner of the space. At the behest of one individual, the game commenced, proceeding counterclockwise to the next player. Upon touching someone, they would tap the person's shoulder and exclaim, "I've got you." This playful interaction continued among the remaining participants. When the 4th person was touched, they would dash to the corner where the first had originally stood, to feel along a wall, and cough once. signaling the start anew. Thus, we earnestly engaged in the game. However, regardless of how many rounds we played, the only thing Xiaoyu ever touched was the cold, unyielding wall. Initially, we were reluctant to continue, yet for reasons unbeknownst to us, we found ourselves unable to cease running again and again, each time calling out, "I've got you." Time passed unmeasured, and suddenly, I realized that no one among us had coughed or called for a restart. We were incessantly running around the classroom, with voices continually shouting, "I've got you." It was then that I became aware, almost imperceptibly, of a fifth player joining our game, as we continued our frantic activity. I sensed that the three others might also have realized the precariousness of our situation, aware that an additional presence had unwittingly entered our midst, for I could feel the trembling of Cui Li's hand behind me. At this juncture, Zhang Xiaofeng abruptly paused, his complexion paling even further, his breath quickening, and his voice trembling. Ling Fan and Tianyu exchanged glances, a flicker of dread evident in Tianyu's eyes. Ling Fan recognized that Tianyu harbored an intense fear of spirits, particularly in situations involving summoning. However, according to Tu's account, during their previous encounter with the game known as Four Corners, they had indeed summoned something mysterious. Thus, Ling Fan inquired further about what transpired next, though had initially wished to avoid delving deeper into this topic. He continued the narrative under Ling Fan's encouragement. At that moment, I was utterly terrified, yet my feet moved forward as if detached from my body. From that point onward, the four of us were consumed by paranoia, perpetually feeling as if unseen eyes were watching us. This was particularly true for Xiaoyu, who became increasingly hostile towards Cui Li, with the two often clashing violently. Meanwhile, Xianqing, who previously attempted to mediate, now displayed a cold indifference, allowing their conflicts to unfold as he slowly retreated to the stairwell, his gaze fixated blankly downward. We were all profoundly frightened and resolved to unite, vowing that none would venture off alone. For we sensed that a mysterious entity had seemingly fixated upon us, yet, ultimately, we could not escape its grasp. Ever since summoning the otherworldly spirit, our tempers flared uncontrollably, with Xiaoyu not only quarreling with Cui Li but also occasionally clashing with Xianqing. Eventually, after an intense argument with Xianqing, Xiaoyu ran off, igniting our concern for her safety. Thus, we scoured the campus in search of her. At last, we found Xiaoyu by the lakeside, but she was no longer the vibrant, cheerful girl we once knew. She had transformed into something profoundly unsettling. The sky was ominously dark, and tumultuous clouds rolled ceaselessly, obscuring the moon's glow. Xiaoyu's hair cascaded around her, and her once beautiful cheeks had now taken on a ghastly aspect. She fixed a fierce gaze upon Xianqing, her voice rising to a frenzied shout. "Xianqing, why must you treat me this way? Why did you not save me? Even in death, I would rather become a water ghost, if only to have you accompany me." Following this, Xiaoyu erupted into a maniacal laugh, as if her sanity had frayed, before leaping into the lake. When we reported her disappearance to the authorities and managed to retrieve Xiaoyu's lifeless body, we were met with the haunting sight of her eyes wide open in a glare of unrelenting hatred. Thus unfolds the tale of the lake ghost. Could it truly be connected to that enigmatic spirit? Ling Fan pondered deeply, sensing that this mysterious case was fraught with ambiguities. For instance, the haunting questions that Yu had directed at Xianqing. Why do you treat me this way? Why did you not save me? Could they indeed signify that she was possessed by a malevolent spirit, leading her to madness, or might there exist some unspeakable secret between her and Xianqing? After a brief pause, he spoke again, his voice trembling. Xiaoyu's death does not mark the conclusion of this incident, rather, it is but the inception of something far more terrifying. The subsequent horrifying events seem to unfold as if summoned, one after another. What? Is there something even more dreadful than this? Tianyu's voice betrayed an unnatural tremor, her body shaking slightly. Indeed, what lies ahead is even more horrific. He lifted his gaze to Tianyu, a palpable terror evident in his eyes. With an expression of profound dread, he murmured, "Xiaoyu's demise is not the end of that nightmare, but rather the beginning of all nightmares." Suddenly Ling Fan recalled something and inquired, "Could it be that someone among you has also encountered misfortune?" Nodding gravely, they proceeded to recount the ensuing nightmares. When all of us beheld Xiaoyu's eyes, which seemed to be infused with hatred, we were all rendered speechless. Cui Li was particularly affected. He collapsed to the ground, crying out that a ghost seeks vengeance. We have summoned not an ordinary spirit, but a water ghost. Witnessing Cui Li in such a state, Xianqing and I hurried to restrain him, determined to prevent further unraveling. This was no time for fear among us. Xianqing possessed the most commendable character, yet he was also the most perilous, for the curse Xiaoyu had cast upon him before her plunge was utterly chilling. Despite the myriad bizarre occurrences, he remained steadfast in his atheism. Thus, in the days that followed, we navigated our arduous high school lives with trepidation. However, as a month passed, none of us experienced any misfortune, and that lurking malevolent spirit seemed to have vanished. At last, we breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Cui Li let out a piercing scream and bolted from the dormitory, racing outside. I was jolted by a piercing scream, my heart nearly leaping from my chest. Just as I was bewildered by Cui Li's sudden frenzy, I glimpsed through a window in the dormitory corridor and comprehended the reason behind his terrifying outcry. Beyond the glass, a tall silhouette was slowly traversing the darkness, on the verge of disappearing into the grove of willows surrounding the campus lake. That figure was hauntingly familiar. As it was about to vanish into the thicket, it abruptly turned its head, casting an eerie smile in my direction. That pallid face belonged to none other than Xianqing. After a bizarre grin directed at me, Xianqing turned once more and stepped into the ominous willow grove. My emotions at that moment could be encapsulated in a single word: terror. I could scarcely fathom where I found the courage, as my legs seemed to belong to someone else entirely, propelling me towards the dormitory's exterior, chasing after that eerie and sinister grove. When Shui Li and I reached the lakeside, we discovered Xianqing standing rigidly at the very spot where Yu had jumped into the lake. The silvery moonlight illuminated his visage, rendering it as though coated in a layer of silver dust. To run, get away from here, Xianqing, usually gentle in temperament, suddenly bellowed at us, his handsome face contorting into an expression of grotesque ferocity, strikingly reminiscent of his appearance just before Xiaoyu's leap. Recognizing Xianqing's abnormality, Shui Li and I hurried towards him, intent on embracing him, yet, just as we were about to reach him, our footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Our eyes fixated on the lake's surface, which was bubbling ominously. Glub, 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 glub. Initially small, the bubbles grew larger, and then a dark figure began to slowly rise from the water. First, damp black hair emerged, followed by a face as pale as death. And then a head broke the surface, obscured by the tangled hair, revealing only a pair of purplish lips twisted into a sinister smile. Upon witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Shui Li and I felt as if we might collapse from sheer fright, while Xianqing stood frozen, as though his consciousness had been drained, his gaze vacant. Suddenly, the head in the water erupted in a splash, extending two greenish hands that swiftly seized Xianqing's ankles, dragging him violently into the depths. With a resounding splash, that entity pulled Xianqing under the water right before our eyes. However, at the very instant the water spirit enveloped him, its dark hair billowed, and a familiar, pallid face emerged before us. It was none other than Yu. At that moment, her eyes were slightly reddened, and her demeanor appeared unsettlingly abnormal. She gazed at Ling Fan and Tianyu with an eerie smile. When you behold that face suddenly surfacing from the water, which happens to be Xiaoyu's, I suspect your expression would not differ much from mine. But wasn't Yu taken to the forensic room by the police? Ling Fan inquired, puzzled, yet that undeniably was Xiaoyu's face. And the hatred reflected in her eyes is a memory I shall never forget. With lips tightly pressed together, a pair of eyes fixated in terror upon the lake behind Ling Fan, although it was broad daylight. The fear emanating from his gaze betrayed an underlying dread of something suddenly surfacing from the depths of the water. And then what happened? Did any other strange occurrences take place? Ling Fan inquired. After a prolonged moment of recovery, he gazed at Ling Fan, inhaled deeply, and continued. Soon, the campus was once again filled with the shrill wail of police sirens. Subsequently, a male and female officer arrived at our dormitory to speak with us. After gathering some information, they urged us to inform them of any significant clues that might come to mind. However, that very night, an exceedingly bizarre event transpired. Amidst our terror and fear, we succumbed to a deep slumber. Yet at an unknown hour, a sudden creak jolted me awake from my dreams. I recall the dormitory being shrouded in darkness, so dense that nothing was visible save for the dim light from the hallway seeping through the window above the door. As I opened my eyes slightly, I groggily perceived a shadowy figure quietly entering the room. The manner in which this figure walked was both familiar and peculiar. It gently closed the door behind it and then proceeded towards Shui Li's upper bunk, climbing up before falling silent. At that moment, I pondered who could possibly be sneaking out for a late-night relief, yet, just as I was about to shut my eyes and drift off once more, it struck me that Shui Li's upper bunk belonged to Xianqing. Upon this realization, an overwhelming wave of terror washed over me, and my previously foggy mind suddenly cleared. I could hear my own teeth chattering as I hastily pulled the covers over myself. Curling up and trembling beneath the blanket, I finally understood why the figure's gait seemed so familiar yet strange. It was familiar because the silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to Xianqing, mimicking his very manner of walking. And strange because the darkness seemed to glide rather than walk, floating through the air. Thus, I remained huddled tightly under the covers, too frightened to move. In the midst of this harrowing dread, I somehow fell asleep. Suddenly, a frigid hand slipped beneath my blanket, and the moment its icy fingers brushed against me, I jolted awake in fright. The cold hand began to explore within my covers, abruptly seizing the tightly wrapped corner of my blanket and yanking it away from my body. In an instant, the chilling air rushed in, and I let out a piercing scream, leaping from my bed. Yet, in that very moment, bright light flooded my eyes. It turned out that dawn had arrived. I looked over to see Chen Nan and Shui Li standing at my bedside, their expressions filled with confusion as they asked what was wrong. Having merely come to rouse me, I quickly turned my gaze towards Xianqing's bunk, only to find his neatly folded blanket untouched, and his school uniform still resting atop it, as if it had not been disturbed at all. It is precisely for this reason that I felt an inexplicable dread enveloping me. I recounted everything I had witnessed the previous night to Chen Nan and Shui Li, both of whom shook their heads in disbelief, claiming they had seen nothing. However, at the moment Shui Li shook his head, his complexion turned an alarming shade of pale. He hurried to his own bed, Gazing up at the wooden board above where Xian Xing lay, and then a piercing scream erupted from him, he collapsed to the ground, retreating in terror, his eyes fixed in horror upon Xian Xing's bed. Exclaiming, "He has been here, he truly has been here." Consequently, Chen Nan and I climbed onto Chui Li's bed, straining our eyes to look at Xian Xing's wooden bedboard. To our astonishment, a large patch of water stains marred the surface. And faintly one could discern a human shape. Upon hearing the mention of the human-shaped water stain, Ling Fan and Tianyu felt a chill creeping down their spines, while S' expression turned ghastly. How could this be? It was utterly impossible. What followed? Was there yet another victim? Ling Fan inquired urgently, sensing an ominous undertone. Shook his head, exhaling deeply, his demeanor slightly easing as he began to speak. When we saw that puddle of water, Chen Nan and I were utterly terrified. We quickly rose to look at Xian Xing's bed, yet it remained as pristine as before, devoid of any water stains. However, there were indeed stains beneath the bedboard. We were paralyzed with fear, insisting that the dormitory manager relocate us to another room. Thus, the following night, we moved into the vacant dormitory next door, believing that we would be safe. On the very night of our relocation, we meticulously checked all the doors and windows before retiring, apprehensive that any opening might harbor danger. Once we confirmed that everything was securely locked, we finally allowed our anxious hearts to settle. That night, the three of us were burdened with unease, our eyes fixated on the door. Perhaps due to the tension accumulated throughout the day, we soon found ourselves ensconced in our blankets once more. However, in the dead of night, I was jolted awake by a faint creaking sound. As I opened my heavy eyelids, I caught sight of the dormitory door gently swinging open, and in an instant, a shadow slipped inside. Upon glimpsing that shadow, my mind became unnervingly alert, yet terror gripped me. I observed the shadow glide toward Chui Li's bed, where he remained soundly asleep. I yearned to scream for help, but it felt as though my throat was constricted by an unseen force. I watched helplessly as the shadow ascended onto Chui Li's bed, leaning over him. At that moment, I felt as if my heart might shatter. Hastily pulling the blanket over my head, trembling uncontrollably, never before had I yearned for the day to dawn so desperately, yet the more I wished for it, the slower time seemed to crawl. Thus, I remained ensconced in my blanket, drenched in sweat, until, inexplicably, I fainted. The following morning, I awoke to the sound of Chen Nan fervently calling out Chui Li's name, his voice resounding with an urgency that suggested something was amiss. Suddenly, the haunting scenes from the previous night flooded back to me, prompting me to leap out from beneath the covers, springing from my bed, pushing aside Chen Nan, and rushing to Chui Li's side. Do you understand the essence of fear? In that moment, when my gaze fell upon Chui Li, I experienced a profound realization of what true terror entails, for Chui Li was drenched to the bone. As if he had just been pulled from the depths of a watery abyss, his entire form rendered a ghastly pale. Chui Yin trembled uncontrollably, his complexion an alarming shade of white, his lips resembling the deep purple of an eggplant. Quivering incessantly as he cried out, "Xianqing, Xianqing, Xianqing," Chen Nan and I were utterly terrified. Upon touching Chui Li's forehead, we discovered he was burning with fever. Consequently, we carried him to the school infirmary, where, after the doctor administered an injection, his condition gradually stabilized. However, Bijang Xiaonan suddenly raised his head, a heightened expression of dread etched across his face, stammering, "But just moments ago, I encountered an even more horrifying event, a terrifying event. What could that be?" Ling Fan inquired with curiosity. Seemingly hesitated to divulge this ordeal, clutching his head with trembling hands, his expression grim. Eventually, he began to recount, albeit in fragmented sentences. I clutched the books in my arms tightly, sprinting forward, yet suddenly realized that no matter how fast I ran, an endless expanse of willow trees awaited me ahead. My fear escalated. Then, two voices emerged from the surface of the lake. I was reluctant to listen. Yet those voices were hauntingly familiar and eerie, drifting like whispers, incessantly calling, "Xiaoming, Xiaoming. We are short of players. We need 2 more to play the game." They beckoned to me, their ethereal voices echoing, "Xiaoming, Xiaoming. We are short of players. We need 2 more to play the game." Then, their ghastly white faces began to bleed, crimson streams flowing from their eyes, cascading onto the silver surface of the lake, transforming it into a darkened expanse. In a horrifying moment, their heads plunged into the water with a sickening thud, leaving only their necks moving slowly towards me, swaying as though devoid of a spine. I let out a scream. While do remain calm. The situation is still unclear. There is no decisive evidence to determine whether Chui Li's demise was a result of foul play or a tragic accident into the water. Ling Fan hastily reached out to comfort him by patting his shoulder. "Do not touch me." Unexpectedly, he recoiled as if electrocuted, his gaze fiercely fixated on Long Chen, only to be overtaken by a fresh surge of terror as he exclaimed, "You must cease your investigation into this case, lest that shadow comes for you as well. This game still requires a participant. It could be me, or it could be you, or perhaps even you." Haha, he gestured wildly, first pointing at himself, then at Ling Fan, and finally at Chu Tianyu, laughing maniacally before turning and sprinting away from the grove with great speed. "What shall we do now?" "Ling Fan, must we truly continue our pursuit?" Tianyu approached, her delicate eyes searching Ling Fan's, her voice trembling slightly. As she gazed at him, the fear that had once clouded her eyes suddenly vanished. And she stood tall, declaring, I am not afraid. Now tell me, what shall be our next course of action? Are we to drain the lake dry? Of course, we are to haul the water ghost out from the depths. Tianyu replied with a pout, brimming with pride. Haha, let me tell you, even if you were to drain every last drop from this place, I dare say you would not find even a single finger of the water ghost. Ling Fan said with a mysterious smile. He slowly shook his head, raising a finger and chuckling, you know well that the words of spirits hold no sway over me, while I am inclined to believe that there exist methods beyond our comprehension in this world. I cannot accept the notion of supernatural beings committing crimes. In every case we have encountered, it has always been a human behind the curtain, and I suspect there is more to this case than meets the eye. That may be true, but what leads do we still possess? The marks on Chui Li's ankle and the fact that he indeed drowned in the lake. How do we explain all of this? Tianyu bombarded him with a barrage of questions. There is still one person we have yet to consult, Ling Fan remarked, raising his index finger to his face with a grin. Another person? Ah yes, the one named Chen Nan. I believe he may possess some clues that could aid us. Let us seek him out, Ling Fan declared, rising from the lakeside pavilion, stretching lazily before turning to gaze over the lake. Suddenly, with a resounding splash, a mass resembling hair broke the surface of the placid water, only to vanish instantly beneath the depths once more. Tianyu too beheld the phenomenon, her voice laced with panic as she exclaimed, Ling Fan, did you catch a glimpse of what that was? Ling Fan had indeed seen it. He clearly recognized that the object floating on the water was a tangle of hair, real dark hair. He picked up a slightly larger stone from the ground and hurled it toward the spot where the mass had been, only to hear a soft plunk as the stone sank into the lake. Leaving no trace of disturbance, the golden surface of the lake returned to its serene calm. What was that dark mass in the lake? Tianyu, having crept behind Ling Fan, pointed at the shadowy substance that had emerged from the depths. Ling Fan sensed that this particular case was undeniably peculiar. Although he did not subscribe to the beliefs in ghosts and deities, there were indeed matters that defied scientific explanation. Otherwise, the profession of an ancient practitioner would not exist. Its existence must bear some significance. I never claimed you were afraid. Yet you have admitted it yourself. Ling Fan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, quietly muttering to himself, but he nonetheless followed along with a cheerful demeanor. This was preferable. Rather than collaborating with the rather unorthodox old gu, Ling Fan would much rather be with Tianyu. After all, a male-female partnership made the workload lighter. Once again, Ling Fan and Tianyu arrived at the male dormitory. After inquiring with a student, they located the dormitory of, which happened to be Chen Nan's. Chen Nan was the only individual who had not participated in the mysterious summoning game, and he was also one of the parties involved. It was inconceivable not to investigate him. Upon reaching the dormitory, they discovered a lone figure hunched over a desk, scribbling something. Knock, knock. Ling Fan gently rapped on the door. However, the soft sound startled the boy writing, causing him to let out a yelp and hurriedly close the notebook under his arm, his eyes wide with terror as they fixed on Ling Fan and Tianyu. Forgive us, I hope we haven't frightened you. Ling Fan felt a strange unease but still managed to apologize politely. As the startled boy recognized Ling Fan and Tianyu, his fearful expression gradually eased, and he asked who they were and what brought them there. Ling Fan produced his identification, clarifying his purpose. Upon hearing that Ling Fan was there to investigate the death of Chui Li, the boy's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he revealed himself to be Chen Nan. Stop the investigation. Leave at once. I don't want you to become entangled in this dreadful memory. Chen Nan shook his head vehemently, his face paling with apologies, but we are a specialized task force assigned to this case, and we cannot remain uninvolved. We kindly ask for your cooperation and request that you share everything you know with us. A piercing and resolute gaze emanated from Ling Fan's eyes, which compelled Chen Nan to regain his composure. With a forced smile, Chen Nan began, perhaps it's because I come from a single-parent household that I find it challenging to connect with others. Consequently, Chui Li, Xianqing, and Xiaonan often spent their time together. Particularly Chui Li and Xianqing, who shared a particularly close bond. Sometimes they would even lie in the same bed watching movies, their relationship quite strong. On the other hand, was more reserved and introverted. Somewhat timid, and not very talkative, however, he was exceptionally courteous towards girls, especially towards Xianqing's girlfriend, Yujiu. He was always attentive, particularly when Chui Li and Xiaoyu quarreled. Xiaoming would invariably side with Xiaoyu. We often joked about how Xiaoyu's boyfriend was Xiaoming, not Xianqing, and Xianqing would join in on the jest, while Xiaoming would simply smile sheepishly and remain silent. After Chen Nan's mood slightly eased, he continued, it is quite an intriguing affair that Xianqing and Xiaoyu have become a couple. Although Xianqing possesses a gentle temperament and is exceedingly kind to girls, his upbringing is notably strict. He once declared that he would never engage in a romantic relationship during high school. Meanwhile, Yu Jieyu was the belle of our school, and the pairing of the school beauty with the school heartthrob is indeed something to be envied. However, Xianqing shows no interest in Xiaoyu's pursuit of him, often expressing his annoyance at the mention of this girl named Yu Jieyu in our dormitory. In my view, Xianqing does not harbor any genuine affection for Xiaoyu. The clandestine meetings between Yu Jieyu and Chui Li piqued Ling Fan's interest, prompting him to ask, Are you saying that Yu not only dates Shin Xianqing but also meets Cui Li in private? Can you recall the content of their arguments? Ling Fan inquired. As if grasping at a fleeting thought, Chen Nan chuckled awkwardly and replied, "To eavesdrop on others' conversations is quite unethical, especially among those in one's own dormitory, so I merely caught snippets, yet I seem to have overheard them mention Xianqing on several occasions." "It must pertain to him, oh. I see," Ling Fan mused, lost in contemplation. Although Yu was pursuing Shin Xianqing, her clandestine meetings with Cui Li muddied their relationship further. What exactly were these four individuals entangled in? Oh. Right. It just came to me. Ever since Xiaoyu met Cui Li privately a few times, one day Xianqing announced that he decided to be Yu's boyfriend. I made a point to observe Cui Li's reaction. And indeed, his expression was quite grim. He shot Xianqing a venomous glare, but it was only for a fleeting moment before he feigned indifference. Chen Nan recounted. Ling Fan then asked, after Xianqing and Xiaoyu became a couple, how did the relationship between Cui Li and Xianqing fare? Is it quite strained? If one were to encapsulate Ling Fan's current state of mind in a phrase, it would be two words: utterly perplexed. After a considerable pause, he managed to collect his thoughts and recalled the supernatural game, asking, "Do you know about the spirit summoning game that Cui Li and the others once played?" Upon hearing Ling Fan mention this, Chen Nan's expression shifted dramatically, and he trembled as he responded, "In truth, I was entirely unaware that they were engaging in such a game. I only heard about it later. I initially thought they were merely scaring themselves. But I soon noticed that their demeanor and personalities seemed off, particularly Xianqing and Xiaoyu, who began to bicker incessantly, a notion that was unimaginable before, as Xianqing was renowned for his gentleness towards girls. We all sensed something inexplicable lurking within us, until that fateful night when, after another quarrel with Xianqing, Xiaoyu stormed off to the natural lakeside, glaring fiercely at Xianqing, declaring that she would drag him down with her even if it meant becoming a water ghost. Just then, Tianyu suddenly shrieked, her eyes wide with terror, fixated on the window outside. Ling Fan hurriedly turned to the window, only to see a shadow dart away with a startling swiftness, followed by the sound of footsteps echoing outside. "Tianyu, let us pursue, for there are people outside." Upon catching a fleeting shadow at the window, Ling Fan sensed that someone was peering in, and without hesitation, he stepped out to chase after them, with Tianyu following closely behind. Chen Nan hesitated momentarily but ultimately decided to join them. When Ling Fan and the others reached the window behind the dormitory, they found the area devoid of any figures, save for a pair of shoe prints imprinted upon the grass, which extended into the nearby grove. "Who was that person just now?" Chen Nan inquired softly, his expression somewhat disturbed. "It was a student, likely a girl, and quite slender," Ling Fan replied, pointing to the shoe prints on the grass. "A girl, slender? How can you be so sure?" Chen Nan asked in astonishment. The group continued to follow the shoe prints, but as they arrived at a thicket of willows, they discovered that the prints had vanished. Upon lifting their eyes, they realized they had arrived at the lakeside of the school. Ling Fan gazed intently at the lake before him, then turned to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He approached a tree and said with a smile, "Come out, I see you." Indeed, a slightly slender girl shyly emerged from behind the large tree, her head bowed, her small hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. Occasionally, she would glance up at Ling Fan, then at Tianyu, only to lower her head once more. It appeared that this girl was rather introverted and somewhat bashful. Ling Fan winked at Tianyu, who furrowed her brow, but then her stern countenance softened into an unexpectedly sweet smile. This enchanting smile nearly left Ling Fan spellbound, as it was the first time he had witnessed such a delightful expression. Indeed, Tianyu's charming smile instantly put the shy girl at ease. Through Tianyu's inquiries, Ling Fan learned that this bashful girl was named Zhang Fangfang, a senior student. Further conversation revealed that Zhang Fangfang was also a close friend and roommate of Yu, the protagonist of the infamous water ghost legend. "Fangfang, do you seek us for some purpose?" Ling Fan gently asked. Zhang Fangfang pressed her lips together and finally spoke slowly. "Actually, I am here to share some information about Xiaoyu." Wasn't Xiaoyu said to have committed suicide by drowning?" Ling Fan questioned, puzzled. Zhang Fangfang shook her head vigorously. "Although everyone claims that Xiaoyu took her own life, I believe she would never do such a thing. She was such an optimistic girl, incapable of succumbing to despair over minor setbacks. I met Xiaoyu in our first year of high school. She was extraordinarily beautiful, the first girl I had ever seen who radiated such beauty, yet her personality was equally delightful and optimistic. Though she could be a bit proud at times, her character was quite endearing. Xiaoyu never harbored feelings for any boy, except for Shin Xianqing, who remained indifferent to her affections. Typically, having such a renowned girl pursue you would be a source of pride. Yet Shin Xianqing consistently found ways to evade Xiaoyu. To this end, Xiaoyu had expressed her grievances to me on numerous occasions. However, each time she was met with rejection, she would vent her frustrations before promptly reverting to her usual carefree demeanor. She had once confided in me her unwavering determination to pursue Shin Xianqing, regardless of the formidable challenges that lay ahead. Initially, Xiaoyu had encountered Shin Xianqing in private on a few occasions. All of which ended in rejection, yet Xiaoyu remained undeterred, maintaining her spirited resolve. Then, one day, she burst through the door, enveloping me in her embrace as she wept profusely, declaring that she would no longer pursue Shenxianqing, she had given up entirely. Ling Fan abruptly interrupted Zheng Fangfang, inquiring, Fangfang, do you know why Yu Jieyu suddenly proclaimed her decision to cease chasing Shenxianqing? I recall you mentioning that Xiaoyu had never given up, Zheng Fangfang replied. Yes, I asked her, but she refused to disclose anything, simply clinging to me and crying, her sorrow palpable. A days passed, and indeed, she ceased her pursuit of Shenxianqing. However, shortly thereafter, Xiaoyu began to engage with those around her. First with Chuili, followed by others, ultimately managing to win over the other two individuals. At last, Shenxianqing consented to be her boyfriend. It seemed that Xiaoyu's relentless efforts had finally borne fruit. Yet, unexpectedly, their previously tranquil existence was upended by a spirit summoning game. Initially, I was unaware of the perilous activities they had undertaken in the classroom. It was only later that I learned of their escapades. Described in vivid detail, allegedly, they witnessed the classroom lights flicker on suddenly, accompanied by a shadow appearing on the railing in front of the brightly lit classroom, fixating its gaze upon them, due to the dim light and the shadow being backlit. They could not discern its true nature. From that moment on, the group became increasingly paranoid, particularly Xiaoyu, whose temperament grew exceedingly irritable, often quarreling with Shenxianqing. It was a first for me to see him, usually gentle with girls, engage in disputes. At this juncture, Zheng Fangfang paused, her face tinged with a hint of red, perhaps touched by memories of her departed friend, evoking a sense of melancholy. Ling Fan gleaned some insights about Yu Jieyu from Zheng Fangfang, concluding that this girl possessed a commendable spirit of optimism and resilience. It would be difficult to compel her to take such drastic measures as leaping into a lake without enduring significant adversity. However, if it was not suicide, then who could have possibly taken her life? Could it truly be the so-called fifth person they had summoned? Ling Fan attempted to retrieve a cigarette for Song Bo from his pocket, only to find a pack of chewing gum instead. Song Bo, without hesitation, snatched the pack from Ling Fan's hand, tearing it open and chewing away, proclaiming that he hadn't smoked in ages and preferred the taste of gum. He praised Ling Fan for being thorough in his inquiries before proceeding with matters, while Ling Fan silently cursed under his breath, lamenting that if he had produced a chocolate bar, Ning Bo would have surely claimed to have a penchant for chocolate as well. After chewing for a considerable time, Song Bo let out a long sigh and reflected on the two cases from years past. In hindsight, it is indeed regrettable for those two students. In their youth, why did they choose such a path instead of embracing life? Brother Song, did those two truly commit suicide by jumping into the lake? Ling Fan inquired. Young man, I have more experience dealing with criminal investigations than you have books read. How could I possibly be unaware? At that time, there were no signs of struggle or combat on either of their bodies. Moreover, their mouths and nasal passages were filled with mud and sand, and their lungs were saturated with lake water. All of this indicates that they entered the lake while still breathing. Furthermore, there were witnesses who saw them jump into the lake in a suicide pact. So homicide is absolutely out of the question. Subsequently, Ling Fan and Song Bo discussed their investigative records from that time. Song Bo revealed an intriguing observation he had made when the girl was retrieved from the lake. The first person to collapse beside her in tears was not her boyfriend, the deceased Shenxianqing, but rather an unremarkable young man named with a reserved demeanor, after leaving the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Ling Fan found himself incessantly pondering this individual, the boy with the flickering gaze, who was also one of the participants in the spirit summoning game 2 years prior. Now, of the 4 individuals who participated in that game, 3 had tragically perished in succession. Was there truly a shadow lurking in the depths, manipulating their minds and leading them to drown in despair? But if that were the case, how could one explain the death of Chuili, who had been forcibly dragged into the lake? His demise was evidently distinct from that of Shenxianqing and Yu Jieyu. Suddenly, Ling Fan recalled a question and turned to Tianyu, asking, Tianyu, if you were madly in love with a boy, what reason would compel you to abandon such feelings? Impossible, Tianyu replied coldly, her gaze fixed on Ling Fan. At that moment, Ling Fan realized the futility of his inquiry. This girl, younger than him by a year, had likely encountered few men and had no understanding of romance, unless she had someone she admired or a person of even greater merit appeared before her. Just as Ling Fan regretted posing the question to Tianyu, she glanced at him and said slowly, hey fool, what are you thinking? The taxi's here, let's get in. Tianyu hailed a cab and promptly took a seat in the back. Her choice of seat was clear, the one paying was expected to sit in the front. Ling Fan patted his pockets and chuckled, I'll cover the fare, you pay for it. Before he could finish, he felt a fierce grip from behind, a pain so real that it jolted him. After a day filled with ghost stories and spirit summoning games, it was only at this moment that Ling Fan felt truly grounded in the world around him. At the headquarters of the Special Operations Unit, the living room remained brightly lit, yet only Gu Ruffing and the young girl Lin Xinyan occupied the meeting seats of the sofa. Gu Ruffin languidly perused an ancient Yellow tone. While the young girl Lin Xinyan was engrossed in a melodramatic and heart-wrenching Taiwanese drama. As Ling Fan entered the living room, he fortuitously caught the mournful voice of a man emanating from her device. Why? Why must it be this way? Why did you tell me, just as we were to wed, that she is the daughter of my father's nemesis? Ling Fan felt a surge of blood rush to his head upon hearing this line. But when the next revelation struck his ears, he was utterly floored. The man lamented once more. What you mean to say she is my long-lost half-sister? At that moment, Ling Fan finally comprehended the extent of Xinyan's intellect. Immersing oneself in such a heart-wrenching and convoluted drama must surely elevate the mental strain exponentially. With a sudden clap, Ling Fan unceremoniously pressed his ears against Xinyan's. Brother Ling Fan, Sister Tianyu, you have arrived. Pray tell, what amusing tales do you bring today? Ling Fan tumbled over the back of the sofa and, with a swift motion, extracted a handful of colorful snacks from Xinyan's stash. Today, I encountered a ghost story. Would you care to hear it? It's quite terrifying. A ghost story? No. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinyan hastily retreated to the deepest recesses of the couch, tightly covering her ears and exclaiming, Wold Gu, what are you so engrossed in? Ling Fan glanced down to see Gu Rufin holding the title page of the book, which read, The Ultimate Secret to Overnight Wealth. What's the matter, Ling brat? Do you wish to pry into my treasured secrets of wealth accumulation? Not a chance. Gu Rufin swiftly tucked the book away, his movements deft and practiced. Ling Fan was left speechless. After years of cherishing this tome, the title proclaimed overnight riches, yet old Gu remained in his impoverished state, clearly indicating that such claims of instant wealth and quick fixes were mere nonsense, offering no benefit whatsoever. Old Gu, may I pose a question? Are you familiar with a game called Four Corner Spirit Summoning? Ling Fan inquired. Upon hearing this, Gu Rufin's brow furrowed momentarily before breaking into a smile. Ling brat, what's this? Do you wish to play that game with me? You, me, Tianyu, and the little girl make just enough for four. Who would want to engage in such a tedious game? If you wish to play, do so amongst yourselves. Tianyu was the first to protest. I shan't play either. I am aligned with Sister Tianyu. Xinyan declared, leaning against Tianyu. I too shall abstain. Ling Fan echoed, though he wore a mischievous grin as he leaned toward Gu Rufin. Old Gu, have you perhaps played before? Do share what you summoned, noticing a slight unease in Gu Rufin's demeanor. Ling Fan pressed on. Old Gu, do you perchance know the secrets behind this Four Corner Spirit Summoning ghost game? Gu Rufeng slowly lifted his head, a look of profound terror etched across his face, and spoke, Indeed, I am aware of the secret behind the Four Corners Summoning game. This tale must be traced back a decade to a time when I was in my 30s, wandering the world as a yin-yang master, making my living by exorcising spirits and reading feng shui. I remember vividly the day I arrived in a quaint mountain village. Upon reaching its entrance, I was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming sense of resentment. Through a quick calculation, I discerned that a dreadful event had surely transpired in this small village. Hastening my steps, I ventured into the village, and indeed, I soon spotted a white cloth draped at the entrance of a household. With anguished cries emanating from within, my curiosity piqued, I stepped inside, but as I crossed the threshold, an intense wave of unease washed over me. A dark silhouette abruptly vanished from a shadowy corner of the room. Its form was indistinct, shrouded in darkness, save for its eyes, vividly clear and brimming with malice. Upon glimpsing that shadow, I was compelled to pursue it, yet an elderly woman seized my sleeve, nearly collapsing before me. Pleading for me to save her grandson. Approaching the small coffin, I reached out to sense the child's breath, only to discover he had already succumbed to death, devoid of any trace of life. His complexion was a chilling blue, and his youthful face contorted in a grimace that spoke of profound terrors suffered in his final moments. Ling Xiaozai, you must understand that my usual fee for exorcising spirits is substantial. However, upon observing the tattered garments of the old woman, my heart swelled with compassion. More importantly, I found myself intrigued by the malevolent spirit she spoke of. As a yin-yang master, my life has been driven by two passions, the pursuit of wealth and the allure of malevolent spirits. Thus, I readily agreed to assist the elderly woman in ridding her of the spirit, on the condition that she provide me with a simple meal. However, upon arriving at her home, I was once more enveloped by that familiar aura of resentment. As I gazed in the direction from whence it emanated, I caught a fleeting glimpse of two resentful eyes. A sense of foreboding gripped me, and I urged the elderly woman to lead me to the place where her grandson was confined. It was a small, tightly sealed room, with even the windows securely boarded up, a large rusted lock affixed to the door. A foreboding feeling surged within me as I swiftly seized the key from the old woman's hand and kicked the door open. A chilling breeze escaped from within, and dim light filtered through the papered windows, casting shadows on the floor from the wooden planks nailed to the frame. Before the elderly woman could enter, she caught sight of a small figure huddled in the corner and let out a piercing scream, collapsing onto the small form. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the small mass was a boy of no more than 7 years. A child who should have been full of life, now curled up like a maggot, his head bowed deeply to his knees, a pair of terror-filled eyes peering up from beneath. His complexion was a ghastly shade of ashen blue. The elderly woman incessantly shook the small boy's body, wailing loudly, yet the boy remained utterly unresponsive, his terrified eyes fixed lifelessly upon the ceiling. Following the direction of his gaze, I too beheld a dark shadow swirling above. Formless and obscured, save for a pair of eyes brimming with malice. A malevolent spirit. The moment I laid eyes upon it, I recognized it for what it was, a vengeful entity, steeped in resentment and rage. Hastily, I retrieved a talisman from my bosom and aimed it towards the ceiling, but by the time the talisman reached its destination, the malevolent spirit had vanished. A self-inflicted curse, one that cannot be borne? I inquired of the elderly woman, seeking to understand the relevance of this phrase to the spirit. That dark abode was an abandoned thatched cottage, cluttered with dried purple grass, a place where villagers were reluctant to allow their children to play. For it was perilous and prone to fire hazards, yet, faithfully, as the small boy ventured inside to seek out others, the thatched cottage suddenly erupted into flames. Oblivious to the danger, he only realized the deception he had fallen victim to when his body was engulfed in searing fire. In a panic, he disregarded the flames consuming him and rushed towards the door, only to discover that it was locked. When the villagers saw the thatched cottage ablaze, they hurriedly grabbed buckets of water and rushed to the scene. Upon their arrival, they were met with the voice of a boy, filled with hatred, rising from the inferno. I hate you all, you deceived me. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will ensure each of you meets your demise. Haha. Upon hearing that there was still a child within, the villagers frantically doused the flames with bucket after bucket of water, and after a considerable struggle, the fire was finally extinguished. However, when they broke down the door and rushed inside, they found the interior charred and disordered, with a dark figure huddled in the corner, its shape indistinguishable, but two eyes radiating hatred and resentment glared back at them from its shadowy visage. Wait, old Gu, is all this truly as you say? Ling Fan asked, still somewhat skeptical. Ling, exorcism is my profession. Would I jest about my professional integrity? Moreover, if you continue to doubt my experiences, I shall not assist you in the future. Gu Ruffing shot back, his gaze filled with eerie. Do not frighten me. I am afraid, it's not that I do not believe you, I merely find that your account raises too many questions. For instance, first, why did that small dark house suddenly ignite? Second, if the other 4 children were merely playing a prank on the boy who perished in the flames, why did they lock the door? According to your account, that thatched cottage had been abandoned for years, thus it should not have had a lock. These 2 points alone present significant issues. Did you not consider any of this at the time? Ling Fan inquired, furrowing his brow as he regarded Gu Ruffing. With a dull thud, Gu Ruafeng struck Ling Fan's head with his large finger, feigning anger as he exclaimed, Ling, my boy, I am a great yin-yang master. Not some trivial detective that I do not ponder excessively. What I know is that this malevolent spirit is far from ordinary. To exorcise it, one must first dissipate its vengeful energy, otherwise, even if we forcibly banish it, it shall inevitably return after several years, its malevolence even more terrifying than before. Thus, I learned from the elderly lady the whereabouts of 2 other children, a little girl and a little boy, each tightly guarded by their parents, who feared any misfortune befalling their offspring. I proceeded to the nearest boy's residence, placing a protective talisman around his neck, instructing him never to remove it until the evil spirit was eradicated. I then hurried to the girl's home, only to discover that I had arrived too late. The little girl had already succumbed to death, frightened to her end by the very malevolent spirit. As Gu Ruafeng recounted this, an unnatural expression crossed his face, his eyes betraying a blend of fear and hatred. Staring at the ceiling, he sighed, ever since I set up a ritual in front of the thatched hut to banish that malevolent spirit, I believed this incident had faded into oblivion. However, shortly thereafter a far more dreadful occurrence transpired. At this point, Gu Ruafeng fell silent, his gaze lost in the ceiling steps. What could it possibly be? Old Gu, please do not keep us in suspense. Ling Fan felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a solid punch to Gu Ruafeng's face, yet he restrained himself. Despite his fear, his curiosity urged him to continue listening. Come on, old Gu, just tell us, he implored. Even Chu Tianyu, typically composed, urged Gu Ruafeng to elaborate on the subsequent events. I do not wish to hear it. The girl is frightened of this. Lin Xianyan exclaimed, hastily covering her delicate ears with headphones, though a small gap still revealed her apprehension. After a lengthy pause, Gu Ruafeng finally diverted his gaze from the ceiling and said, the more terrifying matter you were already aware of. A game has emerged among the masses, involving summoning spirits in a small dark room, and those who have played it claim to have conjured a shadowy figure. This figure is elusive save for its 2 bright eyes, and most players understand that this spirit is indeed a malevolent one, potentially claiming lives. However, to date, I have yet to hear of any unfortunate incidents among those who played this game. It is said that this spirit possesses knowledge of the past, future, and fortune, which is why I hesitated to banish it. Your reluctance to exorcise it is not due to a desire to inquire about your own fortune someday, is it? Ling Fan queried incisively. As Gu Ruffing perceived the innermost thoughts of his heart being pierced by Ling Fan, he hurriedly drew closer to Ling Fan and burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha! Truly those who gave me life are my parents, but it is Ling Xiaozai who understands me." However, Ling Fan, growing impatient, pushed Gu Ruffing aside with a serious expression, stating, "Given your words, it seems that the evil spirit you once exorcised may not have been completely eradicated. It appears once more, albeit in a different form, concealed within this game known as Si Jiao Xiaoling, yet, rather than causing harm, it aids individuals in discerning the past and future. Furthermore, from Zhang Xiaoming's description, it seems the spirit they summoned is not a child, but rather a youth, as this anomaly is capable of touching their shoulders, indicating that this spirit must possess at least such height." Ling Fan gestured to indicate a height. "Are you suggesting that if this spirit were indeed that child from back then, it has now matured?" Tianyu interjected. Ling Fan cast an approving glance at Tianyu and affirmed, "Precisely, that is my point. This spirit was not vanquished all those years ago. Instead, it has been lurking within a game, continuously growing. Isn't that terrifying? A spirit can evolve." Tianyu's expression darkened as she queried old Gu, "Is that even possible?" Gu Ruffing shrugged in resignation, replying, "I am uncertain. This is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. It could be possible, or it might not." With a sudden thud, Ling Fan tapped his finger against Gu Ruffing's forehead, expressing exasperation at his lack of understanding. "Please take note. Prolonged reading necessitates rest for your eyes." "Ah!" Lin Xinyan screamed in terror, evidently having eavesdropped on the conversation during the most fearful moment. She leaped into Ling Fan's embrace like a frightened kitten, trembling uncontrollably, caught off guard by this unexpected intrusion. Ling Fan found it impossible to refuse her, yet, as he inhaled the fragrance of the girl and felt her soft form, a delicate hand suddenly reached out and seized the girl, lifting her like a kitten and tossing her onto the sofa, coldly remarking, "Lin Xian, go watch your absurd drama." After this, Tianyu shot a resentful glare at Ling Fan before heading towards the bathroom, where the sound of rushing water soon followed. By the end of the day, Ling Fan sensed an odd odor emanating from himself. At that moment, as he fantasized about taking a romantic bath with Tianyu, his pleasant reverie was abruptly interrupted by an urgent ringing. Glancing at the unfamiliar number, he answered grumpily, "Hello, who is this? Are you aware that interrupting someone's dreams constitutes a violation of personal privacy?" "Oh, my apologies, may I ask if this is Officer Ling Fan?" A voice, both familiar and strange, resonated from the other end of the line. Ling Fan felt the sound and finally recalled that it belonged to Zhang Xiaoming, the sole survivor of the Four Corners summoning game. "Yes, it's me. What do you need?" I have a significant discovery to share with you. Let us meet at the pavilion by the school lake." "Hurry, I'm in danger." Chen Nan's voice on the phone was urgent. However, before Ling Fan could inquire further, Chen Nan hastily disconnected the call, leaving Ling Fan with the beeping sound of a busy line. "Old Gu, once Tianyu comes out, tell her I've gone to the pavilion by the lake at Huiran High School," Ling Fan said as he rushed toward the living room door. The dusk was approaching, and the street lights began to flicker. Although the taxi was moving swiftly, Ling Fan felt it was agonizingly slow. He was anxious to know what crucial information Zhang Xiaoming had uncovered, and the urgency in his voice suggested that his life was in peril. Unconsciously, he reached into his pocket only to realize he had left his gun behind. "Help! Help!" A sudden cry echoed from across the lake. Ling Fan hurried to peer across the pavilion, and what he saw sent chills down his spine. Through the murky waters, he discerned a figure in white with long hair, gripping a boy in a school uniform who was struggling desperately, clawing at the ground in willow branches. "Water ghost," the term flashed through Ling Fan's mind, and he could hardly believe his eyes, yet, there was no time for astonishment. He grabbed a large stone and sprinted toward the boy. The boy, seeing Ling Fan rushing to his aid, was filled with joy and kicked fiercely at the water ghost. With a mighty effort, he finally managed to dislodge the ghost, which sank slowly into the depths. Just as Ling Fan raised the stone above his head, intending to hurl it, he noticed the ghost had already disappeared beneath the surface. "Officer Ling, thank you so much. I would have been dragged down by that water ghost otherwise." The boy in the school uniform clambered up from the lakeshore, his body smeared with mud and murky water. Upon closer inspection, Ling Fan realized that this boy, nearly submerged in the lake, was none other than Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaoming looked at Ling Fan with gratitude, but Ling Fan's expression was devoid of any smile. His face betraying shock. Cautiously he crouched by the lake, staring at the spot where the water ghost had vanished, then turned to Zhang Xiaoming, saying, "You are truly fortunate, otherwise my autopsy table would have gained another body. If that creature indeed existed, it must have dragged Shui Li into the water just like it did you." "Yes, that seems likely," Zhang Xiaoming responded, stepping away from the lake. By the way, you called me earlier to discuss something important, didn't you?" Ling Fan stood up, looking at Zhang Xiaoming. "What photos? Have you seen those photos?" he inquired. Zhang Xiaoming shook his head and replied, "No, I merely passed through in haste. It was simply a matter of borrowing notes between classmates. Besides, at that time, Xiaoyu was pursuing Xianqing, so it was only natural to cultivate connections with those in Xianqing's dormitory." Upon hearing this, Ling Fan could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. As it seemed there was no valuable information to be gleaned. However, if there was indeed something to be gained today, it was the earlier scene that had opened Ling Fan's eyes. The existence of a water ghost in this campus lake was quite unexpected. Yet, who could it be? Could it truly be Yu, the fifth person in the summoning ritual, a female ghost lurking beneath the lake's surface? Ling Fan suddenly sensed that this case was far more intricate than previous ones. In past investigations, even the most tangled clues felt like a single ball of yarn. Merely pulling at a loose thread would unravel the entire tangle naturally, and now, however, Ling Fan felt confronted with two intertwined balls of yarn. Their threads entangled in such a way that he could not discern the crucial point. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone pierced the air, and Ling Fan glanced at the caller ID with a smile before answering the phone. Before he could utter a word, a high-pitched voice from Tianyu erupted from the other end, prompting him to pull the phone away from his ear. "Hey, you wretched Ling Fan, where are you right now? Speak up." Ling Fan, casting an embarrassed smile at Zhang Xiaoming, brought the phone back to his ear and said, "Could you not be so uncouth? Must you shout? No, just tell me where you are," Tianyu nearly shouted through the phone. Before Ling Fan could finish his sentence, she hung up, leaving him with the sound of a monotonous beeping tone. "If you have any significant discoveries, please cooperate with us further. Thank you," Ling Fan said with a smile to Zhang Xiaoming. Afterward, Ling Fan left Huiran Middle School, but as he approached the school gate, he spotted a strikingly elegant figure glaring at him with a fiery gaze, clad in a fitted outfit that accentuated her curvaceous form. Her long, slightly wavy black hair hung damply over one shoulder, and her beautiful eyes blazed with ire as they fixed upon him. "Hi, Tianyu, what are you doing here?" Ling Fan inquired with a smile. "Oof, Ling Fan, why did you come here without waiting for me?" Tianyu glared at him, giving him a light kick, though it lacked any real force. "Huh, I thought it would take you a long time to come out." "So I decided to come alone first," Ling Fan replied with a grin. "Humph, no smiling, just this once. You are never to conduct a dangerous investigation alone again, do you understand?" Tianyu's expression remained unyielding, her face still etched with anger. Upon hearing this, Ling Fan was suddenly enveloped by an unusual warmth. It seemed that Tianyu was so irate because she feared for his safety. However, as he pondered further, a wave of dejection washed over him. Was Tianyu genuinely concerned for him, or was she merely projecting her feelings onto him as a substitute for her brother, Ling Feng, whose abrupt departure had left her in turmoil? Bright light streamed through a colossal window, which was set atop a dilapidated warehouse. Without a closer inspection, one would hardly suspect that behind this window lay the headquarters of a mysterious organization, adorned with opulent decor. Aside from the chief, Fang Yi, who had been once again summoned by Director Chen to oversee the construction of the Great Wall, the remaining members were scattered across a circle of sofas, each engrossed in their own tasks. Ling Fan sketched something on a blank sheet of paper. Tianyu stared vacantly at the ceiling. The young girl Xi Yan wept inconsolably as she watched a painfully melodramatic soap opera, and Guru Feng was captivated by a well-worn book on wealth accumulation. Chen Yuzhen was poring over documents, meticulously comparing each one, her eyes shadowed by the fatigue of sleepless nights. "Ling Fan, this case is utterly lacking in leads. What shall we do? Are we really going to drain the water from the school lake?" Chen Yuzhen exclaimed, flinging her documents onto the table in despair. "That is impossible. As far as I know, the source of the school lake is a major river from the outskirts of Qingshan City." "Can we truly drain an entire river?" Ling Fan countered with a smile. "What then? According to what you just said, you witnessed the water ghost attempting to drag Zhang Xiaoming into the depths. But how are we supposed to capture this water ghost?" Chen Yuzhen sighed, arms crossed. After spinning his pen thoughtfully, Ling Fan looked up and replied with a grin, "Sister Zhen, I never claimed to have seen a water ghost in the lake. I merely observed something in white clothing with disheveled hair clinging to Zhang Xiaoming's feet. Whether that thing is indeed a water ghost, I cannot ascertain." "What should we do next?" Chen Yuzhen inquired. Gazing at Ling Fan, "Here is the plan," Ling Fan articulated, gesturing at the haphazard sketches on the white paper. "Tomorrow Tianyu and I will investigate the high school that Qin Xianqing and Cui Lizing attended, while you, Sister Zhen, will keep an eye on Zhang Xiaoming. I sense something amiss about him. He is the only participant in the Four Corners summoning game who has survived, even if he is not a suspect. We must protect him from potential danger, as he is the sole survivor." With a swift motion, Ling Fan snatched the book from Guru Feng's hands, exclaiming, "Old Gu, can't you be more serious? Do you remember that small mountain village where you went to exorcise spirits?" "Ah, not that one. I've forgotten. It was over a decade ago, and it was an obscure little village. How could I possibly remember it?" Guru Feng replied, a hint of grievance in his tone. "Old Gu, Xan, you are tasked with locating that village for me. If you can't find it, you shall never lay hands on this book again." As Ling Fan swiftly darted to the safe, he opened its small drawer and with a decisive snap secured it shut. "Ling, you mustn't do this. Return the book to me at once," Gu Ruffing exclaimed, extending his robust arms, covered in a thick layer of hair, as he lunged toward Ling Fan. Suddenly, a dark muzzle pressed against Gu Ruffing's forehead. A few beads of sweat, resembling droplets of beans, trickled down his rugged face, splattering at his feet and creating a few glistening beads. His hands trembled uncontrollably. "Tian. Be careful. That gun could discharge accidentally." Gu Ruffing warned, his eyes trailing down the ominous barrel of the gun where he beheld Chu Tianyu, who had drawn the pistol, aiming it firmly at his brow, two cold beads of sweat slowly cascading down her forehead. Sit down, do as I instruct, and remember, you are burdened with a significant charge of fraud. The boss has made it clear that I hold the authority to execute you on the spot. Tianyu's icy black eyes bore into Gu Ruffing, her slender fingers clicking the trigger. Just a slight bend of her fingertip would seal Gu Ruffing's fate. Old Gu, it would be wise for you to ponder the name of that small village and investigate the details of those individuals from back then. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will become wealthy overnight, but I am quite confident that you will meet an untimely demise. Ling Fan, lurking behind Tianyu, wore a wicked grin. Humph, Ling, you are quite ruthless. Gu Ruffing glared fiercely at Ling Fan's safe. Seething with resentment, where am I? Suddenly Ling Fan opened his eyes, only to find himself engulfed in utter darkness, devoid of any light. He groped around in vain, his palms meeting the cold, unyielding walls. Could it be that I am trapped in an impenetrable black chamber? Realizing this, he frantically ran in all directions, yet he could not find a single door leading to the outside. I loathe you, you deceived me. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will hunt you down one by one. An icy voice echoed from above Ling Fan's head. He abruptly raised his gaze, only to discover two brilliant jewel-like pupils shining in the pitch-black ceiling, emanating an overwhelming hatred that pierced through him like a sword. Striking straight into his heart, terrified, Ling Fan let out a scream and sprinted forward, suddenly spotting a door ahead, light streaming through the cracks. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward that door. However, when Ling Fan pushed open the door, he was met with a searing beam of laser light. He instinctively raised his arm to shield himself, and as the blinding glow dissipated, Ling Fan found himself standing by the lakeside of the school. The water plants by the shore swayed gently in the breeze. Suddenly, bubbles began to rise from the lake's surface beside his feet, piquing Ling Fan's curiosity, just as he bent down to take a closer look. Two greenish hands emerged from the water, gripping his ankles tightly. Then, an exceptionally pale and swollen face surfaced from the lake, its eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out, staring lifelessly at Ling Fan. He attempted to break free from the grip of these hands, but it felt as though his feet were no longer under his control. He watched in horror as his feet, legs, waist, chest, chin, and finally his forehead were drawn into the water. Darkness enveloped him, and he could see yellowed, withered grass floating before his eyes. Beneath the lake's surface, he discerned two shadowy figures, a man and a woman, standing as if they were submerged water plants. Their vacant eyes fixed on him, continuously waving their four swollen green hands. Ling Fan was seized by terror. He tried to scream, but the moment he opened his mouth, torrents of water surged in, suffocating him. In the midst of this chaos, he felt the four hands tearing at his body, and he could sense the icy grip of one hand ripping his heart from his chest. Ah! With a gasp, Ling Fan jolted upright from his bed, the horrifying scene from his dream still vivid in his mind. It felt as if his heart was truly being wrenched from him. He clasped his hand tightly over his chest, feeling the rapid, genuine heartbeat that reassured him he was still alive. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated at the door, accompanied by Tianyu's voice from outside. Hey! Ling Fan, are you alright? If you're fine, get up quickly. I've already found out where Xinxianqing and Chuili's middle school is. Oh, I understand. Ling Fan hurriedly grabbed the towel beside him. Wiping the sweat from his body, the dream had been terrifying, almost too real. He submerged his face in cool water, savoring the refreshing sensation. When Ling Fan regained his senses, he discovered he was already seated in a taxi with Tianyu. He rolled down the window slightly, letting his head peek out to feel the brisk wind blowing against him, tousling his hair back, while the gust made it difficult to keep his eyes open. Tianyu, where is Xinxianqing and Chuili's middle school? Who was their homeroom teacher? Ling Fan inquired. Xinxiang Middle School, Tianyu replied. Ling Fan repeated the unfamiliar name, Xinxiang Middle School, musing over how this institution might surprise him. Yet, it was the only lead he could grasp at the moment. If this thread were to unravel, the case would become even more convoluted. Gradually, Ling Fan reclined in the back seat of the taxi and fell asleep. When he awoke again, he noticed Tianyu gently nudging his shoulder. Tianyu, have we arrived? Ling Fan rubbed his eyes busily and gazed out of the taxi window. Indeed, a row of wooden boards had been erected alongside the taxi's window, adorned with four prominent crimson characters that read Xinxiang Zhengdan. Beneath these striking characters stood a somewhat dilapidated green gate. As Ling Fan and Tianyu approached the school entrance, they were halted by an elderly gatekeeper. Who are you? This is a school, and it is currently class time. Entry is not permitted. Apologies, we are police officers. We have come to inquire about an individual named Lu Hongfeng. Might you know if he is still teaching here? Ling Fan said, producing his police badge with a smile. You mean Teacher Lu? Alas, the old gatekeeper sighed deeply upon hearing Lu Hongfeng's name. You have arrived a step too late. Teacher Lu passed away over a month ago. Ling Fan and Tianyu had hailed a taxi to the middle school where Xinxianqing and Chuili had once studied, hoping to locate their former homeroom teacher, Lu Hongfeng. However, upon reaching the school, they learned from the gatekeeper that Lu Hongfeng had succumbed to lung cancer a month prior. What, old sir, are you saying that teacher Lu Hongfeng has indeed passed away? Ling Fan and Tianyu could hardly believe their ears. Surely such a coincidence was beyond comprehension. Yes, it is truly a pity. He was such an excellent teacher. Everything about him was commendable, except for his heavy smoking habit. It was during a health checkup that he was diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer. And within a month, he was gone, the old gatekeeper lamented, his wrinkled face reflecting sorrow and reluctance, suggesting a close bond with Lu Hongfeng during his lifetime. Ling Fan shrugged and turned to Tianyu, chuckling, Tianyu, see, our last lead has vanished. How unfortunate we are, it's you, not me, Tianyu replied coldly. If we fail to resolve this case, our superior will certainly hold you accountable. Ling Fan was momentarily speechless.